Hello and good morning. Welcome to round 3 of the Kart Championship here at Whilton Mill International Circuit. My name is Jake Peach and alongside me David Sullivan, joining once again for hopefully another day of fantastic packed action around this 1200 metre circuit. David, great to have you back.
Pleasure as always, Jake, and Whilton Mill, a staple of this championship over the last few years. And at the end of the day, when the checkered flag falls, the midpoint of the season, it's going to be important for those drivers wanting to carry the momentum into the business end of the 2026 Kart Championship season. Whilton Mill, of course, few changes in the last couple of years. The addition of the what I like to call the heel into the boot complex has really changed the dynamic of this circuit. And but given the last year as well, they've actually skimmed that curb down a lot, and it's made it much more enjoyable, I think, for the drivers. The first few times they were coming here, they were almost getting launched back into the paddock. So that's been a really good change.
I did the track walk this morning, actually, and you walked the whole thing, and I made a point to actually walk over that curb just to feel how much of a, raised profile they're going to get off of the circuit. And you can definitely tell that's been skimmed. They've obviously got the couple of orange markers there to say don't go to the left of it, because that's going to be very uncomfortable. And I walked down the right hand side of our screen here, as you're seeing on the start finish straight, and over these curbs, I mean, by foot you wouldn't want to be going in there because you might buckle your ankles, so you don't really want to be getting your tyres or your kart out there too much. That's
a curb, and you can look in the background, the sort of grey overcast clouds. We haven't got any rain on the horizon, but we may get some. That is a curb where the water sits. It stays in that curb. When the rest of the track is dry, you then see the water accumulating there, and makes for a very, very difficult corner. First race of the day then is just about to head out onto circuit, and the race day here at the Kart Championship Round 3 will be started by Mighty Bambino. Yeah, Mighty Bambino getting underway. Oliver Reynolds is on pole for this one alongside Eli Parkhouse. Briella Stevens, great performance from her in the first couple of heats yesterday in qualifying. Great to see her up there at the front. Aidan Castleman, Luca Peed down in 5th. Not where he wants to be. Can he make his way up to the top of the grid? Theo Azzopardi down in P6. Teddy Smith with that S-plate has also been up in the front runners of the podiums in the first couple of races, wants to possibly find himself higher. EJ Deera, Arthur Errington, Max Tetlow, Jules Nash and Datu Jack Rossi Minot, who we'll talk about in this race, David, because I know you've been keeping an eye on him in the last couple of races. Stanley Thurston, Ayrton Ujla, George Miller, Jensen Paris, Emerson Elia and Sadie Cartmill, brand new name for the Kart Championship. Mac West, Oscar Alatu, Jonah Curtis, Ray Furdy and Reggie Love down to P23. Some new names in Mighty Bambino for this round. We welcome George Miller and the aforementioned Jack Rossi Minot. He normally races in Iami Bambino and has gone to the electric formula for this weekend. A very accomplished driver, and one that certainly in Iami Bambino you expect to see right at the front of the field. Let's see how that transfers as he gets used to the almost immediate power output of these Mighty Bambinos. They are very, very different driving style. But for me, the two takeaways from yesterday: Luca Peed not quite where he wants to be, Briella Stevens exactly where she wants to be. This will be the highest she has started a superheat since she has been in this class.
Yeah, right up there, and it's great to see her in good spirits coming into Parc Ferme. We're doing the Paddock show. Myself and Gracie Mitchell will also have down in the Paddock and in Parc Ferme for us today. Seeing Gracie Mitchell on the Kart Championship socials. She'll be catching up with a few of the drivers as they come off the track, hopefully in good spirits for her sake, because she don't want to be catching them in another guise. So you can see our drivers onto the first superheat for the day then for Mighty Bambino, and actually caught up with Jack Rossi Minot's family in the awning yesterday down in Essex along with me. There's actually quite a few Essex drivers in this paddock, which I didn't realise, so it's good to see Essex representing as well. I know there's a few Teesside as well for both of us home circuits, but here we go. You can see the marshals, parents and helpers and all such getting off the grids for this first race, and you see the green flag from Andy, our pre-grid marshal, at the back there, giving the all clear for our first race. Make sure for our Alpha Live, and we are off. Yes, we're underway. Wasn't sure if there was a bit of a false start there from one of our runners, but into turn 1 straight away. It looks like a great start from Eli Parkhouse off of pole position as they come through then the first couple of corners, through Oblivion, through Crook and down towards Christmas Corner for the first time. today in what seems fairly dry conditions. Oh, who's that round there? That's the 32
Max West
of Max West.
Christmas.
So they're coming through into this first lap and into these first infield, which I kind of see some similarities when I was walking around. Not exactly the same, but to Warden Law, our first round, these first couple of corners, and trying to find their way technically through these sections, which the corners around here, David, come at you thick and fast.
It's one of them circuits where, and this will sound very cliche, of it being a track of 3 sectors, as down the inside goes Oliver Reynolds, and Luca Pede is going to try a move as well. Pede could move up from 5th place into 2nd here. He's going to get slotted in. In fact, he's going to get shuffled all the way back to 4th. As he just about holds on. Oh. That'll be a run, and then you get slides wide round pit bend. He's going to come out in 4th place, but the top 2 of Reynolds and Parkhouse are moving away at the front then.
Yeah, and you saw a nice positioning up into the final corner there from Aidan Castleman, the number 46 for the RCE team, up into P3 now then, and fairly spread out and trying to find all the way through there. But look at this two up at the front. It's become a new battle between these two, Oliver Reynolds and Eli Parkhouse then. Eli Parkhouse diving up the inside then to retain the lead and pole position from before. I think it's going to be a bit of a scrap over the next 6 minutes and 1 lap, David.
I think these two now are just, they've had that switch around with Reynolds getting to the front into the boot, Parkhouse getting the switch back at Christmas. I think you're now going to see them two settle down a little bit, work together, because if not, as soon as Luca Pede and Aidan Castleman do the same thing, as Parkhouse decides he's going to defend up towards the boot, I think they are going to sort of settle it down and try and figure it out. What I was mentioning earlier on is they're not giving me any chance to explain what I was saying. Back down the inside goes Oliver Reynolds. They're certainly not settling it down, and you can see that the gap, the previous lap was 7 tenths. The two behind have settled down. Fastest lap for Luca Pede. They're closing in 3rd and 4th. So the two battling for the lead with plenty of time to go as Reynolds goes defensive, scrubs off too much speed. And
God, they're so close then. Really putting in the pressure there, David, right up to the tyres.
Yeah, but the only two that are benefiting from this are Castleman and Pede. They've taken nearly 7 tenths out of them in the first sector alone. And now we have a train of 8 for the lead.
Yeah, and that's closed right up. Luca Pede, who started on 5th position on the grid. Keep an eye out for him, we said at the start. He's not wasting any time here trying to get right in on the act. You can see him right at the back of this group here, down in 4th place, trying to get through Castleman, trying to get through Parkhouse and Reynolds here. And through this twisty section, they've again got this straight to sort of have some time to think about how they're possibly going to negotiate this section. Are they all going to behave themselves? They're going to be line astern. They're going to be respectful. They're going to throw that at the kitchen sink, and coming into this final hill curve there we've been talking about as they come across the start-finish line with 4.5 minutes. You can hear our next class of junior Rotax is getting warmed up in the background there. Of course, this is the all-electric series for our Bambinos going round at the moment. 0 to 100% power straight away. So the power delivery, trying to manage that as they get round this Whilton Mill circuit. A challenge all the time. Maybe Castleman thought about going inside there. Oh, and round goes Eli Parkhouse. A clash together with Oliver Reynolds, who was out front, and was that possibly coming, David?
It was just changing lines. One went down the inside, one was hoping for the switchback. It worked for Parkhouse on the opening lap, but now he's going to spun down. I think that puts him in P10. Fastest lap from Stanley Thurston. I was about to say we went from 2 to 4 to 8. Then we had a train of 10 all the way down to Thurston. Now it's 9 with Eli Parkhouse spinning out, but he tried to stick it out all the way down the outside. Reynolds was coming down the inside. He tried to turn into a gap that the 77 was always going to be there on the inside, and maybe a bit of side pod to side pod was inevitable, and 9 times out of 10 they just bounce off each other and carry on racing. Unfortunately, on that occasion it saw Eli Parkhouse tipped into a spin, and what it did do as well is it allowed Castleman and Pede through. They went from 3rd to 4th to 1st and 2nd, and now Luca Pede just pushing away. And what you're going to see, particularly in this class, is a lot of drivers migrating to the inside line, because once you're using that slipstream, if you go out wide, you're going to have a train of karts coming down the inside. You'll go from 1st to 5th in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, you don't want to give up that position. And this has been great for Luca Pede. He's been wanting this, of course, to unfold from back there in 5th, waiting for a moment like that. And now he's in prime position because he's trying to go up the inside, and he takes the lead for the first time in this race. Luca Pede then with 3 minutes or so on the clock into the midsection of Whilton Mill there, taking the opportunity. Will Oliver Reynolds also look to take the opportunity opportunity here. Coming down the back straight. No, Luca Pede holds on and holds steady with Aidan Castleman now behind.
So Reynolds still made up a spot. He got past Castleman, moved himself up into that second place. The youngster in his first full season of karting. Not too far from here as well. This is probably his nearest championship track. But they've all slotted in. We've got that train of 6 down to Theo Azzopardi. There's a small gap back then to Briella Stevens, who runs in 7th, with Arthur Everington, Stanley Thurston 2.5 seconds back. There was Eli Parkhouse, and the problem he's got is, whilst we know he's got the pace to run at the front, he's not in a train of cars, and he's going to be working on his own to try and close this gap, and he needs a titanic battle to even throw him a bit of a lifeline with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Luca Pede then, our championship leader out there for Ambition Motorsport, also won the final at PF International last time out and has been very consistent in this Bambino class, really just sort of a cut above the rest in the first couple of rounds and looking to cement his dominance here. Look at the kind of semi-gap he's kind of building now into the final couple of corners, into the boot, into the pit bend, and sort of, I don't know if it maybe is something, had a good drive off the back straight there, but I know gaps are very minimal in a class like this with the equalised electrical batteries that are powering them along, but it's been good to get a bit of a gap there. Well, it's closed up a little bit more now as we come through the first couple of corners, through Crook and down towards Christmas Corner, and you've got all of these three vying for position with a minute to go. I mean, it could be anyone's round the outside there. Not too much grip, though, at the moment in this stage of proceedings and racing. Lots of marbles out there on the track walk this morning. Don't want to be getting out onto the dirty stuff, and Luca Pede very comfortable, I would say, maybe through those series of corners, maybe a little bit more unsettled now as the clock ticks down. Well,
Reynolds had the opportunity there to keep it round the outside, but obviously saw earlier on how that went for Eli Parkhouse and elected that on this occasion sticking it back in was the right idea. So he slots back into second place. As in the background, that's Theo Azzopardi having a quick look at the 18 of Jules Nash. Wasn't anywhere near far enough alongside on the run up to the boot to make that work. They'll cross the timing line with about 10 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go then in the first race of the day. Mighty Bambino, and it's Luca Pede from Oliver Reynolds and Aidan Castleman, Smith, Nash, Azzopardi, Stevens, Etherington, Thurston, and EJ Deere now up inside the top 10. Eli Parkhouse's first race, her disappointment compounded. He's now down into P11. Yeah, Thurston still setting the pace out there, easily sort of 3 or 4 tenths faster than our race leaders at the moment. Just shows you how much they're backing each other up here out the front, trying to jostle, find position for our podium places in this first superheat here for Mighty Bambino. How is Luca in his head now, thinking about this strategically? Does he know that Oliver Reynolds is obviously going to try and dive down the inside at one of the points here around the circuit? Is it going to be into the boot? Is there going to be opportunity in the pit bend section over the chicane there and over the curb that they don't want to get in too much curb of? Will they go out wide onto the start-finish straight? And you can see Oliver Reynolds really just sort of trying to skew left and right and find that opening as best as he can, but maybe biding his time because the next great opportunity will be coming across the start-finish line through the first couple of corners and down into Christmas Corner. Let's see how it all unfolds for the final lap here around Whilton Mill. Through goes Castleman, though, as Reynolds was very intent on following in the foot tracks of Luca Pede. And that's allowed Aidan Castleman through. Pede perfect, though, through the boot. The way he went in, he defended the line. Normally that sends you wide in the mid part of the corner, but he hit the brakes in the mid part. Was really, really slow through there, but it meant nobody could get a run as it's single file. They go down to Ashley for the final time. Very defensive was Luca Pede there into Ashby, up towards Wilkins and going down towards Ozies, who need to employ the same defensive driving as they are going through these couple of sections of corners. And also Castleman's going to need to be wary from behind. Oliver Reynolds doesn't try and throw it round the outside and then possibly have the inside line for our final couple of corners. But Castleman in control of second at the moment. Luca Pede very much in control of this race as well. Started 5th, wanted to get out there early today with the action. And Luca Pede for Ambition Motorsport is taking a look over his shoulder, knows he's got victory and is very happy about that. Takes victory in this first superheat of Mighty Bambino. And it was of course the early stages of that race, wasn't it, where we had Cummins together with a couple of our front runners and with Castleman and with obviously some of the other drivers that started out front.
and it allowed Luca Pede into that race, and he's taken the opportunity.
Tough day for Pede yesterday, but what we have seen this morning is that the cream generally tends to rise to the top, and Luca Pede in the first superheat of the day is on the top of the timing. So Pede with the victory from Castleman, Reynolds, Smith, Nash, the top 5, split by less than a second at the timing line. Theo Azzopardi, Briella Stevens, Arthur Everington, Stanley Thurston, 9, split by less than 2 seconds. If we could have a little bit more of that, please, throughout the rest of the day. I was signing up to that.
Eli Parkhouse, then, of course, who had that clash at the start of the race, managing to get into the top 10, but setting the fastest lap of the race, showing that he's got the pace out there in the rest of our superheats today. And there's your confirmation of our provisional results then, that David just took you through our top 10. Luca Pede be very happy with the 9 laps around Whilton Mill here, our podium of Castleman and Reynolds. In the S-Plate, Teddy Smith and Jules Nash in your top 5 then. We've got lots of chats going on already, lots of your comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. AFF Motorsport says, evening all, just before 6 p.m. here in Bathurst, down in Australia. Wow, great to have your support today. Kieran Denya also said, good luck Rory Hinkley in the senior Rotax later on. Dylan Tracy in senior 2. Briella Stevens as well, getting some support on the live chat. And go to Artin Ujla as well. Ethan Lloyd in the Intermax. Proud grandparents watching on today. Martin Lloyd. And AFF Motorsport saying good race there. Much the same of your thinking, David, that we kind of want a bit more action in terms of all of that closeness throughout that first one.
Certainly is. Now, behind scenes as we head down towards Parc Ferme for the first race of the day. The mighty Bambinos, helmet off for Oliver Reynolds there on the right-hand side. Luca Pede in the white helmet on the left side is just having a bit of a debrief with Aidan Castleman, the top 2 of them crossing the line less than a tenth of a second apart, with Castleman there in the RCE colours. Martin Lloyd in the live chat saying good luck to Ethan Lloyd and Intermax there, very proud grandparents, and rightly you should be, particularly because he comes into this as the reigning champion in micro. Won't be defending it because he's gone up into Inter, but a great season last year for Ethan Lloyd. He's carrying that form into this year as well.
Could see Castleman getting a fist bump there with a obviously fellow RCE team colleague in the paddock. And great to see all your support out there today on the chat. Keep that coming throughout the rest of this afternoon's action. Obviously through this morning's sessions we've got what have we got, about just going to count the amount of races. We've got 18 to 34, which would be 16 races this morning. Quick maths there off the back, and we're on to our next one here for junior Rotax. It's like GCSEs all over again. Ewan House starts on pole position for this one. Caught him yesterday in the paddock, feeling good on the paddock show. You'll see me talking to him as well later on in Coles Racing awning there. And of course then we got to Fletcher Jameson, Harrison Bishop, Charlie Very, Cooper Campbell Lees, JJ Plowman in 6th, James Tate in 7th, and then from then on it's James Tate, JJ Plowman, Dukes, Leighton Kelly, Amy Peacock, Jack Bowie, Jamie Richards, Sam Flynn, Benjamin Jones and Cameron Tipping down to P15. How are we going to get on for the rest of our drivers on the grid as they'll go racing here and across the line? Here we are then for our first junior Rotax Super Heat of the day, and it looks like Ewan House has had an incredible start there. Look at the gap he's got out of our first couple of sections. Someone going slow in the background, wondering who that was at the start, having some troubles getting their junior Rotax machine going. They slow up so much here at the start of the race into Christmas Corner, all trying to find their way. And the thing I didn't really notice about this circuit before going out the track walk, David, this morning was how just much camber and undulation there is around Whilton Mill.
Certainly is that run up to Christmas Corner, but even the right-hander at Inkerman's is slightly off camber. Slow-moving kart on the left-hand side further down the order. We'll pick that up at the end of the lap, but that is the 296 going slowly of Leon Canales. But at the end of the first lap, Ewan House, you can call it what it is, 1.5, 2 seconds, but what in reality is it's night and day. Ewan House is... well, they've left the stable door open, and away he goes as Laurie McVeigh and Fletcher Jameson battle. Jameson up the inside as they run up towards Christmas Corner. He's going to be, we've got Thomas Butcher out of the race down at Ashby.
Yeah, not too good fortunes there for Thomas Butcher, but unfortunately, hopefully we'll see him in the next Super if he gets a chance. You can see squabbles going on all over the place here. Cooper Campbell-Lees, you saw on the back of your screen there, battling with Harrison Bishop for Kiddix UK and JJ Plowman as well, up there in 6th position, all trying to find their way of where they believe they want to be in this first stage of the race. Caught Fletcher Jameson yesterday as well for a bit of a chat, finding this season positive at the moment, wanting to be up there with the likes of Laurie McVeigh at the moment. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch after Ewan House in this one now.
Fastest lap though by Fletcher Jameson, but only by 0.03 of a second. Good second lap for Charlie Vary. He goes 5th up into 3rd place in the ST racing car. It's down the inside, side by side, a little bit of contact into the rear quarter there. It slowed Amy Peacock. And 2 for 1 down the inside for the 241 of Sam Flynn.
Yeah, nice move there from Sam Flynn, and Jamie Richards just about did enough to hold on to his position in 9th place. He got all out of shape with the rear braking going into the last couple of corners you saw there on your screen. And of course, all our go-karts, there's no front brakes, it's all rear brakes. They're trying to control that oversteer that you might induce into the go-kart as much as possible and keeping it balanced as much as they would like. Out onto that curb, they don't want to be out there too much. You see how bumpy it is, let alone going around here at Whilton Mill circuit where they've got to contend with probably quite a soft suspension out there, but I don't want to run it too soft, as is the nature of this circuit, particularly as you come into Christmas Corner as well. And look at Jamie Richards getting challenged again. Sam Flynn trying to go up the inside, forces his way through. A lovely move there up into Inkermans and through that section of the track there.
That allowed Peacock through, and Toby Dukes, I think, has managed to find a way through as well on Jamie Richards. In fact, he hadn't, but he will do now. They'll run side by side. Oh, he's on the grass. He's squeezed to the left-hand side of the circuit, and Toby Dukes trims some daisies.
Yeah, and Jamie Richards getting a bit of action there from one of the Guy Cunnington racers behind. Also a Coles Racing kart there, possibly behind, getting in on the action as well. And coming then on to what is probably our 3rd or 4th lap now, I believe. And with 4.5 minutes and a lap on the clock, they trying to find their way into Christmas Corner, where you see a lot of the action here at Whilton Mill. Great overtaking opportunity. Aston Brown was at the front of your screen there, privateer, alongside the likes of Noah Stamp Clark and also Harley King for the JDR team here at Whilton Mill this weekend.
Good move then by Aston Brown. He gains a place, should put him in around about P17, although wouldn't like to put any money on that, because at one point they were around about 4 wide coming out of the final corner and up and over the timing line. At the front though, the gap is starting to come down lap on lap. 0.3 of a second faster was Fletcher Jameson than Ewan House on the previous lap. We said earlier on that it was night and day. Well, Jameson he's turned the light on. The gap is down to under a second. He's going to really start benefiting on the straights very shortly from a little bit of slipstream from Ewan House. I thought it was home and dry by the second corner for House, but Jameson has got other ideas. He won a heat yesterday. Can he win the first super heat of the day in Junior Rotax this morning? Yeah, we talk a lot about in karting, don't we, David? How are you going to set up the kart maybe to come towards you later in the race through tyre pressures, through the way that you approach the setup of the kart, particularly with the conditions which are much colder than yesterday, the Saturday, much warmer, a lot more track temperature out there yesterday. So maybe Fletcher Jameson's kart was brought in a little bit more, and that is a 4/10 gain almost on Ewan House as we have 3 minutes on the clock up front plus 1 lap. You're seeing on your screen right now JJ Plowman at the back of your picture there, up in 6th position at the moment, chasing after James Tate, Cooper Campbell-Lees, but having to hold off going after Laurie McVeigh, having to hold off Tate, Cooper Campbell-Lees and Sam Flynn behind, down to 9th position. Yeah, they've got a bit of a gap back to Flynn as Cooper Campbell-Lees is the last one in this train. There he is in the, what looks like a new helmet for Cooper Campbell-Lees, yellow, white and blue for the driver of the 212. 2 leaders will be nose to tail as they come up and over the timing line. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Yeah, Harrison Bishop was at the front of that pack that you saw. But now let's focus on our front two. Look at this gap. There's no 1.5 seconds between them anymore. Fletcher Jameson, he's going to pop into the inside, up into Christmas Corner. A textbook move there here at Whilton Mill. Late on the brakes and making sure that stuck on the inside of Ewan House. Fletcher Jameson wanting to claim his mantle here in this junior Rotax class. Ewan House has kind of not had it his own way in the first couple of rounds in the Kart Championship in Sunderland, also at PF International in Lincolnshire.
here. But now Fletcher Jameson wants to lay his claim here around the 1200 metres of Whilton Mill and put good all of the good performances he's had so far. Just mean not quite up in the lead for a couple of them, particularly into the finals of this. A minute and a half on the clock there, and you can see now though there is a big gap between the front two, at least. Charlie Very at least 2.9 seconds, and again a day and age between our front two runners here. How's it going to conclude around Whilton Mill?
Well, it was another fastest lap by Fletcher Jameson until JJ Plowman took that mark away from him, but Jameson with a gap, even though they came out the final corner of nearly 0.4 of a second, Ewenhouse needs to find something. He's got to stay within a few kart lengths and hope that Jameson's tyres fall off in the last couple of laps. I know it's only a fairly short superheat in the grand scheme of things, but as Jake said, you're set up for the start of the race, the end of the race, and by that could be half a PSI, a full PSI of tyre pressure. But if it's aiming for the end of the race, which generally you will if you're qualifying towards the front, you want a kart that's good at the end. If you're qualifying towards the back, you want a kart that's good at the start of the race to try and get through some of the field to then effectively just try and hang on to everybody else and pick up the pieces. But 0.3 of a second was the gap when they came over the timing line. Plowman has indeed moved up now to P5. Laurie McVeigh drops down into P6 on that previous lap, moves inside the top 10 as well. For everybody up from 11th. Can't see who's dropped down, but I think we've had a retirement from somebody down at the bottom end. And it was Butcher, but I think could well have been Charlie Quine.
Charlie Quine, yeah.
Has gone. Oliver Hutchins has gone. 26 runners remaining, and they're going to cross the timing line. I think they could just about trigger this as the last lap. It could be tight.
It's
2 to go in Junior Max Superheat A versus B.
And for Jameson, who finished up in P6 in round 2, this is a brilliant upgrade for him right now, holding off Ewan House and keeping that gap pretty honest there, as Ewan's tyres falling off here. Nicole's racing behind, as you were talking about. Has he taken too much out of those tyres in the first stages of this race? Because Fletcher Jameson is starting to look pretty comfortable, I would say, out front in the lead there, jumping on board into this group with Charlie Very. Look at the gap between third and our first and second places. Charlie Very out of the front.
Well, in the middle of this battle is Laurie McVeigh as he goes down the inside of JJ Plowman. So he's made up a place. What he might not know yet is that at the end of the race, he's going to pick up a 5-second penalty. So he needs to just keep pushing forwards, because at the minute he's going to fall behind, I think, Amy Peacock, but might have enough then to stay in front of Leighton Kelly and Cameron Tipping, because they're more than 5 seconds outside of the top 10. So at the worst, he's going to drop down to P10. Here's Laurie McVeigh. Another one that's fallen foul is Jamie Ritchie's, and I get the feeling that might have been for his coming together earlier on with Toby Jukes, where Jukes got that swift introduction to the green stuff.
Defensive manoeuvres, let's just say here in the commentary box. And let's see how that all unfolds then with our provisional results. But here we go then, the final couple of corners for Fletcher Jameson. It's been a solid performance since he got past Ewan House and is taking the checkered flag here for our first junior Rotax Superheat of the day. Jameson followed by Ewan House, and then to a 4.8 second gap back to third in Charlie Very, as was the pace out front and the way that they were working together at the end. Harrison Bishop, Laurie McVeigh, as you said, will drop down because of those penalties. JJ Plowman, James Tate as well, who's a PFI champ at their club championships. A great talent in this field right throughout, all over from the UK. Cooper Campbell-Lee's down in 8th. Sam Flynn in 9th for the Cadet team. And Amy Peacock is your top 10 rounding off things there. So altogether, great racing out front again. Nice scraps in the mid-pack as well. We sort of had a sort of group of two really leading out at the front, with Very leading the way of that and has held on for the ST Racing team. And talking of Charlie Quine, I was actually catching up in the ST Racing morning yesterday for the Paddock show with Dad, talking about the links to the Isle of Man and coming here and competing in more in TKC, and disappointing that he was down there out of this one, but hopefully can bounce back for the second Super Heat.
Yeah, it's a long way when you don't quite get the look that you feel that you deserve for Charlie Quine. The same for JJ Plowman as well, another driver that makes his way over from the Isle of Man. But a strong Superheat 1 for some of what you'd expect to be our midfield runners, and had trouble-free runs. Cam Tipping goes 18th to 12th. Aston Brown 21st to 13th, so some good points for them. The big mover for me, though, Shea Hilton. He went off the back row in P29, comes home P15, effectively overtakes half the field to Shea Hilton. So a good run for the 263. So as Jameson, House and Vary have their debrief down there in Parc Ferme, there's no time to breathe, particularly for Junior Rotax, as we go to the second of our 2 superheats. This time it is C versus D in Junior Rotax. So we've seen half the field, now we're going to see the other half of the field, and it's a field that had some big stories coming out of yesterday, particularly for our championship leader. So we'll bring you that in a moment as we head to Junior Rotax Superheat 1 for C versus D. This is going to be a surprise to both of us. Is it going to be Honda or is it going to be Junior Rotax? I think it's going to be Junior Rotax.
We think it's going to be Junior Rotax.
So let's talk about Junior Rotax. And if we get that rumble of Honda rather than the buzz of Rotax,
we'll know.
We'll just seamlessly, as if nobody even notices at all, just transition into Honda.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Yeah, for Junior Rotax into our second superheat for C versus D. Yeah, we've been hearing obviously some of our Junior Rotax runners of Zach Turner, particularly trying to find his way cemented up at the front of the field, but has been finding some time of it with certain things going out on track there and trying to stay within the confines of the rules and keep the stewards happy and all this. Let's see where Zach Turner will find himself in this one and find his way. He's currently on row 7. Let's start on pole though. Rapini, Adam Churchak, Arthur Murphy, Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Great to see her up in 4th place and really taking the next step here at Whilton Mill. Jackson Lane and Ellis Dealey down to P6. Row 4 will have Noah Moulton on the front of it alongside Maximilian Braskov, Elijah Hazelwood, Zach Jennings, Kevin Ivanov and Larry Price down towards row 6. And Teddy Cooper in row 7. Zach Turner, there he is in P14, will be looking to find his way through the field. Was at PF Club Championship last weekend and had a similar situation trying to find his way through the grid. We'll have it all to do here at Whilton Mill as well. Toby Farthing, Noah Clare, Pierce Whitehead and Ronnie Smart down to row 9, followed by Elijah Hartley, Hugh Hobson, Alfie Forrester, Jasper Oakes, Lewis Gilbert and Samuel Eden down to P24. Jake Anders, Esme, Rosie, Thomas Welsford and Ashay Nagura. Now watch out for Ashay at the back here at this Junior Rotax heat, because I saw a familiar F2 face yesterday in the paddock giving some driver coaching to Ashay. Zach O'Sullivan was here, and I'm hearing that Ashay, this is their first foray into British karting and trying to get a bit of a feel for how these circuits are across the UK before they then dive into the British Kart Championships from the next round. So Zach O'Sullivan being passing on some wisdom here in the awnings yesterday. Tried to catch him in the paddock show, but as you'll see, my failed attempts yesterday didn't come good. But it was great to see, drivers from those kind of levels coming back to support grassroots and all of these drivers at such an incredible championship as well.
Certainly is. Let's talk about the two main things from yesterday. We'll start with the good. Arthur Murphy moves up from Junior Primo and goes straight towards the front of the Junior Rotax grid. Now let's talk about the bad. We had Zach Turner and Teddy Cooper both win a heat yesterday. Also, both get disqualified from a heat for not obeying officials. That was for infringements at the restart after a slow board. Hence why you'll find them well down the order, 13th and 14th respectively, the two drivers that you would expect to be challenging at the front. The important thing is they've got to have a clean opening few laps as the field fragments and then pick them off. They can easily do top 5 for me for both of those drivers. They've both got the talent, they've both got the ability. Ryan Rapini has decided that he wants to go through the chicane. We don't do that on the rolling up lap. No harm done though as they head towards the tram lines for the start of the race. Keep an eye on the lights. And it's a false start at the first time of asking. We'll go again. And I will lower the heart rate a little bit and we'll have a reset
and the tone
we'll
of
try
voice.
And do it again. Yes.
Yeah. Ryan Rapini there, I reckon that was probably why maybe the stewards want everyone going straight. If Dan Ashton is our race director, he is a stickler for these kinds of things, and so there should be, of course, the safety and standards and all of these things are very important here at Whilton Mill, but of course right throughout the Kart Championship. But as we've got some time to mention it, I was catching up with Rapini yesterday and is hoping that he can take advantage of some of the drivers you were mentioning there, out of position that he's normally batting with out at the front. And yeah, Zach Turner was in C finals and B finals through the repêchages, as you might also know them at the Club Championship at PF last weekend, and found himself in similar positions trying to find his way out to the front. He did find his way to the front of the C finals and get towards the A finals towards the end of the day, but in the Kart Championship here, doesn't really want to be doing it again around a circuit like this, which is hotly contested in the midfield, as we've seen in the last Junior Rotax heat.
Yeah, for me, based on current form, or at least before that Trent Valley Kart Club, Zach Turner for me was, you know, on what is a stacked Junior Rotax grid, no matter where you go, is top 10 in the country for me at the moment, based on current form. Let's see whether he can do the same. Teddy Cooper as well, who we know from last year, who can be very, very strong. Into the tram lines we go then. Much slower this time, much tidier, much more to the liking of the race director, and we are away and racing. It's been a good start for the Kiddix duo at the front end of this field, as that's Zach Turner on the grass. Unfortunately, on the opening lap, he falls all the way down to P27. Does Zach Turner? Everybody else through up towards Christmas. Looks like it's been tidy as they head down towards Ashby.
Yeah, that's not the start that Zach Turner would have wanted, but I maybe expect to see him, if there's not a problem with his Coles racing machine, coming through the field. But you can see Rapini out front, looking to, as I said, make advantage and take advantage of what happened with the last couple of heats on the Saturday and cement his position here, and doesn't want to be going through straight this time. Actually does want to be taking the chicane, as is the way you go through. Oh, and who's that on our screen at the moment? Who's out of this one? That's the 2:14 of Lewis Gilbert for JWR. Second in Junior Primo also last year. Good move. And took a move from there.
That was Isabella Stansmore Wilson retaking 5th place, I think, from Noah Moulton. At the moment, though, it's a Kiddix 1-2-3 with Ryan Rapini, Arthur Murphy, and Adam Turacek leading from Jackson Lane. Lane there on the much taller of the two drivers, battling it out for 3rd place. Trying to find a way past Arthur Murphy. We've got side by side, that was Kevin Ivanov trying to make his move into the entrance of the boot, and he's going to get it done in the mid part of the corner somewhat robustly. Side pod to side pod then for Kevin Ivanov. I mean, he was always sort of drawing alongside in there. He knew what he wanted to do. The problem was that I think it was Ellis Dealey. I don't think he quite knew that Ivanov was going to be there on the inside for the switchback.
Look at this between Braskov and Moulton, and Ivanov as well, having a great scrap into Christmas corner. Braskov did get a bit of a tank slapper coming into the boot section and just about held onto it with a couple of drivers behind in this very racy start here in this second Junior Rotax heat. Who's that up the inside?
Ivanov
Nice
again
move.
with another move down the inside. This time he's certainly a driver that is going forward. Started in P11, now runs P7 for Kevin Ivanov. And in a move that you'd expect to have lost him a little bit of time, as down the inside goes one of the ex-kart racing. Looks like that could have been Elijah Hartley. Elijah Hazelwood, in fact. And Teddy Cooper swapping round. And they're now just in front of Larry Price. At the front, though, we've had a change round by the look of things. Adam Turacek now leading from Ryan Rapini. 2 laps ago he was in 3rd place, and now he leads in the 2.51.
Yeah, and we're thinking that Ryan Rapini was keeping out front there and was looking to build the gap, but maybe a mistake we saw off camera, or just great pace from Turacek. To be fair, great pace from Turacek, because he set the fastest lap of the race by a good quarter of a second. Oh, and we've got drivers off in the background here, particularly, I think, is that into the Ashby section there, the 246?
Alfie Forrester is one. He's the driver that rejoined first in the 279. And we'll pick out the next one, because when they come over the timing line in a minute, they'll be the one dropping like a stone down the order.
I think Ashay Nagura was involved in that, just think coming back onto track. So the one we were talking about with the driver coaching from Zach O'Sullivan this weekend, not looking to repeat that in the Ashby section, unfortunately, but let's see if they can regain some composure. And up on the inside there into the midsection, it's a nice move from Isabella Stansmore Wilson on Jackson Lane. So Isabella making some great progress and holding on here to her position.
Side by side though on the entrance to the boot. Lane tried to stick it out, didn't quite work out for him. I think it could well have been Esme Rosie involved with Alfie Forrester She's crossed the line 5.2 seconds behind the rest of the field, and that would have seen her join. She debuts here in the Kart Championship, particularly in Junior Rotax. It's a driver that we have seen in other classes previously, albeit not this season, so her first outing in the class this year for Esme Rosie. A troubled one so far, as she's down in 27th place after the trip onto the grass with Forrester. At the front though, Turacek and Rapini moving away from what is a very lonely, but I imagine content, Arthur Murphy in 3rd place. He had a tough couple of rounds in Junior Primo, as he found his feet, has made the decision to jump straight up as there was an opening into Junior Rotax, and do you know what? All credit to the lad, he is doing very, very well, currently runs P3.
Yeah, Turacek had an unfortunate round 2 finish. He finished down in P20 in PF International there around Lincolnshire, and here at Whilton Mill is going much better for him at the moment. And remember as well, privateer driver out there doing it out at the front and making sure that he holds on to a well-fought lead that he's earned for himself ahead of Rapini at the moment.
Stansmore, Wilson and Lane earlier were just a battle for 2. They've backed themselves into Cooper, Ivanov. Ellis Dealey, I think, now has drawn up onto the back of that. We've got a 5-car battle for 4th place with 2.5 minutes to go. You can keep an eye out on that in the background. I think Noah Moulton could well be there as well. Wouldn't surprise me if Brascott was on the back of it. There's the train of karts coming out, and there's 5 of them from Stansmore, Wilson, I think, down to Ellis Dealey.
Yeah, watch out for Teddy Cooper as well. Might be too much of a mission for Teddy Cooper to catch up almost 3.8 seconds up to Adam Turacek, but is setting the fastest lap of the race. Clear by around about 0.4 of a second at the moment is Teddy Cooper in P6 right now. So doing the business in the midfield, and here on your screen right now, Isabella Stansmore Wilson holding on to a strong 4th position with Jackson Lane. Up the inside though, is that just gone up there? Yes, into the midsection there, up the inside in Oziers and down the back straight into the bend. But here we go, look at those two though.
Getting shuffled back, Ivanov down the inside, then Ellis Dealey into the gap that was created as well, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson will come out of this, I think, in P7. She does. It was Cooper, Ivanov and Lane all down the inside. Talking about down the inside, there goes Ryan Rapini to retake the lead from Adam Turacek up to Christmas corner.
Yeah, Rapini being decisive there. Again, maybe the kart coming to him in the latter stages of this race. Rapini has been very ambitious and definitely on it throughout the first couple of rounds in the Kart Championship, batting up there with the likes of Zach Turner, with Jameson in some of those heats. Obviously Jameson in a different heat at the moment in those races though. Here's Kevin Ivanov of your screen coming just through here. Ivanov at the moment in 5th place. It's been a great race for Ivanov so far, and up the inside also a move there for Noah Moulton coming through. Noah Moulton on our Paddock show as well later in the lunch break, feeling pretty relaxed and calm around here at Whilton Mill.
In the background, keep an eye out on the red cart with the green helmet. That is Zach Turner. Started 14th, dropped to 27th, back to 14th now, which is his qualifying bird. Scrap that, he's up to 13th. He's got past Jack Jennings on the previous lap, and he is within touching distance, I think, of getting onto the back of this, because I think on this occasion, same as we had with the last one, that Rapini is going to get round in enough time. As down the inside, that's Ronnie Smart down the inside of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She has had a tough couple of laps here, having run P4.
Oh, and he's off.
I thought he was going in the tyres there. He's going to rejoin, albeit slowly. Everybody's done incredibly well to miss that as Ronnie Smart goes onto the grass.
And then comes in front of Zach Turner, who you were just talking about there. So all the way down, has found himself down probably where? Towards 12th place now, yeah. So 12th and 13th, fought between those two.
Yeah, Stansmore Wilson down the inside of Larry Price at Christmas corner. Moves back up into P8 for Isabella Stansmore Wilson, then defends down into Ashby. As Price elects to slot in, and there Turner is on the back as there's a look over the shoulder by Ronnie Smart. And see Zach Turner in that P13. In fact, no, he's found a way past the field. I think Turner's going to come out of this in P11 at the end of this lap. And very much a case of what could have been. Final lap then for Ryan Rapini as we stay with this train of 5. Stansmore Wilson back up, I think, into 7th or 8th place, as it's 8th as she crosses the line. Turner, I think, 12th or 13th. He is 12th. but within touching distance as they go up to Christmas.
Larry Price, Braskov, all over the back of Stansmore Wilson. Can they do anything up into Christmas corner? No, they can't. Stansmore Wilson stays where she is, and particularly had a bit of a tough time of it in the last few laps, but trying to keep Lina Stern in front. But easier front two then. Rapini has now got the gap back out towards the lead, almost half a second there. You can see now coming through the final couple of corners, and was very jubilant in the paddock yesterday with how things are looking here at Whilton Mill. He'll be happy with this one. Rapini takes victory here for this second superheat of junior Rotax. And who's going to take the positions behind? Who's going to take 6th, 7th, 8th? It's going to go to Ivanov, Lane, Moulton, and Stansmore Wilson comes home in 8th place, holding off the charge of Larry Price. But look at where Zach Turner finished, David.
Well, I'm just having a quick look as well of who's picked up what. Ivanov with a penalty, Larry Price with a 5-second penalty. So that's Ivanov out of 5th, Price out of 9th. Turner's going to inherit 8th, I think, potentially, unless he's picked up any front fairing issues on his charge back through the field. But Teddy Cooper, we knew that he was going to end up there inside the top 5. He goes 13th to 4th. Ivanov 11th to 5th, but gets a 5-second penalty for his troubles on that charge through. There's a late penalty as well for the 2-3-5 of Toby Farthing down in 20th place. Zach Turner, though, he went 14th to 27th, back up to 10th at the flag, and potentially even higher when post-race penalties are applied.
There's Rapini then on the weighbridge, making sure that everything checks out in scrutineering. Coming into Parc Fermé here at Whilton Mill. I kind of feel like it's nice Parc Fermé here at Whilton Mill. It's very sort of in certain stages, very clear and all pretty smooth sailing, hopefully, with everything out there. Arthur Murfitt, how impressed are you with Arthur in that one?
Well, not even just that one. So far, for me, Arthur Murfitt, who, as I mentioned earlier on, had quite a troubled run in Junior Primo, was involved in a fair few skirmishes. I don't think we can hide that. But got up into Junior Rotax this weekend, and so far, driver of the event this weekend for me is Arthur Murfitt, certainly in this class.
All right, let's get on to our next event here from Rotax, now to Honda Cadets. So, into our first superheat of the weekend here at Whilton Mill for our Honda Cadet runners. Junior Rotax grid, equally as packed out as Honda Cadets. Honda Cadets always very popular across the UK. And look out for that name there. Archie Cannon for the Apollo team was the vice champ in 2025 in TKC. A good round 1. He was P6 at the end of round 2, but looking to change things here as he comes to Whilton Mill. On pole for this first superheat. Freddie Drury down to Sawyer Henderson, Oliver Ratton, Sebastian McCarthy there up into P5. Great performance from him. Joshua Bailey is down to row 3. Henry Colborne, Jensen Culler, Alistair Saunders, Ben Bowers, Phoebe Shelton and James Murfitt down into P12. As you see our drivers coming out behind your screen there of the grid, you're seeing Reggie Jafisi, Finn Hollis, Jensen Drummond, Ralph Ryder Birch, Keen Delaney and Archie Edgar down to P18. Alfie Keeling, Jensen Favers, Oliver Bullock, Tommy Burgoyne, Maximilian Mikowski and Austin Dow in P24. Mikowski hopefully would have better fortune today. Looked pretty emotional with how things went yesterday, so hopefully he can climb up through the grid. Jacob Jones, Luke Hamill and Edward Charlton down to P27. So our Honda Cadet grid, very competitive. Look out for Cannon in this one. Also look out for Luca Bicocchi as well, who's been doing some great things across other championships away here from the Kart Championship. And I've got to take the lighter side of things here, but Henry Colborne posted on his social media of certain races that he might have been involved in recently. Almost had like hovercraft rubber around his go-kart, as if to say, I don't want to attract any of the action. I don't want to bring other drivers into things. I want to get through my race and not have clashes with anyone. Please, can it remain that way? So Henry Colborne will looking to stay clear out of this one. I thought it was quite funny.
So 2 rolling up laps here for Honda, which is strange.
I thought
we'd have just done the 1 and then got gridded up, but they're having 2 to roll round. So, story of the season so far. And
That'll be why.
The 84 of Phoebe Shelton, stationary on the infield on the run down the back straight towards the boot. So, Shelton out before we've even started, unfortunately, for a driver that should have started. A very respectable P11. Story of the season so far then, Bocky won round 1, Loveridge won the final at round 2, but it's Archie Cannon who comes into this on sheer consistency with a 14-point championship lead, and he will take the number 5 machine to pole position for this first super heat in Honda Cadet.
And Freddie Drury with the novice plates here, up in P2. I mean, not to be sniffed at, really.
No,
you know,
it's
the achievement of that.
Apollo 1-2 then for this first super heat. And Drury has always been a sort of really good driver at sort of club level, came through doing a fair bit at Tattershall at their club meetings, has now gone on to race nationally, hence why he's on a novice plate. He's far from a novice driver, but as soon as you get your Motorsport UK licence, you compete under that novice plate for a certain number of races. So what we found, particularly when Honda went from effectively an independent class to a Motorsport UK class about 2 or 3 years ago, everybody was a novice plate. They'd all raced for 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not a novice.
They probably had 250 races under their belt, but because they'd got their licence for the first time, everybody races under the same parameters. We've got a bit of a rejig further down the order, and we've got a driver with their hand up that suggests that they think they're either in the wrong place or he's just having a straight... No, he definitely thinks he's in the wrong place.
Or, it's me, I'm going to win.
Yeah, look at him. Desperate for some TV time. Best way to get TV time, bright pink helmet, bright pink gloves, wave your hands around a lot. So that's on the odd side of the grid. So we're looking for about P13.
Probably maybe Finn Hollis?
For potentially...
they're going round again.
They're going to send them around again. Oh, that's the fastest Drew Hornsey's moved in a long time.
Trying to find a way to the back of the grid once again. Our driver's going around for another formation lap then. And it's fair to say, David, this is unusual, but of course, because we had Phoebe Shelton towards the back of the grid there, unfortunately not getting round. We're looking to make a bit of headway then in our second super heat of the day for Honda Cadets around Whilton Mill. Good chance to maybe look at some of your comments on the live chat. Good luck to Jensen, says Nick Fathers, for Jensen Fathers, particularly in the, I think it was in the previous class, so good to see support there. Also got loads of support from the Amoses as well. Scott Monks on the live chat. Also, we've got Anna Blakemore as well, looking to cheer on Riley Blakemore in their respective class today as well. And oh no, yes, Jensen Fathers. I completely, it's down in P19. Good luck for Jensen Fathers from Nick on the live chat.
Red flag is being waved. That is because what we're going to do is we're going to send them forward Noah's Ark style. So that's your front row, 2, then your next 2, 2v2, all the way through. You get the gist, and they'll figure it out as they grid up. They're just making sure they're in the right order.
Still waving in the background there. We do believe is Finn Hollis, thinking, is something wrong, or I'm in the wrong spot? Can I talk to someone? And looking like he's obviously not too happy. We'll just see. I think it's this driver at the back.
No,
there,
he's going to come around here. Yeah, he's just currently, he's asking if he can speak to the manager. That cart is being pushed off to one side, and I'm trying to figure out, well, we don't know what the problem is.
So we can confirm this is James Murfitt.
Yes.
Down in P11 is good to start, and looks like he's not happy with how that car is.
No, well, the engine was going, but whether he's got some sort of a problem, I don't know. Or is he going? Well, the cart's getting pushed back. I think they'll push that down into the pit lane. If I'm honest, he's going into the marshal's post at 9. So James Murfitt, not there. Yeah, we're definitely in the right order now because we've not. We've got Murfitt on that right-hand side.
So Ralph Ryder Birch will have a nice gap in front of him to make the most of, down in P13, and hopefully try and gain off of the start here for this Honda Cadet first super heat. And look at our marshals and race officials down there trying to find their way, and they are kind of figuring out, because when you do have drivers popping out of the grid like this, like the likes of Phoebe Shelton and obviously now with James Murfitt, I can understand it can get a bit confusing.
Particularly on your standings. On your rolling, you just sort of, okay, well, that cart's there. I should leave a gap, but that rear bumper looks really interesting and just toe right up onto the back of it. So, but looks like everybody is in place now. Keep an eye out on the green flag at the back to make sure that we're happy to go racing. And we are.
All right, here we go. Getting ready then for this Honda Cadet superheat and making sure that everyone looks to the lights. And we are away here at Whilton Mill. It's a great start from pole position for Archie Cannon for Apollo and his teammate Freddie Drury close behind as well. Sawyer Henderson for MJR in P3, leading through the first couple of corners, through Oblivion, through Crook and into Christmas for the very first time.
Field is through nicely, 2 and 3 wide, but everybody facing in the right direction. Further down the order, the top 5 or 6 are single file, with the exception of Sawyer Henderson, who slides the 27 down the inside of Freddie Drury. Has he made it stick? Yes, he has, is the answer. He's up into second place. Drury down into third. Drury down into fourth. Here comes Oliver Ratton through as well. He's down the inside. Joshua Bailey and Sebastian McCarthy looking to go with them, as there's an early contact warning for the 75, the hovercraft of Henry Colborne.
Yes, Joshua Bailey also up the inside of Oliver Ratton into P4 there, I think, into the pit bend. So all change on this first lap, and let's confirm your running order. Yes, Cannon follows Henderson, Ratton, Drury, Bailey, McCarthy, Bowers, Jensen Collett down to P8, Henry Colborne in the top 10 in P9, and Alistair Saunders rounding off your top 10 at the moment. And through the first, obviously, couple of sections, and it's so banked up that first sector of the track, Inkermans and down into Ashby. It really takes you by surprise if you haven't driven around Whilton Mill here a lot, but a lot of our runners have plenty of experience here. Lots of them have been testing here at Whilton Mill, as well as PF International for our first couple of rounds, and now Archie Cannon looking to maybe settle into this race. Doesn't have his teammate behind him now in Freddie Drury. He's got a new challenge of Sawyer Henderson for MJR, so it's going to be no working together in terms of teammates, but can they look over the shoulder and give the hand signals to maybe try and build a bit of a gap? Maybe these front three, Ratton, Henderson and Cannon, to break away from P4 of Drury behind, but he'll want to try and bring Drury along.
Well, we're about to find out what's going to happen here as Henderson immediately goes to the inside. It was either going to be Cannon stays on the racing line, Henderson pushes him, and then Cannon knows he doesn't have to defend until maybe the last 2 laps or so. Sawyer Henderson, though, has decided that the benefit here is to be at the front and try and dictate this race. But that overtake has sort of backed them up ever so slightly towards Ratton Drury. There's a gap back then to Joshua Bailey, and what was Sebastian McCarthy until the previous lap. He's falling back slightly as Ben Bowers is up into 6th place. McCarthy behind is under pressure from Jensen Kula into the boot as well for 7th and 8th. We'll keep an eye out on where they come out in the background.
Oh, good shot.
As they bounce up and over the curb on the entry into the boot.
Yeah, love seeing that very close action and just giving you some of the degree of how our drivers are finding their way around this circuit and what they're dealing with. Getting a bit out wide there was our third place man of Oliver Ratton. Is Drury going to be all over that and capitalise it? Enough space for him to work through. Thankfully, for Ratton's case, there isn't enough space for Drury. And look at Ben Bowes, you were saying, up into P6, setting the fastest lap of the race by a good 0.3 of a second. Up the inside, though, there is Joshua Bailey trying to take aim on Freddie Drury. Has he made it stick?
He's done 2, he's done Drury, he's done Ratton as well.
Ooh.
Ratton straight back at him, though, Joshua Bailey, with a great move. He sort of overtook Freddie Drury on purpose and then overtook Oliver Ratton by accident, really. He carried all the speed on the line through. Ratton comes back at him, though, and retakes the place at the front, though. And they haven't lost a lot of time, to be fair to them, as we go all the way down to Alistair Saunders in P10.
Yeah, there was a bit of a battle there between a couple of our drivers coming off the end of the pit bend. But look how close our front 2, 3, 4, 5 runners are. Henderson, Cannon, is there any moves and posturing into Christmas? No, there isn't. They all think much better of it. And this group completely line astern, so close, competitive here at the Kart Championship. Such an impressive grid of talent out there this weekend. And Henderson, with about 4 minutes and 1 lap on the clock then, is trying to cement a bit of control into this race, but they are all so close together. Nothing to choose between them, 10ths of a second, and the biggest gap back then is probably down to around about P6, P7, back to McCarthy, coming through pit bend, coming through the boot as well.
Yeah, Colborne's moved up on this lap from 8th into 6th and right up onto the back. Drury in 7th, McCarthy then down into 8th, he was 6th. But they're all going to run nose to tail, and at the moment, with the exception, I think Bailey's coming through down the inside, and Ben Bowers is going to try and find his way through as well.
Bailey
yeah, nice move there by Joshua Bailey. I think Ben Bowers was hoping to get through, but you can see at the front, though, at least for the top two, as there goes Colborne down the inside of Bowers, and Bowers is going to run out of space on the outside. They're working together. They're not in the same team, but they've got the same common goal. And that is, let's battle over first and second rather than first and sixth. And they're going to try and work together for at least a lap or two and try and break away from Joshua Bailey, who, as impressive as he has been in his first year of the national campaign, is still on the more inexperienced end as Ben Bowers and Freddie Drury go side by side. Well, that gives Sebastian McCarthy a run out of pit bend. No, it won't, but now we certainly have a train of 4 clear at the front.
Yeah, that was a brave move there into pit bend and trying to make the most of that inside curb. As much as respect as you'll give it and as much respect it will give back to you going up on the inside. But yeah, talking of teammates, Drury and Cannon way far apart now. Henderson out front for MJR Racing. His teammate Oliver Ratton down in 4th place. So they're almost stuck in a little bit of a team sandwich here. Are Sawyer Henderson and Ratton, and they've got Cannon and Bailey for company. Bailey has been looking racy out there, if I do say so myself, keeping on the back of these two. And it's almost like you've got Bailey and Ratton working together just about in the last couple of laps, who are now just starting to form up though to this group of 4 with 1:43 on the clock. Henderson has a look over his shoulder, as you would understandably, to see where Cannon is, and I don't think he really needs to look over his shoulder because he knows he's absolutely right behind him on his tail. Bailey getting out a bit wide there onto the exit curb.
But there's a number 1 at the start, and that means somebody goes defensive or somebody goes on the attack. It was Henderson defensive, but he wasn't defensive enough, and through goes Archie Cannon to retake the lead, and Joshua Bailey does like a move into Ashby, but it's going to be Henderson late on the brakes. Cannon's going to get squeezed out wide as Joshua Bailey, we talked about inexperience, but youthful exuberance is coming, and Bailey is going to lead into Ozias.
That was an incredible passage of a few corners. Amazing driving from Joshua Bailey there, who I was saying was finding his feet in the last lap. Oh, he's definitely landed now, landed into 1st place. Can he work together with maybe Cannon or the others behind, of course, of Sawyer Henderson in P2 now, and Ratton. So Henderson and Bailey maybe now trying to break away and try and find their spot, getting out wide there. Bowers trying to not catch too much of a ride with the number 55 there, or on the outside, or 56 rather, of Sebastian McCarthy. And 23 seconds on the clock then. Looks like we're going to get at least, of course, 1 more lap around this Whilton Mill circuit. And that all came out in the wash there eventually, but people still finding their feet. Cannon trying to find his way up into P3.
Yeah, he came from a mile back. That was never going to work, but I think he was sort of hoping to catch the peripheral vision of Henderson, and Henderson would jump out of the way, but hasn't lost a lot of time. Colborne has worked his way up into 4th place. It was a tough opening lap as he went down to 9th, but he's give himself half a chance here. Look over the shoulder from Joshua Bailey as they head on to the final lap. He's going to have to defend up to Christmas, but it's going to be the switchbacks that he needs to be careful of. He's going to hug that white line on the inside and then pop out slightly. Henderson, Cannon, Colborne, Ratton, Bowers, Drury, Colour. And that's your top 8, and they are all nose to tail. Just under 1.5 seconds between them all, and Joshua Bailey is looking to hang on with half a lap to go.
Super defensive, Josh Bailey. They're making the 1 defensive move, and also pretty much the same there as we come into the infield. But there's a challenge there for Cannon up the inside. So Cannon into 2nd. Does Cannon have time to get back to the front and reinstate his pole position ahead of Joshua Bailey? He's running out of corners to do it. Will he find a way up into the pit bend, into the chicane here? Look at Bowers as well behind, battling up through the field into B6. And it's going to be a victory though for Joshua Bailey, opportunist in that part of the race, up from 6th on the grid, 5 places gained. An incredible pace out there being shown from Joshua Bailey for the Project 1 Racing awning, which will be very happy that they're fighting alongside the likes of Apollo and MJR in that one. So it finished Bailey, Cannon, Henderson, Ratton, Henry Colborne as well. We were talking about him during the race, weren't we, David? Up to 5th position. Ben Bowers did pretty well as well. Up to P6, yeah, up 4 places from 10th on the grid. Not so good for Freddie Drury, though, who found his way down in P7. Did set the fastest lap of the race whilst doing it, but won't be happy starting from P2. And then down to Saunders, Colour and McCarthy for your top 10.
Yeah, big moves outside that top 10. Luke Hamill, who was very surprised to see him well down the order, goes 26 to 12 in that one, but can't take anything away from Joshua Bailey. On the overtakes alone, he really did deserve that one. That one earlier on where he made the good move down the inside and then, as I say, accidentally overtook Oliver Ratton. But there is Joshua Bailey. And what I'd like is the bottom half of his helmet's missing, because behind that is a massive smile, and rightly so, for Joshua Bailey as he takes his first superheat win in the Kart Championship. And for me, a driver that I know he's got a few more seasons ahead of him. He is on the younger end of the scale. Gets a fist bumped with Archie Cannon as they very much, they'll race hard on track, but there's some respect.
Great
and there,
respect, yeah.
he's celebrating. That's his mum Katie on the right-hand side, and a few of his fellow competitors as well. I think that's Ethan Pearson that he's talking to, a fellow Honda Cadet runner, but Joshua Bailey there with his first superheat win in the Kart Championship, and an incredibly well-deserved one. Superb performance for the South Yorkshire man.
All right, that's the end of our first superheats in the Honda Cadets. Let's get on to a very feisty and racy, I'm sure, Junior Primo. And I say that for Junior Primo, and that's because Junior Primo is that category for some of our drivers before they go into the power of Rotax straight away and into the deep end, to give them a bit of time to settle into the junior classes, up from, of course, the cadets, which is a big jump. But Casper McAllister will start on pole for this one, who wasn't so fortunate at PF in the club championship there last weekend, but looking to be at the top of the field here for the Kart Championship. Jude Pifoot for the X-Kart team. Liam Dooling, you've seen him taking victories in our Junior Primo class. Bertie Hodgson, Zane Perry and Morgan Cooney down to row 3. Layla Berryman, been very unfortunate, had a lot of bad luck in the first couple of rounds this season. We're looking to make her way up from the 4th row of the grid. Toby Wortley, Harry Meyer Waldron, Odysseus Hole in P10, looking to bring her Greek luck to Whilton Mill here. And Jackson Heath, Lucas Esser down to P12. Aaron Berridge, Jacob Kent, Ashton Bailey, Ruben Jenkins, Shay Laird and Elliot Dimelo down in P18. Alfie Skit, Oscar Delenick, Jack Wykes, Rebecca Reestall, Riley Linnell, Jacob Underhill down in P24, not where he wants to be in this class at the moment, leading the way. Harby Everett, good to see her back in the paddock as well, Wilton Mill this weekend. Jerry Tafisi, Lily Cantillon, Archie Thoman, Evans, Hakeem Bart and Jack Smith down to P30. Followed by Cora Moore, Luke Shadeen and Logan Nixon and Jake Richardson finishing off the grid in P34. And Odysseus Hole, said she, obviously I mean he coming from Greece. Apologies, trying to keep up with all these names.
Jacob Underhill with plenty of work to do. Comes into this as effectively the runaway championship leader. 31 points the gap after the opening 2 rounds, but finds himself well down the order as round, I think, is that Jake Richardson, potentially was at the 18 going round. Yes, it was. And one driver that I went to see pre-race meeting was Aaron Berridge, who won the final at PF, but then came in 0.4 of a kilo underweight. The question I asked him was, have you had a big breakfast? Just to make sure.
Had a big something.
Yeah, we've had another driver round in the background as the drivers just get used to the grip. Obviously, Jake mentioned a much warmer day yesterday and the drivers would have had a much better feel for the grip this morning. The track a lot colder and overcast. And the tarmac, it holds temperature, that's the thing. So overnight, it's always going to be cool in the morning. So hopefully we can get this going at the first time of asking, but drivers do need to get into position.
And let's watch out for Jackson Heath as well. He's P2 in the championship at the moment, down in P12. So Underhill and Heath got a lot of work to do to get towards the front of the grid and match where they are in the table. Are we going racing for Junior Primo? We certainly are. We're away for this first superheat and we launch into turn 1. That's a hold of the lead there from Jude Pifoot, who looked like he did momentarily lose his place on the grid, but it's back to P2.
Oh, no. 4 off on the outside. I'd say 3 or 4, about half the field, actually. We've got 8 drivers or so off on the right-hand side. They'll all fall to the tail end. We'll pick them up at the end of the first lap, but it's Casper McAllister leading from Jude Pifoot and Liam Dooling. Looks like it was a good start from Aaron Berridge. He started P13, but looks like he's already up inside the top 10. Liam Dooling, who inherited that win at PF, having finished second on track. So we've got 4 breaking away with Bertie Hodgson, and that is Layla Berryman for Cato Motorsport with the pink helmet in 5th place in front of Zane Perry for JDR.
Yeah, great start from Layla Berryman, up a couple of places then, and will be wanting to keep building, catch up to this front group here who have been breaking away. McAllister out front, and then Layla Berryman getting a little bit out wide with Zane Perry on the tail of her as well though. But here at the front, nice move up the inside there.
Liam Dooling retaking 3rd place, which he'd lost to Bertie Hodgson. Moves himself back up into that 3rd. Now them two need to calm down because, as you can see, the two in front aren't really battling, and that's because at the moment Casper McAllister has got a little bit too much for Jude Pifoot.
Yeah, he's been going out front trying to set the pace here, and we
waved yellow.
Come on,
there'll be no overtaking until they get past that green flag there, and that is why it's one of the Project 1 runners who is off on the outside of the boot.
Yeah, that was...
Could it be Jack White?
I'm pretty sure it might be Jack White, yeah. And Layla Berryman got more company here then on the inside going down into Christmas Corner. Aaron Berridge was challenging her. Let's see how that possibly came out. But meanwhile, you've got your top 4 here batting out. Hodgson, Dooling, Pifoot and McAllister at the front of the field. And Berridge looked like he went up the inside for Berryman into P6.
There's quite the battle going on there in the background from around about Berryman in 6th, which we now think could well be Berridge. Yes, it is. In fact, there you see the 22 up into 6th place. If he gets towards the top 5, I'm going to take some credit for that, but I won't tell you until after the race.
You're calling it now?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you after the race because I don't want to, A, give him the commentator's curse, or B, make myself look silly.
I'm not sure if I've had that yet in the first rounds of the Kart Championship, and I'd like to keep it that way. Look at the challenge here for Jude Pifoot up into Christmas Corner, and looks like our 3rd place of Liam Dooley is going to try and take advantage of that, although Bertie Hodgson tries to then counter-attack back, and we've stayed as we are. Of course, Jude Pifoot, though, up into 1st place. So 2nd and 3rd, although swapping there. Cancel that. Hodgson has gone up into P3, ahead of Liam Dooling now, and there's going to be a bit of yo-yoing, I imagine, between our top 4.
Certainly will be. With that, they've spread out a little bit once again. Pifoot just seems to have a little bit more under him now. In the first couple of laps, it was McAllister who got those tyres switched on. Here's the battle I saw in the background that you could just about pick up behind Zane Perry, but it's behind them. It's Berridge, then that's Berryman, Toby Wortley, Morgan Cooney, Lucas Esser, and it goes deeper than that as well. Shay Laird, Jackson Heath, Odious Hole is on the back of that, as is Ashton Bailey. There's a gap back then to Jacob Underhill, who has come through the field to currently sit P15.
Yeah, Underhill in P15, and we said keep an eye out for Jackson Heath as well. Hopefully we're looking to make some progress in this race to resemble his 2nd position in this championship at the moment. Unfortunately, made no progress up from P12 right now, so we'll be trying to push on and see if he can find a way past Shay Laird, Lucas Esser, Morgan Cooney and Toby Wortley and Layla Berryman, possibly up to P7. Fastest out of the race, Jacob Underhill, though, is setting that, showing that he has got the speed and agility out there with his junior Primo car underneath him. Jude Pifoot, by the way, out in the lead at the moment, fastest lap of the race right now, a couple of attempts quicker than Casper McAllister behind him in P2. First year in a class for Jude for the X-Kart team. I think taking the first couple of rounds to try and find his feet, and well, looks like it's going pretty well here at Whilton Mill up in P1 at the moment with 3.5 minutes and a lap on the clock.
So 3.5 minutes to go, and I've got some big news after this race as Toby Wortley picks up a mechanical flag. Stick around for the remaining 4 minutes, not just because of this race, but because of the news coming out of Junior Rotax post this race. But with 3 minutes to go, Pifoot leads from Casper McAllister, Bertie Hodgson, Liam Dooley, and then this battle behind, which Aaron Berridge has cleared. Layla Berryman, Toby Wortley is there in the background, but he's just picked up a mechanical flag. And the left side of his rear bumper is the reason why it's dragging on the floor. It's come out of its fixing, and he will be out of this race. He'll drop out of P8. That's Morgan Cooney up on the back of him, under pressure from Intermax graduate Luca Esser.
Yeah, unfortunate. We'll have to peel off into the pits as soon as hopefully he's noticed the warning as he come across the start-finish line. But great to see Layla Berryman here holding her own in this part of the field. In the first couple of rounds, I remember at the first round in Warden Law was in sort of 3rd, 4th, batting up there, and had some racing incidents coming together with a couple of her competitors in this junior Primo field, and now looking to, well, have that kind of other part of her racecraft in there, holding firm into position, being able to defend and being able to keep in the place that she wants to be, even though there's lots of pressure she might be soaking up from behind. So it's great to see that progress personally in her racing so far this season. In the Kart Championship, you can see on our screen there Harriet Myatt-Waldron coming through Christmas Corner with Ruben Jenkins on the back of him at the moment. But these are your front three, and you can see Jude Pifoot has pulled a nice gap here from Casper McAllister and Bertie Hodgson down into third place as we come through towards Pit Bend and the boots for this time around.
Nearly a second clear now. I think Jude Pifoot at the end of this lap. It's out to 9/10 of a second. McAllister is going to be occupied by Bertie Hodgson. Liam Dooling's not quite there at this phase in the race, but just this one overtake and he's back in the mix here. He wants Hodgson to send it down the inside and slow them by around about half a second. Zane Perry, and there, that could be the move. Look how much, and they're straight up onto the back of them. He's easily gained 2 or 3 kart lengths as Liam Dooling, as Mystic David starts to predict this junior Primo opening superheat.
Bertie Hodgson as well, whilst there is some sidekicks going on there on this Kart Championship grid. Bertie Hodgson was signalling to go further on to try and catch Jude, but I think they've got a big tall order to try and get after Jude Pifoot with more than a second and a quarter's gap ahead out the front of this field. We're probably going to have a couple more laps to go here around Whilton Mill. Casper McAllister, it looks like the race has fallen away from him slightly for Hunter Motorsport, down in P3 at the moment and started on pole position for this one. We're looking to try and see, well, I think he's got a lot of company to deal with from Liam Doolin behind before he even thinks about trying to get in front of Hodgson. But Hodgson, one mistake round this circuit, any track in the Kart Championship with the talent in this field, and you will be punished.
Pifoot has been so far clear that even in the junior Rotax races, they were sort of crossing the line with 2 or 3 seconds to go. Pifoot's down the road that he's crossed it with 7 seconds to go. So overall race pace, because he's not had to battle, not had to defend pretty much since he got into the lead in the first couple of laps, meant that he is so far down the road that he can just drive, be consistent, set the fastest lap of the race, so on, and currently has that gap now of 1.4 seconds, leaving Hodgson, McAllister and Dooling to scrap it out for second to 4.
I mean, it's not quite the first round race that we saw from Jacob Underhill, who took a 6.5 second win at Warden Law, but it's certainly giving you that impression here, as is the gap between Hodgson, between Pifoot and McAllister and Dooling trying to chase after then. And we're going to come round this section of the track in the third sector for the final time. And David, you can take over because I'm about to sneeze.
Seamless as Jude Pifoot crosses the line, 1.6 seconds in front of Hodgson, McAllister and Dooling. In the background, Zane Perry is under pressure now from Aaron Berridge. So Perry hasn't been able to maintain the race pace. Here is Aaron Berridge up onto the back of him. He'll go wide, try and get the switch back as they run down towards Ashby for the final time. Don't think Berridge is going to be close enough at this corner at least. One more real opportunity for him as they head towards the boot, which is where you'll find Jude Pifoot, Bertie Hodgson, Casper McAllister and Liam Dooling as they head up towards that end of the circuit for the final time. Berridge and Perry side by side. Berridge is going to be on the inside. Berridge will not back out here, I can assure you, as he goes side by side with Zane Perry. Up to the line though, he's not put a foot wrong. Jude Pifoot wins the first superheat of the day in Junior Primo from Hodgson, McAllister, Dooling and Aaron Berridge. I told you he could get a P5. Aaron Berridge does get a P5 in front of Zane Perry, Lucas Esther, Layla Berryman, Morgan Cooney and Jackson Heath to complete your top 10. The conversation I had pre-race meeting with Aaron Berridge.
Yeah, come on, here we go.
We had the wrong setup yesterday. We've never been to Wilton. I don't think I can get up towards the front. I stood there, said to him, look, I said, if you've got that sort of defeatist attitude, there's absolutely no point in you going out. Sort your head out. It's a different day. Go racing. He goes from P13 to P5 for Aaron Berridge.
So you are taking credit.
Well, I am now. Now he's got his P5. If he'd have finished P8, I'd have said, look, just go and enjoy yourself.
I understand that, yeah. It's the bias there. But look, you've obviously instilled some words of wisdom into him because it's worked. He's out there up in P5, and as you said, had a great PF round last time out.
My voice clearly ringing through his head throughout the first race for Junior Primo. What I did mention mid-race...
Yes, Junior Rotax.
Was
the Honda Cadets before Junior Rotax.
It was the big race, big news coming out of Junior Rotax before we move on to the next race, which will be Inter, is that Isaac Jameson, race winner in Junior Rotax Superheat C versus D, not only removed from the standings but disqualified from the meeting for a after the checkered flag indiscretion. So that's not scrutineering, that's an on-track indiscretion. The stewards this weekend, and particularly across the country, and this is coming for all of our drivers, so get used to it, is they are really stamping down on crowding on circuits and contact after the checkered flag. So don't be surprised if a penalty comes your way for either of those. It's already fell foul for a few of our drivers, but Isaac Jameson will take no further part in the race day here at Whilton Mill.
And let's see how that moves on then into our interclass. So Intermax into the first superheat for this today, and you saw Logan Rolfe on our screen. I don't think he's here this weekend, either in Primo or Intermax because of racing in other championships, but someone who is Jensen Sale, who has been very much living up to his name at the front of the grid. Ethan Lloyd, Drew Davidson, Phillipson, Birmingham and Zach Andrew in P6. Finley Rhodes, Ethan Manzi, Finley Thompson, Rio Paniutu and Felix Sheldon Hayward and Hamish Gordon down to P12. Sam Fleming, Lewis Cacaldi, Logan Stanley Jones, Thomas Lader, Dexter Petty and Evan Meller down to P18. Freddie Blackshaw, Eli Owen, Aaron Rigg, Sam Dixon, Adam Bart and Jensen Skeff, who had a bit of a scare yesterday in the Saturday races down in P24, but he's okay today.
One driver missing will be Evan Meller. They've decided that they are effectively now done with Inter. They're going to go Junior Rotax when the opportunity arises. They're going to go away and do a little bit of testing. He's been running under a dispensation because he couldn't make the junior weight, but he's over the age limit effectively for Intermax, so he's sort of limited to where they can race. They've decided that now is the time to step away. They'll go, they'll race it, they'll test the junior and then come back when the time is right. So we wish them well and hope to see them back in the Kart Championship in due course. Into the tram lines we go, the lights extinguisher, and we are away and racing as Jensen Sale will lead Drew Davidson round Oblivion and Crook and up towards Christmas Corner for the first time.
Yeah, and Jensen Sale then cementing out front nice and early, move up the inside there, I believe from Logan Stanley Jones on the inside of Ethan Manzi. So into the top 10, into Christmas Corner. Nice move from Logan Stanley Jones. And making that great start count. And you were talking about that defeatist attitude maybe that Berridge had yesterday. I bumped into Jensen Sale's parents coming into the paddock for the very first time yesterday. Got here and he'd just finished one of the races. He was a bit disappointed down in sort of like P5. Wants to be up at the front as he is now. And it looked like he's put that to his one side, had that positive attitude and leading this race.
This is the mindset now of your drivers such as Jensen Sale, who is used to winning, that a P5 is a disappointment for a driver of Jensen Sale's calibre, and it's the same for your other drivers, particularly for Jensen Sale this weekend, knowing that both Logan Rolfe and Maximilian Eberhardt aren't here this weekend is an opportunity for him to make some massive points gains as down the inside goes Ethan Lloyd on Alfie Phillipson for 4th place.
Yeah, nice move into Christmas Corner, getting a bit of a challenge as well as Ethan's come through between others behind, and that dive up the inside from Finley Thompson on Felix Sheldon Hayward up into P6, but I think Ethan Manzi's also coming back at that group there on Finley Thompson. So lots of positions and movers on this particular lap finding their way in the infield section here of Whilton Mill and through our boot and pit bend chicane for the time round here at Whilton Mill.
So Jensen Sale leads them from Drew Davidson, Jay Birmingham, Ethan Lloyd, Alfie Phillipson. Then it's Felix Sheldon Hayward, Ethan Manzi, Sam Fleming, Finley Rhodes, Finley Thompson. Complete the top 10 in front of Zach Andrew, Logan Jones, Dexter Petty, and then Sam Dixon, Thomas Laidler. And that is Laidler down the inside of Sam Dixon in the bright yellow helmet. Laidler there with the Laidler with the bright orange helmet. He goes down the inside as in front. Dexter Petty takes a huge chunk of curb at Wilkins. The kart goes slightly sideways, but he does manage to hold on. He's trying to push Logan Jones for P12 round. Was that that's the 115 of Ethan Manzi, and I think it was self-inflicted.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was any problem.
I'd be really interested to see that again.
Yeah. Yeah, Ethan Manzi doing it all on his own, it seemed there, for his, I think, Cole's Racing machine and livery into the final sector there, and it looked like he almost, I don't know if he, so I know sometimes when you do go karting, you kind of get a leg caught on the steering axles and it can affect you. I'm not sure that maybe what is the case, but maybe we'll try and see what did happen there, or try and find out how his race ended up going that way particularly. But now Manzi is probably going to be dropping right down the order, maybe into sort of below the top 10, you'd expect, down into P13, P14. We'll see how all that comes out there, as you've got Logan Stanley Jones diving up the inside of Zach Andrew there into the third and final sector, into the boot, into the pit bend, and Ethan Lloyd setting the fastest lap of the race out there. The pace being set by our fourth place runner right now, a 48.8, which is a good 4/10 of a second quicker. Dive down the inside there from Ethan Lloyd, showing the pace that he has got. Was that on Jay Birmingham? Yes, up into P3, onto the podium. So Ethan Lloyd on a charge. The kart really coming towards him for his RCE team in this race.
I think we're going to get a look at that spin for the 115, and indeed it did.
No, he's lost it.
Dropped a wheel on the grass on the right-hand side, fully self-inflicted, unfortunately, for Ethan Manzi, and he is all the way down now in P23 as we rejoin at the front.
It looked like he just steered too much.
Just clipped.
But then it's actually got some grass.
Right rear on the grass, and just round he went. There'll be still a little bit overnight dew on the grass, and round went Ethan Manzi after a very strong opening few laps. Sale leads then. There goes Ethan Lloyd, although I'm not entirely sure Drew Davidson knew the move was coming and Lloyd had to back out of that one. But grandparents Lloyd will be very, very happy in the live chat as down the inside. And Drew Davidson does indeed know about Ethan Lloyd now. So Lloyd goes through them for second place with Davidson down into third. Then it's Birmingham and Phillipson behind. And now that's Alfie Phillipson, in fact, in front, I think, of Jay Birmingham now.
Yeah, Phillipson up to fourth then, and looking to progress in this race as well. A lot of their karts coming towards them in this stage of the race, but also look out for Birmingham coming back at Phillipson. He doesn't look like that one is done yet, although he's lost some time on the start-finish straight, getting a run out there. And all the while they get out to these curbs, it's not going to give him a good run. I say that, though, and Phillipson again, going up the inside, making some progress himself in this race on Drew Davison. So Drew Davison falling down the order here, and Phillipson making a charge. Ethan Lloyd making a charge with the fastest lap of the race here. Jensen Sale has got enough of a gap out front, you'd like to think at the moment, to hold on to where he is. But there is 2.5 minutes to go in this race, plus the one lap.
I'm going the other way. Mystic David's going to make a second prediction of the day, but I'm going to predict an Ethan Lloyd win here. The pace that he has had so far in this race, unless he comes under attack from behind and has to defend, I think he's got enough here, I think, to challenge Jensen Sale at the front. The gap is down once again. Another 1/10.5 by Ethan Lloyd, trying to eke into the back of Jensen Sale, but I'm going to make a prediction here. Let's find out whether it's a spoiler, but Ethan Lloyd is closing in on Jensen Sale at the front.
But Phillipson is also going with Ethan Lloyd here, and this could get very tasty towards the final few laps here at Whilton Mill, because Phillipson's closed right up on Ethan Lloyd. Maybe Ethan has used up a lot of his internal energy within him, lots of concentration to catch up to where he is right now in the kart and the tyres underneath him. But Phillipson is going with this one, coming through for Coles Racing and trying to keep up with Ethan Lloyd in the RCE team. Into the pit bend, over the curb they go, and adding a new dimension to this Whilton Mill track for the last couple of years, and some great overtaking opportunities into the final corner and onto the start-finish straight. There's plenty of curb being used and runoff out there into that part of the circuit. And look, it is Phillipson going to the inside, trying to make a challenge on Ethan Lloyd. Has he got enough room on the inside? No, Ethan Lloyd just about holds on in second place. And Phillipson, as I said, doesn't want this one done yet. He wants to be in on the act as well. And this, all the while, is helping Jensen Sale go away at the front, and could put your mystic predictions to one side.
It's gone. It's game over now for me. That's it done. You know, they battled it out over second when they could have been battling it out for the lead. Phillipson clearly felt he had more pace at the time than Ethan Lloyd, but the gap was half a second and it had come down from 7 tenths to 6 tenths to 5 tenths, and it's back out to 8 tenths now.
Yeah, and you can see Davidson trying to come back into the mix here, as well as Jay Birmingham trying to come to Phillipson. So Phillipson needs to make this stick now into Christmas Corner, but Ethan Lloyd shuts the door. Phillipson desperate almost to try and get in front because he can sense Davidson is coming behind and might throw a move on the inside here. Will Phillipson throw a move himself? Nothing doing there. No space to work a move. Is there something on the inside? Up into Osiers and into Oblivion. There nearly is, but Ethan Lloyd is just about holding on here by the skin of his teeth, and Jude Davidson is right on the tail now of Phillipson. Phillipson trying to find a way past Lloyd into the third and final sector, but Davidson and Jay Birmingham now are very much in the mix of this, and I think Sale is going to be very much, as I won't use this phrase for the first time this season, sailing away in the lead.
See, we can both make puns out of surnames.
Yeah, okay, oh yeah.
Phillipson has been knocking on that rear bumper of Ethan Lloyd throughout. Lloyd probably had a cart length there, maybe didn't need to defend quite as much again into the rear quarter of the 166, but I think that's because I think the way Ethan Lloyd is sort of driving this is get it stopped in the mid-corner, stop Phillipson getting the switchback by effectively just stopping the cart rotating. Phillipson now will have the inside and it's closed, but in the background they've backed themselves into Jay Birmingham, who is down the inside of Drew Davidson, up towards the boot for the final time. As on the inside line goes Ethan Lloyd. He needs to get on the brakes in the background, but at the front, Jensen Sale, what's he doing?
He's taking the lead and he's sailing away into victory here for Intermax in this first superheat. It's quite dangerous putting us together, David, you know, so with all these puns.
I'll put the ball on the tee, you knock it off.
Oh, absolutely. I'll send it for a hole-in-one. Sale, Lloyd, Phillipson coming through there. A great podium, trying to find his way up into second place. But let's say great defensive driving from Ethan Lloyd in second edge. He said knew where to place his cart, knew when to brake at all of those corners there, and being pretty much on the edge of how much you can defend, but it was good defensive driving to hold on to that second place.
Certainly was. He fell down the order early on, did Ethan Lloyd, and then came back through and genuinely felt that he had the pace to challenge Jensen Sale. Phillipson with the fastest lap on the in the latter stages of the race, and that was 3 tenths quicker, in fact, than what Sale did for his best lap. But then again, Sale didn't really need to push, did he? He had the gap and didn't need to overdo it. As you can see on the right hand side there, the gentleman, what he's doing is he's just checking the front fairings, make sure that it's not been pushed in. So we've mentioned it before, all of these carts have effectively a nose that protrudes about an inch further forward than what it used to do, and then if they apply too much pressure through contact to a cart in front, or sometimes unluckily if they go into a barrier, it pushes the nose in and it's a 5-second penalty as an automatic non-appealable penalty.
Yeah,
for
there's
our
no getting
drivers.
away from it, is there?
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go from Intermax Superheat 1 there into our first dual grid of the day of Micro, Cadets and Mighties. So, Micromax up with our Mighty Cadet runners. You'll be following them round both together, 2 grids together, and of course we will start with our Micromax grid. Will Hatton on pole alongside Freddie Baker. Milo Taylor up in P3. Great to see Milo up there with a great performance. Oakley Howlett, Jensen Darley can also like to see up in the front 6 in many of the rounds so far, down to P6 as well for Benjamin Finley. We've also got Munro Wilcox, Jensen Drummond, Anthony Ray down in P10, Lani Eden down in P11, Max Armitt in P12. Seth State Mackey down to P13. And the front of your Mighty grid, Ansel Murray, Harry Stinson, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye and Jax Wong. Junior Wright, Arthur Thompson, Henry Hales, Jacob Amos in that part of their grid, Jaden Bond and Elliot Hitch. And Arthur Barr, Frank Pearson, Hadley Jarvis and Emily Christie down in P28, but obviously to the front, to the rear rather, of the Mighty grids. Just checking our running order is as we thought, and I think some of the grids there we were telling you about might have been in slightly different positions. So our Micromax runners, Milo Taylor is actually at the front, Jensen Darlow is in second, and Munro Wilcox is in third.
That's going to be a false start every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Yeah, as their classification was, because they didn't all come out in the right order. So our timing screen is picking them up completely differently because they're not in their grid positions. Hence why you've seen the false start here. That all makes sense now.
It does. And well, we should have 12 of them, and that doesn't look like 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, but it didn't look like 12 out there at the time being. So they already know it's a false start, so they don't have to. But as you can see, certainly if you're picking up live timing, which if you want to effectively create a virtual pit wall, you can. If you want to find the live timing, results.alphatiming.co.uk/BKC/live, all of our mighty cadets are now picking up on timing, which massive thank you to Mr. Mighty himself, Mr. Stinson, for making some developments. As getting into position late, that will not go down well.
Oh,
I can assure you. False start, but that's why. Yeah. And that will. And
that's Max Armit there, wasn't it? I believe.
I think that's Freddie Baker going
Freddie
all the way
Baker?
around
Freddie
the
Baker,
outside in the 92 to retake his position.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll take a dim light on that. I reckon everybody's told sort of you're in position by a certain point. We go to certain tracks, you know where that certain point is. We came from Fullbet, you've got to be in position by Bobby Game Corner. At PF, you go to somewhere like Fullbet, you've got to be in position by Marshall Post 5. Everybody sort of knows where this is, and if you're not, then that's a problem. Again, not for us to, we talk about what we see on the screen, and if we don't bring it up, we'll get pulled up for it, and if we do bring it up, someone will complain about it. We talk about what's on screen. It's what we're here for. We're not here to sort of automatically apply penalties on behalf of stuff, but it's what we are here for. If it happens on the screen, we will talk about it.
Some support for Jacob Amos in this mighty cadet field. Quite a lot, actually. We've got Jack T Racing saying, let's go. Ryan Ford saying, let's go, Jacob. Also to Nikki P5K. Good luck, Jacob Amos.
Where is the
Hartley
Jacob
Racing.
Amos fan club located? Please let me know.
I think they're down in Essex.
Where the fan club is.
Essex way, I think the Amos family is.
You'll have a membership then.
I will. I'm well in it, but here we are, well into our Micromax race. Hopefully we're off. Yes, we are underway finally for our first Micromax heat of the day, and our dual grid of our mighty cadets going through. Freddie Baker looks like he has got off to a great start, finally finding his grid place at the front. It's almost like he didn't want to be bolstered. Oh, and round goes second place runner of Oakley.
We've got a few actually caught together, and they need very quickly separating because through comes the mighty cadets, and they'll be heading up towards that corner in around about 20 seconds time. I'm sure they will, but there was a few carts locked together. We'll pick up the order for Mighty, but that looks like it's been a good start, as expected by Ansel Murray from Harry Stinson. As they run up towards Christmas Corner, it is indeed a green flag up there now. They can go racing.
Stinson losing out.
Stinson's falling down the order. That was Heath Smith, I think, going down the inside as well to take third place away. And I think Stinson's going to come out in fourth because it's been a good start by Freddie Dye as well.
Yeah, Freddie Dye then right up there into probably third place at the moment. You can see Ansel getting fourth alongside. That's the 117 up the inside. Freddie Dye, yes, making another move, I believe, up into second place from third. So ahead of Stinson, cementing that. And yeah, you can see him on your screen, Ansel Murray, with this almost maybe half a second gap now, maybe slightly less, back to Freddie Dye. And coming across the start-finish line then for the first time officially are our mighty runners with our Micromaxes running around the field as well. Looks like Freddie Baker is still out at the top for the RCE team of a fastest lap of the race as well, setting his pace and speed out front.
That's a gap of
2.5 seconds. That would say why.
For Freddie Baker, it was obviously a tough opening lap for some of our Micromax runners, and particularly with Freddie Baker here, he wants a strong weekend as wide. That looks like, that's Henry Hales, I think, going very, very wide into Ashby. In micro, though, Baker wants a good weekend because Arthur Rhodes, the championship leader, and Sebastian Crawford aren't here this weekend. They're racing elsewhere. So Baker has an opportunity to take a huge chunk of points towards his Micromax Championship campaign.
Yeah, settling into this one then in the mighty grid is Ansel Murray, who has got so much experience in the mighty category. He's got that national championships to his name, and Stinson and Murray have had a great battle so far in this series. You can see we're on board with our Microaxes here, the number 28 on board. The 128, or no, it is 28. Munro Wilcox, getting confused between our numbers, between our mighty runners and Micromaxes, keeping it up with you there. And that's our 67 and Milo Taylor. Looks like on the inside of Anthony Ray into that part of the circuit there. Also making a move up the inside, recovering, is Oakley Howlett from the start of the race. So Oakley Howlett looked like he's jumped ahead of, what is it, Jensen Drummond, then gone right down to 10th place in this start.
For Oakley. There he is in the green in number 37. He just seems to be struggling for a little bit of pace, as all the way around the outside of him goes Jensen Drummond. Howlett, who started this race in 4th place, which was a great effort through the heats for a driver on his debut weekend this season in the Kart Championship in Intermax, in Micromax, has now fallen down to P10. So a strong day yesterday. Tough start to this one. I'm sure he'll come back. Still got 4.5 minutes to go.
Seth State Mackey, you can see on the front of this group, trying to hold off the charge from Munro, and a fast-charging Oakley Howlett trying to recover. Munro Wilcox has in fact gone up the inside of...
But he's took Jensen Drummond with him past Seth State Mackey, so Mackey will go 7th down to 9th. Drummond with 2 places gained on that lap. Picked off Howlett earlier on at Christmas, and then finds a way past Seth State Mackey with a bit of assistance actually from Munro Wilcox, and they'll try and work together as Howlett comes back down the inside. He's battling with the 26 of Jensen Darlow.
Well, and he's setting the pace right now, trying to find his way back up through the grid. A 52.94. No one into the 52s. First into the 52s at the moment with the... Well, Spacey did have on track there until now.
Yeah, he was one of the 2 drivers locked together on that opening lap, hence why the driver that is currently in 10th place is lighting up the timing.
Yeah, and coming through and now challenging for Seth State Mackey into P9, and he's done just that. Easy does it there into the back straight and into the boot section, and Jensen Darlow now with a bit of a gap in front of him to push into and make the most of maybe the gap and breathing room he's got behind as we come through the Crook and Oblivion sections. And it looked like there that Howlett had got ahead of Seth State Mackey, but they're scrapping down to Christmas Corner, and they're also bringing in the Sebastian Talbot into this one as well. Sebastian Talbot goes up on the inside of Seth State Mackey to the back of this pack in our Micromax field. How are we getting on in the Mighties as well? Ansel Murray still looks like he is holding out front pretty well, and this is our Micromax runners, the number 57 of Sebastian Talbot then, or 67 rather, 67 of Milo Taylor. So they're all very similar numbers. 167, 67, trying to pick them out. We're doing our best.
Back into Might E, Cadet, as that's the 167 and 157. Henry Hales and Elliot Hitch have swapped round. Hales was in 20th overall, which would have been 8th in class. Hitch now in front of Henry Hales. At the front of this class, Ansel Murray still clear, but Freddie Dye taking little chunks out of him lap on lap. The gap's down to 3/10. This is Micro, and that is, again, it's Jensen Darlow, but he's now, you said it at the start of the lap, he had a big gap in front of him. Well, he's reeled that in within a lap and a half, and he's starting to carve through, and that's Anthony Ray going backwards out of 6th place, trying to pick out where everybody is, but I can guarantee Darlow, who started the lap in 9th, is probably at least 7th, maybe 6th.
Yeah, I think he's trying to find his way up towards the line.
And will be. Nowhere to go for him, unfortunately, as Larney Eden and Jensen Drummond come together, and Darlow just had to pick a side, and unfortunately for him, just picked the wrong one. So
looked like he bottomed out slightly there as he was going around.
He went off the track on the outside. Again, just picked a side, thought he could go all the way around the outside and catch them both by surprise. As in front, the 2 very similar livery machines, but one's BFM and one's Jack's Motorsport. Jack's have gone more blue than green recently, but that's Drummond who finds a way past Larney Eden and Jensen Darlow does the same as well.
I don't know if I'm seeing this right. Jensen Drummond looks like he's running really low to the track. I don't know if that's just my eyes deceiving me. It looks a lot lower than some of our other runners particularly. But hopefully everything's fine with his car there. Here's our mighty runners. You can see on screen coming through the first couple of corners. Yeah, Henry Hales down to sort of the mid-pack of this group. You've got Elliot Hitch in front, and there's at least probably a 1.5 seconds gap between those two there for the midfield, about 6th and 7th in the mighty runners. But back to Microax, back to mighties.
That's Ansel Murray being hunted down by Dye, Smith and Stinson, and now they're starting to catch up onto the back of the Micromaxes. It's the 123 in front, that's Emily Christie, but Christie is a lap down, or at least will be shortly as the leaders come up towards the lap traffic. In third place, that's Heath Smith going for a flight over the curb, and that could allow Stinson through down the inside. As through goes all 4 of them, although it was Ansel Murray who had to effectively create the gap through the traffic, and that wouldn't have helped him maintain a huge amount of speed.
Yeah, Ansel Murray having to find his way through with Freddie Dye right and hot on the tail of. And of course, when we have dual grids like this, you bet that your competitors behind are going to try and take advantage of lap traffic maybe in the other classes for our micros and mighties, all electric powered, trying to push them around this 1,200 metre circuit here at Whilton Mill, through the boot and through the pit bend for this time around. And we're on to then our final lap for both of our classes, our final lap for our mighties here. And can Ansel Murray hold on to this first position with a new challenge this season of Freddie Dye behind him? Normally Stinson is right there behind, but Stinson in third at the moment, trying to hold off from Heath Smith down in P4, and he's doing just that.
We might just have to cut away, because into the boot and out of the boot comes your micro leader by a gap of over 7 seconds. Freddie Baker has made this one look easy. He takes the victory. Who's it going to be in second as they make a drag race to the line? It's going to be Benjamin Finley by 0.05 of a second from Max Armitt and Milo Taylor, Jensen Drummond, Jensen Darlow. Penalties, though, have been applied. 5 seconds for Freddie Baker. That'll be for at the start. This is your leaders in Mighty. Ansel Murray's going to go lights to flag in Mighty from Freddie Dye, Harry Stinson and Heath Smith. Smith with the fastest lap of the race on lap number 6 in the 118 machine. Jax 1, Junior Wright completed top 6. We'll run through the top, basically the order for all of them once Jake brings you a few penalties that have been applied throughout that race. Yeah,
so Milo Taylor then in 4th position in the Micromax will have a 5-second penalty, which will probably drop him down below Oakley Howlett and towards Lani Eden down to P8 on that grid. You've also got Freddie Baker, but thankfully built enough of a gap. Maybe he had that on his mind that he needed to build that gap.
For me, that was not being into position at the start, I think, for Freddie Baker. I think that's one of the easiest penalties that the stewards will have to apply throughout the day. There he is.
Knew he had the job to do.
Yeah, that is possibly the most nonchalant I've seen a driver.
Yeah, just one.
Pro race, he's just there, just sat on the wave bridge going, I've been here before.
Yeah. But I've got 5 seconds.
Yeah.
By 1 by 8.
Yeah, but do you know what? Sat there nonchalantly, and we joke that been here before, but one of the nicest kids in the paddock, as is the whole sort of Baker family. I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning, but it's great to have them back racing on a regular basis. Around about a year ago, they were having a little bit of a tough time of things. Great to see them back, great to see them at the front, and it's days like this and race meetings where Baker is, at this level of racing in micro, one of the best in the country.
All right, we'll go from our Micromax Mighty runners then back to our next and second Honda Cadet heat of the day. And back towards Honda Cadets then, here at Whilton Mill. Join us live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, as well as the Kart Championship. Myself, Jake Peach, and David Sullivan alongside you for today. If you've just switched on, thank you for tuning in for live coverage. You can get involved with the live chat as well with all of our classes and races today. But as you can see, our Honda Cadets coming out again. And here we go, our first taste of Luca Bicocchi then out on pole position for this one. Freddie Drury, Mason Becker also been in their paddock and awning this weekend and in good spirits. Oliver Ratton, Marcus Cooper, Joshua Bailey down in P6 for this one. Bradley Sutton, Jensen Culler, Finley Fursfield, Ben Bowers, Archie Loveridge and James Murphy down in P12. Seth Wright, Finn Hollis, Eric Grisbeck, Ralph Ryder Birch, Chris Doshi and Archie Edgar down in P18. Chris Doshi wanted to be a bit higher up than P17.
Qualied well yesterday.
But qualied well though, yeah. Wanted to make good pace off of that. Aubrey Harrington Evans, Jensen Fathers down to P20. Ethan Pearson, Tommy Burgoyne, Reggie Cook and Austin Dowell in P24 with a really cool livery. I think one of the best looking liveries in the paddock. Alfie Love and Luke Hamill down to Ada Wright in P27. And they'll come round to form the grid in front of our marshal there with the red flag, and Andy who gets things all in order on the dummy grid here to the right hand side of your screen when they'll pop out, and they'll go for another standing start here in Honda Cadets.
So just into the live chat, a lot of support coming in as we mentioned for Jacob Amis. So good morning to Alex Owen. He's watching from cloudy Kimbolton, but watching the Kart Championship, a long-time supporter of this championship. Six Treacle saying good luck to Ben. So I imagine that will be Ben Bowers. He goes off P10. Keep an eye out for the 12 again of Luke Hamill, who goes off the back row, but made up more than a handful of places in the first Honda Superheat. This one's A versus C. We've still got C versus B to go. So this will be the second time out for some of our drivers, the first time for some of our drivers. We've got one or two gaps towards the tail end of the field, and we're just going to shuffle the deck a little bit, make sure everybody gets into position.
You see Bocky, who's on pole in this one, in P3 in the championship at the moment. We'll want to make use of not having Archie Cannon in this field at the moment and try to see if he can get past it. But we've got Freddie Drury for company in this one.
All we've done really is replace Cannon at the front with Bocky. It's still an Apollo front row once again. And, you know, they're a new name really to national racing, particularly at cadet level. They've come out of seniors and focused now more on the cadet, and they've taken a chassis, created their own and had it homologated and worked extensively. They've got a good bank of drivers as well, and they are really taking to the fight to the more established teams of Project One and Ambition. I mean, and to be fair, so are MJR with Oliver Ratton and Sawyer Henderson. Another really sort of new name to Honda racing. Green is up at the back as drivers then will put their hands on the steering wheel once they get the 5-second board, and we await the lights to extinguish, and indeed they do, and we are away and racing. It's been a good start from Bocky off the pole position berth on the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side of the track. He leads Freddie Drury and Mason Becker as wide, and we've got a Project One runner, and having to take evasive action is one of the Tim Parrott Motorsport karts, and I believe that could well have been Ethan Pearson if I had to put some money on it, but whomever it is probably needs a new pair of underpants around about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, you can see there on the screen, I think that was our...
Eric Grisbeck.
Eric Grisbeck off screen there. So Eric pulling to one side, but incredible reactions there from, we do believe, Ethan Pearson down towards the back of the grid. And, you know, there's absolute fractions in this. But unfortunately, that is racing, but we've got some of the best talent here, not just in their own race for the tracks, but obviously to stay out of the way, stay safe, and that's the main thing we worry about and are concerned here with the Kart Championship. So good to see that come out in a good outcome.
So the top 5 on a bit of a breakaway. That goes down to Joshua Bailey. Bradley Sutton is up. I think it was Marcus Cooper in the 59 Project One machine who went round at Crook on the opening lap. This is your top 5, and again you can see nobody really wanting to overtake, but they're just going to then just keep pushing the gap out. They've got 1.5 seconds back to Bradley Sutton in the 53 machine. Jensen Cooler, Ben Bowers, Seth Wright, who's been increasingly impressive in that 99 machine, sort of came to the fore at PF, and you saw him battling inside the top 10. And let's all be honest, it wasn't a driver that you had on your top 10 bingo card at the start of the season, but he has sort of really improved, not only in his confidence, and I think that comes out of the fact as well, as down the inside goes Joshua Bailey for 4th place, takes advantage of Oliver Ratton getting backed up. But Seth Wright does a lot. He's got a junior autograss car as well, and you cannot be shy when you're driving one of those. And I think that's really brought him out of his shell, and he's realised, well, if I can do it on a loose surface, I can do it on tarmac, and we see him now running well in P9.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't really see this in other classes. I say that. Freddie Drury goes up the inside. Oh, gets caught.
Mason Becker and Luca Bicocci. Their wheels just touched, and a little bit of air for Mason Becker. He falls down the order, but he's still in this race, and that is the main thing.
Looks like it's all good.
So it wasn't Mason. Yeah, it was Mason Becker. Yeah, on the grass there, rejoins in third place. But again, who's that migrating towards the front?
Joshua
Bailey. He was inexperienced in Heat 1. Now he's got all the experience after that win, and he is up into second behind Freddie Drury. And do you know what? He's a driver. He just keeps out of trouble. Waits for things to happen, but reacts well to them, and just basically gets half an opportunity. Bang! I'll take it. Let's go. And I think you're going to see him now take this fight to Freddie Drury, and that's because Drury's gone wide.
He's almost giving him the place there.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's already said down the inside you go. I'm not going to defend it. I'll slot straight in. Let's lose a minimum amount of time. Joshua Bailey again leads in Honda, and well, I'm fairly sure his mum and dad are basically wishing this was the final and this was the last lap, because he's certainly proving his way. But do you know what? He started these in sixth. If he can pick up 2 wins, he's going to have a really good chance of a top 3 or 4 start for the final with points from these super heats, and he's got a really good opportunity as Joshua Bailey, 7th on points going into this race day. Yeah, in the championship at the moment, but making sure that people are looking at him as the front runner in this one. It looks like David's Mystic predictions are coming good and are very powerful out there on the Whilton Mill circuit this weekend. Freddie Drury, though, very much in this one, was living to fight another day, you'd think, on the last lap. And now, is he going to try and repeat up into the inside? No, thinks better of it. And, you know, given that this is a Honda Cadet grid, it's very competitive, and, you know, there's many mature heads on shoulders out there, but incredible racecraft and strategy from lots of our drivers out there. In some other classes, you might say, for one reason or another, maybe not so much. Well, we've come from a track at PF which we say is very slipstream heavy. You want to have drivers to work with. If you all work together, you're going to pull away. What you're finding here is that Whilton is not a slipstream heavy track. Even in that run-up, as down the inside goes Luca Bicocci, he's going to come back up, and that looks like it's Jensen Cooler as well. He's going to run side by side with Oliver Ratton. He gets the move done, and that could give Ben Bowers an opportunity. But as you say, they run up towards Christmas, and even the top 2 working together are not pulling that gap. And that's because by the time they get up there, you're going uphill now. And it's, you know, it just allows them to stay roughly within the slipstream, and they're drawing up onto the back of it. You can't break away at Whilton like you could at PF. I was going to say, like, the camera doesn't do that hill justice, unfortunately. Who's that? Coming into the pit lane. That's going to be a race, obviously, you'll want to put to the back of his mind. Privateer, though, very much up there. Was getting support in the chat earlier on, and hopefully can be back for the rest of the races, but a lot of work to do with those results. Back to the front here we are with Joshua Bailey, Freddie Drury, Mason Becker, and Luca Bicocchi, as you said, is coming back through. All line astern now. It's this group of 4, and then you're back to Jensen Colour, Ratton, Bowers, and Sutton behind. Bradley Sutton setting the fastest lap of the race at the moment with a 53.27, almost about a 10th and a half quicker than our front runner Joshua Bailey at the moment. But all to do to try and keep Freddie Drury behind. We've got 2 minutes and 20 plus 1 lap on the clock coming into Christmas corner there, and Joshua Bailey looks pretty controlled in that car. He's sticking his head in front and not wanting to look over his shoulder, get too distracted by what's happening behind, and you saw this kind of composure in the first heat as well. Yeah, I think he's fairly content that Freddie Drury was going to be compliant. The problem now is he's got Mason Becker behind, and that is going to be a very different kettle of fish. They're both running out of the Project 1 awning, as down the inside goes Luca Bicocci, and Freddie Drury's lost 2 in 2 corners there, unfortunately, for the 55. Still running well in P4. Going to be under pressure now from Oliver Ratton and Jensen Cooler. Fastest lap on the previous lap was Bradley Sutton. That goes the way of it. Well, it went to Oliver Ratton, and then Brad Sutton sets it again. So don't count him out in 7th place. There he is, looking a bit lonely between Jensen Cooler and Ben Bowers. Because now it's Project 1 duo in front of the 2 Apollo Karts duo. But I don't think Mason Becker's going to settle for 2nd place here. Still got enough time. We've still got 2 laps to go at the end of this one. So 2.5 laps. It's when Joshua Bailey goes defensive as to whether Mason Becker works with or pushes him away or just sends it down the inside. The problem with that is Luca Bicocci loves this move. Loves that move down the inside. Does require the other driver to be semi-compliant for Luca Bicocci. But that's 3 laps now in which he's made the same move and gone 4th to 5th, 5th to 4th, 4th to 3rd, and then 3rd to 2nd. Joshua Bailey probably needs to park the kart very much on the inside there on that right-hander into the boot, but Bicocci loves it, and he's got some pace in him right now, as Luca Bicocci has had to effectively get to the front twice in this race. Got up there at the start, went toe-to-toe with Mason Becker, just gone toe-to-toe with him again, and now Joshua Bailey has gone defensive and will move across to the inside.
Becker trying to have a look up the inside there. Didn't he have a little look out into Ozier's and down the back straight here? And I was going to say Becker has found his way pretty well to get back up into where he was with the clash earlier on. No. Sorry?
4 overtakes in 4 laps into the same corner
I see.
By Luca Bicocci. You thought we were playing cricket.
I thought
we'd
gone for a second there.
We're not at Lord's, we're at Whilton Mill, and Luca Bicocci makes his 4th overtake in 4 laps in the same corner.
Yeah, to the front as well, and trying to keep sticks with his teammate Archie Cannon in the other class, who's not in this one right now, and he's still, though, got Joshua Bailey for company. Mason Becker there still sitting in 3rd, and, well, I'd say sitting there pretty, doesn't want to be sitting there pretty, wants to get down and into this race and get as much grit and determination into these final few corners here in our final lap. Then Luca Bicocci has been very smart and playing out his strategy in this race. In the infield at the moment, it looks like Bicocci is building up a nice bit of a gap as we get towards Wilkins, and we'll come down towards Ozier's and towards the back straight, but he's got a lot of company in the 2 behind who are battling fiercely at the moment for their paying positions. But here we are then into the final couple of corners, and it's going to be victory for Bicocci ahead of Mason Becker, who finishes in P2. Freddie Drury, a strong podium again from him, strong race in P3. Joshua Bailey in P4. Jensen Culler, Seth Wright, Oliver Ratton, Bradley Sutton, Ben Bowers and James Murfitt in P10. But hold on a minute, let me come over to my right hand side, because this is where the penalties come into the mix as well. I've been keeping an eye on the action. There's a 5-second penalty for Marcus Cooper, who finished down in P12. We've also got one for Archie Loveridge in P11 as well. So both of them together will drop down the order. Tommy Burgoyne as well. Won't trouble things too much down in P17. James Murfitt, though, will drop out of the top 10 with a 5-second penalty. So a few movers, not at the top, but in the midfield. Important points on the table there.
Luca Bicocci takes the win. Mason Becker goes up into 2nd place on the final lap with a good move down the inside of Joshua Bailey into Ozier's. Bailey then didn't really have time to reset as Freddie Drury came down the inside into the next corner, and Bailey did really well to hold on not only to the kart but into 4th place as well, as he had a slight trip towards the grass on the outside at the boot. Bicocci then there takes the victory in the number 10 machine. Thumbs up in the background to Mason Becker, who joins him in the number 52 Project 1 machine. Freddie Drury then completes the top 3 and the trip to scrutineering.
Good respect. We like to see that on show. We saw that in the other parts of the paddock as well. But Bicocci, you can see fist bumping with Mason Becker there, and also Freddie Drury in the mix. Bicocci at the back of your shot there with the white helmet popping off there. There he is. Be very happy with that progress in that race. Always kind of the concentration headache that comes through after a race.
Doesn't look like he's even broken a sweat there, does it, for Luca Bicocci? But we head towards effectively the final class that we'll see this morning before we start seeing our classes for a second time. I know we've already seen Honda and Rotax, but for the first time today, we head to race number 26 of the weekend. It's Superheat 1 in Senior Rotax. A class that is always full of action. We've seen it throughout this season that senior Rotax, since the seniors joined this championship at the start of last season, we started with 10, then we got 15. Now we have a full grid of senior Rotaxers. Harrison Crowther will start on pole position. He's got Joshua Smith alongside him in the 15, Lewis Sumner and Melissa Adrian. New team for her this weekend. She joins Guy Cunnington Racing and is going well. She starts on the outside of the second row. Riley Bishop and George Cole are on row number 3. Row 4, Kai Newman and Drew Preisner, with Dejuan Bennett and John Brown completing your top 10, Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Jamie Perilli on row number 6. Benjamin Lee starts 13th, Rory Hinckley 14th, Jamie Kirkbride and Ross Tyler behind them, with Connor Tubby and Lewis Holt on row number 9. The top 20 completed by Sam Kelbrick and Max Sheldon Haywood, with Stephen Napier and Eddie King, Thomas Ambler and Oliver Lomax on row number 12. Dylan Tracy, Jack McGillicuddy, Zach Kane, Scott McDowell, Michael Ambler and Cassidy Southall complete your 30 runners in senior Rotax as they make their way round and up towards the boot.
Yeah, Rory
rolling up that.
Rory Hinckley, who is starting in P14 in this race, novice in this class for senior Rotax, had a great first result at Warden Law, up in sort of the top 5 areas, and right up there with the mix of the field of the likes of our other runners like Crowther and like Adrian, Melissa Adrian, top 10 in the first round. Be looking to see if they can get back up to where they want to be in this one. They go through the tram lines, and are we away and racing here at Whilton Mill? We are. Super defensive straight away from our pole sitter Harrison Crowther. Make sure he holds on to P1. All the while, though, using a bit of runoff to do that, coming into the next corner through the first 2. Is that change of position for Lewis Sumner? Yes, up the inside on Joshua Smith for P2. So it's Crowther, followed by Sumner and Joshua Smith up in the top 3. How's Melissa Adrian getting on out there?
Doing well, still holding on to P5. Cloud of dust in the background as the 71 of Scott McDowell went out onto the outside, as we've got moves towards the tail end of the top 10, as we've got drivers under investigation already. I imagine that's for tram lines, as off onto the grass goes Connor Tubby.
Yeah, Connor Tubby doesn't want to be on that part of the grass there. I think the grass cutting will be leaving to the Whilton Mill staff rather than the go-karts needing to do the work here this weekend. Dejuan Bennett under investigation down in P9 at the moment. Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Oliver Lomax as well. Down in P20 at the moment for Craft Motorsport. You'll see Oliver Lomax on the Paddock show. We caught up with him later on during the lunch break.
I'm going to go with tram lines on that one at the start. As down the inside goes Benjamin Lee. He's currently just outside the top 10. Went over the line in P13 on the previous lap. Looks like he's taken John Brown with him as well. Could both well have gone down the inside of Drew Preisner. We'll pick that up at the end of the lap. Elmore overtakes in the tail end of the top 10 as they come back at each other. That's the S plate of Stephen Napier finding his way through down the inside of the 12 of Rory Hinckley.
Yeah, John Brown in the earlier moves in the first sector were trying to sort of get out of a move, because one of the, obviously the person in front of him at the time, Benjamin Lee, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, was trying to get in front, clipped the front bumper slightly, but not to the point of the front fairing, thankfully, and can continue on in this race. Getting a bit out of shape there was the LN Kart chassis, and here on your screen right now, our number 40 being pushed to one side. Jamie Kirkbride being pushed aside, it looked like, by either Ross Tyler or John Brown in the mix there of the X-Kart. Lewis Holt maybe has got up into the mix there. This is Lewis Holt on your screen, the X-Kart.
Tyler went through originally in the Jack's Motorsport kart as Connor Tubby starts to come back through the field after that trip over the grass. He takes Max Sheldon Haywood with him through and down the inside. I think of Oliver Lomax in the 27th B19. The top 10 or so are sort of spread out now a little bit. It's fairly fragmented down the order. 5-second penalty coming in for Dejuan Bennett in the number 39 machine, currently in 10th place for Coles Racing. Has moved down the inside, comes this time from the number 22 of Max Sheldon Haywood. That was on Stephen Napier, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, for Stephen Napier then on the S plate, trying to make that count in this race. And here you join our runners down towards a number 67 67, Zach Kane towards the back there, one of our back running X-Karts, and Cassidy Salvor, unfortunately, looks like she's down the bottom of the order in this one as well. So mixture of fortunes for X-Kart in this race. Joshua Smith, Lewis Sumner up the front, also some X-Kart runners near the back as well trying to find their feet.
So Crowther with a gap of 0.7 of a second, as down the inside that is Elliot Dalton Ayres making a move on Dejuan Bennett for what will be the final place inside the top 10. Bennett now for Coles Racing in that all-red suit with the green helmet.
And Thomas Ambler just being given a mechanical flag, the number 35 out there. It wouldn't make much of a difference because he is right at the back of the grid, unfortunately.
Well, he's fallen all the way down the order on that last lap, hasn't he? Turned down to P30, so either he's nursing that home or he already knows what the problem is. Gap at the front is coming down ever so slightly. The gap is now 0.6. It's only a fraction, but we'll give Joshua Smith some hope that we're still with 4 minutes to go. He can still reel in Harrison Crowther at the front. Fastest lap, though, for a driver in third place. That's Lewis Sumner.
Yeah, Dejuan Bennett was getting a lot of company once again from Benjamin Lee for Hunter Motorsport up into Christmas Corner. I wonder if Dejuan Bennett knows the penalty that is coming his way at the moment. He's had a chance to look to the boards and knows what that will be in Parc Fermé in the results post-race, but I guess he's got to drive the race as best he can now, put that 5-second penalty behind him and try and maximise what is out there on the track at the moment. You see the Project One racing machine of Drew Preisner coming through to have George Cole. Yes, George Cole and Drew Preisner battling it away in this part of the lap with 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, getting all so close there between our two drivers on screen right now of our number 13 of Ross Tyler and I believe Stephen Napier behind in the Josh Brown, sorry, in the 95.
Good move down the inside there. Basically threaded it through a gap that was a cart and a millimetre wide for Ross Tyler. Moves himself up into P13.
Stewards busy this race. Dylan Tracy, our number 21, down in P22, privateer driver this weekend, under investigation by the stewards for maybe some of his batting between Michael Ambler and Zach Kane and Scott McDowell down towards that part of the grid.
Well, everybody down there on the previous lap either made up 2 places or lost 2 places, so everything's sort of coming together. Stephen Napier goes down the inside of John Brown for P14. Behind them, that's Lewis Holt in the number 20. Just joining on, he's currently 16th, but would quite like to take these two by surprise.
And Stephen Napier has been sort of batting, toing and throwing with this group in the midfield in the sort of 15th, 16th, 17th place. Harrison Crowther, our leaders, just come across the line. We've seen Dylan Tracy then.
Well, the under investigation has now become a mechanical flag, so
we'll see Dylan Tracy, unfortunately, peeling into the pits as well for this one. Alongside Thomas Ambler, getting out wide there was Dejuan Bennett out onto the runoff from Christmas Corner, and he's going to pay the price because up the inside goes Ross Tyler for P12, so furthering the wounds for Dejuan Bennett in this race, unfortunately, and will try and look to hold on to as many points as he can in the mid-pack. You're on board there. You can see Stephen Napier at the front of this group then for P14, 15, 16. Riley Bishop, fastest lap of the race right now, setting the pace out there by about sort of 0.5 of a second in his X-Kart. So Riley Bishop maybe looks like he's potentially starting to come back towards Lewis Sumner, Joshua Smith and Harrison Crowther out front. But Harrison Crowther's got about 8.5 gap at the moment. So plenty to work with there. Josh Brown, you can be seeing making some moves in the midfield and been having some battles. And Stephen Napier just had a contact warning there from race control. So he's got to be equally careful that he lets drivers like Stephen Napier pass fairly, according to the stewards, in this one at the moment. 30 seconds plus 1 lap on the clock, David, and it's looking like Harrison Crowther's in control of this one.
Certainly is. Smith reeled him in slightly. The gap was down to a little over 0.5 seconds in the mid part of the race, but now Joshua Smith's attentions will be drawn to those behind him. Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop with the fastest lap of the race so far on lap number 7. We start lap number 11, and there's a defensive line there from Joshua Smith. It's going to back both him in the KX driver development car the 2X Kart Joe behind him into Melissa Adrian in that 48 Guy Cunnington kart, and she's right up onto the back now of Riley Bishop. Took 2 or 3 kart lengths out of them in the space of 2 corners, with Joshua Smith now taking the defensive line. Harrison Crowther's just got to keep it on the island and facing forward, because the battle is for second place here as Smith gets it slowed down, stops them getting the run through the boot as they come up towards the timing line. Crowther will take us round for one more final lap here of the first senior Rotax Superheat.
Yeah, and chased along by Smith, by Sumner, by Bishop, by Melissa Adrian, who's dropped back a little bit there, and maintaining the move. On the inside there was Joshua Smith, maintaining, holding on to second, going nice and tight into Christmas corner. A little look up the inside with the teammates there. Riley Bishop trying to go up the inside of his teammate Lewis Sumner for third position, but they don't want to be doing too much of that. Melissa Adrian trying to go up the inside into Osiers there, but nothing doing, unfortunately, although is now trying to find a way round the outside as they come towards a final corner here. But you can see he's about to take victory here. Harrison Crowther in the Coles Racing outfit takes victory in Senior Rotax for our first Superheat, followed by Joshua Smith, Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop. Melissa Adrian, unfortunately, not jumping the gun ahead of Bishop in that one. Finishes for 5th, but great progress from Melissa Adrian, jumping into Guy Cunnington, as you said, this weekend, and it's looking like great progress already out there around Whilton Mill. Kai Newman doing well in P6, Jamie Perilli, George Cole as well, Drew Preisner, Elliot Dalton-Ayres is your top 10. We had a few more contact warnings during that one as well. Rory Hinkley, Ross Tyler, Josh Browner talked about, also got a contact warning. Ross Tyler and Rory Hinkley, you can see Ross Tyler in P11. Rory Hinkley, unfortunately, down towards P18 in that one, lost 4 positions in that race. So we will be seeing our senior Rotax drivers again a little bit later on for their second Superheat, the final race before our lunch break at about 1 o'clock or so. Watching us live on the Alpha Live YouTube stream. Thank you for all of your comments still coming in. Good luck to Rory Hinkley. Dylan Tracy said Kieran Denyer. Hopefully more luck for Rory in the second Superheat. Sumner Speed says, let's go Lewis. Turned out all right for him. P3 with a nice haul of points to take into the rest of the races. Also, come on Josh Smith says XRB. Come on Lewis says Kim Ford as well. Lots of support out there for our top 3, and equally, as you'd hope, great respect from our drivers here in the paddock. Well, considering that 2 of them are teammates as well, you'd like to think.
Yeah, I mean, the teammates on track to a point, and then, you know, they say there's no I in team, but there is an M and an E, isn't there? So
this is very true. I've not had that said in a while. I've had the I bit, but the M and the E is also very true. So
just getting weighed. They can roll on, and here they can get out the cart and stand next to it, which is it's way cooler than just sitting in the cart like normal. So that's why they all get out. Harrison Crowther, suit already down round his waist.
Strutting a bit, isn't he? Look, I've just won.
With a swagger, isn't he?
He doesn't mind us yet. That was easy pickings.
Is that Harrison Crowther or Conor McGregor?
I don't know if he may be cracking some of the similar phrases of McGregor's in the helmet, but he's pretty happy, relaxed at the moment, just debriefing with the Crowther contingent. Looking like everything's above board there. I mean, with a 3-second win in that race, whilst obviously Smith and Sumner did let that gap open whilst they were batting a little bit. It'd be nice to see how it unfolds in Senior Rotax once again. We go from Senior Rotax back to the Bambinos. So back to Mighty Bambinos, and we go round the grids and on to our second heat of the day then for Bambinos out there, and they start this time this way. Oliver Reynolds is on pole position. Eli Parkhouse will be wanting to try and hold on to his second place a little bit better than what happened in the first heat. Barella Stevens, great performance from her in the first super heat, and of course starts on the third place grid slot. Aidan Castleman, Luca Peed, Theo Azzopardi down in P6. Teddy Smith, EJ Dira, Arthur Everington, Max Tetlow, Jules Nash, who's down there in P11, wants to try and make more progress himself up towards the front of this Bambino field that he's been in the first couple of rounds. Jack Rossi Minot down in P12, been racing in Miami as we've talked about as well today. Stanley Thurston, Ayrton Ujla, George Miller, Jensen Paris, Emerson, Elia and Sadie Cartmill down to P18. Max West, Oscar Alatu, Jonah Curtis, Ray Furdy and Reggie Love sees off your mighty Bambino grid as we're waiting for them to come out and around once again. And our mighty Bambinos, particularly for the likes of Eli Parkhouse, down as well, having pretty good performance so far in rounds 1 and 2 in the super heats, a P3, P4 in the finals, and dreams of racing in GT3 one day. He was at our favourite circuit last time at PF International. I don't know how much he likes Whilton Mill, but particularly we wanting to try and make a little bit more success from the first race, and would show that maybe he's not a bigger fan as Whilton Mill as PF, given the last super heat.
No, it's just a bit unfortunate. I think in the opening race of the day, tried to stick it round the outside, didn't quite work out, but certainly has the pace. And we'll see if he can have a second heat that's a little bit more to the liking. Still very overcast here at Wilton, but looks at the moment that the clouds are high enough that we're not going to be on the receiving end of any precipitation.
Talk to me just briefly a little bit about Jack Rossi, because I know you were up in Rowra for the iArmy field, and he had a great battle out the front, didn't he, in the final couple of stages?
He is a really, really good driver, is Jack Rossi Minot. We'll start this race in the mid-pack, just around about Jules Nash, who we know is also a very good driver. He made his way forward in the previous heat, having won the opening round of the season. But the thing is, going from a normally aspirated engine to the electric engine, it's not like you're not just jumping in one. And I think if it was a senior driver, I think they'd transition a lot quicker. But obviously the younger drivers, it does take them a while. And you'll see drivers that start at sort of like 5 or 6 years old, they get to a point where they're sort of 13, and then they're really good drivers. You can start a driver at 11 and they'll still get to the same point that the driver at 13 is. They can just develop quicker because they can comprehend and understand quicker. But
they have less time to also develop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, not all isn't lost, but it's a completely different kart, and one that Jack Rossi Minot will sit in for the first time this weekend at the Kart Championship in the mighty Bambino. Green is up at the back. They'll get the 5-second board. Marshall will move to one side, points to the lights as they come on. And extinguish. We're away in racing. It's a good start from Oliver Reynolds off the pole position berth. Eli Parkhouse, though, is going to try and stick it out round the outside, round Oblivion, and we'll have the track position, I think, heading up towards Crook, but that's scrubbed off some speed. And from the second row, it looks like that's Aidan Castleman, but the draw was closed on Castleman, and it's allowed Oliver Reynolds to go all the way around the outside. Wouldn't like to guess who's going to come out of this one in second place, but it's one of the RCE karts, and I do get the feeling it could be Briella Stevens.
Yeah, Briella Stevens up there at the moment. I think Eli Parkhouse, though, has managed to hold on to second place.
And I think he's in third.
Is he third?
Yes, he has. He's in second
he's holding,
place.
He's holding on to second place, and then Oliver...
Reynolds leads then. It's Stevens in third, Castleman in fourth.
So, yeah, there's been a nice start for Briella Stevens holding on to her place. She did drop one and then went back up into P3 in those first couple of corners coming up to time.
But
look at this.
Parkhouse down the inside. Castleman's going to go over the curb. They're going to come together. Who's going to come through? Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith's on the inside. And Smith, who started this race in P7, was down in 8th, has taken full advantage of that. And Teddy Smith will lead then from Luca Peed, Oliver Reynolds, Theo Azzopardi, Briella Stevens, Aidan Castleman. And there was a fairly good chance there that Oliver Reynolds was just going to launch that curve.
It looked like...
and make contact quite heavily with Aidan Castleman. Luckily for them and for everybody else, that didn't happen. But Smith leads and starts immediately defending. And once again, it's Luca Peed rising towards the top. And he comes out in second place. Him and Smith taking full advantage of the... I don't even know what to call it at the final corner.
Yeah, so the racing positions of our drivers going into the final corner. Yeah, quite right, Luca Peed. And look, he's not wasting any time trying to go up the inside. And there you go, Luca Peed to the lead. Once again, Peed leads. There's another pun for you there that we have added to our list this weekend. And, well, if drivers are making good on those phrases, they're going to keep coming true, because Luca Peed is out front and now trying to establish a control in this race. But Teddy Smith, we know, has got plenty of experience behind him in that mighty Bambino machine, alongside Briella Stevens. Oliver Reynolds trying to chase up to our front three and try and regain some of those positions. Briella Stevens right in this mix, and great to see her up here in these top three paying positions, having a better time of it at the start of this race in the second Super Heat. Let's see what Briella Stevens can do ahead of Smith and ahead of Luca Pede.
Well, Stevens, who came out of racing Coma Bambino, which is no longer a Motorsport UK class, so the options were to go to Mighty or Mighty. They're the two. That was the one choice that you have now at Bambino level if you want to race at Motorsport UK. It's taken her a few rounds to sort of get used to the change in powertrain, but a real breakout weekend at the moment for Briella Stevens there in the sky blue and pink helmet in third place, although Oliver Reynolds is going to try and send the kart down the inside, and it's going to allow Eli Parkhouse to take advantage. So Reynolds is clearly rather racy in wanting to go forwards, but what we have found there is that if the move doesn't quite work out, then we'll lose a place or two. As further down the order, that was Stanley Thurston coming under pressure from the 21 of Arton Odula.
And you can see Teddy Smith trying to go up the inside now for the lead, and certainly does so into Christmas Corner. Once again, we've seen that move plenty of times around here at Whilton Mill, haven't we? One of the greatest overtaking spots here around these 1,200 metres of the circuit. And Teddy Smith then settling into first place. Briella Stevens just watching behind and soaking it all in then to see how these two will battle. And the dream scenario, of course, for Briella Stevens, as these two have a little bit of an argy-bargy in the final few minutes and laps. And all getting out of shape, though, there was Oliver Reynolds. He got up onto the curb trying to get out the way of our runners of Eli Parkhouse and Stevens, and then hurt his race too much. It's probably dropped down to sort of P8, P9 now.
That's the problem with these smaller karts and being low to the ground, that if you do end up railing a curb like that, you come out looking like prime Tony Hawk. Down the inside, though, goes Teddy Smith, and Smith retakes the lead, gets a really good run out of the final corner. And Teddy Smith will lead us up towards Christmas as Luca Pede gets a tank slapper that someone on a motorbike would be proud of.
Look at Eli, though.
Oh, it didn't work in Heat 1, but it works in Heat 2. As Eli Parkhouse sticks it out round the outside and comes out. Around they go. Inkerman's in second place and could well lead here as Smith took a defensive line, and Parkhouse is going to have to stick it out round the outside, and he might get shuffled back, actually, if he's not careful, because thought Luca Pede was coming down the inside. At the moment, Smith, he's not particularly fast, but he's parking that S-plate to perfection at the moment. And you can, when I say he's not particularly fast, that's evident by the fact that he is backing up this entire mighty Bambino field.
Yeah, it's getting hounded behind, and Luca Pede will be getting frustrated underneath that white helmet of his, coming across the line then with 2.5 minutes on the clock. As you can hear our junior Rotax runners warming up their engines once again as they get ready for the next race. But we've got 2 minutes 20 of this one to see how it unfolds. Eli Parkhouse doing all he can to hold off the charge of Aidan Castleman behind for the RCE team. And now look at Luca Pede. Is he going to try and do what happened with Teddy Smith on the last lap? Let's see it come to round goes
Castleman is round, and there's contact further down the order. Aidan Castleman in the 46 spins, green flag beyond that incident as we carry on this race.
Teddy Smith still in the lead.
Leads then from Luca Pede, but it was Aidan Castleman who went round. Driver in a yellow helmet made contact, and I think it was a driver who was in 8th place, which I think could have been Theo Azzopardi in the 41. Didn't quite catch the number as we cut to it just there.
I think it might have been 57 of Max Tetlow. Let's just see where...
We'll pick them all up as we've had another change for the lead.
Yellow flag. So full course yellow.
Full course yellow. Slow board, so that I think they can race to the line, I think, and that'll be where the order is. So they'll race to the board as Luca Pede slows them down. And that's Eli Parkhouse.
Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Stopping on the outside of the final corner. And Eli Parkhouse's day goes from bad in Heat 1 to worse in Heat 2.
I was doing so well in that race, up in the mix and really battling there in a lot of those positions. It was Max Tetlow down then, and we do hope he's okay, obviously. And Marshall's, of course, right across the Kart Championship, doing a fantastic job at all of the circuits that we're going to, make sure this is slowed down now. And of course, when we have our slow boards in karting, a fairly new procedure, in this series, but across Motorsport UK as well now. This makes it almost like a safety car kind of procedure.
It's the same effectively as what the Battenberg was last year, where you get a quartered yellow and black flag would come out and the leader would back everybody up. We've gone to slow boards now. We've got drivers spinning under slow boards. But the slow board effectively now just aligns UK racing with what is happening in Europe.
And that was Jules Nash right at the back of the field there in the RCE.
There is...
it dropped all the way from 6th positions across the time.
There was... that was your Max Tetlow in the middle of the circuit. So we're still under wave yellow, and it's whether we get a green this time round. Are we going to go green and get a final one-lap shootout here as Luca Pede brings them round? If not, we'll finish under a full course yellow. Let's see what we're going to get. Are we going to get a green? No, we're not. We're going to get a checkered flag because there's no point redoing one extra lap. There's Aidan Castleman. So it wasn't Jules Nash, it was Aidan Castleman, both RCE karts with the same suit, but Aidan Castleman on the final lap as well, spinning. And I think it was Castleman going off onto the grass and might not have been able to get going again because you're not allowed marshal assistance to rejoin back onto the track. They can't push you back on. So Aidan Castleman retires. So under a yellow flag, I said there's no point doing one extra lap for the sake of it. Luca Pede then will take the victory from Teddy Smith, Briella Stevens, Oliver Reynolds, Jules Nash, Theo Azzopardi, Arthur Etherington, EJ Deere, Stanley Thurston, Arton Odula, your top 10, but some big names well down the order and not scoring strongly.
Yeah, Parkhouse, Castleman down there, so you'd normally expect to see them up there. Jack Rossi made up, I believe, a couple of... Oh no, stayed where he was in P12. So didn't lose any places. Good to sort of build into the electric category as we were talking about from his other classes across the UK. Briella Stevens, though, albeit under yellow flag conditions, up to that point, has held her position on the podium. It's really nice to see that she's growing into this series, as you were talking about, into this class in the mighty Bambinos, and hopefully will pay good into the finals later on, into our later races. Here comes Luca Pede then, and much more chilled, you'd hopefully imagine, given the couple of laps under our slow board. Let's hope that Max Tetlow is well and okay too. That's the main thing.
Yeah, was out of the kart, so it looked like he was okay, but 100% the right call to go to slow boards and give the marshals the opportunity to assess the driver, particularly the driver being at a much younger age. As Briella Stevens is on the weigh scale, looks like we are okay.
I thought there was a bit of hesitancy there, wasn't there?
It was a nervous few moments there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For Briella Stevens as she presses the emergency stop button on the top of the thing. And a few other random drivers pulled in just for weighing, which basically goes to show that it's not just the top three, it's the rest of the field as well. So it looks like Stanley Thurston was pulled in, as was the 44 of Jack Rossi Minot. So there is Stan Thurston.
Giving us a wave.
With what a beautiful helmet for Stanley Thurston. As, there is Luca Pede, your race winner. We're going to step it up a notch though. We're going to go from Bambino to Junior Rotax.
Yep, and Junior Rotax as a class needs no introduction, as we've seen today so far and across the Kart Championship so far. But this will be our Junior Rotax Super Heat 3 today, Groups B versus C, which probably doesn't mean a lot to you if you're watching at home and racing and not here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, which is why we take you through the grids and who we're going to be seeing in this race. And there we are. Fletcher Jameson on pole for this one. Ryan Rapini there on the front row of the grid as well in second. Charlie Very, Arthur Murfitt as well, who you've been talking about, has been doing great starts on the second row of the grid. Cooper Campbell-East, Jackson Lane down to P6. JJ Plowman, Noah Moulton, Toby Jukes, Elijah Hazelwood, Leighton Kelly and Kevin Ivanov, who made some great progress in the previous Superheat of Junior Rotax. Jack Bowie, Teddy Cooper, Benjamin Jones, Toby Farthing, Cameron Tipping and Pierce Whitehead down to row 9. George Rowson will start on the 10th row of the grid alongside Elijah Hartley, Harley King, Alfie Forrester, Leon Canelles, who had a bit of a difficult time in the previous Superheat, Lewis Gilbert down to P24. As you can see our race director in the background there of Dan Ashton. Louis Brown, Jake Anders, Oliver Hutchings, Thomas Welsford, and finishing off the row of the grid back towards P29 is Isaac Jameson, who did have those penalties and issues that you pointed out earlier on.
He's been DQ'd from the meeting, so put some tape over the screen there. Unfortunately, Jameson won't take part. Yeah, Dan Ashton there in the background. He's gone for the blue shoes today, which I believe is the medium compound shoe. He has the same pair of trainers, I believe, in many other colours.
He's not expecting wet conditions today, though?
He needs to tailor it, doesn't he? Because blue on F1 is the full wet, I believe, isn't it? So is it the green then? Green's
the intermediate.
Green's the inter. So he needs to really tailor this to the weather conditions. So maybe he's expecting a downpour later on. He's already got the wet on.
The colours of the Kart Championship. We've got intermediate. He's got his
senior shoes on, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got seniors.
Senior Rotax is blue. I think he should change them for each race. So when he's doing Bambino, he should stick the green shoes on.
Would he consider himself as a senior, or would he, not in karting terms?
He might not, but we would.
Yeah. Hopefully he's not listening.
I did that for the CKC Awards a few years ago and didn't tell anybody I was doing it. But we had the Bambinos at the start, 3 classes of that, and I did it in a green tie. And then we had a 10-minute break, and I went and changed.
You swapped it.
I put a yellow tie on for the cadet ones, but didn't tell anybody. And one little Bambino came up to me and went, "You had a yellow tie on earlier. I had a green one as well, but now I've got red on for juniors, and because we didn't have seniors back then. So yeah, I changed the tie for the awards all the way through, and just basically bought 3, went and changed them during the thing, just kept it quiet the whole way.
So
through.
No one noticed apart from the Bambino that came up to you.
One little inquisitive Bambino.
Everyone else was clearly having a lovely time.
Oh yeah, they were far too drunk to notice the colour of my tie.
But nothing of the sort out there, of course, at Whilton Mill this weekend. There's your junior Rotax runner. You can see Cato Motorsport in the mix here. Our number...
That's Cooper Campbell-Lee's in
Cooper
212.
212, yeah.
There's a new helmet for him this weekend. He's decided.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I thought it was yellow and blue, but I think that's gold, actually.
And here they go then. And out front, Fletcher Jameson's like, let me in front, mate. Ahead of Ryan Rapini, waiting for that. Arthur Murfitt then, who's going to be starting for 4th on the grid. Yeah, you've been very impressed with him jumping up into junior Rotax, and he looked like he could hold his own, as you were saying in the previous heat there.
Certainly can, and whether it's Whilton Mill is just a track that he's very familiar and comfortable with, and whether that carries into the second half of the season. We're of course scheduled to be back here at the end of the season for the season finale, so that will fill in with confidence. Got one driver coming out of the gate very, very slowly, some 10 or 15 seconds behind. So I'm expecting to see, Harley King in the 286 was late out of the gate in the JDR machine, some 20 seconds off the back. And whilst I think that'll give them an opportunity, there they are in the background to catch up. They're not going to have time to get any heat in their tyres. They're just going to be driving around as fast as they can. So there'll be no weaving, there'll be no braking, which you need effectively heat in the tyres, but you also want the brake to be a little bit warm as well, so that it doesn't sort of grab
into the
too
first
much
corner.
in the first corner. But there's a field coming nicely. Jameson on the left then, being pushed along by Charlie Vary. Ryan Rapini on the right-hand side. Lights extinguished, and we are away and racing for 8 minutes and 1 lap of action. Vary's made a good start. So's Cooper Campbell-Lees. We've got one driver off in the background. Lees was tipped into a half spin. I think that's Toby Jukes round out of P9.
Yeah, and we'll try and see where Jukes will recover from getting out of shape. On the outside there is your 214 runner down towards the back of the grid. Lewis Gilbert there trying to find his way off the grass and through this first part of the lap here in this studio road. On round there, right in front of our camera position is Oliver Hutchings for Dave Edwards Racing. So wants to push on, put that behind, but of course when the grid is this close together, I know nowhere to go for our 288 runner, I believe, or 268, Benjamin Jones for Craft Motorsport. Unfortunate, had to take to the escape there and didn't want to be doing that again and repeating that.
Made the decision. It was either back out and go slow or keep the power in and go over the grass. Not sure it was the right call in the long run as he bounced over, because the curb on the right side does launch you back onto the track. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Jameson from Vary, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Arthur Murphy, Ryan Rapini, the race off the front row down in P5. Tough start for Rapini. I think it was Rapini who got into the back of Cooper Campbell-Lees and tipped into a half spin. JJ Plowman, Jackson Lane, Kevin Ivanoff with another good start, 12th to 8th on lap number 1. Elijah Hazelwood and Teddy Cooper
Yeah, and also George Ralston's made up 7 positions, up to 12th from 19th on the first lap as well. Already some people under investigation for what we maybe saw on the first lap. Elijah Hazelwood, Teddy Cooper as well, Jack Bowie, Teddy Cooper in P10 and P9 for Elijah Hazelwood. Who's round here?
Got a few round in the background. We'll pick some numbers out. That's the 298. That's George Ralston. Do you know earlier on when you said you'd never done the commentator's curse?
Oh, I just did it.
Welcome to the club.
And sorry, George. Made up some great performances, great places on the start. Oh, and a mechanical failure looks like here for our 287 runner. Cam Tipping looking like he's going to be out of this one then for Cato Motorsport. And I'm sure, yeah, you can see a mechanical flag already up on the screen. Didn't take too long to see that on our stream. Being brought to you by Alpha Live here at Whilton Mill for the 3rd round of the Kart Championship, combining all of our classes together, the Bambinos, Cadets, Juniors and our Seniors. Junior Cadets, obviously we're in right now our Junior Kart Club Championship. Here you are on screen then with Rapini trying to make amends for a poor start further back in P6 at the moment, and a battle going on between Cooper Campbell-Lees there and getting a bit out of shape, David.
Yeah, he had a little bit of help with that with Arthur Murfitt, and then Murfitt had a little bit of help getting squirrely by JJ Plowman as they all just sort of concertinaed together in the run-ups. Campbell-Lees again takes a chunk of curb. He's actually using that to rotate the carts. Down the inside goes Ryan Rapini back up into 5th place on JJ Plowman. Behind them, Ivanov, Cooper and Lane squabbling it out over 7th place as well. This is them right now. Ivanov in the sandwich between the 2 KX development carts. And that very distinctive Red Bull livery. And rejoining is Cameron Tipping, having had the rear bumper fixed.
And you're allowed to do that, aren't you? Or
he thinks so.
Yeah.
He thinks so.
He's back on circuit.
To be fair, there wouldn't have been. There's a chicken run here, so it's quite. You can effectively cut chicken. You can get down and back out onto the circuit. So as long as he does it safely, I imagine that will be fine, and it will actually, be a lap down, but he'll get points by getting to a certain point in the race. So
let's see where he can get to.
As long as he doesn't, effectively, what the other drivers don't want is him getting in the mix and ruining their race.
Yeah, and obviously blue flags and getting in for lap traffic. The 258 then of Ryan Rapini at the front of this battle here. Back to Teddy Cooper, also for the Kiddix team, and hopping over the curb there, your 211 of JJ Plowman chasing after him, but he's fallen down, trying to chase after Jackson Lane, fallen down a couple of places there away from Kevin Ivanov, who's in P7 right now. Fastest lap of the race with Teddy Cooper at the moment on 46.7 down the inside there. Rapini recovering even more up the inside of Arthur Murfitt, then back onto the podium. But what's the gap to Charlie Very in P2? It's pretty sizable at the moment, say almost a 1.2 second gap to try and chase after Charlie Very. So all to do to catch up the ST Racing machine there in this junior Rotax field, coming through Osiers there and using as much curb as you dare, as we saw in the previous few laps and in previous races. You're going to be getting on that inside curb and taking to the grass and the escape road.
Kevin Ivanov with a good move at Osiers past Cooper Campbell-Lees. Sees him now up into 6th place for Kevin Ivanov, a driver that's had to come through the order as wide goes Arthur Murfitt, and that will hand Teddy Cooper 4th place with very little to do really there for Cooper. Just took full advantage.
Look at Ivanov though.
He's flying. I was halfway through saying that he's had to work through the order in both of the races so far, but he's scoring points strongly if he can bring this one home inside the top 6 for Kevin Ivanov in this super heat. That'll be his 2nd top 6, albeit I think he picked a 5-second penalty up in the first one to drop him down the order slightly, but performance has been strong.
It's a contact warning for Arthur Murphy, we've just seen come in from race control, who's up in P4 at the moment. Had a bit of obviously a battle with Teddy Cooper just before, so got to be careful. Benjamin Jones also got to be careful as well. Down towards, unfortunately though, P25 for Craft Motorsport, so won't make too much of an impact at the front of the field, which we're focusing on right now. Kevin Ivanov on your screen coming through there, followed by Cooper Campbell-Lees and Jackson Lane, and at the back of that one, JJ Plowman chasing down into the top 10 furthermore.
2 minutes to go. Gap at the front is half a second between Jameson and Varian. Has been fairly consistent between the two of them. They've been fairly comfortable, and Vary's experienced enough, even though he's still a bit on the small side and did start in juniors quite young. He's experienced enough to know that it's a points-based game through the super heats. Nobody's taking a trophy home at lunchtime, and he's going to be picking up some strong points for that 2nd place. Doesn't need to go all out unless the opportunity arises, but certainly doesn't need to take any of them out, as at the moment on screen, just trying to pick up, that's the 269 of Jack Bowie.
And then we've jumped to Jackson Lane here in P8 at the moment, P8 down to P9 and P10. And look at Noah Moulton, who's coming on the act here. Noah Moulton trying to go up the inside of, is that Cooper Campbell-Lees? Yeah,
no, that's JJ Plowman.
JJ Plowman, sorry, coming up the inside.
So that was the 2-1-2 on the side of Cooper Campbell-Lees.
Touch of wheels there.
It's just a 2 because there's rubber all over the first 2 and the 1. There was a little bit side by side, but the wheels do stick out beyond the side pod, so it's almost inevitable. So Ivanov up into 5th then, Murphy down into 6th. This is your 2 on screen at the moment, with Kevin Ivanov coming through the order once again, having started in P12. But it's Teddy Cooper who's up into 3rd. He started 14th in this one. We're going to expect a very similar charge soon in the next one from a driver that will start in a similar place to him in Zach Turner. They both had tough days yesterday despite taking a heat win. For the both of them, they also picked up a DQ. So days of 2 halves for the 2 of them, but Teddy Cooper starting this strongly. He's up now into 3rd place in front of Ryan Rapini. Here's that battle before. That's Ivanov. Is he back behind Murphy? I think he is back behind Arthur Murphy. Indeed he is. So Murphy back up into 5th. And Ivanov now under pressure from the 257 of Jackson Lane. 2 laps to go.
Teddy Cooper has gone ahead of Ryan Rapini. I was about to say Ryan Rapini was making some progress on shutting the gap to Charlie Very, but now that's come right down. As you can see on your screen there, confirmation of Teddy Cooper ahead of Ryan Rapini. Teddy setting the fastest lap of the race with the kart coming towards him, a 46.07, nearly 4-5 tenths, half a second quicker than our front runner, Fletcher Jameson. Right now, a switch of position of Very there.
Very quick. Very's closed that gap up to Jameson.
Still in 2nd.
Yeah, there's some lap traffic in front of the camera and tipping, but I don't think they're going to catch them at the end of this race. I don't believe this will be the final lap board out. Fletcher Jameson has got 1 lap to hold on.
This is close right up.
Yeah, it has 1,200 metres. The top 4 then split by 7 tenths of a second.
Yeah, Fletcher Jameson then coming through down towards Christmas Corner for the final time. And look who's got some company on the inside. Charlie Very is not able to hold off Teddy Cooper. Teddy Cooper up into 2nd, making that purple pace pay off, and just about goes defensive. And Charlie Very tries to collect his cut on the inside. Teddy Cooper's also got company now from Ryan Rapini, trying to get in on the action. Charlie Very shutting the door. Rapini, and Rapini just about staying out of trouble there and holding on to some valuable points in P4 rather than falling way further down the order. But coming through the final corner here, Fletcher Jameson showing he means business here in Junior Rotax this weekend. Takes victory in this Super Heat 2. Ahead of Teddy Cooper, Charlie Very. Ryan Rapini will be disappointed, I think, down in P4. Dropped a couple of places off the start, but still some valuable points to take into the weekend. Arthur Murphy will be, I think, pretty impressed as well. In P5 once again, Kevin Ivanov up to P6 as well. Incredible gain of 6 places for Ivanov, once again showing that he's got the talent as a privateer here in the Whilton Mill, Paddock and across the Kart Championship. Jackson Lane down to Noah Moulton. There's a good battles from Noah Moulton getting on the mix there near the end with JJ Plowman and Elijah Hazelwood finishing off your top 10 for that one. Any warnings or penalties to get across? Yes, Cooper Campbell-Lees escapes a penalty from the stewards, but then down to P11, unfortunately finishing outside the top 10 in that one.
Tough end to the race for Cooper Campbell-Lees. Ran inside the top 3 in the first 4 laps, but and then ended up 5th, 7th, 9th, 10th, 11th, so got shuffled back in the final few laps. Fletcher Jameson in the end won by a second, but that really wasn't the story of the race. That gap elongated on the final lap by Teddy Cooper's move down the inside of Charlie Very, and then Cooper defending well as Ryan Rapini then went on the attack, with briefly up into 3rd on the outside. Who wins, please, Evan?
Yeah, and we're seeing just ST Racing getting out of the kart there. Charlie Very shaking hands with our front runners there. And talking of the Junior Rotax field, Davids,
we're going to head down to the paddock as Gracie Mitchell at the end of heat number 1 managed to catch a word with Zach Turner.
So we're here with Zach Turner ahead of the 2nd Super Heat for the Junior Rotax. This morning, wasn't probably the best race you've ever had. Started P14 after an unfortunate day yesterday. Had a bit of a tangle at the start, dropping down to P28. However, you did really well, climbed your way back through, finishing in P10. How does this shape your mindset for the next race?
I'm just going to have to focus and go forwards and try and win.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be really important that getting them points, especially to line yourself up for the final a little bit better.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you very much for speaking with us. Good luck, and we'll catch up with you shortly.
All right, cheers.
Thank to Gracie Mitchell there again, catching up with Zach Turner, who maybe I sense a little bit of, obviously not being where he wants to be in the junior Rotax field, but hopefully can come through, as we'll find out in the later heats. And on to our next race right now.
Superheat 4 then for Junior Rotax, the final superheat before the grids are set for the finals. One of our two classes that has a repechage. That'll be the first race back after lunch, followed by the Honda Cadet repechage, where the top 4 go through and the remaining drivers, that brings an end to their day's racing. So the second race for all of our drivers in the second half of the field for Junior Rotax. A versus D. Ewan House on pole position. Adam Turacek alongside Harrison Bishop and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row number 2. Laurie McVeigh and Ellis Dealey on row number 3. James Tate starts in P7. He's got Maximilian Braskoff for company. Amy Peacock and Zach Jennings are on row number 5. Jamie Richards and Larry Price on row 6. Row 7 sees Sam Flynn and Zach Turner, Oliver Barton and Noah Clare in front of Charlie Quine and Ronnie Smith. Quine will be hoping for a much better second heat after retirement in heat number 1. Harry Ward and Hugh Hobson complete a top 20. Aston Brown and Jasper Oakes, Noah Stamp and Samuel Yeadon are on row number 12. Row 13, Thomas Butcher and Esme Rosie. With row 14, Alexander Lazeski and Ashay Nagara in front of Shay Hilton, who in the previous superheat went from 29th to P15.
Yeah, not too bad a run in there. Great performance. You can see our drivers again coming up to Christmas corner for this first time round in this superheat. And Adam Turacek was very much up the front in the first superheat. He was involved with battling with Ryan Rapini. Doesn't have Rapini to contend with. Who's that off in the background? Trying to see if it's possibly one of the, looks like one of the Coles Racing liveries.
That's an Ultimate R.
Oh, Ultimate R, yep.
And a very slow-moving somebody else. Let's have a look, see if we can pick some numbers out on the way down. That looks like 2, 3, 4, which we don't have, so it wasn't that.
Okay. Maybe we're getting some numbers in the mix.
It's why you should never take a stab unless you know that it's going to be 100% right. It's why whenever we have 6 carts off on the opening lap, unless I know who it is, I never guess. I just go, we'll pick them up at the end. Yeah. They'll be the last 6.
And I feel like
after that, really easy.
Everyone watching will be thinking exactly the same thing. Karting so frenetic, so much action to keep across. Myself and David Sullivan doing our best to call the action here for you. Ewan House, though, lining up alongside Adam Turacek on the front row for this Junior Rotax Superheat. How will it all unfold in 8 minutes plus 1 lap? Well, that's not what you want. A spinner on the start. Is Dan Ashton going to get us going? No, he's not.
Start. Yeah, Larry Price almost certainly helped round there. You generally don't spin at 5 miles an hour all by yourself. So Larry Price round and a bit of a lifeline thrown. Is that Zach Turner having a problem? It looked like he oiled up. So he went down. So a lifeline thrown there to Zach Turner. He put the power down. The cart just went, no, I'm all right, thanks.
And he's got to try and find his way back up to where he wants to be. So I think timing screens at the moment.
Esme, Rosie, Jasper, Oakes could have been the ones that were round on that.
So he's got to get back up to P14, where Charlie Quine is at the moment. So right in the midfield.
By the time, and so has Larry Price, to be fair. They've got to get in, I think, by the entry to the boot.
So let's keep an eye on the green helmet of Zach Turner. And if we see him coming through.
It's about here, so I'd expect him to be round about Ronnie Smart's position.
And that's Ronnie there, isn't it? Ronnie Smart, just at the back of the picture coming through on his own, next to the 2 at the back right in the middle of your screen. Zach Turner's kind of close, but not in position.
No, I think he's where he needs to be.
Is he pretty close? Yeah, he is, All right then, so hopefully we're going to go racing again for this one. Ewan House has been one of the class of the field in Junior Rotax. Some great experience on shows, been battling well at PF in the Club Championship as well across the UK. Can he make it count here, the experience? Are we going racing in the tram lines? We are underway into Crook and Oblivion, and Ewan House holds on to the lead very comfortably. Ahead of Adam Churchek, though, but we're off.
Got one in the wall on the outside. That's a Tom Day Racing kart on the outside, although I think it's driver running as a privateer. We've got one round on the opening lap. There's 2 or 3 others involved as well, but they all remain facing in the right directions. They run down towards Ashby. Ewan House leads from Adam Turacek. That's your top 2. The rest of the field still sorting themselves out into somewhere near single file, but it's been a good start from Harrison Bishop. Back up into 3rd place, having started there, lost across the line to Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and the 2 leaders
Turacek
have
goes
come
wide.
together. Turacek has come together again. They're both falling down the order. And Harrison Bishop will lead us through them from Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Laurie McVeigh with the recovering Adam Turacek in 4th place. And we caught the back end of that. They'd already come together by the time that we saw them. And that has played into the hands of some of those drivers that started further down the order, as that is Zach Turner going down the inside of the 250.
Ewan House out of the way.
We've got carnage basically down at Christmas Corner.
Noah Clare going off there and spinning around and getting caught up between a couple other drivers.
I think Ashay Nagara could have been involved. He'd had a really good start, actually. Was up into P15, was effectively collateral damage in that. I think Ewan House again going slowly. That's the rear bumper. That's the 220. James Tate. Lump on a mechanical flag. Lump on.
Full course yellow.
Slowboard, yeah, slowboard.
Goodness me. I mean, that was pretty leery for that couple of laps. And I think what happened was there was a bit of a Constantina effect going into Christmas Corner. A couple of drivers got together and then everyone arrived on the scene was oh my goodness.
By the time we arrived with the camera, Ewan House was going slowly, and I imagine that there was some assistance in that.
James Tate.
He's missing the rear bumper. That can be collected free of charge after the race. From the middle of the circuit, although I'm sure a helpful marshal will return it to the start line. So he won't have to buy another one, he can reuse it.
But here's the dynamic of this race right now, because when you have a full course yellow like this, people like Zach Turner, who is now sitting in P6 with nothing, of course, to say otherwise.
This is what he wants,
This is what he wants,
and it's the same with Zach Jennings, who's gone 10th to 5th, is that normally in a race like this, the top 4 or 5 will get a bit of a breakaway and everybody else will battle, and then they'll sort of back themselves up. But they're not going to get a chance here. We're going to get 5 minutes or so, and effectively, this is a 5-minute race, but you've got drivers that started well outside the top 10, effectively starting race 2, or, 2A, from effectively a 6th place start here, and have got a really good chance of picking up a victory. We've got Larry Price in there as well in P8, who was round on the opening lap and had to get himself back into position. So as they come up, we do expect to go green this time. It'll be Bishop, Stansmore Wilson, McVeigh, Turacek, Jennings, Turner, Peacock, Price, Flynn and Smart. They can't go too early though, because that is what caught out some drivers yesterday and why DQs were handed out.
And they don't go side by side when a race starts, they start single file.
The acceleration line is where that cone is on the right hand side, so it's whether we're going to go green. No,
we're going round again.
We're going to go round again. I thought we had enough clearance there with the carts, but if marshals aren't back in posts, then we'll wait and we'll go again.
And look at where Stansmore Wilson is. So she had a great sort of purple period in the last heat and has got up into P2 off the back of all of what happened there for Kato Motorsport, and hopefully you'd like to think this time can hold on to the likes of Laurie McVeigh and Adam Churchek behind. Adam Churchek, though, would be feeling racy, obviously letting his tyres cool down off the first stage of that race.
I'm almost certain that there are 2 Isabella Stansmore Wilsons in this world. One of them has the pace to run at the front of every junior Rotax race. The other one gets in skirmishes, ends up in P20 and looks like they belong there. It depends which Isabella Stansmore Wilson turns up. And today, it's the fast one.
It looks like the first, yes. Yeah, hopefully we can see her holding on to a great opportunity in this one. A whole truckload of points and position for the intermediate classification into our final later on here. And a great opportunity maybe just to say, of course, Alpha Live bringing you here the Kart Championship round 3 at Whilton Mill. Big thank you to our sponsors, Victory Shine, helping us keep the Kart Championship on the road throughout 2026. KKC as well, thanks to our friends, giving out some more prizes, which you'll see myself and Gracie doing on the Paddock show here at Whilton Mill. On-track marketing as well, helping support us going racing here, and we are going green then for this time around. Harrison Bishop will control the field as soon as we get to the acceleration line. We are underway again. Harrison Bishop has got plenty of a gap there, back to Stansmore Wilson, who has got Laurie McVeigh over a bit less of a gap, who is looking very racy indeed to get onto the back of her into Christmas corner, although it's staying as you were, and Churchek getting out of position, which then backed onto Larry Price there.
Larry Price on the outside as Zach Turner made a half move down the inside of Adam Turacek that caught Larry Price out and dropped him, I think, just outside the top 10 for Price, who was in P8.
Ewan House, 5-second penalty. Sorry, just popped up onto the screen. Down in P14.
Change for the lead, though. Isabella Stansmore Wilson has got past Harrison Bishop. Bishop back down the inside of Stansmore Wilson. That's Turacek, not for the first time today, finding a kart in his way. And he's on the outside. And look at that Nassau panel at the front is covered in rubber. There's Harrison Bishop, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Laurie McVeigh, Zach Turner up into 4th place, Sam Flynn, Ronnie Smart, Shea Hilton, Larry Price, with Amy Peacock down the inside of Laurie McVeigh.
There's Zach Turner.
Goes Zach Turner. He's up into 3rd place. In the background, that looked like... Is that Shea Hilton in the mix? Up into 7th from the back,
it
effectively.
Is. Yeah.
Few drivers off down at Christmas corner. So that's Hilton in the orange colours. As off goes the 222, that's Zach Jennings.
Goodness me, it's all happening here at Whilton Mills. We've got underway again, and that's the thing when people have been so calm and itching and ready to go race again under the slow boards. It's inevitable that people will be wanting to take the opportunities, like Stansmore Wilson, like Zach Turner, up into P4 now. And look at where Sam Flynn and Ronnie Smart are as well. These two have the pace, certainly, in this grid to challenge up in these top positions. Let's see how far they get onto with this 1 minute and 20 remaining on the clock as our front runner, Harrison Bishop, in the Kiddix kart, sets the pace out front by 0.2 of a second from Stansmore Wilson.
No overtaking, which is strange that Adam Turacek has chose to defend up to Christmas, because there's still that waved yellow flag as Zach Jennings is out of the race now. He's still showing a lap down, so whether they've got that kart back on, but he's well down the order. Still waved yellows at Christmas, so no overtaking. Turacek defending fresh air then.
That's Ronnie Smart and Laurie McVeigh battling on your screens right now for 5th, 6th, 7th position. Guy Cunnington racing, you can see there.
Smart up to P4, I think. He's in front of Sam Flynn now.
Yeah.
In front of there, that's Zach Turner up onto the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. He's going to move to the inside as they go round the Kincup Fine Lady up Manuel's Bank towards Christmas Corner, and he takes 2nd place. Stansmore Wilson slots back in, looks over the shoulder mid-corner just to make sure there's a bit of a gap back, and there is, to Ronnie Smart.
And this is more like where we're seeing Zach Turner in the fields at the moment in 2026, back up to 2nd place. So there's a almost sort of maybe a half a second gap up to Harrison Bishop that Zach Turner has got to close down at the moment, but we know he has the pace to get out to the front. We then know when he gets there, it's also got the pace to get back towards it, although
he's only got to have 1 lap at it though. The time is down to 0. The gap was 0.6 of a second from Bishop down to Stansmore Wilson. It's like Jake Anders, I think, in the Aston Brown in the 252. He looked in a little bit of discomfort, but he'll be okay, I think, until the checkered flag comes out. As we've got, I think, was that a waved yellow? Yes, it is, but that's down at the far end. He's just off the track. Red flag.
Red flag. Just seen that come up.
Whilst he was okay, the marshal, I think, well, I say okay, he's not. He's out of the kart and he's up. But the marshals will attend to the driver, and the kart is in a dangerous position, being just off the track. This will be declared then as we're on the final lap. Aston Brown in 24th place. So Harrison Bishop will lead the field back in. Zach Turner, he will feel he's been robbed of an opportunity to win this race, but nonetheless has still gone 14th to 2nd.
Yeah, it's great progress.
Helped a little bit by that full course yellow, but he was already up to P6, so would have already had a good run at that. Bishop done really well there, credit where it's due, slowing the field to a walking pace past the red flag, and had done that as soon as the red came out. So Bishop, Turner, Stansmore Wilson are charging Ronnie Smart in 4th place, Sam Flynn, Laurie McVeigh and Adam Turacek in front of Larry Price, Amy Peacock, Ewan House in P10, but because of the full course yellow earlier on, the field backed up. He's got a 5-second penalty that adds him down to 8.08. Will drop him to P15 for Ewan House, judged, I believe, to have been at fault for the contact earlier on with Adam Turacek.
Yeah, hopefully Adam is okay as well. His kart looked a bit out of sorts. He was going wide after those incidents out of the first couple of corners of Oblivion and Crook, and down past Fine Lady as well. You can see getting on the weighbridge there, though, is our race winner by default of the red flag, Harrison Bishop, and there is Zach Turner there. And we also see Stansmore Wilson finishing off in 3rd position there on the podium, doing fantastic work to get up there and find her place as well. But let's go from our junior Rotax grid here. We're about to go into our junior Primo next heat, and let's see who Gracie's been catching up with down there in Parc Ferme.
So we're here with 2 of our junior Primo drivers, Jude and Casper. You guys actually got praised yesterday by Dan Ashton for a really great race. How did you guys find that?
It was really good because I was just pushing Casper away so he could get away from everyone. And the final few laps, when I felt I was quicker, I went for the move, and it was a really good battle.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Obviously, we pulled away from the other pack just to have a bit of breathing space, and then the last few minutes we just battled it out, and Jude came out the win. So.
Yeah, well, obviously it is so close, isn't it? It's super tough. So, bit of a tricky question. But out of the 2, who do you think is going to win?
I can't tell yet. I don't know.
It's that close. It's going to be one of them, isn't it? Whoever's there at the right time, whoever's got the upper hand. Well, good luck to you both, and we'll catch up with you in a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much to Gracie then. All right, we've had that red flag at the end of junior Rotax. Great to see Casper McAllister there in great spirits, despite obviously the racing out there has been pretty fierce today. We just see the red flag there and just making sure our drivers are doing okay and making sure that they are all in good spirits and making sure we're good and safe to go back under racing here. And well, it's got a little bit of a stoppage here before we get into our junior Primo. Good chance to reflect, David, on the action so far across our classes, and great to see Stansmore Wilson up there in the previous race in 3rd and making that steady progress. As you said, there might be 2 versions of her. We're getting the right one this weekend.
We certainly are for Isabella Stansmore Wilson, a 3rd place in that, more solid points after a strong showing in the first superheat. This, for me, Jake, is what makes Whilton Mill one of the favourites in the country, is the fact that from that raised viewing area, you can see the whole circuit. PF, as wonderful as it was, there's nowhere where you can really stand unless you go out towards the exit of the bridge. And then even so, you're still looking about half a mile for the Mike Wilson complex. So Wilton, I think, and I think we're here twice this year, but the next round we go to Rowra again. You can see the whole site from there, but you have to walk from the paddock up onto the hill of the quarry. Then we go to Shennington, where you definitely can't see the whole circuit. That's another. It's a staple, really, of the airfield circuits. They're generally going to be long rather than they are wide, because when they were founded, they used the runway layout. So you go down the runway. Effectively, in the old school, it was down the runway, round the hay bale back, down the next bit of runway off the sort of A, and that's where you sort of get it with your Fullbecks, with your sort of Shenningtons, where it does that type of thing. But I think the real calendar thing here, we've gone from, fast and slipstreamy PF to
lots of straight.
Wilton, which whilst it's fast, but it's not slipstream heavy and it's a lot more technical. Then we're going to go to Rowra, where you've got long straights, heavy braking zones for hairpins, undulation. Then we go to Shennington, which is very slipstream heavy, and effectively you've probably got 2 or 3 overtaking places, but you've got to line it up 3 corners in advance and you can easily get switched out. And then of course we're scheduled to come back here to Whilton Mill for the final round for a fitting end.
The finale, September.
Yeah, so I'm guessing...
Odysseus there on the screen.
Yeah, Zane Perry, I think, in the middle in the JDR suit. That's Jude Pifoot on screen.
Well, let's, as we've got Jude Pifoot on screen, let's talk about him, because he took victory in the earlier superheats today in Junior Primo. It's his first year in the class and settling into the X-Kart team and the awnings and seeing like it's in the 3rd round, starting to come good.
The victory for him came in September last year when he won the X-Kart scholarship. For Jude Pifoot, which basically gave him a fully funded year in the Kart Championship within that team. When you add it all up, effectively the kart, the engine, the entry fee, the tyres, you're looking at a prize package of 25 grand, and that's something the team do every year. And it gives one driver an opportunity to either make the step into Rotax, and it may well be drivers that under a normal route may well it might not be on their radar, it might not be within their budget, but they give it a go. And even if every year you have 50 drivers turn up, only one can win. But everybody takes something out of that. I'm part of the judging panel on that as part of their media team, and everybody takes something out of it, whether it's an improved perspective on gaining sponsorship, whether it's a increased confidence in being interviewed and being able to get across your message. And that's something that we talk to people about and we advise, and everybody's provided feedback, so everybody will arrive with an opportunity of winning, but everybody will take something away out of that day. And it's a great opportunity for those drivers, that particularly those that haven't raced Rotax before, to potentially get some seat time in one if they get through to the shootout at the end of the day.
You see Ruben Jenkins on our screen here, just in front for Coles Racing. He is looking to try and make his place known in the Junior Primo field. 81 there on screen as well. You were seeing of Elliot Dimolo for Guy Cunnington Racing, up 7 places in round 2. But let's get on to our next race right now, which is just a few moments away. And yes, into Junior Primo then. As we were saying, Jude Pifoot taking the victory in our first superheat of the day, and fiercely fought out front with Bertie Hodgson, Casper McAllister, who Gracie was catching up with in the paddock as well. Liam Dooling, though, took victory at PF International for round 2. How close can he get to the front here at Whilton Mill once again? Casper McAllister then will start you off on pole. Jude Pifoot from second on the grid. Liam Dooling, Bertie Hodgson, Zane Perry and Morgan Cooney down to P6. Layla Berryman making some good progress in the Kart Championship in 2026 there in P7. Toby Wortley, Harry Myatt, Waldron, Odysseus Hole, Jackson Heath will want to equally get higher up in this grid. Didn't have a great time of doing that in the first superheat. Lucas Esser down in P12. Aaron Berridge. Will the Mystic predictions come good again from David in this one, going from 13th for his privateer awning in the paddock this weekend. Jacob Kent in P14, Ashton Bailey, Ruben Jenkins, Shay Laird and Elliot Dimolo is P18. Alfie Skid, Oscar Delanic, Jack Wykes, Rebecca Reestall, Riley Linnell and Jacob Underhill there in P24 again. Made good progress but only got up to about sort of P12, 13, 14th in that race. Harvey
picked a 5-second
but picked a 5-second penalty,
back down.
So it took him further down and hampered his progress. Want to build on that. Harvey Everett, Jerry Defisi, Lily Cantignon, Archie Thoman Evans, Hakeem Bart and Jack Smith down to P30. And Cora Moore, Luke Jardine, Logan Nixon and Jake Richardson rounds off our grid here. Lily Cantignon racing for Dave Edwards Racing. It's a Jamie Chadwick Series champ, so great talent in this field and knows how to win at the front of some of our packs across the country. And
so grid just being cleared as we head towards the live chat again. Good morning to Milky Cereal, who we know as Youssef bin Sahel. He doesn't mind chucking a headset on every now and again, and was out with myself last weekend at Campios and did very, very well. Look out for his videos, they are very, very amusing. He is quite big on the YouTubes.
Oh yeah.
Walmid D saying, I won rock, paper, scissors. That's great, but you provided no context to that. But congratulations.
For what?
Congratulations nonetheless. As the green flag for Junior Primo, they head out onto the circuit then for their rolling up lap.
Yeah, so we'll have a great race in store, I'm sure, for this second superheat here at Whilton Mill today. Keep your comments coming in on the live chat on Alpha Live, also on the Kart Championship. Oh, who's gone off there?
Jake Richardson's just had a bit of an excursion. These tyres are brilliant when they're hot. But really, really sticky. Until they're hot, though, they're like house bricks. They provide zero grip. One thing, as we've got about 30 seconds to come, I think we're both really enjoying the interlude music that we do over the grid. And it's the first, I know it's been the same for most of the day, but I've just realised halfway through this, like a bit of a scratch on of like a vinyl record. And I've just got visions of producer Emma mixing.
As they spin round?
Yeah, in the next room. Just every now and again, just every 15 seconds of her going through, she's just going...
But, I mean, it would be a bit of an unfair advantage if they had had us in their ears and given them the full running commentary. But We'll give you some of that now. We won't, though, because of the false start. Oh, goodness
they
me.
don't know it's a false start.
False start.
No, false start. Just get... False start flag is out.
Find your position.
At the
Was
time,
that Jude Pifoot?
It was, I think, and Bertie Hodgson potentially sort of coming together. Hopefully that's not damaged anybody's front fairing.
So everyone's looking ready to go in this one. And we'd like to see everyone keeping forward in their race. On the Paddock show, I didn't have a chance to chat to them, as you'll see, at lunchtime, but I caught up with Logan Nixon for Thistle and Rose Racing yesterday in the Paddock after all of the events, and Logan Nixon in this one goes from somewhere. I'll try and find it in a moment. So P33,
yeah.
so right down the back of the field. But he started karting 6 months ago at Larkhall. He's jumped straight into owner-driver racing and is trying to get to the front of this very competitive field, as we've waxed lyrical about.
So Scotland, so that'll be the Thistle part of Thistle and Rose.
That'll be it. Yeah, so he's jumped on board with that team. They're getting some great support, finding his feet. Yesterday had a bit unfortunate luck, seeing as he's down in P33. See how he can come through the field here and find his way. We're underway for Junior Primo. No, we're not, because we're getting out the tram lines once again.
A late call on that, but they'll find out for definite. I think the leaders will probably not have seen the flag, but those further down have. As we can, it kills us as commentators, doesn't it? They come out the final corner.
We're ready to go.
We build it. We're not.
And then we get more of a chance to talk about Logan Nixon. So he's just finding his feet at the moment. I was in the paddock with him yesterday, along with Dad too, and really appreciative of the support that Thistle and Rose Racing are giving them in the paddock in 2026. Was a bit unfortunate to get caught up in a couple of incidents yesterday on the Saturday, hence why he's down in P33, but believes he's got the pace to get up in the midst of your Pudderfoots, your Berrymans, your Zane Perrys, and up towards the front of the field.
For everybody, no matter where you are, you just have to have a target. If you're 30th, your target you want to get your first top 20. After that, you want a P15, and I always sort of found with my son, we picked a driver who was probably 5 or 6 places better, and we wanted to beat them, and then when we beat them once, we went for somebody else.
Are we going racing for Junior Primo for the third time of asking? Yes, we are. Into the first turn, getting some
on the
grass on the outside, though, and Pudderfoot right down towards the back of the mid-pack now, probably 7th or 8th, has dropped down from 2nd place as they come through to Christmas Corner for the first time, and actually, considering we've had 2 false starts, behaving very well and all finding their way through the first couple of corners, through Inkermans, down towards Ashby and up towards Wilkins for the very first time, though.
Young? I think it is. In the blue, potentially.
Is that an issue with her engine or the suspension?
Two drivers off, so I think Lily Cattington was 1. We'll pick out the others in a few moments as they come through. Put a foot back up into 4th place. McAllister then will lead them over the line. It's been a good opening lap for Zane Perry. He will come through in 3rd place behind Liam Dooling, Pudderfoot, Hodgson. Myatt Waldron up into P6. That's a good start from P9. Layla Berryman, Aaron Berridge with another good one. 13th to 8th, Wortley and Jackson Heath.
And does it look like a move on the inside or trying to go round the outside there was Toby Wortley on Aaron Berridge, but Aaron Berridge holding on in P8. So, yes, let's see if your commentator's opposite curse can come true in this one for Aaron Berridge once again. As we know has got the pace, got up to P5 in the previous
You've done the cursing so far today.
Well, I haven't rubber stamped that one yet.
Your name is Mud with George Ralston and Ambition Motorsport.
Yeah, this is true. And so see if George Ralston can get further up in his class as well today. Coming across the line with 6 minutes 20 and a lap on the clock, fastest lap of the race. Surprise, surprise, goes to Jude Pifoot, who is on a mission to try and reclaw up from where he started on the first row of the grid, and makes no waste of a time for that, up into second place ahead of Zane Perry, chasing after.
Perry's going to lose another one there to Bertie Hodgson as well, as we've got a yellow flag out, and that would have been at Christmas Corner. No, it wouldn't. It'd have been further down actually at Ashby, because there was a waved yellow there at Inkermans. So green flag is now back in. Just trying to pick out who it was on the opening lap. It was that was down the order, but we'll pick it up at the end of this one. There we go. It was indeed. I think it was Lily Catting on Cora Moore on the opening lap. As there is Rebecca Restall.
Oh, Rebecca, obviously, clearly not happy there, whacking her steering wheel.
100% the steering wheel's fault there.
And trying to find excuses. If it had been unfortunate coming together, obviously, wish her all the best for the races that are ahead. But on the screen right now, you can see the 55 of Lucas Esser chasing after Toby Wortley in P8, coming through into the infield section.
Restall has got going again because that's
she's
her.
Coming through.
That's her in the distance of the leaders. So she will trip the timing line around about now. The leaders will have around about 10 seconds up to Rebecca Restall. She should have enough pace, I think, to hold on there. As Pifoot finds a way through on Liam Dooling as they go round the crook.
Not too sure if Liam Dooling there got a little bit out of shape or whether there was an attempt of a move up the inside from Jude Pifoot, but we'll see.
Well, when they're very much nose to tail, nose under the rear bumper, it does make the rear end light of the cart in front. It's not necessarily that they've sort of pushed them on
Foul
or
play,
helped them. It just lifts the rear wheels up slightly, so they've got slightly less grip, so when they do go into a corner, they don't have the adhesion that they were hoping for. And Liam Dooling, to be fair to him, both hands on the wheel, wasn't waving his arms around like it was Team America distress signal, so he doesn't seem to be too upset by it. 4 minutes on the clock and lap traffic to contend with then as McAllister, Pifoot, Dooling and Hodgson come up onto the back of the recovering Rebecca Restall.
But Pifoot making some good gains in this race, as is Esser coming up the inside there on Toby Wortley once again. So these two, I think, toing and froing in the last couple of laps, trading positions between 8th and 9th here at Whilton Mill, looking, pretty good today. A bit overcast, but it's pretty gorgeous in the racing action out there in this Junior Primo second heat. And on your screen, Lucas Esser trying to stay in front of Toby Wortley, now coming towards the front of the pack, and look at the gap there between the two. Yeah, some lap traffic though, down by
that's Rebecca Restall
back, so getting in the way of Jude Pifoot. Hopefully not too much in the next couple of laps, and trying to use almost a lap traffic as a bit of a marker there going through. Looks like Jude Pifoot has found the way through then. All well through that, although we've still got Rebecca in the way of things out there at the front.
Hodgson's through as well, so the top four have managed to navigate the traffic.
And yeah, McAllister then, yes, out front with probably about 3 to 4/10 gap at the moment. Jude Pifoot gaining a lot of time there into the boot section, taking a nice line and gaining on Cass McAllister in front with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. And these top three very much in the mix. Liam Dooling putting pressure on Jude Pifoot. Pifoot's had a good run of form in the last couple of laps, recovering to where he is now. He's settled back into this part of the race and right up at the front with McAllister, who is holding steady out there. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is going to Bertie Hodgson with a 46.5, equal fastest lap to Liam Dooling as well. A couple of attempts quicker than our front runner McAllister at the moment. So McAllister, you can see, slightly backing these two up behind him. Will it pay dividends, or will it actually go against him in the next couple of laps?
Well, we've seen this before, haven't we? McAllister gapping at the start of the race and then being reeled in by Jude Pifoot in the mid part of the race as we head towards the business end. 1:45 on the clock. That's still going to be 4 laps because they'll get round with 15 seconds or so on the final lap, and here comes Jude Pifoot as Casper McAllister goes to the inside to defend.
Oh!
Pifoot's going to try and go round the
Has he
outside.
done it? What a
Pifoot is going
move!
to go round the outside. What a move by Jude Pifoot to take the lead from Casper McAllister. Liam Dooling still within the wheel tracks of McAllister, but I get the feeling that Jude Pifoot really wants to win here this weekend.
Yeah, leaving nothing on the table there, and I wouldn't quite call it as what I've known as a Macaulay Bishop kind of move in the events we've had at Whilton Mill before. An incredible overtake that's been shared thousands and millions of times around the outside.
Well, if anyone's seen
there,
the Alpha Live socials from the week, it was a Bishop, but I think now it's a Fluid because he did two around the outside, didn't he? The same as Bishop did. But Bishop did it first, so it will always be a Bishop.
Yeah, at the Bishop. Well, maybe the corner can be renamed. Maybe probably won't be renamed for Christmas corner as the iconography of it. as is at the moment, but maybe one of the others in future years to come. We'll see. But here's Liam Dooling on your screen, chasing after, still trying to make the most of this. Jude Pifoot out at the front then, and has built the gap. You could tell that Pifoot had the pace really on McAllister, who was backing up the drivers in second and third previous now. Those drivers, McAllister, Dooling, Hodgson, Harry Meyer, Waldron as well, up into 5th place. Coming up from P9, so a gain of 4 places for Harry. Great progress in this race as well for Dave Edwards Racing. They come across the line, they'll get 2 more laps here, and Jude Pifoot, has he got the pace to hold on it? Has he taken too much out of his tyres? He knows that he's got company though still from McAllister, looks over his shoulder, up the hill into Christmas Corner and coming through into Inkermans and down towards Ashby now, using every single piece of tarmac that they can to gain as much time and hold on to as possible. McAllister signalling forward there, maybe to Dooling behind, that they want to work together here. But at this stage of the race, I don't get hand signals when we're literally on the penultimate lap. Well, they mean absolutely nothing.
It could be that Pifoot, looking over his shoulder a lot, appears to be backing McAllister into Dooling and Hodgson, but again, sometimes it's psychological. They look back, you tell them you want to go forward. As soon as they're looking forward again, you shot your cart down the inside and take the lead off them. It's all a game of cat and mouse. At the moment, the cat is McAllister and he's chasing down the mouse of Jude Pifoot.
Didn't get a run around the outside there, but great defensive driving from Jude Pifoot. Shuts the door, shuts the apex. Nothing that McAllister can do. Has to shut the door again though, gets out of shape. Jude Pifoot does, and McAllister goes through. Is also Liam Dooney going to take advantage of that? Jude Pifoot wants to hold on to that. Look at 4th place coming to the mix as well here. Bertie Hodgson in on the act as well. Liam Dooling in front, so Pifoot's now behind though. On this final lap, McAllister has stolen it at the death in this second superheat for Junior Primo. He's got a final couple of corners to go, and a patient one that's came back towards him. McAllister takes victory ahead of Pifoot in this one, ahead of Dooling, Hodgson and Harriet Meyer Waldron, who did well to get up to 5th place there. Great performance in this heat. Zane Perry, Aaron Berridge, not doing as well in the previous heat, but up to P7 from where he started, down in P13, up 6 places again. Not too bad of a showing once again in Junior Primo. Lucas Esser as well up there. Morgan Cooney and Jackson Heath up to P10, not having as much success in these rounds and these races from the first couple of rounds at the Kart Championship so far.
Wortley, Underhill, Wykes, Odious Hole and Ruben Jenkins then complete the top 15. Everything else fairly run-of-the-mill race this time. And I really think after the first 2 rounds that Junior Primo, as we head towards that mid-part of the season, they've all felt each other out. They know who does what and everything. Now it's like, when you get into junior Rotax, everyone's raced each other for a little while, or at least 90% of the field haven't. Everybody knows what everybody can do and what someone's likely to do in a certain situation and whether it's predictable or not. And with Junior Primo, everybody's fresh to it, and it takes a round or 2 for them to sort of figure it out and tidy themselves up. There is Casper McAllister. Head rolls back. I wonder if he might have got a drop down, or whether he's just taking a big sigh of relief, because nonetheless, whatever the outcome, the switchback that he did down at Ashby was absolute textbook from Casper McAllister on Jude Pifoot to take the win there.
I mean, it looks all fine. Looks like, just maybe a big sigh of relief that he got ahead of Jude at the end, and hopefully everything's okay with the weight and obviously the front nose fairing as well. No reason as to why I don't think there should be any of those fairings popping out. He looks like the race is taking it out of him though. You can see we're battling out the front with Dooling, with Pifoot, with McAllister, and can't see anything popping up from race control. So
no, I'm just having a look at what's come out of the 2 other junior super heats. Ryan Rapini, 5-second penalty for a front fairing, as with Louis Brown, and Benjamin Jones, we knew in race, had a 5-second penalty as well. In junior, in the second one, 5 or 6 front fairing penalties, some affecting those inside the top 10 of Amy Peacock, Maximilian Braskov, Shea Hilton. He got one coming through from the back of the field all the way to the front to run inside the top 10.
Gorgeous helmet though, from Casper McAllister. Coming off again, there you go, and shiny, and then having a chat with our own Gracie Mitchell earlier on, and fresh out of this one for victory. All right, we go from Junior Primo to our Inter-Rotax class. And you can see that Pifoot was explaining at the end there, like the moves going on in that race, but we'll get on to our grids fairly shortly for Intermax. There you are, because they've made their way out onto the grid. Jensen Sale going from pole once again and is starting to cement himself in this championship. Ethan Lloyd, Jude Davidson, Alfie Phillipson, Jay Birmingham and Zach Andrew down to P6. Alfie Phillipson with a great performance in the last heat as well. Finley Rhodes, Ethan Manzi will be wanting to improve with an unfortunate sequence of laps in the previous one. Finley Thompson, Rio Paniutu, Felix Sheldon Hayward and Hamish Gordon down to P12. Sam Fleming, Lewis Cacaldi, Logan Stanley Jones, Thomas Laidler, Dexter Petty and Evan Meller down to P18. Freddie Blackshaw to Eli Owen, Aaron Riggs, Sam Dixon, Adam Bart and Jensen Skeff is your final runner, and good to see Jensen out there on the circuit once again today.
Tough day for him yesterday.
Yeah, he got caught up in a pretty nasty incident, but hopefully it wasn't that nasty, and has just come away with a couple of bruises and clashes that happened in the first couple of corners here in Oblivion and in Crook. But at the back of this field, a chance once again to recover it a little bit, and we had great sportsmanship on show at PF International, the championship rewarding him for that. But here we go, racing for Intermax, and Jensen Sale leads us into the first corner, holds on to pole position with Drew Davidson then up into P2, I believe. Is that Drew Davidson? Yeah, is it Drew Davidson? Up into second place. He's made up 3 places. Made up 1 place from the start, so making up a position. Jensen Sale holding on. Ethan Lloyd dropping down to P3.
That looked like Lloyd trying to go round the outside into Ashby. And we'll figure out that should give him track position, but it's not enough into the left-hander then of the subsequent corner, which is Wilkins. He holds 3rd place still with, that looks like it's Jay Birmingham just behind. Indeed it is, in the white and red helmet. Phillipson just behind that, as rest of the field just sorting themselves out still into some form of order, as we see the 127 of Zach Andrew crossing the line in 8th place. Tough opening lap for Finley Rhodes, going down to P10 from a 7th place start.
But look how much of a gap that Jensen Sale did have at the start then, has completely dropped that, getting out wide of the couple of first corners, getting out wide of Fine Lady and dropping quite a bit of time back to Davidson, who's capitalised on that and has backed the field up here. As you can see, we're starting to sort of break away, but Ethan Lloyd very much in on this, and this is definitely sort of a front 5, front 6 down to Finley Thompson in the 138 car, as you can see, coming through Osiers there and onto the back straight. And we get here into the boots, across, hop over this chicane and round the final hairpin corner into the start-finish straight. Now Jensen Sale takes the line with 6 minutes on the clock. Fastest lap of the race from Jensen Sale, setting the pace out there. A close grid at the moment, given how close they are bunched together, and the fastest lap is still with Jensen Sale, our leader. Just shows you the level of competition out there at the moment once again. And just don't forget the camber here at Whilton Mill. It's not as flat as the cameras sometimes make out. There's lots of body weight transfer for our drivers to try and think about to maximise traction out of these corners. Jensen Sale, though, caught quite a gap out of that last sector there. Has built almost, I'd say, about half a second now, maybe slightly more, on Drew Davidson. Maybe Drew Davidson got slightly out of shape, had a bit of pressure. Oh, that's because Ethan Lloyd has gone up the inside. So Ethan Lloyd for P2 has allowed Jensen Sale to build his gap out at the front a minute or so further.
That's
on. Who's
Dexter
this
Petty on the grass in the 160, rejoining, and will be rejoining in last place.
Unfortunate for Dexter Petty, who started
second
off
to last, because it looks like Lewis Cacaldi is also off, and I imagine that those two were off together, although we did only see one kart.
Alfie Phillipson, whilst we were looking at that, has gone round the outside of Drew Davidson, who was using all of his front axle as much as possible to make sure his kart didn't flip over, using all of his steering lock there. And Ethan Lloyd holding off Alfie Phillipson just about at the moment for second place. But here comes Phillipson down the inside of Ethan Lloyd up into second place. And so I said to watch out for Phillipson in the previous heat. Some great pace out there coming towards him later on as the races progress here in this Intermax field, and that's certainly ringing true at the moment. Ethan Lloyd then trying to hold on to his car as he comes out of Fine Lady, and also Drew Davidson looking to hold on to the back of Ethan Lloyd so these two can work together.
It's Davidson. That kart at the moment just doesn't seem to be handling as he wants. You'll see him, he'll go here into Ashby, he'll turn right, the inside will lift up and basically try and plant itself back down again. And it's almost like he's got a little bit too much caster in the front end. You change the setting on the front and it sort of grips up the rear, and by having more caster in the front, it basically tries to plant the inside rear down where he wants it to be able to rotate. But then in the faster corners, it doesn't grip for him. Around Crook, it's just sliding, and he's scrubbing off a little bit of speed, whether that comes to him later on in the race. But Drew Davidson having a bit of a tough one so far, having ran second in the early part of this race.
Yeah, Alfie Phillipson setting the purple pace at the moment, fastest lap of 48.85. Pretty equal, though, to our front runner of Jensen Sale. And up the inside, a dive there of our 175 driver, Hamish Gordon, going up the inside of Felix Sheldon Hayward of Ambition Motorsport. So Hamish Gordon making a move up into P8, chasing after Ethan Manzi.
No, Hayward straight back down the inside at Ashby to retake 7th place. And who was that going wide? Was that Alfie Phillipson?
Yeah, looks like it was.
I think it could have actually been Ethan Manzi.
Ethan
They're
Manzi,
very similar.
Yeah.
One is 112, one is 115. But Manzi was very, very slow round the left-hander at Wilkins and dropped a place or two.
And had a similar kind of moment in the last superheat, and unfortunately came off a little bit worse than he has done now. Looks like he's held on to this at the moment, Ethan Manzi, up there in 7th place. So we don't want a repeat of history coming into Christmas corner here. And our RCE driver there of, I believe that's a Rio Paniutu, yeah, holding off Zach Andrew down in P11 and P12 at the moment. So great battles as always here at the Kart Championship, going on right throughout the field, as well as out the front, as well as in the midfield too. It's important to give obviously some respect and, well, of course, airtime, amazing airtime for our drivers in the mid-pack, because there's great racing right throughout, and all these points are so valuable as to where they might end up in the final classification later on for our afternoon session. Oh, look how close these two are now, though. Jensen Sale gets out wide of Fine Ladies. Alfie Phillipson going to go diving up the inside. Yes, he is into Christmas and takes the lead of this race for the first time. And Jensen Sale will be, I'm sure, venting underneath that helmet that he got a bit out of shape coming out of the first couple of corners of this Whilton Mill circuit of the 1,200 metres. They've got to navigate together, but he's looking to make amends here, right on the back of Phillipson as we come through Osiers and onto the back straight.
Just a few corners of reset as he looks over to the right-hand side. We'll see his mechanic and takes his hand off the wheel, and basically went, I'm not sure what else I could have done there at the time. Alfie Phillipson, though, just seems to have a little bit more underneath him at this stage in the race.
You can see 5-second penalties being distributed by race control. Aaron Rigg, who is in the mix here, I think down towards P14. Yeah, you can see Aaron Rigg there. Felix Sheldon Hayward as well in P9. That's going to affect things a little bit more for Ambition Motorsport, down in the mix of 9th and 10th at the moment. It's going to probably drop him down at least 3, 4, 5 places maybe.
This is your battle for 3rd place that a few laps ago had Ethan Lloyd, but he's got shuffled back from 3rd. He's not even in the same camera shot. He's down in P6 now. Drew Davidson and Finley Thompson are going to battle it out for 3rd place. Jay Birmingham, Ethan Lloyd, Ethan Manzi, with Hamish Gordon, Felix Sheldon Hayward and Finley Rhodes are still there from 5th down into 10th place. But this is Davidson for 3rd place. 2 laps to go. Alfie Phillipson still leading them from Jensen Sale. Drew Davidson and Finley Thompson for 3rd place.
And you were talking about there, look, coming again through Crook and through Oblivion. He was getting really out of shape, trying to hold on to that car. There's definitely maybe some kind of setup issue there, perhaps. And then up the inside, Finley Thompson.
It may well be that it's just set up for the infield section, the twistier complex. But it was this corner here that I picked up. Look, that rear, effectively, you want it to lift and stay in the air, unicycle round using the outside wheel, because it's not a slip diff. It's a solid rear axle, which means the inside rear has got to do half the distance as the outside rear. That wants to push on as the inside rear wants to turn. So the more you lift it, the better. But if it's bouncing up and down, which is to do with the caster on the front end, that's always going to be a bit of a problem. So again, that car doesn't look at the moment to be to his liking, but it's still fast. He's still up there in the top 4.
Oh, who's out there?
Off. We'll try and pick it out. Who's falling that down the other? That's Aaron. Is that Thomas Laidler?
I think it is Thomas Laidler, yeah, going down towards the back of the field, as you can see there, right to the bottom now. We're on screen here, back with the 3rd place runners, and in the midfield,
yeah, Aaron Rigg falling down as well.
How are our front 2 getting on, though, with Phillipson and Sale? Looks like there's a 3/10 gap at the moment between them.
You'll catch them in the background shortly. as we've got stationary yellow. Leaders are clear. They've got 2 or 3 kart lengths.
Here they are.
between.
So Alfie Phillipson then, on this final lap, looking like he's going to come and take victory ahead of Jensen Sale, who will probably be disappointed with that one mistake out of Fine Lady. But Phillipson is going to take victory here ahead of Sale. So 1 apiece in the Super Heats for Intermax today into our latter stages this afternoon for Intermax. Finley Thompson did hold on to P3 there ahead of Jude Davidson, and would be good to see if we could speak to Jude Davidson a bit later on, see how he felt with the race around the Whilton Mill circuit, what we were talking about in that heat there. Jay Birmingham, Ethan Manzi, Ethan Lloyd down to P7 in that one, will be disappointed, I think, with that performance. Hamish Gordon and Felix Sheldon Hayward down to P9. Zach Andrew rounds off your top 10. Unfortunate for Jensen Skeff as well, not looking like he could make much headway up towards the front, but we hope that obviously Thomas Laidler, Aaron Rigg, who were a bit further down in that one, are doing okay.
Ooh, the sunshine is out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't tell from most of the other camera positions there. When you're looking down the track, it's clouds in the background, but the sun is trying its hardest. And to be fair, it does, it is a little bit brighter, and hopefully it arrives just in time for the finals, which would be lovely for this afternoon. We've got 3 more heats before we head towards lunch. Don't go anywhere when that happens, though. We've got the Paddock show with Jake and Gracie, which we filmed yesterday, where you'll get to meet all of our drivers, and most of them without helmets on, so you'll be able to see their faces for the first time.
It's a rarity.
It is very much a rarity. Thank you to Isaac Young in the live chat. We miss you. Hopefully you're back in Honda Cadet later on in the season. And Glamar as well is watching from Spain. I think they are related to Jensen Skeff.
Yes.
They mentioned an incident yesterday. But they're in Spain, so that makes me very, very jealous.
Well, you were out there, and now you're back here,
I'm back here.
at Whilton Mill, which, of course, you are grateful and you love. Right, let's get on from our Rotax into our final Honda Cadet heats for this morning. So we'll get off to Honda Cadets in just a second, just in remaining in the paddock for whilst our Intermax runners make their way through Parc Ferme and find their way across again. And this is going to be an interesting field, I believe, because if we're into this groups of Honda Cadets from before, this might involve Luca Bocky and Cannon at the front, who have been leading the field. Let's see how the grids line up.
Well, it's going to be an all-Apollo front row. They've been the top 3 in points, so whichever way you want to spin drivers A, B and C, you're still going to find them occupying the front row berths. So,
all right, we'll be doing a Honda Cadet in a second. Before we get onto the Honda Cadet grid, let's see who Gracie's been catching up with in this field before we get underway.
So we've just completed the first Honda Cadet Super Heat of today. Joshua here has come out on top, and it's also his first ever Super Heat win this season. Joshua, how was that?
It was quite difficult, but in the end I found the overtakes and managed to get to the lead.
And what is kind of your game plan going into your second Super Heat later this afternoon?
Probably just do the same what I did in that one.
That's good, fair enough. At least it's something familiar. Like I say, you've clearly got the pace and the confidence and potential to definitely win this in the final. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank?
My mum, my dad, all my sponsors, and everybody who's watching.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of today, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks to Gracie then catching up with Joshua Bailey then, who has taken victory round here, and as of course you just said, a first Super Heat victory for Joshua Bailey, so he'll be brimming underneath that helmet. Maybe can take that into the rest of our races today. As you rightly said there, David, you can see a Apollo front row for Luca Bocky and Archie Cannon. Mason Becker, who got caught up in a few wheels in the previous heats, managed to hold on to third. He starts third here as well. Sawyer Henderson, Marcus Cooper and Sebastian McCarthy down to P6. Bradley Sutton, Henry Colborne in P8, Finney Fursfield, Alistair Saunders, Archie Loveridge on row 6 alongside Phoebe Shelton, who will be wanting to make sure she is staying in this race and want to build on the disappointment of the last one. Seth Wright, Reggie Jafissi, Eric Grisbeck also out in the last one. Jensen Drummond, Chris Doshi and Keen Delaney down to P18. Aubrey Harrington-Evans, Alfie Keeling, Ethan Pearson, Oliver Bullock, Reggie Cook and Maximilian Mikowski down in P24. Alfie Love, Jacob Jones, Ada Wright and Edward Charlton rounds off your 28 runners for this Honda Cadet grid.
So they're making their way round up towards the to the grid now. Good morning or good afternoon now, it's flying through the day, to Wilf Cooper, who I'm sure will be watching as Marcus makes his way to the third row, and as well to Neil Bloomfield, who I'm sure will be supporting Sawyer Henderson in Honda as well throughout this race day.
Plenty of people watching here live at the track at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire, and lots of action, of course, to be across and support their friends, family out there amongst each other. Very supportive paddock, I would like to say, is the Kart Championship. It's been great to meet so many of the teams, so many of the drivers that are travelling all over from the UK, competing on our 6-round calendar. We are obviously here today for round 3. We'll be back here for the decider, the conclusion, finale in September, once again at Whilton Mill. You can see they're all on the dummy grid, getting ready, fired up down there in the dummy grid. Important, essential to do those final PSI checks one step before here. Once they get into this area, they just have to wait with their mechanics and teams. And the green flag waves, they're out for the formation here and getting as much heat into the tyres as they can. First of all, as you said, they're like bricks when they start off, but once they get some heat around sort of half of the lap, the grip's there for them, hopefully, as they will come round and start.
Yeah, even more so for your Rotax as well, just because they're used to having loads and loads of grip. So when it doesn't give them any grip at all, they don't like it. But you know, these Vega tyres now that the Honda's moved on to at the start of 2024 have a very wide operating window and do switch on fairly quickly compared to the previous tyre that they ran on, which was a Dunlop. The Dunlop was actually a wider tyre. Effectively, the front was as wide as the rear is now, and it was just a wider tyre on the Dunlop. But it took 3 laps to effectively get up to race temperature, so that benefited the drivers that were very confident, allowed them to get away early on, and did see quite a large field spread in Honda. Since we've moved on to the Vega Cadet tyre, the racing has been much closer because the tyre gets switched on within half a lap, and you know, if they've worked them enough this time round, and we saw in the previous race that, you know, we had a train of 5 or 6, and I expect this one to be very much the same. As Cannon rolls in on the left, Luca Bicocci will hope that he can just go off at the front rather than have to work back through, although it was a sensational work back through in the previous Superheat. So Luca the Boot Bicocci, given that that's where he does all his overtaking, will go off pole position with Archie Cannon alongside Becker and the pink-helmeted Sawyer Henderson on the second row. Marcus Cooper and then Sebastian McCarthy, who's looking to make a bit of an amends recently. He had a tough PF when he wasn't well. Did the Whilton Mill Club meeting last weekend and was less than spectacular, I think it's fair to say. Went and tested the weekend after. Kate comes back this weekend. He's in a much better mindset as McCarthy. He goes off P6.
All right, let's see how we'll get underway for our Honda Cadets. Waiting for the lights to go out here at Whilton Mill, and we are underway. And off pole position, it looks like there's going to be a switch between them because Archie Cannon has got ahead of Luca Bicocchi. So Luca Bicocchi down into P2 and Archie Cannon up into the lead end. It's an Apollo 1-2, but a switcheroo. Oh, goodness.
Bradley Sutton up onto the top of Sebastian McCarthy. Pitched up, he hit the cart in front and landed on an unsuspecting Sebastian McCarthy. We're going to go slow
full course yellow.
Full course yellow. And as we're going to back this one up, there's the 2 drivers at the far end of the circuit. McCarthy's got going again, albeit the Nassau panel on the front has taken the brunt of that, and I imagine it was a less than comfortable arrival of Bradley Sutton up onto the top of Sebastian McCarthy. But I think everybody's still running. I think they've managed to get that car off the top by either lifting or by it's just falling down. I think we'll unlikely to go green at the end of this lap immediately, and we certainly won't. But I get the feeling, I do believe that they're all going to trip the timing line, albeit, you know, down the order. So McCarthy and Cooper and Sutton, the 3 involved, basically 5th, 6th and 7th, on the grid. We're just waiting for them. They may well have got going again. They may peel off into the pits because of the incident. Nobody's coming round beyond that, but there's nobody stationary. Sutton does now trip the timing line 16 seconds down, although any damage to his car is probably going to be on the underside of it because he was perched like a parrot on the shoulder of Sebastian McCarthy.
Main thing, though, is that they're all okay and underway again. Looked worse than it was, which is the way that we do want it here at the Kart Championship. But our marshals here at Whilton Mill doing some fantastic work to get over to that as quick as possible, and miraculous that, of course, our drivers and runners and riders are getting going once again under the slow board. So it's not 2x2 in the formation, it's 1x1 at the end of a slow board. And are we going racing? No, we're going round for another lap once again. So the marshals need a bit more time to make sure that the barriers need to be back in safe position, making sure our marshals are back in the place that they need to be as well, and just taking the time as well, because obviously we've got 8 minutes plus 1 lap with these heats. We're not too far into this race, won't affect the results too much. We've got 5 minutes to play with, and if we need to play with some time to keep things safe, of course that is the priority.
Always is. What we do want is that another. I think that's Marcus Cooper just being helped away, albeit in the distance. So it looks like he's got going again, made his way round, and his. I think he could feasibly as well just make his way off circuit now, so won't have to stand. If he does need medic, there he is on the right hand side for Marcus Cooper. There's a cut through to the start line in a moment, so I get the feeling we might go racing this time round, which hopefully will give us around about 4.5 minutes to play with, and then Cooper can go and be seen to, but I think he's okay. So are we going to go green? No, we're not. And I think that's because Dan Ashton, the race director, is still occupied with Marcus Cooper. Cooper will be able to exit across the track through the exit gate shortly.
And to be fair, we wouldn't be able to cross the start-finish line for a while. They might have met at the same time, so they want to make sure that's all in good order. And of course our race director Dan Ashton keeps an eye on all the action out there, makes the calls as the racing's going on. He needs 100% undivided attention on what's happening out there. Yeah,
so he makes the calls but reports them back in. Then we've got a stewards panel that deal with things. The penalties that turn out in race are either looked at via video, with the ones that come in early are always, 99% of the time, a tramline infringements from the start, be that for being outside the line when the lights extinguish at the start of the race. And we will go green at the end of this lap.
So Archie Cannon, keeping some heat in his tyres, made the move on Luca Bicocchi at the start, and we'll be looking to cement that. Looks like, though, that these Apollo teammates will need to work together if they're going to come off the back of Sawyer Henderson and Mason Becker. We go green once again. It's Cannon leading into the first corner from Becker, Henderson, and also Colborne and Saunders. Thursfield, Register Fissy is in 8th. Is there going to be any changes for the lead here? No, they stay line astern, and Sawyer Henderson also sticking in 3rd place with that bright pink helmet that you wouldn't miss a mile off here around Whilton Mill. And as we were saying in the first heat, once again, David, we've got nice close battles up front in this first group. Everyone sticking together, making sure that they obviously don't give too much time away as we restart, because it could be more carnage and possibly other incidents that we don't need in this race, but also they don't need. They want to try and push ahead and leave those things to the latter stages of this race. Green flag still waving to remind them that we are green. We are full course yellow, full course racing now up to speed, and they come across the line here, and the fastest lap on that one getting back underway was Archie Loveridge, but all the way down to Seth Wright now in the 99 down in P13, setting the pace.
Well, they'd have got a much better run out of the final corner, because obviously Cannon couldn't power down until the acceleration line, which is about 25 metres in front of the start line. They're only going to get 4 laps in now after that restart lap, so it'll be a 5-lap race effectively with Cannon, Bicocchi, Henderson, Becker, Colborne, your top 5. There's a big gap back then to Thursfield, who found a way past Saunders at that corner they've just gone past on the previous lap. There he is in the dark blue suit with the orange helmet, up into 6th place. That would be his highest finish of the season in P6 for Hindley Thursfield. Saunders, Duffy, Shelton and Archie Loveridge in the number 73 machine having a weekend to forget for a driver that we expect to be at the front. We said this at PF, he always finds a way to the front. It's just that he hasn't been there this weekend. It's been a tough one for Archie Loveridge. At a circuit that does not hold fond memories for him, I can assure you of that.
Yeah, in P10 right now, though, and has got a little bit of time to build, but not as much as he usually would have, as you said, with the reduced time in this race. Who's throwing this up the inside?
Saunders.
The 58 of Saunders, Alistair Saunders. Nice move there, which now makes, of course, the other drivers behind it, Jafisi and Shelton, a little bit more open to this part of the race in this group. But to the front goes Saunders, and we'll try and push ahead then into the boot section here, who looked like it went a bit wide, out of shape there, but kept it in just about, and a nice move there up the inside from your 73 runner of Archie Loveridge then on Phoebe Shelton, making some progress. There you go, there's the commentator's charm there. We'll call it the commentator's charm, not the curse, making good there, talking about Archie Loveridge up a place in this Honda Cadet field, which has been fiercely fought in this second group of runners as they come into Christmas corner.
Good move by Keane Delaney down the inside of Phoebe Shelton as well. Moves him up into 10th place. At the front, that's Cannon and Henderson for the lead.
And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken here, looking at my timing screens.
Well, it's showing a lap record. Whether that's a championship lap record or an all-time Honda one, I'm not sure. But Cannon leads then from Henderson. Bicocci down into third place on the previous lap. Missed off camera, but there's been a change for fourth as well, with Henry Colborne on this lap getting past Mason Becker. So Colborne in the BRK chassied machine, the turquoisey colour on his Nassau panel as they come to the inside, because we're on the final lap. Cannon, Henderson, Bicocci, Colborne, Becker, your 5 at the front. Would you put money on it staying in this order? No, you wouldn't.
No, absolutely not. And you can see why. He's going super defensive there, was Archie Cannon. Sawyer Henderson is trying to hold off Luca Bicocchi, and he just does about that. And as Luca Bicocchi does that, he then has company from Henry Colborne up into
Henderson
P3.
Down the inside of Cannon into Ozzy as Henderson leads then with one complex of corners to go. Cannon tried to defend, but he defended too late. Henderson into the boot, hits the brakes, going to get it stopped. Mason Becker trying to get down the inside of Henry Colborne. Colborne with a good run up into third place. Sawyer Henderson, can he get the run out of the final corner? Colborne can, but not enough. It's going to be Henderson, Cannon, Colborne, Becker, Bicocci. The top 5 split by half a second.
First field, Loveridge, Saunders. Loveridge up to P7 in the end there, so made a couple more places. Alistair Saunders, Phoebe Shelton, and Reggie Tufisi finishing off your top 10. I thought Henderson had dropped it out of the final turn there. Looked like he was trying to make the kart go in a straight line as best he can. He did manage to hold on to it in the straight line, and thank goodness he took the victory. It looked like he was going to get slightly out of shape, but held off Archie Cannon and Colborne onto the podium then. Great performance from him.
Good run for Colborne. So Henderson, Cannon, Colborne, your top 3. Becker, Bicocci, Thursfield, Loveridge up to 7th. Saunders, Shelton, Dufficy, Seth Wright, Eric Grisbeck and Jensen Drummond in front of Bradley Sutton, Alfie Love, Alfie Keeling, Ethan Pearson, Jacob Jones, Reggie Cook and Aubrey Harrington. Evans, Kean Delaney went down on the last couple of laps, having run inside the top 10, finishes P21. Chris Doshi, Max Mikalski, Oliver Bullock, Edward Charlton, and then 2 of the 3 drivers involved in the opening lap skirmish, Sebastian McCarthy and Marcus Cooper in 26th and 27th, respectively.
Yeah, we hope that Marcus Cooper is okay in that race. It looks like he's got off to the paddock all fine. We'll see him in the next races, hopefully. But now on to our next heat. We're getting towards the lunch break. And our penultimate heat of this morning's session with our Microax runners, with our mighty cadets out there, a dual class to keep track of once again round here at Whilton Mill. We can see our race director coming into shot there, making sure everything's in check on our clipboards, keeping proceedings running smoothly as always. And on pole for our Micromaxes, Will Hatton, Freddie Baker, Milo Taylor, Oakley Howlett as well will want to hold on to his great progress that he did have at the start of the last heat. Jensen Darlow, Sebastian Talbot in P6. Munro Wilcox, Jensen Drummond, Benjamin Finley, Anthony Ray, Lana Eden and Max Armit, our S-Plate runner in P12. Seth State Mackey in 13th, rounding off that field. Off to our mighty cadets rather. Ansel Murray, Harry Stinson want to have a better race with this one, try and be up there with Ansel Murray. Heath Smith, Freddie Dye, Jack Swong down to that position in the Mighties. Junior Wright, Arthur Thompson, Henry Hales, Jacob Amish, Jaden Bond and Elliot Hitch. And Arthur Barr, Frank Pearson, Hadley Jarvis and Emily Christie rounds off your mighty runners in this field.
Just wait for them to come out onto track. There they are. We start with our micros at the front. That's Jensen Darlow in the 26. 28 is Munro Wilcox. As to the right-hand side, the dominant Heat 1 winner of Freddie Baker. So the whistle to clear the mechanics, fist pumps, handshakes all round. Zeppy in the live chat just puts commentary waffle. That is one of the nicest things anybody's ever said about me. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Honestly, I've been married to my wife for 15 years now and she's never said anything as nice as that.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe she doesn't like me.
I'm going to frame that, put it up on my wall. Also, we've got Bug the Ugg as well. Race of the week, they just said there, for our Hondas. It's probably pretty up there as well. We've had some great racing action today in the Primos, in the Junior Rotax. I might maybe want to hold you off until we get to our finals to decide the race of the week.
We've still got 2 repechages and 8 finals, of course, because this mixed class now of Micro and Mighty gets split for the final. They get full camera time each for the final, so they race together in the heats and the super heats, but then they do get their own final, which is great for us because it gives them a little bit more camera time, of course. Always difficult on a split grid, but at the same time, you know, we're trying to grow both classes, so the option was, you know, we don't have time throughout the whole meeting to add another 4 races on. It's nearly an hour. So rather than lose one of them, we merged them together and then put them, split them then for the finals. But it does give an opportunity to grow both classes, so which is wonderful. So then they're just going to hold back a little bit. Are the Mighties? Ansel Murray on the right hand side, Henry Stinson on the left. There's Stinson in the 178.
He wants to have a better race this time, and he dropped down sort of P7, P8 territory in that one, and in the first couple of rounds he's been battling with Ansel Murray.
But, and you've seen the sort of Saturdays for the whole season, and but what I saw, particularly at PF, and the same with this, is that I think Stinson's got a bit of teenager in it, in that it takes him a while to wake up.
Towards the end of the day.
Towards the end of the day, he's unreal. But the first heat of the day, it's almost like, you know, you just want to poke him with a stick a little bit and go, come on, do something, because we know you can do it. Let's see whether the second heat or the second super heat of the day is more to his liking. Now we're at lunchtime, and then the final as well. You know, he's one of the big hitters in that class. We know that, but you know, same at PF. The first super heat wasn't really there. In P4, I think in the first one, won the second one, and then was right there at the final as well. Let's see whether this one's a bit more to his liking.
Support on the chat for Jacob Amos in the Mighty from B. Hartley Racing. Nice to see the support there. Logan Jackson as well wishes everyone good luck. Keep it clean in the Mighty, he says, but we're on to Micromax starting, and we are away in our Micromax class, and Freddie Baker for the RCE team leads the field away ahead of Oakley Howlett, so it's up a couple of places at the start there. Great start from Oakley, wanting to make amends for the first Super into Christmas Corner for the very first time, and underway in a moment. Will our Mighty runners be getting up to grips with things? They are. They're just coming round the final corner, as you can see here. And Ansel Murray on the RCE on the right-hand side. Stinson on now the right-hand side. Ansel on the left. We're going racing for Mighty. And Ansel Murray into the first corner, comfortably holding the lead there. But you can see that Stinson's dropped down to the back there. And Heath Smith up into second place in the Mighty category. So Harry Stinson again, you're talking about poking the bear a little bit, down to P3, will potentially need a little bit more of a wake-up call if he wants to hold on to the prize-paying positions right at the front of the field in this one.
Micros, they trip the timing line then with Baker with a 6/10 gap back to Howlett and Darlow. This is the front of Mighty, and Ansel Murray breaking away. He did this again in heat number 1, and then everything sort of backed up, and it gave Heath Smith an opportunity to challenge him in the 118 machine with Stinson behind as well. Who's that in 4th place? That's Jax Wong, I believe, in the 176. He's very much on the younger scale of the this cadet class in Mighty. So they'll cross the timing line with Murray, Smith, Stinson, Wong. Dye, you went well in the first superheat. Junior Wright, Arthur Thompson, Jacob Amos.
Yeah, Jacob Amos is one to watch sort of growing into this Mighty cadet class this year. I've been chatting to his dad, Ronnie, throughout the season so far in TKC. And was that a move up the inside there,
well,
potential?
Freddie Dye trying to find a way past Jax Wong, and it didn't work out. He got boxed in, and then is now under pressure from Junior Wright and Arthur Thompson.
But yeah, Jacob Amos finding his feet in this class, first year racing nationally across all of these circuits, getting to grips with them and growing in somewhat at the moment. The gap's closed here though, hasn't it, between these 3 runners, and at the front here, Ansel being chased heavily by Heath Smith, and Stinson, he's recovered. He's heard our calls on commentary, and he's not wasting any time chasing after these front 2. Heath Smith though, and Ansel Murray, both in the RCE awnings, and are they going to work together here to hold off Stinson? This is probably not what Stinson wants. He's got 2 to try and fight through to get through to the lead until maybe the final stage of the race, where that will be off the table.
Again, I think he's just going to be content at the moment to try and push away from Jax Wong in 4th place and give himself a chance. As you can see, not really sending moves down the inside, just pushing along with Heath Smith in front. So this is your trio. Do expect a fairly calm race between them for the next minute and a half or so. Time-wise, though, we'll also keep an eye out, even though they're not on screen at the moment, with our micros, which still sees Freddie Baker, but now it's Jensen Darlow up into 2nd place in that class. There he is in the green, red and blue helmet and the green and white cart of Jax Motorsport, in front of Ben Follen's Milo Taylor, Oakley Howlett in the green colours.
So he's dropped down a couple of places from the start then.
2nd down into 4th, but still going well on his first Kart Championship weekend. Here's Oakley Howlett, Sebastian Talbot, Jensen Drummond, Munro Wilcox, Benjamin Finley and Anthony Ray. At the front, though, it remains the Freddie Baker show in micro.
Yeah, Freddie Baker has been a class above the rest in this field of late, and our micro runners finding their way then through the first sector, up through Inkermans, down towards Ashby, through to Wilkins. Here you see Darlow at the front of the chasing 2, ahead of Milo Taylor. All these 2 work together to try and chase up to Freddie Baker, because if I'm not mistaken, in the last heats, Freddie Baker equally had a nice bit of a gap to work with out at the front. The same is repeating itself once again here at Whilton Mill. Oakley Howlett's got some pressure from Sebastian Talbot as well, now behind off the start-finish straight, so wants to be wary of that. We've got 3.5 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap roughly, but look at the back of Jensen Darlow here. Milo Taylor all over him, trying to force the issue, and that is Oakley Howlett losing out, as I said there, to Jensen Drummond, who was chasing him down, setting the fastest lap of the race at the moment out there, making that pace come good down into the middle part of the lap up towards Ashby and Wilkins.
Good move by Jensen Drummond to move himself up into 4th place. At the front, Freddie Baker will have lap traffic to contend with, probably slightly earlier than he did in the previous race, as he finds I think it's Emily Christie as he comes up to in the boot. And I think that's what made it a little bit easier for him last time. He's got sort of boxed in this time, and it will lose him a little bit, I think, of that 1.2 seconds that he had at the previous lap. It's down to 4/10, but the 2 behind have still got to navigate the traffic, and I think that's what sort of helped it out the last one. He won by 7.5 seconds, which was the biggest race victory we've seen so far this season, eclipsing the 6.5 for Jacob Underhill at round number 1 in the final there. But see, as there's 2 of them, they want to try and get through together so that they can maintain that push, but it's harder for them to get through as a train, and that's going to elongate the gap again at the front to Freddie Baker.
And to be fair, she did a great job there, staying out the way to the other side.
Well, we say this all the time in karting. This isn't like cars. You see a blue flag, you don't jump out of the way. You maintain your line. The reason they're faster drivers is because they're they've got a little bit more pace. It's their job to find their way through. They want predictability. They don't want a driver taking evasive action. Milo Taylor in third place, though, has picked up a 3-second penalty. That would be wheels outside, or 2 wheels outside the tram line at the start of the race. So he's currently third, but has got to. That's Emily Christie going wide, is it? Or is that...
just about holding on to it, Emily
or is
Christie.
that Hadley Jarvis, I think, could be in
No,
the
it wasn't. You're right, that's Hadley Jarvis. Holding on to it.
But Taylor now has got to try and get 3 seconds on Jensen Drummond, or at the very least on Oakley Howlett, to minimise the damage of that 3-second penalty. There's your race leader. Gap is back out to a second, and he's got more traffic now in between Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow in second place.
Took a lot of curb there as he's coming through into Oziers, and thankfully didn't treat him too unkindly coming through that section onto the back straight. But as you can see here to the front of the field, we've got a battle going on. Is it between our front runners? That's Heath Smith in the 118. Has he gone to the front of the field ahead of
yes,
Ansel Murray?
Yes, he has. And coming down the inside as well will be Harry Stinson for second place.
So Murray down to third.
Murray getting shuffled back then. And that gives Heath Smith a run. Now, does say 30 seconds, but don't worry, that's picked up off Freddie Baker. So these Mighties will have 2 laps at the end of this one. Baker, pretty much all the way around the circuit, must now be... well, he's heading...
He's coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, well, he's heading... Yeah, I've got him heading towards the boot and the timing line. But yeah, you're right. He's on the back straight. He's just coming into the start of the boot now is Baker. So, to be fair, Mighty did leave a fairly big gap. Oh, Stinson locked up hard not to go into the back of Smith in front of him. And to be fair, that's probably thrown a little bit of a lifeline to Ansel Murray, who's been cast adrift ever so slightly.
It wouldn't have done his tyres any good, though, particularly looking up into there and any of his confidence or composure going into the final stages of this race. So you've got Heath Smith holding on for the RCE team. Harry Stinson is stuck in an RCE sandwich, and will it be a tasty filling and an end for our front runner of Heath Smith, or will Harry Stinson steal it at the death? Here's Freddie Baker, though, and look at the gap he has got once again. Back to Jensen Darlow. Looks like he's going to be having this one in the bag. But a few more corners to contend with here at Whilton Mill across the start-finish line for the final time. So the final lap is out then for our Microax runners, and followed along by our mighty cadets shortly. But he has been a class of the field in this Microax grid over the last few sessions here at Whilton Mill.
Stinson leads.
Stinson went up to the inside, didn't he? He went up the inside of Heath Smith, so he did make that count, and he's now become the filling removed.
He's took Ansel with him. Ansel then up into second place for Ansel Murray.
Oh,
that's Emily Christie.
Emily Christie into the barriers.
So we're keeping an eye on where the yellow flag is, but the leaders making their way through in micro. It's Freddie Baker. The gap is 1.4 seconds at the front. Finds his way through. Will line the curb up. Freddie Baker will then take victory then in the second superheat. That's 2 from 2 for Baker. From Jensen Darlow, Milo Taylor, Jensen Drummond, but Taylor's going to drop down, but it's only going to be one place because he pulled 3 seconds on Oakley Howlett. Where are we in our Mighty Cadets? There we are in Mighty Cadets as they head up towards Oziers then for the final time, and it's still Stinson from Murray. Who's that in 4th place? It's the 117 of Freddie Dye, who's drawn up onto the back, and now it's a quartet. Murray's down the inside. Murray and Stinson come together, but Murray was in the gap. Ansel Murray. Stinson's lost his nose. Stinson's lost his nose. It can't drop down if it's not attached. Through comes Ansel Murray, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye.
My word.
Jax Wong. Stinson's down the order, and the reason he's down the order is that his transponder is attached to the front of his nose.
And it's further back, and it's in the boot.
It's attached to the nose, and it's there on the side of the track.
Side.
Our cameraman could probably just... No, he can't lean over and pick it up unless you stretch Armstrong. Can we have a look at that again?
That is... Wow, that is... I'm speechless at the end of that race. It's what is it? The end of the race is Ansel Murray, Stinson. You can always bet if them two are together, it's never going to finish well. in most races. We know what I mean.
Normally just for one of them.
Yeah. But there's always going to be action in the final corners between them two.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always going to be action. I'm pleased we got an opportunity to go back and just pick that last lap up. So great work from the team here at Alpha Live to go back and pick that last lap up between Ansel Murray, Heath Smith and Harry Stinson. But into that final corner, they came together side by side, and then Stinson riding up the back of the kart in front. There's Freddie Baker again, just out of the kart, happy with his work. Milo Taylor in third. He's got a penalty. I think he's asking what it's for, but it'll be for 2 wheels outside the tram line, I can assure you of that. So we've got our final race of the day. Just having a quick look just before we go to it in the live chat. Zempi again, just coming in hot with the compliments again for both Micro and Mighty. Also wants to know that all the finals are free and live on Alpha Live. I'm sure you'll be sticking around all day. You're quite clearly enjoying the show, so thank you very much. Final superheat of the morning session then, before we head towards our repêchages and our finals later on this afternoon. It's time for Senior Rotax.
All right, then let's get into our final race and heat for this morning. Thank you to everyone who has been watching the action here for the Kart Championship Round 3 at Whilton Mill on Alpha Live. And let's get into a senior max grid that has been equally fiercely contested throughout the morning session. Harrison Crowther starts on pole. Joshua Smith, Lewis Sumner for the X-Karts, with Melissa Adrian in P4, Riley Bishop and George Cole in the mix down in P6, Kai Newman, Drew Preisner, Privateer doing very well up there in the mix at the moment in P8, DeJean Bennett will want to have a better one and stay penalty free in this race, P9, Josh Brown in 10th, Elliot Dalton-Ayres down to Jamie Perilli in P12. Benjamin Lee, Rory Hinkley wanted to make some more amends as well. Jamie Kirkbride, Ross Tyler, Connor Tubby and Lewis Holt in P18. Sam Kelbrick, Max Sheldon Hayward, Stephen Napier, the S-Plate, Eddie King, Thomas Ambler and Oliver Lomax down in P24 for Craft Motorsport. Dylan Tracy, Jack Gillicuddy, Zach Kane, Scott McDowell, Michael Ambler and Cassidy Southall down to our final runner of this senior Rotax grid. And here they are then, in the boot section, and plenty of temperature in Harrison Crowther's tyres. I'm not sure about everyone else's. He makes sure the grid follows up once again.
Trying to rip them off the bead there, wasn't he?
And Stinson's bumper, we can see, has been moved out of the way. Let's hope it crossed the start-finish line in good time. We go racing here for Senior Rotax across the line, and they're in the tram lines, and we're away. Harrison Crowther stays out in front, and that's a Kiddix up the inside, maintaining his position. Joshua Smith in second.
Slow-moving Rory Hinkley further down the order there in the 12.
Up into Christmas Corner, some dust being kicked onto the main circuit out of our first big braking zone here at Whilton Mill, and into Inkermans for the first time, all finding their way through there pretty well, and through the infield section once more, and hopefully getting to grips with the pace, the conditions here at Whilton Mill, which has definitely brightened up, hasn't it, throughout the afternoon. Maybe giving them some more track temperature to work with out there around this 1200 metre circuit.
The brightest of them all, though, Harrison Crowther. He's got a gap of 0.8 of a second in front of Joshua Smith, Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop, Kai Newman, George Cole, Melissa Adrian, DeJuan Bennett, John Brown, Jamie Perilli. Your top 10 at the end of lap number 1.
And who's made up some positions in the opening lap? Kai Newman has found a couple of places up into P5 then, mixing it with the likes of George Cole and Riley Bishop for X-Kart. It's an X-Kart 2-3 rather. Oh, no, sorry, a 3-4 in this race. Lewis Sumner, Riley Bishop, they were side by side in second and third, and mixing it up with Harrison Crowther in the last race. Can they get 1-2 up towards the front of the grid? Harrison Crowther, look at the gap he's built again in this race to 0.8 of a second. Fastest lap of the race going to Riley Bishop, a 45.6, about a tenth and a half quicker than Harrison Crowther out front. So Riley Bishop looks like he's got the pace in some clean air at the moment in the realms of his teammate Lewis Sumner as well.
Brown, Prisner, Tyler going toe-to-toe up towards Christmas Corner. The battle continues down at Ashby, and I don't think it's over just yet as Brown then sends it back down the inside. Tyler's going to be the winner here as Brown then runs up the back of Tyler. No harm done. Tyler takes 2 with very little work. He just allowed the other 2 to battle their way into each other, and then there's a bit of contact into the rear quarter. Still no harm done, but they are side by side further down this train. Tyler will come out of this, I think, inside the top 10, will he? Yes, he will. There he moves up into P10. Brown, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Max Sheldon Haywood with a great start, having started P20, now runs P13.
Yeah, great position from him, showing his worth here in this Senior Kart Championship field.
That was Elliot Dalton Ayres going down the inside of John Brown.
Nice moves being had all over the place here from our drivers early in the race. And there's Stephen Napier up the inside. Nice move on sort of half of the axle of his senior Rotax car off the floor, making that stick on the brakes and using that weight transfer to stick the kart back to the floor and get underway back onto the back straight once again. It looked pretty close there, didn't it, coming into the boot as well, between a couple of our drivers as well. The number 22 looked like they were involved with that one down the field, or maybe the 23 I was thinking of Sam Kilbrick. Yeah, Sam Kilbrick along with Rory Hinkley, who is trying his best to find his way up through the drivers here, and also the number 30 and 20 maybe of Lewis Holt down towards P19. Yeah, down towards that part of the grid there. So 4.5 minutes plus a lap on the clock, and Harrison Crowther setting the pace out there. And race control penalty, Zach Kane, 5-second penalty, is right down towards the bottom of the field. So maybe had a bit of a coming together with one of the drivers out there on the circuit, but that won't hurt his race. Sadly, too much more down towards the bottom of the field. Gone down a few places trying to make some progress at the start of the back of the grid. And on screen now, a couple of your ex-kart runners there, with Sumner and Bishop is out alongside Joshua Smith. It is up in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place.
Got Newman and Melissa Adrian as well in the background. A little bit of a gap back then to George Cole in the 98 Project 1 liveried machine. Then a big gap back to Jamie Perilli. Good move down the inside by Joshua Smith. He moves up. Back at him though will almost come Riley Bishop, but then Bishop was actually more defensive, trying to hold back Kai Newman in the Ultimate R machine. Melissa Adrian. Then I said George Cole was a bit off the back, but all of that battling has allowed him to close up. He was half a second off the back of Melissa Adrian on the previous lap. And this time round it's very similar, but looked a little bit closer coming through the boot.
Melissa Adrian here feels like she's sort of biding her time, building her composure into this race through the few superheats, through the qualifying. She's definitely showing that she deserves to be up here in this top 5 for sure, trying to battle alongside the likes of Kai Newman, as you said, in front in that Ultimate R machine. And I feel like just waiting for an opportunity to see what happens with these runners in front, as is the way we're karting. One tiny mistake in a very tight competitive field in the Kart Championship could spell prosperity for Melissa Adrian.
Certainly could. But moving away at the front of this train was a battle for 2nd place. Is now a battle for 3rd because Lewis Sumner has got enough of a gap back. It's nearly a second to Joshua Smith, who is under pressure from Riley Bishop, with Kai Newman, Melissa Adrian. George Cole still half a second and can't at the moment catch up, but this is what he needs, which is Bishop down the inside. They'll all sort of slow each other down ever so slightly, and that should give George Cole an opportunity to turn this into a battle of 5 for 3rd place.
Yeah, so Bishop up into 3rd. Lewis Sumner in 2nd place at the moment for the X-Kart team. A good 1.6 or so, 1.7 seconds back from Harrison Crowther. They come across the line this time. The gap's gone down there by about 1/10 of a second, so maybe Harrison Crowther maybe lifting into a couple of the corners, maybe just using the time to let the kart breathe a little bit whilst he's not too much under pressure, can look after his senior Rotax machine underneath him until the final few stages. And yeah, obviously, you know, we hear a lot about in other motorsports not taking too much out of the tyres. How much would these tyre compounds, David, wear throughout the race? So they're pretty durable throughout the weekend.
You can do a weekend, and then what you'll probably do is you may well go and do like a Friday test on a set. Once that's done, they're pretty much scrapped, particularly for your front runners. So you're probably going to get you know, 80 to 100 laps out of them on a race weekend, if that, maybe 60 to 70. A similar for a practice day, and then that's then set of tyres done. So wide goes Bishop, looks to his right a few times. Smith is fairly compliant in not going down the inside. I'm not sure I'd have been quite as generous to Riley Bishop there. That was a mistake that could have quite easily have been punished by Joshua Smith. Bishop, though, still in that third place. Smith at the moment content to push. Maybe he thinks that if he can't do it, and they're nicely down the inside, but maybe if it hadn't have worked out at Christmas, he'd have fell behind Newman and Adrian. So did it at a point on the track where he knew it was fairly safe for him to do it. Crowther clear then of Lewis Sumner by 1.6 seconds. 2 laps to go, and the gap still fairly equidistant, another 1/10 of a second as round goes the 39 of Dejuan Bennett.
Yeah, it's not been a great weekend for Dejuan Bennett so far, as we see Bishop going back up the inside of Smith then for P3 once again. It's a real nice scrap going on with these drivers at the front of the field of this podium. Sumner and Crowther in a world of their own right now.
Stationary yellow out then, as there's a waved yellow for where that kart is. It's still not perfectly clear, but the driver is clear, and that kart will get recovered when the marshal can get safely to it. And that's the 39 then of Dejuan Bennett.
All right, so we're on to our final lap here for senior Rotax in the second super heat of the day. Who can take as many points as they dare into the final for the afternoon session at Whilton Mill? On the back, Riley Bishop trying to keep Joshua Smith behind in third position for the final podium place in this superheat race. And I say it's just Joshua Smith. There are at least 2, 3, 4 drivers on the case here. Kai Newman, Melissa Adrian, George Cole, all fancy this. You can see Melissa Adrian in the back of the shot and the Guy Cunnington livery. You can also see George Cole right to the back of this. George Cole trying to go around the outside of Melissa Adrian into Osiers. Nothing doing there, but Bishop is trying to stay composed, stay measured into the final couple of corners. But you can see Harrison Crowther with a good near 2-second gap comes across the line to take victory ahead of Lewis Sumner. And who's going to come across the line for the positions behind Bishop, Smith, Newman, Melissa Adrian, George Cole, Jamie Perilli and Ross Tyler and Elliot Dalton Ayres rounds off your top 10 there. No penalties as of yet to write home about, so it should finish the way you see provisionally there. And not happy was one of our runners coming through the line there. I cannot pick out who that was, but possibly down towards P17, P18 as how their race went there. Oliver Lomax, unfortunate for Craft Motorsport, didn't have a great run out there, was trying to start from further back on the grid and make their way up.
Dylan Tracy there in the 21, that's the LN kart on the left hand side. He's jumped the barrier and he's going to walk in.
He needs to get out of the way, fairly sharpish.
There comes Joshua Smith down, but he moves to one side. His kart will be recovered, of which we'll have plenty of time because we're going to head towards our lunch break here at the Kart Championship Round 3 from Whilton Mill. Still 10 races to come after lunch, the first of which we've got a pair of repêchages in Junior Rotax and Honda Cadet. The top 4 in that will progress to occupy the final 4 positions in the finals at the end of the day for Junior Rotax and Honda Cadet. We've got a bit of time though, Jake. We're going to head into the paddock where yesterday yourself and Gracie Mitchell got to talk to some of the drivers from the Kart Championship.
Hello and welcome to the Paddock Show for the Kart Championship Round 3 here at Whilton Mill. We've gone to Warden Law, we've gone to PF International, and here we are, find ourselves near Daventry at Whilton Mill. It's been a fixture of many karting calendars, of course, and it's myself and Gracie alongside me. We've been seeing on the socials for the Kart Championship as well. Brought to you by Alpha Live, of course. Let's go on a little tour of the paddock here at Whilton Mill for this round of the championship, and I think we should sort of work our way up some parts of the paddock here and get to chat to some of the drivers, some of the teams, and you can see at the moment we're just mid-sessions in some of the heats here. We've got lots of different karts obviously on show. We've got them all lining up, I believe, for what looks like Intermax maybe, Junior Max, those kind of things. But Gracie, obviously it's great to have you back here in the paddock once again, and obviously in your car racing at the moment. It's been a few years since karting, but how's it been since you've been away from the karting paddock and racing professionally?
Honestly, amazing. Like, it's one of them. I always say it every single time. It's so like actually surreal when I actually kind of deep what I've actually done. Obviously this year I'm trying to compete in the full season of the Porsche Sprint Challenge, but it's just a case of keep kind of chipping away at it, getting the partners on board. Oh, don't want to get run over. But yeah, like I say, we had the first round at Donington. That went really well. Got second in all 3 races. Still chasing that win. Honestly, it was an amazing experience, and I can't thank everyone that's kind of been involved to actually make it happen. And yeah, I was literally, funnily enough, I was at PFI in between Donington. Oh, really? It was the same weekend, and I was here coaching, helping some cadets out that I know from my local track at Teesside, and literally got approached by Janine at On Track Marketing. She was like, "Do you want to do some media for us?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay, sure." Like, I will in the middle of what I'm doing. And then it was literally the case of like, Matty was like, "Yeah, you've done a good job. Do you want to come on board for like the rest of the season?" So I was like, "Why not?" So now I'm here, and here we are. This brings us to this very moment. It's been a great weekend so far. It's been really fun, kind of getting more experience in kind of interviewing drivers and being a part of this paddock show, which is cool.
So we'll try and go through some of the awnings. Here we've got Jack's Motorsport, who obviously compete in a few classes, and just going to see what drivers might be around, or if they're out for a bit of a session at the moment. It's coming into the awnings here, or just working on a lot of things here. Fletcher Jameson, we might be able to get a word with, maybe, if he's not too busy in. Fletcher, all right? You got time for a chat? Yeah? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going all right.
Talk me through your season so far, because I've seen your name definitely up in the top 10, in the top 3 many a time. It's a very fierce battle at the front of your class, but how do you see it from your perspective?
Yeah, pretty fun, like doing quite well, obviously after the crash last year, then come back after I think 8 weeks, and now just podiums and that. But recently we haven't had many, quite a few crashes, but we're back on it hopefully with a P1 and P5 today in the heats. So
it's good. You're good to build on that. And what's the atmosphere like in the Jack's awning? How much does it help, like on a race weekend?
It helps so much. Like, they're so supportive over everything, like just pristine with everything. I think they're brilliant.
And in terms of maybe racecraft or competition, obviously coming up through, I think, a couple of the classes that you've been in, how do you feel like it's been in 2026 for you, the drivers that you're up against, and maybe feeling like you're getting a foothold on the grid, or just getting a feel for how everyone's, just sort of strategy is out there? Have you got a good feeling that now into round 3?
Yeah, I think like everyone obviously is getting faster and faster, but it's whoever can race at the front. So hopefully we can do that this weekend.
Fletcher, great to catch up with you again. Take care of yourself, and we'll move along. And
So we've been given the opportunity, thanks to KKC, to give out some amazing prizes to those in the paddock that have contributed with their kindness, guidance and support. This team behind me, specifically Liam Atkin, the team owner, has offered his support and guidance to a fellow driver in the paddock that was definitely in need of it. Here we have got a new Senzo toolbox, which we'll be giving it to him. Wherever he is, we're going to go find him right now and surprise him. So I hope that he is in here. Ah, here he is. Liam, hello.
How are you doing?
So, how are you?
Good, thank you. Are you?
Good, yeah. How's your drivers getting on?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so basically, you have been recognised for your kindness, support and guidance that you've shown to fellow drivers in the paddock. And we would like to gift you this toolbox from KKC that they have kindly gave us to give to you.
Brilliant.
So yeah, thank you so much for everything that you've done in this paddock.
That's what we're here for.
So yeah, do you think this is going to be some good use to you? I hope.
Definitely, yeah, if I get on the tools again, definitely, yeah. Yeah, it'd be good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it for everyone.
Like I say, thank you.
No problem at all.
But yeah, I hope you have a great weekend. Good luck to all your
fingers
drivers.
crossed,
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yes.
And yeah,
Thank you
so
very much.
well done.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
here we are in the other area of the Whilton Mill paddock this weekend for the Kart Championship, and I'm here at the Reggie Cook awning. Reggie, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, not too bad. How's it been going out there so far?
Good.
Yeah, not too bad. All right. Well, this weekend we've had a nomination for you and your go-kart as the best looking privateer, and as a thank you from KKC, we wanted to give you this trolley just in case you need another one from the one you've got, and then take that into the rest of your weekend. So yeah, congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, who did your graphics? Because it's all, if you talk me through, it's all Lando Norris inspired. Are you a big fan of Lando?
Yeah.
We've actually got a new set, but we don't want to put them on this weekend. Yeah. So she's actually brought us a new set up this weekend, but I've got some new side pods and stuff, but we didn't bother because it's probably the other side's worse actually. But
and it helps you go faster when it looks good.
Well, I'd like to think so. We'll see tomorrow.
Lovely, Reggie. Thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Hi, do you want to be in a quick interview?
Sure.
Do you not mind? Right, introduce yourself, name, number, class.
I am Zach Jennings, I'm a junior Rotax and I'm 222.
Nice, and how's your weekend been so far here at Whilton Mill?
So far, it's been alright. During practice we were quick, qualifying we were quick for once because normally I struggle in qualifying, and we came like 6th I think. However, in the races, the tyres have been falling off during midway through, so it's not been good so far.
It definitely is pretty tough out there. It's so close in the times, and it is one of them, isn't it? It's just whoever's got kind of the best luck racecraft and in the right place at the right time. So obviously throughout the weekend, what's kind of your main goal to achieve? What do you kind of think?
I want to try and push through, because at the moment I'm in the top 10 almost each race, but I want to try and push through into the top 5 and see if I can really try and push.
Yeah. And obviously, you'll have some of your teammates. Have you any teammates around you that could maybe help out with that?
Yeah, I've got Isaac, I've got Elijah Hazelwood, so yeah, they can help and push.
Oh, nice. Well, thanks for speaking with us. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you shortly.
See ya.
Thank you very much. Right, so I'm going to pass back over to you, so it can be your turn.
It's like musical chairs, but with the mic. So,
We need a second one.
yeah, we do.
Do not have two mics.
I know, it's just, we are trying to find our way then between all of the awnings here around Whilton Mill, and the paddocks are always very different across the calendar. PF International is very sort of built and integrated, and you obviously see it's much longer at the Whilton Mill paddock. We go up the hill and we'll go through some of the awnings here, and you see the guys here in Project 1 Racing very much up there in the mix as well. You can see the likes of George Cole's kart in here if we just come and pay a visit if they don't mind. So you've got Laurie McFay as well in their class. Up there in the mid-pack, Noah Clare obviously to your left too, and just taking some time as a breather to come through, and some drivers doing their own cleaning of their bumpers and their karts as well, getting stuck in and making sure it might make them go a little bit faster. But remember, throughout the weekend on Alpha Live, you can get involved on the live chat. You've already been doing that so far in the races. If you're watching this during the broadcast, but you can also leave a comment on this paddock show as well. How much are you liking the Kart Championship this year? We've had so much competition between the likes of Zach Turner, Ryan Rapini in the junior Rotax class. We've had our junior Primo category, which is giving that first step into juniors, which has been so fiercely competitive and fought. And even in the mighty cadets as well, battle between Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson as well. So if we bump into them, we'll go and try and see if we can find them as well. You can see the S-plate of Max Armit there, just going down to one of their races. Max has been finding his feet as a privateer in this new stage for his chapter and his career. So Max looking to try and integrate himself more into the Kart Championship as well. And just coming all the way up here, there's lots of sessions going on at the moment, although Craft Motorsport is to our left here. So let's go and pay a visit to see if there's any drivers for Craft in the awning. Try and see if we can have a chat with anyone. And this is the dreaded thing where they all look at me and they go, oh no, we're about to be on the paddock show. What do we do? Shall we hide? Shall we not? Maybe we can have... I don't want to interrupt too much mechanic work because it could be pretty critical out on the track. But you can see some Jack Deck's racing crew in here, and you can see lots of cars going here. Can I come and have a chat with you guys? Is that all right? Introduce yourself.
Oliver Lomax, racing senior Rotax with Craft Motorsport.
And how are you finding Whilton Mill? I'm probably a track you've raced around plenty of times.
I've not been here for about 18 months.
Oh, fair enough.
But we made up about 8 places in our first heat, so it's quite positive. Just going to keep that momentum going into tomorrow.
And how competitive does Senior Rotax feel this year in the Kart Championship, maybe in some of the other races that you're racing across the UK at the moment?
It's really competitive. Like, I've raced at Shennington, and the people here are completely different. You got all the ones prepping for the Brits here. So it's like the field spread's really, really close. So one mistake and you're going to lose a ton of spots. So.
Yeah. And what are you doing in between races? What's the kind of like prep? Are you on the sim quite a lot? Is a lot of like cardio work or is that kind of thing?
Yeah, I go to the gym and then I'm on the sim quite a lot with my mates. Just like getting the racecraft better and that.
And how often are you up the front on the sim? Does it match out on track?
Probably better on the sim on track.
Well, Ollie, thanks so much for chatting to us here in Craft Motorsport Awning. Be looking out for you on the commentary and obviously the rest of the rounds this season, and good luck.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. So that's Oliver Lomax there, racing seniors in the Craft Motorsport Awning here, which is sort of... Here we are then, outside Cato Motorsport in the paddock at Whilton Mill for round 3. Myself and Gracie have got something very special to give one of the teams inside. We're giving away lots of prizes this year thanks to our friends at KKC each weekend. And let's go and see who we can try and get a word with that we want to give this to. Oh, just the man I'm looking for, Cato. Cato, how are you doing?
Good afternoon. Yeah. I'm very well.
Here we are. You probably know what's coming, but thanks to our friends at KKC throughout this year for the Kart Championship, we're giving away some amazing prizes down the paddock. And we know in the Kart Championship you've been one of the longest supporters of the Kart Championship. Your eyes and ears for the championship as well, for see what's going on up and down the grid. And as a thank you, we want to give you a brand new mechanical box for you to take into the rest of your weekends.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thanks to KKC and everybody at the Kart Championship. It's a great championship. That's why we keep coming back. Look, you can see the audience full with drivers. Sorry, I'm sweating. I've just been jigging a kart. It's a bit, yeah, it's a bit warm. Yeah, we keep coming back. We love it. So let's hope we can win some more races.
And how useful is one of these over a weekend?
To me, not really, because I don't do a lot. But yes, it will come in very handy. I'm sure we'll put a good use to it for something else other than tools, you know, spare parts or something like that, so we can take it down to Parc Fermé if needed. But no, I really appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Well, happy spannering and good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you.
Now we've got another really amazing prize to give away thanks to KKC, but this time it's been nominated by our tyre staff. Now, these tyres, which we are giving away, which are here, which Jake have got. So, Noah Moulton is who has been nominated. We are going to go see him. He'll be in this awning right behind us. Now, the reason he has been nominated is he has been recognised that it doesn't just matter how you get on track. His sportsmanship, his kindness and his friendliness has definitely shown across his paddock, hence why he has been nominated. So we're just going to head into the awning, see if he's there. Right. Is that Noah?
Yeah, Noah.
Hi, Noah. Hello. How are you?
Good, how are
you? You good? How's your race weekend going so far?
It's been going all right. I messed up quali. Heat 1 was good, and then that heat 2, I crashed at the start and made my way back up to 11th. So yeah, it's going pretty well.
Nice. Yeah. So we have been given the opportunity from KKC to give out a couple of prizes.
Yeah.
Now you've actually been nominated by the tyre staff, and you've been recognised for your sportsmanship, kindness and friendliness. So we would like to give you a free set of brand new slicks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll put them down. Thank you very much. That's amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome. So good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
You definitely deserve them. We wish the best for you, and we'll see you shortly.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That also means that we do have an excuse to actually go past a very, very beautiful Porsche. Obviously, I'm a fan. Who wouldn't? I mean, I'm sure it'll come into view very soon. But that is insane. The spoiler on it is huge. It is literally beautiful. I'm really liking the colour of them rims. Have you seen this already before? No. Have you not seen this until now?
No.
Yeah.
How does it compare to your car?
Oh, I think mine's a little bit better and a little bit faster. Yeah, no, absolutely beautiful. So here we've got the 737 team. Hello everyone. Have you got any drivers? Do you want to have a little interview? Yeah. What are you racing this weekend?
My team Bambino.
And how is it going for you so far? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
And where did you qualify?
I qualified 12.
And then were you happy with that, or were you kind of hoping that it had been a bit better? Because I think that is really good.
I could do better.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And you've had some heats today, haven't you? You've had some races. How have they gone for you?
Quite good.
Quite good, yeah. Have you made up positions? Yeah. And are you I bet you're super excited for you've got the super heat tomorrow, haven't you? And then a final. Yeah. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, and good luck for the rest of this weekend. And we'll catch up with you shortly.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, bless him. Bambinos are genuinely the cutest thing ever. But no, one of the things, obviously, like I say, it's my first weekend kind of in charge. Also, hang on, sorry. Can we just... That is crazy. I like his reg. That could not get any taller.
No, it's pretty... It's attracting, us at least.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And it's just
that is crazy.
As well as the karting prowess on show here this weekend, there's certainly some other cars to show how much people are into their machines on four wheels, and definitely that. Would you fancy that on your drive in your garage? Would it fit?
Oh, I think I'd have to take the Porsche, to be honest. What would you rather?
Definitely the Porsche. Yeah.
It's non-negotiable.
Maybe your Porsche.
Yeah, I'm sorry to whoever that is.
All right, let's continue round then, and sort of got to the top here of the right-hand side of the Whilton Mill paddock, and there's obviously many awnings. It's important to say there's obviously many awnings and for privateers that aren't part of maybe some of our factory teams as well. I do want to try though, if we can, before the end of the paddock show. I've seen a former F2 driver around coaching one of the drivers here this weekend, and also now racing in Super GT, Super Formula, so it'd be really cool to try and catch that person that I'm talking about if we can do that in time. But let's try and see if we go into ST racing here, maybe into Coles. Coles have been at the front of the field in a lot of the junior categories as well, and packing a punch. Let's try and see if we've got anyone in ST racing to have a chat to, if they want me to bother them at all. Nobody here. Well, no, we can have a chat. Oh, come on. No. Introduce yourself.
Well, my name's Steve. With ST Racing from the Isle of Man. My son is in the junior Rotax there, 227.
Great. And Quinn, and how's he getting on?
He's just had a 15th in that one. He was up to 10th and then dropped in the last few laps.
So obviously you're from the Isle of Man. Don't need me to say about the bike situation, but has that featured much in your life?
Only to watch, to be honest. Yeah. No, it's a spectacle, that's for certain.
And you prefer him being in a go-kart than a bike?
I don't know about that. I come from a car background, so that's what we've got at the moment.
And what have you racing cars before?
I used to do a bit of rallying back in the day.
Great, amazing. Well, great to catch up with you. Thanks for letting us into ST Racing, and good luck with good luck with your son this weekend. And maybe let's come across to Coles Racing as well. I've been in here a couple of weekends in a row, and I've had drivers dodging me sometimes because they don't want to be on camera. But let's see who we can embarrass maybe in the Coles Racing awning this weekend. And let's come over here and have a chat. Ewan, how are you doing?
Good, you?
Yeah. Nice to see you here at Whilton Mill. I saw you up the top of the times in one of the, I think it was qualifying or heats. How has you found it so far?
It's been a pretty good day, yeah. We've had first in second heat and the second in our first heat. So it's been a good day, and we didn't do Friday practice yesterday, so it's been, I'd say, really good, considering we've had zero testing. But yeah.
Great to jump in. We haven't really done this on the Paddock Show a lot, so I don't know, would you mind just maybe walking me round your kart? For people who are watching on Alpha Live that are fairly familiar with karting, but not really familiar with the basics, and what are the key things that can help you to obviously be at the front of the pack?
defined like basically as in like the accelerator and brake, or just like the accelerator's on your right foot, brakes on your left foot, body panels everywhere, steering wheels obviously right here. That does help quite a bit. Battery to turn on the car, you flick that switch, that turns the motor on, that'll drive you. If that dies, you won't go anywhere. Wheels obviously go on it, but we have no axles or anything to put the wheels on at the moment, and then the engine would be at the back right of the car, but it's currently been put in its box to get cleaned, so yeah.
And
pretty much it.
Yeah, and talk to me about the race starts in the Kart Championship so far. I'm not saying they've been bad or good either way, but to be all in formation, we're seeing that on the commentary, and you know the races are thick and fast, one by one. You're waiting in the paddock, you're going straight out. How difficult is it, or easy is it all to be starting in formation and make the race director Dan Ashton happy?
Well, I'm fortunate enough to be starting at the front for most of mine, so I've not really had any bad starts. We'll call bad starts, but I would say if you're further back it is maybe a bit harder because there's people in front braking, there's people behind you maybe accelerating, so you just get kind of compressed. But I'd say from the front perspective, I'd say they've been pretty good. Yeah.
And finally, you know, goals for the rest of you. I'm sure that you want to be right at the top of this class, but it's so competitive in juniors.
It is very competitive. I would like to get a top 3 of the championship this year. That would be a huge step up from last year, considering I don't think we got the top 20 last year. Wow. But yeah, that would be really good. So.
Great to see you, Ewan. Really appreciate you stopping for the chat, and remember to put the engine back in. It might help a little bit. Great, we'll come out of Coles Racing now. Big thank you to Ewan House and the Coles team. Good luck this weekend, folks. Thanks for having us. We'll come back out and we'll go down this way and see where we can go. Gracie, do you want to go back on?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna interview Harrison Crowther because I always just think he just doesn't want to be. So just make it a little bit difficult for him. I think we should. We're going to go bother him because he's going to probably think that we actually... Harrison, oh, hello. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's going well for you so far.
Yeah, I guess.
You've had a P2 in quali, P1 in your first heat.
Yep.
How's it? How are you feeling for tomorrow? Obviously, you've got another heat today as well.
I'm confident. The racing's a bit boring because it's really warm, obviously. You just get kind of just stuck in a train. So you just got to deal with it, but... Just got to make sure you're looking after the tyre and stuff and try win.
That's fair enough, because obviously you'll have... Is it 4 races? It's 4 races, isn't it, overall, in total? Your heats... Oh, no, you've got 2 super heats, so 5 races. Well, that is, if you think, in theory, after qualifying, that tyre saving is going to be quite a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I was the first 4 laps of the race, the first heat, I was kind of just tyre saving. And then I started pushing. I caught Smith, went past him at Christmas, got a gap, and then saved tyre again when I got a gap.
Oh well, fair enough. It sounds like you've got a plan, and we will wish you good luck for your last race today. Come here, let him in his awning. Let him in his awning. Yeah, like I say, good luck. Obviously, you've got another race today, which it should be quite soon, isn't it? You'll be heading down fairly soon. For your second race?
I don't have a clue.
He does not. Oh, great. So honestly, so helpful. Well, either way, good luck.
Thank you.
And I'll probably catch up with you
right.
tomorrow.
Thank you very
and
much.
make you have another interview. Right, there we go. I always like to do it because I just know that he just hates it. But we're now going to pass it back over again. Pass the microphone.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise you wanted to talk to Harrison, but yeah, another great and really competitive driver in Coles Racing. Harby there just saying hello. Had a difficult weekend last weekend, but bouncing back this weekend at Whilton Mill. Sort of hurt her arm in a bit of an incident, but looking back up the front as well. And was chatting to her earlier on in the main cafe here at Whilton Mill, and in good spirits was she as well. And here is Harby's car as well. Mum doing the legwork again on the Paddock show once again. Hello, all good? Coming on through Coles Racing, guys. Great atmosphere. Let's see if we can get down this other end of the paddock for the person I was trying to talk about as we go past some of the Mighty Motorsports garage. Has got a couple of the Mighties in there in Cadets or also in the Bambinos. The RCE team have got great drivers across lots of different categories as well. If we just poke our heads in as well, just to get a bit of a feel for the RCE team. Always prompt and out there for the track walk on a Sunday morning, bright and early, and all the RCE team members are giving them advice, making sure where to brake, where the turn-in is, where the apexes are. So great atmosphere, great support in the RCE garage as well. We've also got Kato Motorsport as well, who you would have seen earlier on the Paddock show. We gave a toolbox to, mechanical box as well. But we've got the BMR awning as well here this weekend, housing a few drivers, and I'm just trying to see if I'm looking for a guy here. No, I'm trying to see who I'm looking for, if he's coming back soon, but is Zach around?
Zach,
No, is he out there, is he?
No, Zach is.
Oh, okay.
No, Liam is.
You know Liam's. What's your name as you're here on the Paddock show? Introduce yourself.
I'm Patrick Dooling. I'm Liam Dooling's dad.
Ah, that would make sense. Oh, you've called him now. You've done it now. How do you think Liam's getting on? And I'll ask him separately.
I think he's done brilliant. Absolutely, he's embraced it really well. He's just fun. Oh, he's fantastic. Yeah.
Liam, hello. Welcome to the Paddock show, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. How is it to be at Whilton Mill this weekend? Obviously, Dad thinks you're doing really well.
It's good. It's a very bumpy track, but I think I'm doing quite well.
And being out there with some of the competition you've got in the class, how are you sort of shaping up? Because I've seen you very much competitive fighting with some of the front runners as well. But it's been, like, I would say, not unpredictable racing, because you know what's going to happen towards the end. But it's been chaos at times from where we've been sitting.
Yeah, I think it's been all right. Could have done better in that heat, which is okay. I might get P2, I think, maybe. Yeah. But I think P3 is still really good.
Are you hoping for like a progressive season, or are you to like sort of build up to the end, or are we wanting to be right up there now?
He won, didn't he, in PFI? So, come on.
I'd like to be up there right now, and then just get better along as I keep on racing.
Amazing. Liam, thank you very much. Thanks for stopping, appreciate it. Nice to see you. And we'll just maybe catch some of the racing action here, as we've got about a minute left of the Paddock show, just to get an idea of the speed of some of our classes out here. You can see, there's Kato once again watching out the back of his awning, just with one of his drivers in one of the heats right now. And feel like we're getting to the end of the Paddock show, Gracie. So it's been good to go around here at Whilton Mill. I did see Zach O'Sullivan walking around, who's a former F2 driver. He's racing in Super GT and Super Formula in Japan at the moment as well, doing some driver coaching here this weekend. So it's great to see all of our, drivers that have been there and done it coming back to the grassroots and support. And I mean, you must have had that at some stages as well.
Yeah, of course. Like I say, obviously myself, I didn't come from a motorsport background or anything like that. So it really was grassroots, starting from not having a clue what I'm even doing, what to do. I mean, God, when I started, we literally went out and bought the completely wrong kart for what actually was racing at Teesside. But yeah, it's possible, even if you aren't from a motorsport background, definitely, without a doubt.
Well, as our Hondas come in here from their race, you got one of the Haywoods there, and Ben Follow Motorsport coming through. Nice to see all our drivers coming. This is Brayella Stevens there, also doing well with the RCE team. That's all we've got time for the Paddock show today. Thank you so much for watching, and keep in touch on the Alpha Live socials and also on the Kart Championship. For me and Gracie, it's goodbye.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to catch up with you all at the Kart Champs. Thank you so much for all the kind messages and support I have received since my accident. As you can imagine, I'm really missing you all and the thrill of racing, as you know it's my life. The treatment I have received by all the surgeons, doctors and nurses has been outstanding. My treatment is ongoing and the gains are already showing. I am now able to stand and balance on touch weight, and I am aiming for my first unaided steps at the end of the month. I am pushing really hard to be back in my car at the end of the summer and wish you all luck as the season progresses. A special thanks to everyone at the MSA and the Kart Champs for their ongoing support. It really does show that when something like this happens, the racing community comes together. Love to you all, Rio.
Well, welcome back to coverage here at Whilton Mill. We've had our lunch break and our paddock show, myself and Gracie. You've also seen the video of Rio Pocock, who had that incident at PF International. He is getting up and rehabilitating, recovering again to get back on this grid after a nasty accident at PF. But all of our well wishes from here in the Kart Championship paddock and for myself and David goes without saying there. And here we are in the paddock then for our afternoon session. Before we get into our main finals, we've got a couple of repêchages as is to the size of our junior Rotax and Honda Cadet field. So we'll have our first repêchage in junior Rotax, and you can see on your screen there the 267 of Noah Clark. Looks like it's going to be leading at the front. You can also see on your screen Aston Brown slipped into the bottom P20 in round 2 and equally had a bit of a difficult one out there as well in the other superheats, but another chance in the repêchage. You also see the Charlie Quine out there as well. You can see some last chats going on between some of our ex-kart drivers. That's Maxim Motorsport of Hobson getting ready there as well, choosing to stand outside the kart, keeping the blood flowing throughout all of our drivers on the grid. So they're getting ready on the dummy grid for our repêchage. The top 4 drivers from this repêchage will go through to the final. So high stakes into our point paying positions. If you have a couple of drivers breaking out front into the top 2,
well, this is the thing, you've got 27 drivers going for 4 places. This
and then 3rd and 4th could be very valuable.
And this is the thing, you've got to keep out of trouble, basically. Generally what you'll find is we've got drivers in this race that have had trouble. We've seen Zach Jennings on the grass in the second of the 2 superheats. He wouldn't have expected to be in the repêchage, but he is. He'll start on pole position. Noah Stamp alongside Hugh Hobson and Aston Brown in P4. Elijah Hartley and Harry Ward on row number 3. Then it's going to be Noah Clare and Jake Anders, Charlie Quine, who had that retirement earlier on, hence why we see him in the repêchage. He's alongside Pierce Whitehead with Jasper Oakes and Benjamin Jones on row number 6. Row 7, Cameron Tipping. He was last in one of the superheats when his rear bumper decided it didn't want to play ball. He's alongside Harley King. Shea Hilton and Alfie Forrester with Samuel Yeadon and George Ralston, hoping to overcome the commentator's curse that Jake put on him earlier. Lewis Gilbert starts in P19. He's got Leo Canales alongside him, Alexander Lizecki and Esme Rosier with Thomas Welsford and Louis Brown on row number 12. The final 3 runners, Thomas Busher, Ashay Nagara and Oliver Hutchins, as the whistle blows to clear the mechanics from the dummy grid.
I caught up with Shea Hilton in the lunch break. They were ready onto the grid to get into this repêchage and was a bit frustrated with a couple of DNFs they had in the sessions yesterday, but we're building into the Kart Championship in the first couple of rounds. They are really optimistic that they can make some headway in this one, but they will have it a little bit to do in the mid-pack of this repêchage.
Well, this is going to be a very tough race, and I say that because you've got drivers like Zach Jennings that we thought would probably be straight into the A final. You've got Cam Tipping well down the order. Shea Hilton's had some really good pace in both of the superheats. You've got Elijah Hartley, I don't think would have been expected. Charlie Quine, who's had a retirement. You've got probably 6 or 7 drivers, Lewis Gilbert, George Ralston are well down the order as well, that we would have expected to have been in the mix for going straight through in the A final. There's going to be some very disappointed drivers in around about 10 minutes time.
Yeah, unfortunately it's the way the cookie crumbles in a repêchage, but it's a last chance saloon for a lot of our drivers to show their worth here around Whilton Mill for this junior Rotax round 3 at the Kart Championship here, with coverage for you brought by Alpha Live on our YouTube channel. Make sure you get involved with the live chat as well throughout the rest of the afternoon session. Who's out of the back?
Got one driver going round on the exit of the pit lane. They're in the, looks like that's Dave Edwards Racing colours. Could well be Oliver Hutchings for DER, but we'll confirm when they come round. They'll need to just get themselves into into position. Hutchins is in the 2.36. Couldn't quite make the number out because the sun has graced the circuit here at Whilton Mill, and whilst it is very windy, which does keep that chill in the air, and in fact you can hear the wind in the raised camera position where we've got no cover for the camera op, but you can hear the wind in the background. So it's very windy out there, but also very warm and sunny now as the field makes their way in. 27 drivers going for 4 spots in the final. Keep an eye on the lights at the top of the screen. They extinguish and we're away and racing as Jennings leads us up round the first few corners, followed closely by Noah Stamp. Ooh. And then we've got a few, one off into the wall, 2, 3 off, but one making heavy contact, and their repechage is not gone well at the start.
Yeah, not something we want to see in the first. Oh, and a spin round there for tipping. And so the rear bumper came off in the first one, and round goes tipping once again in the repechage. And, you can see the frustration tapping his head and his helmet there, trying to find a way through to regain some places in this Whilton Mill weekend. It's going to be a tall order now for tipping to get up there into the mix with the likes of Zach Jennings, who has led the field away for X-Kart at the front, leading us across the line for the very first time, ahead of Noah Clark, Hugh Hobson, Elijah Hartley, Aston Brown, Jake Anders, Jasper Oakes, Harry Ward, Noah Clare and Pierce Whitehead as well. Jake Anders make up a couple of places on the start.
So it was Forrester and Yeadon were 2 off. I think it was Yeadon who went in the wall on the outside. Esme Rosie potentially as well, but we had 2 or 3 as down the inside. That looks like is that Jake Anders making a move on Aston Brown, moving himself up a place. And for me, I'm really surprised that not as many drivers, and we saw it at PF in the repechage, where at the front, if I was on the front 2 rows, I'd sort of go and talk to the other driver and say, look, if we get a good start, we're going to both get into the final. It doesn't matter whether we're 31st or 32nd, we're still going to be towards the tail, but we both want to get through. So how's about we just all work together nicely? And that would appear what the top 3 are doing at the moment, as into the final drop place to go through goes Jake Anders. He moves up into 4th place, and with 6 minutes to go, he is in the final transfer position as it stands now in front of Elijah Hartley.
Yeah, Dave Edwards Racing taking then the final position. That means so much in the repechage. Is he going to be able to hold on for it for the next 6 minutes plus 1 lap, another 8 minutes plus 1 lap race before we move on to longer duration races for our finals? A bit more endurance involved in the races that follow the repechages and follow us this afternoon. But over the kink and chicane of the pit bend they go, and down the start-finish line once more. On your screen here you can see Jake Anders going through there, setting the fastest lap of the race. He wants to hold on to that 4th position and more if he can help it. Down into Christmas Corner, you can see Jasper Oakes involved there, and off he goes.
Hilton going into a gap that Jasper Oakes was always going to close there. Hilton had already made one overtake on Benjamin Jones, but was a little bit too far back there and went into a gap that was always going to disappear. A change on the previous lap as well saw Hugh Hobson go up into 2nd place, and that's Hartley. Is it retaking? No, he's battling with Aston Brown.
Aston Brown, yeah.
And they're backing themselves out of a transfer position.
Yeah, all the whilst they're doing that, this is not helping their progress to chase down after Jake Anders. And as you said,
still going to get championship points because everybody outside of the top 34, their points get set from the repechage, so they'll then get the points for effectively 35th place. That's the highest that they can go. But at the moment, they're backing themselves out. If they end up getting a front fairing penalty, they've got no hope, and that's the problem, particularly for your front 4, is you don't want to do all the hard work and then end up picking up a front fairing penalty as well.
Yeah, no, that's not what you want to see with any of our drivers, because the front fairing penalty, as we know, is an automatic 5 seconds on top. There is no arguing with it in scrutineering. I actually bumped into, as he's known, Dizzy in the paddock down in scrutineering. Been talking about that. It's been a busy one for them on this Sunday. A few front fairing penalties, things to look at in terms of how the karts are keeping all in accordance with the regulations and the race conditions. Our Kart Championship team doing a great job, and there goes Aston Brown on the inside of Elijah Hartley there. You can see on our graphic on the inside, look, you can see the drop zone below 4th and 5th. So any drivers below that cut-off line you can see right now, unfortunately, it's the end of their weekend here at Whilton Mill.
They have to stay within touching distance, because if one of them, for them, fortuitously, somebody in front picks up a front fairing penalty, as down the inside there goes Noah Clare on Elijah Hartley. Hartley comes straight back at Noah Clare. That's going to give Shea Hilton an opportunity to join up onto the back. But the top 4 now are clear of Aston Brown to the tune of 1.5 seconds. Is there anything Brown can do in the remaining 3 minutes of this race? He's got to stay within 5 seconds, because if one of them does get a front pairing penalty, then he will transfer in their place as Hilton and Hartley
rubbing
go
tyres
toe-to-toe, and that allows Aston Brown to escape in front of them and potentially move away. And Noah Clare as well now is in front of these two and will move up into 6th place. Behind them, Harry Ward, Benjamin Jones complete the top 10. But, you know, I think for some of these drivers now, they realise that it's all about championship points, because getting up into that top 4 it's long gone, it's in the distance. Can Brown close that 1.5 seconds to Anders? He can't on that lap. He's 0.2 or roughly slower than Anders. The top 4 looks set in stone unless they do something silly, because Hobson has closed in on Zach Jennings, and Hobson now leads. Moving to Christmas corner, and we have had a change at the front. Hugh Hobson leads from Zach Jennings, and behind them we've had a change for 3rd as well. Jake Anders is up past Noah Stamp.
Yeah, and Hugh Hobson's been setting the pace there for the last couple of laps, and that's showing they're out on track ahead of Zach Jennings right now. Shea Hilton was making some good progress out there, but he's got a 5-second penalty, has Shea Hilton. So if he's going to be in the mix for top 4, he's going to have an even steeper hill to climb now, as well as Thomas Butcher as well, but he's right down to the back of the grid.
Yeah, I think we both know what that one was for.
Right, and coming through and using all of the fine lady runoff there was your 5th place, I believe, of Aston Brown coming through.
Yeah, gaps out.
Trying to catch up.
1.2 seconds now is the gap from Aston Brown. He was faster than Noah Stamp on the previous lap, though, and if he can carry that on, he might just get a bit of a chance. That won't help. That won't help Jake Anders, Aston Brown's cause, as he goes onto the grass and then launches himself over the curb. They just all need to be very careful here, because they're still within a position where they don't need to battle, but if they run into the back of the cart in front and get a front fairing penalty, it's needless. And that's the problem, isn't it? It's needless if they get them, and this is where, in 2 minutes' time, as down the inside goes Jake Anders on Zach Jennings, is we want to be on that overhead camera waiting to see if anybody unfortunately gets ticked off onto the naughty list for having a front fairing. And I tell you what, that one on the front of Jennings is looking a little wobbly at the moment. That may well just be the way it's bouncing over the curbs and the way the sticker kit is making it look like it's bouncing. But and to be fair, he's been at the front for half of this race. But
I see what you mean, yeah. The bumper looks like it's flexing quite a lot under braking, as you see our Alpha Live team getting in nice and close there. It doesn't look as like the other ones do.
No, 2 laps to go, and all being well for this top 3, it looks generally set in stone as long as nobody does anything untoward. This is your top 4. This is, you know, let's be honest, not that exciting, but this is how a repechage should be. The top 4 should just realise that they're the top 4, and no matter where they start, it's going to be in the final 10% or so of the final grid, and it's more important to get through than it is to be one extra place up the field. You're not these aren't picking up any points for this race. It's only those drivers outside of the top 4 whose championship points get set from this. So they have to be a little bit careful further down the order, but the leaders more so, because, like I said, there's no point doing 8 and a bit minutes worth of hard work to have it taken away from you. This is why Brown and Hilton are squabbling. Hilton probably doesn't know yet he's got a penalty, but this is why Brown is fighting to hold on, but also trying to stay within 5 seconds of those in front in case anything happens. Hilton around the outside. That is a great move, but one that in the end is going to be largely superfluous because it's going to come to nothing. He's already got that penalty. So great move nonetheless for Shea Hilton, and one that he can certainly look back on. But even though he's up into that 5th place, it's certainly not going to be one that's going to help him transfer.
No, purely for pride, and as you've said, it's been sort of one by one. It's going to be a top 4 for the repechage to come across the line. It's Hugh Hobson, Jake Anderson, Zach Jennings and Noah Stamp Clark finishing in the top 4 positions that matter in this repechage. But as you said, it'll be very interesting when we get into scrutineering to see how our provisional results end up finishing as everyone comes across the checkered flag.
Of course, everything provisional until we've been into scrutineering, as we see the final few runners: Charlie Quine, Cameron Tipping, Jasper Oakes, Ashay Nagora, Samuel Yeed and Oliver Hutchins, Alfie Forrester and Thomas Butcher. They're taking the checkered flag. So we await visual confirmation potentially if we can pick up those drivers coming into pit lane in a few moments' time as to whether they have managed to, first of all, clear any front fairing issues.
And it just all of a sudden we noticed it, didn't we, in that race? It kind of was just dragging on the floor.
There.
So you can see in the back of your shot here.
Yeah, being held a little bit in the background that we're looking at for Zach Jennings in the background that we thought had a bit of a wobbly nose. He's in.
It does look a little bit.
Yeah.
But necessarily, does loose bodywork constitute a front fairing?
No, well, no, but let's see whether the camera lies or not. So, congratulations all round for the top 3.
Can we just get a quick look at the... Yeah, so there you go. Does that look...
Does it look... That that's more in than my belly button.
There we go.
So this is where Shea Hilton's got his penalty. Aston Brown could well progress out of P6 because he's within 5 seconds of Zach Jennings, and Noah Clare's got a chance as well if one of the others has picked up a front fairing penalty. So Hobson we think is through, Anders through, Clark we haven't seen on the front end of that one, but we've certainly got Zach Jennings with a...
Do you think Zach knows yet?
Fairing.
He must know, Zach, right now.
Yeah.
Coming through.
Yeah, he's almost certainly got to. We'll confirm the top 4 in due course once they've gone through scrutineering and the results have been declared, but we have got another repechage on the calendar for you. It's a much smaller repechage with a much higher chance to go through. A few extra penalties coming through, albeit the drivers much further down the order out of that junior Rotax repechage. However, we've got one more. It's time for our repechage in Honda Cadet.
And Honda Cadet has been fiercely fought. One of the closest classes, I think, this weekend here at Whilton Mill. And as we've talked about throughout the day, it is always closely fought, given just how equal a lot of the Honda Cadet karts are, as is to their speed, but also the tyres equalise quite a lot of things. And everyone's been very sensible up in the front. In our heats this morning, David, we had a lot of the sort of top 6, top 7 running in those positions there. So it's going to be interesting to see if we get the same in the repechage, but also you talked about the working together of just getting those 4 positions across the line.
Yeah, so we're waiting for Honda Cadet. They're down there waiting. I don't think that we've got a grid just yet, although I think it may well have just been published. In fact, we've got 11 runners. It might take time to come through. We might not be able to get it onto the screen, but your 11 runners for this repechage, 4 transfer places. We'll see Jensen Fathers and Alfie Keeling going off the front row. They'll have Alfie Love and Austin Dowell behind them. Reggie Cook and Jacob Jones with Oliver Bullock and Tommy Burgoyne, with Maximilian Mikalski, Edward Charlton and Ada Wright, your 11 drivers, hoping for one of them top 4 places. So those results for the repechage have only just been published, hence why we've got a bit of a delay, because normally tyres and the gate would close 5 minutes before and the carts would have to be in with the tyres put on. However, the results have just been published, so people wouldn't know where they were. Some people might have been waiting down there to find out whether they were in the repechage or not. If they're in that sort of in that position, so we might have drivers in 30. That's Alfie Keeling on the right. He's been dispatched to collect the tyres while his dad brings the cart in. Oliver Bullock in the 81. He's going to put the cart on now. Tyres in this class are rotational. They'll have an arrow on, which you can see has been helpfully coloured in, because normally it's just a black outline.
Don't want it the other way.
And if the tyres are on the wrong rotation, they come in and the scrutineer picks up on it. That's a disqualification. It happens probably once a meeting a weekend somewhere in the country. Some tyres are rotational, some aren't. So if they've got an arrow on, you have to go in the direction of the rotation. I think that's Jacob Jones in the 42. I think it was his birthday at PF, which means it can't be his birthday this weekend as well. That's not how it works.
And this is Reggie Cook, who, thanks to KKC in the Paddock show, was given a very beautiful shiny new trolley, as you can see. Well, I think this is the one they're still using, but for the best looking privateer in the Paddock with the Lando Norris kind of livery on the outside. So yeah, hopefully in the next rounds that will help him get more prepared, go faster.
No, so he's won a trolley for being the best looking privateer. What's my prize for him being the best looking commentator?
A beer after this?
I'll take it.
Watch your step. Watch your step, Sullivan. It could get frosty. No, I'm joking. It's all good in here. We're having a very fun time of it here at the Kart Championship on Alpha Live YouTube channel.
I mean, we haven't done a massive poll.
No,
it's
we haven't.
It's a
Actually,
poll of one.
should we start one?
It's a poll of one, and I'm the only one that's voted.
If you'd like to cast your votes on the live chat,
I have a very high opinion of myself.
Please share your thoughts. Thank you very much. Of course, more towards me, thanks. That was, you could see Jensen Favers there at the back of the grid as well, our number 20 here in the Honda Cadet class. And here we go then, there's our official grid, as you were saying. We'll just remind you of it there, as David was telling you. Jensen Fathers, Alfie Keeling, Alfie Love, Austin Dowell, Reggie Cook, we were just talking about there, Jacob Jones, P6, Oliver Bullock, Tommy Burgoyne, Maximilian Mikowski, and Edward Charlton and Ada Wright down to 11. So yes, spot on, David.
Joanne Fathers in the live chat saying good luck to Jensen. He will go off that prime berth in P1. So as we await the Hondas, I'm sure they'll all be given the opportunity to put the tyres on. Just the delay due to the result not being published. I think that was because the second of the three superheats for Honda had quite a big incident up at Christmas Corner, so we were just waiting on anything coming out of that incident. There is Oliver Bullock's MS kart, I believe, for Oliver Bullock. They've been on an MS throughout most of his cadet career. However, I say that looks like a Project 1 pedal at the front, so they may well have switched chassis since I last saw them, but they've maintained the sort of red, white, blue sticker kit, although it is very similar to what he's always really run. He's always run red, white and blue, so it's but almost certain now that they've moved on to a Project 1 chassis, just the way that their pedals are set give you 8 sort of holes for it to go in.
Keep it across board and keep all across that. And how easy is it in this situation when they're, being brought into Parc Fermé dummy grids to, like, I'm not obviously wishing this, but to make one wrong tyre adjustment or putting this right? I mean, it's all, bumps to the wall in some senses.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Particularly with one of these repechages where if you know you've had a bad day and you know you're going to go in it, you can prepare for it. But there may well be, like your Jensen Fathers, who only just missed out on points, and it may well even be that he was level on points with another driver, and it was just either a head-to-head or qualifying positions that split them. They've got to have a very quick mindset. But I say this a lot about young drivers, and everyone on this grid will not know it yet, but karting is building very, very resilient young individuals. They have to effectively go at a moment's notice. They have to be able to do effectively a hard reset. If you've had a poor heat, you've got to go again an hour later. You can't dwell on it. and what it's also teaching them generally, and a lot of times we've seen it, only one person goes home as the winner. Life is not always fair, and in karting it certainly isn't. You often don't get the results that your performance deserves, or you feel that, is just to you on that weekend, but there's another opportunity, and what it's teaching them is, it is a lot about life. And even when you're going around the paddock interviewing them, they think, oh great, the camera's in front of me. What you're doing really is preparing them in 6 years, 8 years
for the
time
media.
when they go to or maybe even get a job interview.
Yeah.
True. Then they've got to sit for the first time in front of somebody asking questions. I can tell you now, if you've interviewed somebody, they'll be better prepared than somebody that's played football, because they're used to having this sort of spotlight thrown up on
exposure,
them. Yeah, but they're used to being asked questions. So, karting builds very, very strong and resilient individuals, and does really sort of set them up with a lot of things for life that they don't even know is being imparted upon them.
Yeah. No, it's great skills that you learn in karting. Of course, it's all about the competitive nature. Of course, that comes with the territory. But it's actually the soft skills that you have around all these things, that even if they don't go on to being a racing driver, even if they don't go on to racing into whatever series it might be, cars, or further on into karting as well, as you rightly say, they can take these things further into their life. This is Keeling then at the front of the field, getting prepared, visor down already.
So came into this weekend with a bit of confidence. 2 weeks ago scored his first podium at club level, did Alfie Keeling. He gets a fist pump with
Jensen Farder,
so they share the front row. He's having a quick chat. Is that Mark Reynolds, I think, of Tornado Racing Engines? So he's going to have a bit of a thing. So I think Mark's actually on the spanners for him. It's clearly been a tough day, because he's on the Red Bull.
Needs to keep going.
Yeah, got to keep going. See, he's preparing, isn't he? He knows that in an hour and a half's time he's going to have to spanner that car in the final. Yeah. He's got confidence in Jensen, so he's fueling himself up ahead of this final, ready to have to spanner that car for another hour and a half. Final of the day then, at around about 4:30 if we're on schedule for our Honda Cadets. So this is the last repechage, then we head towards our first final for Bambinos, and then we run through Primo, Inters, Micro, Mighty, Cadet. They split for their finals. Senior Max, Junior Max, who we've just seen, and we're waiting for the results to be published to find out who the top 4 is. And then this 11 kart repechage for everybody's happy. Dan Ashton there still with his wet compound shoes on.
Yeah.
Because they're blue.
Keeping grounded.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's got to turn up this season with a colour from,
the super softs next.
Exactly, super soft, whether he's got the whites on for the hards, hard compound shoes is what Dan needs.
He's a pretty hard customer, to be fair, when it comes to
he should have saved them. He should have saved them for later in the season. We go to Rowra next, which has got can be
weather permitting
in terms of weather. So should have really saved the wets for later on in the year, but might have to make do with some green Inters.
Do you know what I'd like to see Dan in, to be fair? The Kart Championship branded Crocs. I'd love to see.
It's all right. I
was saying shoes, not nothing else.
Different vision. One that made me incredibly uncomfortable.
I don't know what's going on in your head, but I reckon that's one for the.
It's post 9 o'clock.
Post Paddock show.
It's watershed.
All right, so Honda Cadet drivers make their way around for the repechage. We're troubled together. Oh dear. 1,200 metres round Whilton Mill. I mean, you've got fairly used to it now by the coverage that we've seen throughout today. Brought to you by Alpha Live. Thanks to our sponsors, whilst we have a time to mention that, to KKC, helping with parts and everything that they need for our drivers and our teams and our privateers, on-track marketing as well, helping with things here. Victory Shine and also Race Cloud AI, your one-stop shop for race analysis and race calendar schedules alike. And of course, here at Whilton Mill this weekend, big sponsors and just supporters, of course, of the Kart Championship, as all of our other circuits are too.
No Ada Wright on timing, so we're down to 10. So that is now a 40% chance of going through.
Quick maths. I like that. That's good.
Everybody's going back a spot, and the reason they're going back a spot is so that the front row can see the lights. Because when you're in P1 and the light gantry is effectively above the line that's dotted about a metre in front, so they've all got pushed back a spot, because it's not really fair on the front row if they're having to, look at the stars just to see the see the red light above them. So you'll see, particularly when if we get a back shot on this later on, or from the rolling start, that if we were to go with them that far close to the front, it's not really fair. So that's why everybody's gone back a slot. Green flag in the air then. 10 drivers, 4 places in the Honda Cadet repechage. Father's on the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side for those drivers that are sat on track. Alfie Keeling bouncing in the seat to try and get a bit of momentum from the standing start. And in the background, that's Reggie Cook and Jacob Jones going side by side. Still going side by side, in fact, even closer than side by side. And that's Oliver Bullock, I think, making a good start from 7th up into 5th.
So Jensen Favre's then out in the lead with quite a sizable gap off the first turn there, but I'm sure that will reduce in no time. And yes, it has gone right down then with Keeling in second position, and everyone trying to find their way then on his first lap, all getting a bit close there in terms of nudging between our first 2 drivers. And who's going around the outside? They're trying to find
Alfie Love up into second place in the Tim Parrott Motorsport coloured number 19 machine. And again, they all need to be very careful, particularly of applying too much pressure on their nose.
Yeah, so unfortunately, in this race, there isn't just a front 4, there's almost a front 5 and a front 6 between Favre's, between Alfie Love, Keeling, Austin Dowell, Oliver Bullock, Jacob Jones in this top 6 that are all vying for the top 4 places, and they've just got to be pretty smart and pretty careful that they don't take themselves out of this one. But you can see our front 4 drivers there, and our driver in 5th, Oliver Bullock, trying then to be in on the action. So the dynamic of this repechage completely different to the one we just had before in Junior Rotax, which means it's going to be a lot more interesting to see how it all unfolds in a second. And getting out quite close on the outside and losing out there was Austin Dowell to Oliver Bullock then. So Oliver Bullock up into P4, the final paying position.
Bullock with a good move, taking full advantage. Austin Dowell then dropping down, but they're actually backing themselves up, because who is that moving up? That's Tommy Burgoyne, who is now racing with Apollo by the look of things. He was not racing with them at PF. So it looks like we've got a new team for Tommy Burgoyne. Oh! The 2 leaders side by side, and we're going to be 3 wide on the run up towards Christmas Corner. And choo-choo, there's a train coming down the inside as Alfie Keeling moves through to the front, and he's taken Oliver Bullock with him, and he's taken Austin Dowell as well.
There is no love lost out there today, and that is not a pun for Alfie Love, but I'm sure the same will be said for our second place man at the moment, trying to find their way through. Well, Bullock, of course, in second place now. Alfie Love dropping down. So it's changed all the time in this field, and it's not leading by 4.
Well, it's Burgoyne up as well.
Yeah.
And so the whole top 4 changed completely. Fathers and Love have dropped all the way outside of that top 4 now, and they're going. Love is the highest. He's in 5th place on the back of this one behind Austin Dowell. Tommy Burgoyne has moved up into 3rd place. Then Jensen Fathers down in 10th place now, and looks like he's well out of contention, having started this repechage on pole position. Alfie Keeling defending his position as Tommy Burgoyne goes down the inside of Oliver Bullock for second place, and the Scotsman is on a charge up to P2.
Fastest lap of the race, 54.36. He's well clear of some of the fastest times out there on the field at the moment. And is that him going up the inside, defending Tommy Burgoyne? Defending the inside.
It's allowed Love, though, back up to second place. Austin Dowell down into 4th now, and that final transfer position, Oliver Bullock, who started the lap in second place, is now in 5th, and at the moment is not going through.
No, that all-important line you've seen, our cut-off line on our Alpha Live graphic on the left-hand side. They come across the line then with 4 minutes on the clock. It's plenty of time to play with in this one. Alfie Keeling, Tommy Burgoyne, Alfie Love, Austin Dowell up there now with Oliver Bullock, and up the inside, posturing into the lead is Tommy Burgoyne. So to the lead goes Burgoyne in the inside of Alfie Keeling, and once again it changes, and there's a charge from the back of the field. Will we see another flip of the field in not too long? We're getting so wide out there though is Tommy Burgoyne, and doesn't want to possibly lose out there to Keeling. Just about manages to stay in front, but Keeling can smell blood here. Unfortunately, not the place to do it into Osiers at the moment. Thinks better of it to hold station and try and find a way towards the boots and the pit bend over and hopping over the chicane. And as we had the group of 4 at the start, it completely changed, and now it's almost a group of 5 again. But as we've seen before, who's to say that Jensen Favres, out of some miracle, couldn't come back into this?
Well, he certainly can. He was 1.1 seconds quicker than those in front of him on the previous lap. Oliver Bullock set the fastest lap. He benefited from the slipstream of the 4 karts in front of him to tow up back into this train of 5. Jacob Jones in 6th place and Reggie Cook were fairly similar pace-wise.
Look how wide he's getting,
yeah,
though.
Burgoyne going very wide on the outside, and that may well give Keeling an opportunity to get a switch back, although Love went down the inside of him. Keeling gets through, and Love's going to get past as well. Tommy Burgoyne shuffled back. Oliver Bullock's back into 4th in that final transfer position. Austin Dowell dropping out as down the inside of Alfie Keeling goes Tommy Burgoyne. Keeling's going to be wide. They're going to be 3 wide up to the boot. That's going to run some people out of position as Austin Dowell gets squeezed onto the grass. And we then run 4 wide up. The top 2 are away, and that's Jacob Jones now up into 4th place, and that final position in front of Max Michalski.
Alfie Love to the front of the field as well, went up the inside in all of what was going on there, but has company with Tommy Burgoyne now, who's trying to get back into the front position of the field, but just about staying in front and both getting out as wide.
Stop racing, lads. Stop racing. Just work with each other. You're through. Keep going.
It's all changed, though, and it could be a complete fit. We could have a complete new leader in another lap's time, as is the moves and the carnage we saw down at the final corner over the chicane and across the grass. Is it going to be repeating itself here as we come into our final sector once again? A little bit different this time, but look who is in 4th now then. So 4th, completely different to a couple of laps ago. Jacob Jones holding on to it, and Bullock will be, of course, wanting to catch up to the back here and try and flip the script again.
I think Burgoyne's got a run on Alfie Love, although Love's managed to park the kart in the middle as they run up towards Christmas Corner. They're going to get round. They've still got 3.5 laps in this, and just need to be careful not to back themselves not only up into Jacob Jones, but Oliver Bullock and Austin Dowell, although they do appear to be battling a little bit over 5th place, because Michalski and Reggie Cook have both fallen down 7th and 8th, having been in 5th and 6th on the previous lap. But this is that train of 4 behind, and they're not out of this completely yet.
Yeah, Bullock dropping a little bit, though, from Jacob Jones. But as we've seen, if you get a couple of clashes in the corners ahead, it can all change, and Bullock just wants to be in a prime position. He's probably about 9/10 of a second off this lead pack here. But as you said, why don't these 4 just work together now? And they've got it in the bag for the rebassage. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though, because Burgoyne makes a charge up the inside and into the lead once again in front of Alfie Love. And this is going to give a chance to the group behind to catch back up with him. It just beggars belief.
You just get the feeling that one of these 4 isn't going to go through. You know, they've worked hard throughout this race to sort of get to the front. Just Keeling with his arm off the wheel. I think that was a bit of a just a bit of a indication to those behind that we just need to settle down. And well, it certainly is. But there's Jones with the nose down the inside, and that's what I mean about there's a chance that one of these isn't going to go through. Onto the final lap. The temperature rises. Is it going to be Burgoyne, Love, Keeling and Jones transferring through at the end of this lap? Burgoyne leads us over the line then as they run up to Christmas Corner for the final time.
Yeah, Bullock's probably about 6-7 tenths a second off of our 4 front leaders at the moment. Jacob Jones trying to go up the inside of Alfie Keeling. Did he make it stick? Not too sure if he did get through. Yes, he did get into 3rd place. So now Alfie Keeling in the vulnerable position in 4th. But you say vulnerable, they are getting a bit closer to chasing pack of Bullock, Dowell and Michalski. But they just need to keep it on the track and all 4 wheels within the white lines, and looks like Jacob Jones fancies 2nd place as well. He's going to get it in front of also Alfie Keeling again, and going in front of there, and Alfie Love all in front. So it's going to finish with these top 4 in a different order. But Tommy Burgoyne is going to come through and take the win for the repassage and make a statement going into our final for Honda Cadets. The top 4 there of Jacob Jones impressing, finishing in a strong P2. Alfie Keeling and Alfie Love, double Alfie in 3rd and 4th. Austin Dowell just missing out and then Oliver Bullock also missing out of place, dropping down behind Dowell in those final sequence of laps. Mikowski, Reggie Cook, Jensen, Favers, bad luck for him in the beginnings of those races there, and Edward Charlton as well.
Yep, 2 of our drivers who started the race in the top 4 not going
Jacob
through.
Jones, though, 5-second penalty. How does that change things? That's going to drop him out, definitely, of the top 4. So Austin Dowell, then, looks like he's going to move into the top 4.
I wonder if that was for the move on Alfie Love at Osiers, where Love went wide and Jones levered his way through. And we said this didn't, again, a move he didn't need to do. And that's going to cost Jacob Jones, and one that I'm sure he'll watch back on Alpha Live and learn from in the future. But as it stands, it's going to be Burgoyne, Keeling, Love and Austin Dowell going through as it stands, unless there's any further post-race penalties. Talking of post-race penalties, the previous repechage confirmed going through Hugh Hobson, Jake Anders, Noah Stamp and Aston Brown, who finished in 6th place.
So Zach Jennings did fall out.
But takes advantage of Zach Jennings with an incorrectly positioned front fairing and Shea Hilton's 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. Hobson, Anders, Stamp and Brown go through out of junior Rotax.
Can see Alfie Love there coming onto the weighbridge then next to Alfie Keeling. Oh, and some heated discussions going on in Park Ferme?
No, the engines are still on, so they've got to shout. They've still got their helmets on.
It's nice to always see them debriefing about the race and keeping it respectful. Coming onto the weighbridge is, and here we can see this is not going to make too much difference because this is Jacob Jones's car, but they still need to go through the way to follow all of the rules and regulations.
Yeah, still got to go through the process for Jacob Jones, but unfortunately for him, he'll be given the bad news in a few moments' time that his penalty. But there is Tommy Burgoyne sharing the moment with his dad, the whole Burgoyne family as a whole.
There's some tough love going on there, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, why can't you drive like that? Well done.
With Jacob Jones.
Don't want to ruin it, but there's a 5-second penalty incoming. So, but yeah, no, great moment there.
But proud anyway on the road, getting up to second.
Tommy Burgoyne there with his dad, the whole Burgoyne family, sort of racing family. Anybody that's watched some short circuit oval racing will be familiar with the surname and circuit racing as well. So the whole Burgoyne family. So Tommy goes through. We think it's going to be Keeling, Love and Dowell sharing the top 4 in the final in due course. So we'll confirm that. We've had a slight change in calendar though in race order. So we were expecting Bambino, but we now have our first final. You can see them there just about to grid up. So we'll head towards the Sting, and then I imagine we'll talk you through our grid for the first final of the day in Junior Primo.
And here we are then into Junior Primo, which has been a fiercely fought category right throughout the Kart Championship so far, and I'm sure it's going to be no different here at Whilton Mill. We've had, we expect Jacob Underhill to be trying to capitalise again on his championship lead. Jackson Heath has not had as much luck, who's sitting second in the championship at the moment, has been down, finishing in the top 10, albeit still valuable points for the season, but not living up to the first couple of rounds. Jude Pifoot, though, one to keep an eye out for round here at Whilton Mill, taking some confident victories in all of our 1200 metres in Northamptonshire for round 3 here for the Kart Championship, and into our first final for today. What are we expecting for Junior Primo? Because throughout the season, as we talked about earlier, I think we talked about it off air as well here in the paddock, Junior Primos have been growing into this field. They've been getting a feel for each other. Also, not just the karts, but how they all race each other out there as well. A massive jump in power, in capability, and all of those components.
Well, with this being a new class for most of the drivers, we're saying first year juniors for Junior Primo, what you're going to find throughout the season is the consistency is going to win this championship. I don't think the fastest driver in this will win it, because everybody's sort of vying and they race corner for corner rather than lap on lap or towards the end of the race and then have a fraught battle with 2 laps to go. It's all out from the lights going out in Junior Primo. And I think this is going to be won by a sheer consistency. It'll be drivers that you see at the front, but maybe not winning as many races, but it's just going to be an accumulation of points. We saw Aaron Berridge at the previous round win the final, get disqualified because he was underweight. We've had Jacob Underhill, who comes into this with a 31-point lead, but I tell you what, this was not the weekend he would have wanted. He starts this final outside the top half of the field, not the top 10, the top half for Jacob Underhill, and that is not what you'd have thought would have been the script with the driver that had dominated the first few rounds, but it's how much of the tracks he's been to in the past, whether he's done a lot round Whilton with this sort of power before. He's certainly not having it, and the field, to be fair, when he's come through from the back, he did pick up a front fairing half the way through as well, which set him even further back. There's the 55 of Lucas Esser, who graduates out of Rotax last season.
Dad's like, can you get the camera away, please?
Yeah.
We're trying to concentrate here.
Camera shy, isn't he?
But he's looking gorgeous whilst the camera's on him as well. And our number 12 there of Harry Meyer Waldron, who again has been kind of in that top 10 field, but you feel like could warrant a little bit more for the Dave Edwards Racing outfit, just making some final adjustments to PSI. And these tiny little moments here, like I know we just sort of gloss over them sometimes, and there's lots of work in the awnings, but what he's doing there right now could make so much of a difference.
Certainly can, in a final that is 2 minutes longer than what all the heats have been, of course, as well for Junior Primo. And even more so, we talk about setting a car up for the start of the race, for the end of the race. You certainly are going to find some drivers are going to have, you know, they'll go off very quickly at the start and then try and hold on. Jude Pifoot there just being told, look, just be calm, take your time. You know, he's an experienced driver coming through as Jude Pifoot, having won the Saudi World Finals in sort of like the karts that are provided for you, has now sort of gone a little bit more open wheel on a fairly regular basis as Jude Pifoot. So whilst young and is quite small in the seat of a junior Rotax still, has a fair bit of experience, certainly at leading fields. We've seen him be the one to beat, really. He's won one of the 2 super heats. We'll see how he goes. Again, drivers like Zane Perry hasn't won a race yet so far, but he's always in the sort of top 5, picking up the strong points.
Yeah.
Is Zane Perry. I would expect to see him picking up a championship trophy in one of the top 3 position on sheer consistency. He's always sort of a name that is in the top 5.
And there's your 81 of Elliot Dimolo for Guy Cunnington Racing, up 2 places in round 2. So it was good positive progress made in PF International. Number 34 there of Jacob Underhill, you saw for Jack Dex Racing. We've been talking about the number 40 on your screen right now of Riley Linnell, building into the Kart Championship this season, trying to find his feet in the first couple of races, hoping for a strong result here at Whilton Mill. And talking about Liam Dooling, which was further back towards the front of this grid for this Junior Primo final, has been catching up with Dad on the Paddock show today, but also just in the paddock as well, and obviously won at PF International afterwards, of course, once that obviously the stewards had done their thing, and is liking, seems to like a lot of the tracks with, you know, more of straights, more slipstream involved. Obviously Whilton Mill is a lot more technical, so they're feeling positive for when we go to Shennington, but it's showing pretty good here still at Whilton Mill, making that run down out of the first couple of corners through Crook, through Oblivion, down into Christmas Corner, pay off.
We did mention this at PF that, you know, Jacob Underhill wasn't really sort of top, he wasn't really in the mix for winning it, but what we called a bad day, and still podiums. You know, you win your championships on your bad day.
Consistency, yeah, absolutely. Jude Pifoot then confirmation going from pole. Cass McAllister, Liam Dooling there, as we're just talking about, going off of row 2. So he doesn't like technical circuits maybe as much as the circuits with a bit more slipstream to offer, but it's still paying off here. Bertie Hodgson, Zane Perry, as you said, watching out for him, going off of 5th. Morgan Cooney in 6th. Harry Mike Waldron in 7th. Lucas Esser, Aaron Berridge is starting on P9 for some steady progress building throughout the first couple of heats. Let's see how he can get on in this Junior Primo final. Jackson Heath as well, 2nd in the championship at the moment. Would love a great result in the final. Odysseus Hull in 11th and Layla Berriman in P12. Ashton Bailey, followed by Ruben Jenkins, Shay Laird, Elliot Dimolo as well, going off of the 8th row of the grid. Jacob Kent and another Jacob alongside him in Jacob Underhill, our championship leader, tried to make his way up the grid in the heats. He's got to be a lot more methodical, I think, in this race here. And more time to do it, of course, importantly. Alfie Skit, Oscar Delenick, Toby Wortley, Jack Wykes, Archie Thomond Evans and Riley Linnell is P24. Rebecca Ristall, hoping for a bit of a better race, got a bit knocked to the side in one of the last super heats. Akeem Bart, Lily Cantignon, Harby Everett, great to see her back in the paddock this weekend in the final, Jerry DeFisi, and Jake Richardson in P30. To our final place on the grid, Jack Smith, Logan Nixon, Lucia Dean and Cora Moore as well. Finishing off your Junior Primo runners.
Field then making their way round. Pudderfoot will need to back them up because we've still got drivers making their way round, Wilkins and Oziers. So they need to just slow this one down a little bit between Pudderfoot and McAllister on the front row. So the rest of the field's going to be into position. Even the little Bambinos in the background are telling them all to slow down. And they don't do rolling starts just yet. So the field, we might get this one going actually. We've got everybody into position. Keep an eye on the lights to see if we do as we head up. We've got a lot of people vying for positions, but the lights go out, the timer starts moving, and we are away, and it's Pudderfoot.
It's a
who's
dream
made a good start. Who's that on the grass? It's Morgan Cooney, I think, on the left in the Cato Motorsport colours, and that is Rebecca Restall in the 42 going round, and Lucas Esser as well.
Out. Lucas Esser is out off the circuit. That one, thankfully, get his kart going again, but that is dropping him right down from starting around P9 and in the P8 positions. So that is not what he would want to see, and hoping maybe for the race to be neutralised, bunched up a little bit, but he's going to have a hard time with that possibly in a very closely fought Junior Primo final. Up the inside there and having to take to the escape road.
That's
there.
Underhill going
That's
up
Underhill.
up and over the grass.
So trying to save his race. We were talking about he's just got to be a bit more methodical, stay out of trouble if he can. That is not going to help him progress up to the front of this pack with Jude Pifoot, Casper McAllister, Dooding, Perry and Berridge up into P5, by the way. Up 4 places. Had a great start as Aaron Berridge. So one to keep an eye out for as well there.
Hodgson Waldron is then down the inside, a little bit further back, down the inside of Odious Hole goes Jackson Heath to move him up into 9th place. Hole down into P10 then in front of Ashton Bailey and Shay Laird. Oscar Delinek and Ruben Jenkins are in front of Jack Wykes, and then championship leader Jacob Underhill P16. So they crossed the timing line at the end of lap number 1. At the front though, Jude Pudderfoot has got a little bit of a gap at the moment to Casper McAllister. Has he gone early on tyre pressures to try and break away? We'll find out whether it's worked in 10.5 minutes time.
Looks like he's going to approach some lap traffic as well at the back of the field, possibly the likes of Morgan Cooney, Luke Shadeen as well, maybe towards there, and hopefully won't hold up Jude Pudderfoot's progress too much. That could be a dynamic which brings Casper McAllister into play and might lose a bit of time getting through some of the back of the field, but all looking good at the moment as we've hit 10 minutes dead. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap in our Junior Primo final, and was that a switch of position?
Good move
there
by Underhill down the inside to take what I think was P14 off Oscar Dolinek.
And he goes round the outside.
Yep, still battling with.
Oh,
that's
two
Berridge.
drivers off. No!
Berridge is off, as is the 51 of Bertie Hodgson. And Hodgson...
He's not happy, is he?
He's not happy, but he was behind on the previous lap, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Aaron Berridge trying to fix his NAS out. They'll both fall well down the order outside of the top 20.
Yeah, Berridge doesn't look like he might be able to be getting that going again. We'll keep an eye to see if he does get moving on the track map once more. Nice dive to the inside there from your 77 of Archie Thomond Evans and on Elliot Dimolo for P16. So valuable points, but of course not near to the front of this race, but you never know, making some steady progress up through the field. Jacob Underhill, look, 1 place off the top 10 at the moment. Got plenty of time to make an impact on this race. The 73 battling on here. Dooling on McAllister. There's some good pressure happening here. Liam Dooling putting the fastest lap of the race in as well, but nothing to choose between our top 3. All doing very similar lap times. Is Dooling going to shape up for a move into Christmas? No, too early on in the race, he would think at the moment. Wants to try and work together with McAllister to catch up to Pudderfoot again and break down the X-Kart at the front of the field.
Tyre temperatures, engine temperatures, all heading in the right direction as all but one of the top 15 set personal bests on the previous laps, with the exception of Jackson Heath, but he maintains his 7th place and has gone forward from his start berth of 10th, taking full advantage, of course, of at least 2 in front, taking each other out into the boot a lap or so ago.
It's been great for Casper McAllister off the bat, who sets the fastest lap of the race there. We're trading all the time between our front three, as you see him on your screen now, trying to hold off Dooling behind here at PF Club Championships last weekend. Had a real rough time of it, wasn't really up in the lead, and has a change for position there. That is Jackson Heath on Layla Berriman up into P6, and then coming back to McAllister. It's great to see him just bounce back straight into a national championship for the Kart Championship, be fighting at the front with the likes of Pifoot and Dooling, but of course the PF Club Championship also very competitive.
McAllister and Dooling, I get the feeling that they're both on the same wavelength at the minute, and that wavelength is that we need to work together to reel in Jude Pifoot and turn this into a battle of 3. Layla Berriman there with the we've got the overflow pot just bouncing around off the left-hand side and off the top of the radiator. That's not a mechanical, that'll be fine. It's just come out of the clip as everybody finds their way through on the entry to the boot. The gap at the front is starting to come down. 1/10 of a second a lap. By 1/10 of a second has Pifoot done enough to break away from McAllister and Dooling, because he's just got to really hold, for me, this gap until 2 minutes to go, and then they're going to battle over second place. He's just got to do enough, but there is lap traffic in front. Looks like they've caught up onto the back of Rebecca Redstall, who was off on the opening lap. As they head up towards the boot, Pifoot will need to get through quickly to make sure he doesn't get backed into McAllister and Dooling behind.
Jacob Kent under investigation with the stewards at the moment, sitting down in P29. Toby Wortley, though, who is sitting in P13 at the moment, possibly some good points in the top 10 there. 5-second penalty, so needs to be mindful if you've seen the penalty board out there on this Whilton Mill track, how that might affect his race. Great shot coming through there so fast in that final section. Oh, who's this? Jude Pifoot
put on traffic,
trying to get through lap traffic. Yeah, so wants to make the most of that quickly. But look how McAllister's got through there.
Split the battle for second. Liam Dooling couldn't get through at the same time as Casper McAllister.
I feel like he's gained on Pifoot here as well.
Yeah, I do as well. I think Pifoot got balked on the run up to Ashby, and as the 15 of Luke Jardine for JWR is out of the final. That's on the, I think that's, is that run down to Ashby?
Yeah, no, possibly on
yes,
Paddock on the boots.
First no, outside the first corner, I think. They've got a big curve on the outside of there.
Yeah. All right, so coming through onto the latest lap, Pifoot has got a 0.3 of a second gap to McAllister. That's closed right down with that lap traffic here. Going out very wide there was your 21 runner
of Cora
Moore, yeah, so towards the back.
By a recovering Morgan Cooney, who had a tough opening lap in the number 80 machine, having started this race in 6th place, finding himself now in P21.
Yeah, not the kind of race he would have been hoping for in the Primo final. And as a getting out the way there, is this? Oh yeah, of course, just the lap traffic. Yeah, 21 getting out the way, as we said previously, of our leaders coming through into the pit bends on your screen right now. Going through there, the number 40.
Oh, we've got two off on the outside. The 77 and the 28. 28 Shay Laird, 77 is Archie Thomond Evans, and that is not a nice place to be parked.
And also just getting off of that curb is one thing, but with carts hurtling through the final corner, that is a complete other story that you don't want to be risking with. And that's Aaron Berridge then battling alongside, going up the inside, down in P26 with Harvey Everett towards the back. Harvey Everett there with her pink helmet. She did say she was going to get her helmet customised, the one we gave her in PF International. So
yeah.
I wonder if that is the helmet we talked about.
No, that's a standard.
That's a standard one.
Yeah, there's a design incoming.
I look forward to it.
I'm reliably informed. It may well be a couple of months, because I think the helmet designer might be doing her GCSEs, and they're quite important. This is your top three then. Jude Pifoot, Casper McAllister, Liam Dooling. Top three clear by over 3 seconds back to Harry Myatt Waldron in 4th place. So as it stands, this is your top three. 3.5 minutes though to sort out which order it's going to be in, as Pifoot goes up and over the curbs and looked very messy on the way in as he transferred the weight, but didn't look like it cost him too much time.
I also feel like Pifoot was set up for the start of that race, but it looks like he's getting a bit out of shape, maybe, towards the latter stages of this race with 3 minutes to go, because McAllister has probably got that sort of injection of adrenaline as he goes up the inside. It seems to be paying off. Pifoot gets put out wide by McAllister, but Pifoot says, let's work together, let's postpone this battle for at least a couple of laps yet, because you've got Dooling chasing on after us in this group of 3. It looks like that McAllister was going to take the ball by the horns there, but Dooling's now trying to go around the outside, and look at where Pifoot's going now. Look at what that's done. It's completely taken these two out of the battle.
Wasn't the time nor the place, unfortunately, and
you can see
McAllister agrees.
Yeah, he's not too happy about that, chasing after.
Can see why Dooling did it, because McAllister sort of cost himself a little bit of time with that move on Jude Pifoot earlier on, but he was probably 2 or 3 corners too late to take full advantage of that. Should have probably been close enough to go down the inside at Ozier's, and then doing it into the boot, you chose to go down the inside left, and if you sort of carry the speed and go down the inside on the right into the second part of the corner, you'll generally lose less time for the two of you, and that's give Jude Pifoot a gap of over a second now, and it's going to take a lot of work for McAllister and Dooling to reel that in.
Berryman and Foreman Evans have 5-second penalties. So Berryman in P7 at the moment. Well, Archie Foreman Evans further down.
So does Kent, so does Bertie Hodgson. I wonder if Hodgson, whilst angry with Berridge earlier on, has been adjudged to have been at fault for that, because he was behind at the time, or at least when they'd gone through the timing line on the previous lap. So penalties are plenty.
Yeah, and there is
a Primo final.
And there was Berryman coming through there. You can see the 39 of Ruben Jenkins being chased by Toby Wortley at the moment, who does have the 5-second penalty as well, remember, on the final stages of this race. But where's Jacob Underhill? Has he gone out of this one?
3 laps down, Jacob Underhill. We've missed it off camera, but the championship leader probably isn't going to be going into the second half of the season. He had a 31-point cushion going into this race meeting, and he's probably going to have used up all of it.
Jackson Heath as well, our second place man in the championship, recovering somewhat from this weekend, finding himself a lot higher up from where he belongs. Oh,
that
here we go.
answers the question. The nose isn't attached to it, and the helmet's not on the driver. Game over.
Got a feel for him, haven't you, after a strong couple of rounds. But on to Rowra in the next stop of a Kart Championship, up to Cumbria, but we'll finish off here at Whilton Mill first. Plenty of racing action to go before we see things out here today. And you can see Ruben Jenkins trying to find a way past there on Odysseus Hole on your screen. And we cut forward to there, that's Berryman. And there is Jenkins I was talking about on Odysseus Hole, coming across the line around about 8th, 9th and 7th and 6th places, with Jackson Heath leading this group then in these front four. Although it's split out quite a lot, going to dive to the inside now is Ruben Jenkins, trying to find a way through at Christmas, but nothing doing there on Odysseus Hole, who holds firm for 8th place.
In front of these, Berryman's just got to keep pushing forward, knowing that there's a 5-second penalty incoming that may well drop her outside of the top 10. Currently sits in P7. Time-wise, it will drop her to P10, I think 11 at the moment in front of Ashton Bailey. So it'll be 10 with Toby Wortley, but it's just got to keep going forwards, trying to pick up. Effectively now, it's a race against the clock. Got to get the 10th, got to try and break away. Zane Perry in front in 5th place as we're on to the final lap. The gap is down.
It's coming down a lot.
1/10 and a half, but I think Casper McAllister's going to run out of laps here. 0.6 of a second at the front as down the inside of Odysseus Hole goes Ruben Jenkins into Christmas Corner. Move done. Jenkins finally, it's been a few laps that one has it been coming, moves up into 8th place.
So looking pretty comfortable out front, Jude Pifoot, as we get towards the final stages of this Junior Primo final, or that's what we think anyway, according to our timing screens. They are just think finding their way across the start-finish line now, and he does. Jude Pifoot takes victory here in the Junior Primo final, follows off some great performances in our Super Heats, followed by McAllister. A great battle between there. Dooling takes the podium place in a Junior Primo final, followed by Harry Meyer Waldron as well, who went up 3 places from 7th on the grid. Great performance. When you're talking about Zane Perry David during that race, up to 5th. Good to see him up there, at least in the top 5, holding on to his starting position. And Jackson Heath, that will help for the championship. We talked about consistency. He's been up 4 places from 10th, and that's going to give him a great haul of points when he's not maybe feeling it here at Whilton Mill, as he has been in the first couple of races. Layla Berryman, nice to see her efforts being rewarded finally at Whilton Mill here in the Kart Championship for 7th. Ruben Jenkins, Odysseus Hull, and Toby Wortley being awarded 10th place, coming across the line.
Well, he'll move up to 9th, but only with
because of the
penalty
penalties.
that drops her from 7th to 10th. There's your race winner, though, Jude Pifoot. He gets sent forward. Liam Dooling, the final driver on the podium, but Pifoot, after a pair of second places in finals at the opening 2 rounds, finally gets to stand on the top step. As there's a bit of frustration there between Casper McAllister and Liam Dooling. McAllister asking Dooling, what are you doing? I think he was going for second place at the time. It didn't quite work out, and imagine that's what Liam Dooling is telling Jude Pifoot.
Well, they're probably frustrated because they were well in the mix to try and challenge him there.
Pifoot, he doesn't care.
No.
He does not care. He's had 2 second places in finals.
And he wants it to happen.
And as what is coming back in is the nose cone of Jacob Underhill.
Yeah.
So yeah, front fairing's just being checked here.
Lucas Esser's all fine. Coming on through.
Shame for Esser after that opening lap, but recovered well to P13, did Lucas Esser. Potentially a race of what could have been for a driver that was expected to run towards the front of this race, started in 8th place.
That was Eddie Cantillon coming in, and from a Junior Primo final then, we go towards our next race this afternoon to our Rotax Intermax. And on to Intermax final then, which has been, I'd say, having the spotlight for Jensen Sale in the last couple of rounds, but didn't have it all his own way in the heats, did Jensen. So we're going to see how it will all unfold in this final, but he's been very consistent when it matters. In some of the heats, maybe hasn't been too happy with the earlier races. But the most points on offer, of course, in this one. And he is on pole position alongside Alfie Phillipson, who's also been on the charge as well. Ethan Lloyd for the RCE team is also putting in the work this weekend at Whilton Mill. Jude Davison, we thought, got a little bit out of shape in terms of setup in the heats before. Hopefully his kart will feel a little bit more stable in this race. Jay Birmingham and Zach Andrew on row 3. Finley Rhodes and Finley Thompson, 2 Finleys by each other, on row 4. Ethan Manzi, Hamish Gordon, Felix Sheldon Hayward and Sam Fleming down to P12. Rio Paniutu, Logan Stanley Jones, Thomas Laidler, Lewis Cacaldi, Dexter Petty and Sam Dixon on row 9. And then Aaron Rigg, Eli Owen, Freddie Blackshaw, Adam Bart, Evan Meller and Jensen Skeff in P24, who has struggled to make some headway in some of the heats. There's been lots of traffic to try and work through. Can he get through the field and show his class here in the final of Intermax? And in this class, I think it could go either way at the front of the field at the moment. There's lots of drivers in great form.
Sale and Phillipson, the 2 to look for here. They'll go off the front row. Sale has generally been the one at the 4 in this class of those that are here this weekend. At the previous round, battling with Abrahart and with Logan Rolfe. They're not here. There is Jensen Sale in the green. His dad on the spanners for him on the right-hand side. For me, though, Alfie Phillipson comes into this with a lot of confidence, and he will believe that he can win this race. Behind them, Ethan Lloyd, the reigning CKC Microax champion from last season. Came to Whilton Mill at the final round of the season last year, scored a 200-point maximum to give himself the championship, so certainly a track that he likes. He goes off 3rd place, and for him, he struggled at the start because he's been on the 2nd place berth, and he's always fell back. Now he's on the side where he can potentially make up some places. Could he go into 2nd place at the start tuck in with Sale and push off into the distance.
Yeah, we will certainly see. It's a competitive field right throughout, as always, here at the Kart Championship. I say that about every grid, but it really is class of the field, and lots of our drivers here competing in many different championships across the UK, getting as much race seat and time and experience as possible for these drivers, particularly at these younger ages. David, is so crucial for them when they're going up through the classes, and to get that feel for different tracks around the country is going to make them a more well-rounded driver.
There is no substitute for seat time. As they say in karting, the only way to go faster is to sit in the seat and go as fast as you can. There's something very funny going on down there. I was
going to say, so we're missing out on.
They've probably got. I reckon they've got the live stream on delay, and they're just
laughing at us.
Yeah, just watching back. We're a funny pair.
What are we doing? So our drivers getting ready down in Parc Ferme, as well as some of our maybe spectators or marshals, maybe.
Oh, we need to send Gracie down there with the microphone
and see what's happening.
They clearly like a chat. We might as well send the microphone down there to have a word.
Yeah, we've got Gracie Mitchell in Parc Ferme in the pit lane for us this weekend on finals day in the afternoon. Hopefully getting some reaction from our winners and our drivers in our first races. And you hear the engines whirring up, and out they go then for what will be 12 minutes plus one. Just trying to 12 minutes plus one lap in this race. Different durations for our finals. Oh dear, and that's not a good start that you want from
Can't park there.
1-2-1. Can't park there, sir.
Finley Rhodes.
It's not what he wanted.
Getting out there to drag his kart back on, and we've got another driver round on the run up towards Christmas Corner. So Finley Rhodes, who's due to start this race from the inside of the fourth row, rejoins now in a race that has actually only got 22 of the 24 prescribed runners. Aaron Rigg missing. He was involved in an incident in the second of the two Subeats. I believe he is retired injured. If so, we wish him all the best and hope that there's nothing too bad, and we see him back for the remaining rounds of the Kart Championship. We also missed one other driver as well, although I'm still trying to figure out who that is. We have 22 then of the 24 runners.
Do you reckon we'll go around again because of the gap in the grid here and some of the drivers that were back? Or looks okay.
Yeah, got driver making their way into position there with Ethan Manzi, and no false start.
Yep, as before. So, yeah, obviously he wants to get all our competitors a fair chance. So it looks like Jensen Sale has, I don't know, has he got the message? Does he know we're not racing? Because he went out pretty fast there.
Not yet, but as he approaches Marshall Post 3 at the top of the hill, he sees the green flag with the yellow chevron on it to tell him that there is a false start.
And you can see Jensen Skeff then at the back of the field and see how much progress he can make in this race. And has had some pretty close calls in the last few sessions throughout the Kart Championship. Didn't have a fortunate race at PF International, unfortunately, and got out the way, was commended for his sportsmanship, but hopefully we'll be looking to have other drivers on the other end of the field getting out the way for him.
Yeah, that was a very fast second rolling lap by Jensen Sale.
He's not hanging about. He wants this win.
Isn't. So still trying to pick out. I think Rhodes has stayed at the back in the 1-2-1. He's on the odd number train, so that's the left-hand side of your screen now. There he is in the 1-2-1, so he hasn't been able to get into position. We're away and racing as we head up towards the first corner, and it is indeed the pole side of Jensen Sale and Ethan Lloyd that have managed to find a way in front of Alfie Phillipson. We've got a few drivers going side by side. Oh, nobody! Everybody's still on their wheels, which is good, but we've got one driver launched. That's the 141 of Jay Birmingham rejoining. That's out on circuit. I don't know whether someone's got an exhaust issue, because that sounds like a swarm of bees.
It does sound a bit just...
Yeah, it looks like someone's gone up and over the back.
Unfamiliar.
So we had a few drivers there involved in an argument over tarmac, but at the front, Jensen Sale leads, and that, walking away, is one of the Coles Racing partners.
It's Phillipson! It's Phillipson! Oh,
so,
no.
One of the two favourites for this race at the start is out, and falling down the order, out of the race goes Alfie Phillipson. So it's Sale from Lloyd, Finley Thompson, Rio Pagnatao, Sam Fleming, Dexter Petty up to P6, having started in P17. And Tom Laidler, Drew Davidson, Ethan Manzi and Lewis Kukoldi.
And a dive up the inside there from Ethan Manzi on Drew Davidson. Sees him up into 8th place. A textbook move up into Christmas corner. Glad to see that Alfie Phillipson was walking away there. But I think he just got a bit squeezed on the previous lap into Christmas and got caught up in the effects of all of that.
There's always losers when it comes to incidents like that, but there's always people that benefit. Inside the top 7, we've got drivers that started as far down as P17.
Yeah, Dexter Petty is up from P17 to P6. Been an incredible start. Also Sam Fleming up there as well. Won't shy away from that. Oh, getting out very, very wide there was Dexter Petty.
Yeah,
talking of him.
Thomas Laidler comes down the inside. Petty had to sort of move out of the way as he came down the inside into oblivion, and then as they went round Crook, he just got the switch back. So you've got your leading duo. Someone out there does sound very, very noisy on exhaust, but we'll...
It's like when you put a Coke can in your bike wheels and your spokes to make it sound like some kind of motorbike engine. But of course they want it sounding a bit better than that. Yeah, is it that one at the back? It's quite incredibly hard to tell whose kart that might be. But is that dragging back as well? The 1-1? Am I making that up? The triple one runner. We'll try and find out as we go throughout the rest of Felix Sheldon Hayward. Looked a little bit.
I think it might be Hamish Gordon. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Can I have a guess on that one? Don't know what made you think that. Mechanical flag for Hamish Gordon there.
No, just really good at picking out karts with problems.
There's our 1-2-9 of Rio Pagnatao. Oh, getting out! Oh, and he clashes with third place with Finley Thompson. Coming together, coming into Inkermans and down towards Ashby as well. It is not what they would have wanted. Oh, goodness me. And I just don't think Finley Thompson saw Rio coming up the inside there, and that's what happens.
Yeah, he went out, clipped the grass on the outside, tipped himself into a spin, and collateral damage, unfortunately. So, again, it's played into the hands of a few others, and Sam Fleming now finds himself from 12th to 3rd. Thomas Laidler, 15th to 4th. But, again, these two at the front, they've probably got no idea of the carnage that has happened behind them.
No, class of the field at the moment is Ethan Lloyd and Jensen Sale. There is literally a 500th of a second between their fastest laps. They are showing how it's all done. Let's get a look at what happened there then between our 3rd and 4th place runners. And you can see here.
Just goes wide there, clips the grass on the outside, and then Thompson had nowhere to go really, was collateral damage. In that one, unfortunately, did manage to rejoin, as did Pagnatao. Pagnatao's down in 10th place.
And in the grand scheme of things, David, you know, we've only had sort of 4 minutes of racing here. There's still so long to go in this race, as is karting. 8 minutes that Jensen Sale has got to hold on from Ethan Lloyd. I mean, it'll be an incredible feat if Ethan Lloyd doesn't go up into the lead throughout the rest of this race. Here comes the pressure from Ethan Lloyd through Inkermans, down in towards Ashby, and taking that hairpin there up towards Wilkins. Coming round here for the final. So look at the curb that Ethan Lloyd took there. That's not what he'll want to be doing into Oziers down the back straight here. And again, constantly trying to learn Jensen Sale's driving style round. He's had plenty of time, obviously, in the heats to get a bit of an idea. But how he's approaching this final, there must be much warmer conditions out there as well in this final. So maybe that comes into play as well as how the kart is handling, how the tyres are responding as well. As we go throughout this race, the tyre pressures are also adjusting, both using as much runoff as they dare out there down towards Christmas. And they're looking like they're going to be working together for now to make sure this gap sustains from 3rd place from Sam Fleming, almost 3 seconds and ahead.
Yeah, they're just pushing away at the moment to give themselves as much cushion. You'll see at times Ethan Lloyd will look like he's pulling alongside. What he's probably just doing is taking a different line so that he doesn't risk running into the back of Jensen Sale. So they'll cross over, particularly on that run up towards Christmas, and it'll look like he's trying to position a run down to Ashby. But at the moment, he's just sort of positioning that kart so he doesn't run into the back of Jensen Sale. This is your battle for 3rd place then, when that looks like in the orange car that Thomas Laidler is up into P3 as he implores Sam Fleming to try and push him on. Is he trying to suggest they can close in a gap of 3.5 seconds to Sale and Lloyd? It seems unlikely, but with 6 minutes to go, there's still enough time on the clock if they want to give it a whirl.
It's a tall order, but Laidler, Fleming, Manzi and Davidson are going to all have to work together here, not squabble with each other, particularly at the front if Laidler challenges Fleming, because then that brings in the other two runners and could also put 2 seconds on for Ethan Lloyd and Jensen Sale to build their gap even further out front. And it's a battle of the two protagonists then coming into our third and final sector. But let's stay on board here with your third place runners of Laidler, of Fleming. Looks like Laidler's building a gap slightly, and look at this beautiful shot there through our final corner, hopping over the curbs. So fast our Intermax runners and all our classes here at Whilton Mill. A great dynamic since that corner's been added around this 1200 metres in Northamptonshire, coming up towards Christmas, and a dive down the inside. Laidler's going to now have Ethan Manzi for company, because Ethan Manzi goes up the inside of Sam Fleming for 4th place.
Good move up there in towards Christmas corner, and it's a bit surprised there not to see Drew Davidson make the move at Ashby whilst Sam Fleming was on the ropes somewhat. But currently content with 6th place. At the front though of this train, Thomas Laidler has got a few tenths, and there goes Drew Davidson. That's how you do the move on the way into the boot. You get it done nice and early, and he slots through.
He just wanted it to do it a bit later than he heard you on the PA and was like, all right, I'll do it now then.
He knew that the roaming rig was down there, and he just wanted a good overtake, didn't he? Well done for Davidson. Now he's telling Ethan Manzi, well, we worked together previously to find a way past Sam Fleming, albeit at different halves at the track, but let's work together again to try and close in Thomas Laidler and give us both an opportunity of a podium here.
Ooh.
Although wide goes Ethan Manzi at Ashby. And Drew Davidson now with a kart under him that does look like it's a little bit more stable than what it did in the second of the 2 superheats, has now got to try and close down Thomas Laidler for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, and making steady progress of that with our front runners. The gap out front building towards more than 4 seconds now, certainly for Laidler, up towards Jensen and Sale. But 3.8 seconds there you can see between our 3rd place runner and Jensen Sale, leading this race with 3.5 minutes on the clock, ticking down all the time, plus 1 lap. And nice, was that a move around the outside there?
No, I think it was Dexter Petty taking the wide line, but then carrying too much speed, and he's going to lose a place to Lewis Kakoldi, and it could be 2. But the time he gets Adam Batt up onto the back of him, and Batt's going to try the move as he down the inside. The KMS kart down the inside of the Ben Foller Motorsport kart, and Dexter Petty gets shuffled back behind Rio Panyatau as well.
They do like shutting the door, don't they, off of that curb as they come through out of Wilkins and onto Osiers. It seems to be, if there's someone out there like, nope, we're going to park you there, mate. I'm taking my position and going on forward into this race. Fastest lap of the race. Ethan Lloyd is a 10.5 quicker than Jensen Sale out of the front, and the gap was about 3.5 tenths. It's come down to 2 tenths of a second now, so it's really toing and froing, nothing to choose between them at the front of the field. Who's going to take victory here at this Intermax final? Whilst they're batting out of the front, there's plenty of battles as well going further back. Here are your front runners, and you can see the gap there.
That is a little more than 2 tenths at the moment, and Ethan Lloyd's going to have to find something if he wants to trouble Jensen Sale, because on this lap that gap's gone out from 2 tenths to what I think is probably around about 3.5 as they cross the timing line. 4 tenths it is. Jensen Sale leads then from Ethan Lloyd. They have a gap now of 4 seconds back to Thomas Laidler, Drew Davidson, Ethan Manzi, as we pick up the 121 of Finley Rhodes, who should have started 7th but had to go off the back. He's currently in P14 in front of Zach Andrew. Is down the inside with a lovely move. Can he hold it on? Here's Rio Panyatau. No, he can't. Adam Batt holds on to 8th place. Behind them, that's Dexter Petty for the final place inside the top 10. He's coming under increased pressure now by Sam Dixon in the 176 machine. In the KR, he's running the KR colours, but this weekend is being run by M Sport. This weekend he normally runs with Logan Rolfe, but Rolfe not with us this weekend, so he's jumped in with M Sport this weekend and is currently running in P11 in front of Logan Jones.
Ethan Lloyd, if he wants to take victory here ahead of Jensen Sale, needs to put to bed the streak he had in round 2. He fell 6 places at round 2 finals. It's going much better for him here, chasing after Jensen Sale, but wants to be careful at the end. It doesn't fall away. They've got enough of a gap, though, these two now. If there's any kind of fracas between them, they'll have a bit of a buffer to get back and underway, and some defensive moves then I potentially think might be coming in the next couple of laps. Is the gap, though, close enough for Ethan Lloyd to be able to challenge Jensen Sale? Because it's half a second now. It's been gingerly building up from Sale over the last 2-3 laps, using all of the track out there, and it's gone up even more. Yeah, as you rightly point there, it's 8.5 tenths now. So Jensen Sale, the kart coming towards him in the latter stage of the race. Has Ethan Lloyd got anything left in the tank to chase after our leader on this penultimate lap? Dive down the inside there from Ethan Manzi, and Jude Davison batting out. Jude Davison, though, lovely counter-attacking move, comes right back at him to hold on to P4 into the Inkerman section down towards Ashby.
Time elapses down to 0. Jensen Sale will see the last lap board this time round as Drew Davidson and Ethan Manzi continue to battle over 4th place. Thomas Laidler too far down the road, but a P15 start for Laidler. Yes, he took advantage of a few drivers tripping up in front of him, but the pace has been sensational since then by Thomas Laidler. Onto the final lap then for Sale and Lloyd, and the gap goes out even further. 1.3 seconds, but this is probably our closest battle inside the top 5 at the very least, of Drew Davidson holding on from Ethan Manzi.
Who's going to pick up the 4th position here? They're trying to go around the outside of Christmas. The door is shut, slam shut rather, by Drew Davison and Ethan Manzi. We've got a couple of sectors to go between Drew Davison, who uses all the runoff out there as much as he dares, out towards Wilkins, coming down towards Oziers now as well.
Manzi's through.
Trip up through the inside, and yeah, Manzi is through to P4, but here is your race leader at the moment, and it's about to become the race winner once again in Intermax. Jensen Sale takes victory here ahead of Ethan Lloyd. Thomas Laidler, an impressive podium there, coming all the way up from P15 on the grid, 12 places, followed by Ethan Manzi, who jumps Drew Davison on the final lap there for P4 and P5 respectively. Sam Fleming in P6, Lewis Cacaldi in P7, Adam Bart, Rio Paniutu in P9, and Dexter Petty rounding off the top 10. And also for Dexter, up 7 places, David. Impressive performance from Dexter too, given the weekend he's had.
Yeah, it certainly has. And again, just took full advantage, as a lot of the drivers did, of a quite frantic opening lap here in this Intermax final. I mean, Sale and Lloyd wouldn't know a huge amount about it. They've disappeared off into the distance. But for those behind, you know, at the end of lap number 1, we had 4 drivers that started the race outside the top 10, inside the top 6, in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Some of them have managed to convert it very, very well. Thomas Laidler goes 15th to 3rd. Sam Fleming 12th to 6th. But, you know, we've got Adam Back going 22nd to 8th. So it's been a big turnaround, particularly when Phillipson didn't see the end of the first lap. Thompson and Panyatau were off on the grass on the together with...
race control, Ethan Manzi in 4th place, 5-second penalty. Was that for the battle with Drew Davidson on the previous couple of laps?
He was with for the last second half of the race, but it's quite tight from there. He's going to be 11.6, so that's going to drop him to P13 for Ethan Manzi. Tough break, and there he is on screen. He won't know it yet as he gets weighed and will roll into that 4th spot for scrutineering, but there is an elated Jensen Sale.
Very happy indeed.
Smile emblazoned across his face as he says hello to some of his friends who he probably saw 15 minutes ago, but now they're all sort of really happy for him.
It's good. I've been bumping into mum and dad in the paddock here off the back of some other sessions, and considering how they felt on the Saturday, I think they're obviously going to be much more happier at the end of this Intermax final. We go from the Intermax final into our Micromaxes. So, confident victory there from Jensen Sale. How will it shape up in our Micromax grids at the moment? Arthur Rhodes, your championship leader, the 82 at the moment. But will it change at the end of this one? Freddie Baker has been a class of the field here at Whilton Mill this weekend, alongside Jensen Darlow on row 1. Milo Taylor, Oakley Howlett, brand new for the Kart Championship this weekend, showing that he's got the pace and speed to mix it with the likes of these drivers in P4. Jensen Drummond in P5, and on row 3 as well, Sebastian Talbot. Benjamin Finley, Will Hatton, Munro Wilcox, Max Armit, your S-plate in the top 10. A steady progression throughout the weekend from Max, Anthony Ray and Lani Eden in P12. And then we finish off on row 7 in P13 with Seth State Mackey. So a smaller Microax grid, but as we know from earlier on in the heats, they were joined with the mighty Cadets. They get their own final, so there's no lap traffic to be in the way of. There's space in the schedule to do that, which gives them the space to race and have a good old battle out there.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the live chat. Jensen Skeff just getting some love at the moment from his dad, just saying well done for getting straight back in the car after yesterday. We echo those sentiments. Just quickly, if somebody could do me a massive favour and press the thumbs up button. It's currently sat on the number 67. I will not allow that. I'm not going to accept it. I don't deal with the youth of today, so if somebody could turn that into a 68 very, very quickly, it'd be greatly appreciated. Oh, we've got 2 spinners, one early and then one a little bit later down the straight. That's not how you get heat into your tyre. Well, it is to an extent,
but too much.
Too much now, because now they're going to have to rush around the rest of the lap, and they're not going to be able to get some enough heat in the tyres. So a few of them having a little excursion.
Yeah, not the ideal preparation, but I'm looking forward to this battle, David, between Jensen Darlow and Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker's been commanding. I think Jensen Darlow's got a bit caught up in some of the action behind him. And if Jensen Darlow can break away with Freddie Baker at the start of this race, it's going to be as mouthwatering as Ethan Lloyd and Jensen Sale was in the Intermax before.
Yeah, well, it was a lot closer in the second of the 2 Super Heats than it was in the first one. But I think the first one was exacerbated slightly by how quickly Baker was able to get through the traffic where the rest of them weren't. So on this occasion, I think it could be a little bit closer between Baker and Darlow. Darlow really needs a clean opening lap, and at the very least needs to find that second place. Doesn't want to have to battle through from 3rd or 4th, and hopefully can take Milo Taylor with him, because he's been very, very impressive as well.
Here in the tram lines we go for the Microax final here at round 3 at Whilton Mill, and super defensive straight away to hold on to the lead goes Freddie Baker. It looks like Milo Taylor's taking advantage on Jensen Darlow up into second place. Jensen Darlow down to P3. Will he fall further down the order or hold on to the podium? He holds on for now into Christmas Corner. Some moves going around the outside, taken to the grass there is Max Armit. The S-plate there with the Lando Norris themed helmet doesn't want to be getting on the grass too much there, because that's going to help his tyres or his race in the next 11.5 minutes.
Top 4 and a little bit of a breakaway as Jensen Drummond slots in front of Oakley Howlett for 4th place. Howlett there in the green just trying to hang on, but going wide round Oziers isn't going to help. He needs a bit of a reset to get back into this, and Darlow has really got to make a decision now as to whether he feels he's got enough pace or whether to go with Freddie Baker, or whether he's going to push Milo Taylor, because we know how dangerous Baker can be, and if he gets half a second, he's gone.
Yeah, and he's already showing that here, coming across the line for 3/10 of a second. Although I feel like Milo Taylor has enough slipstream in him to stay in the tow here, down towards Christmas Corner, although having to go defensive, hug the inside line to stave off the challenge from Jensen Darlow behind. Jensen Drummond also on the charge behind as well. 2 Jensens chasing after our top 2 in this Microax final.
Taylor then with a defensive line up towards Christmas Corner, and now Jensen Darlow there was lining up a move here into Oziers, but then I think he clipped the curb round Wilkins, and that unsettled the kart slightly, and he elected not to do it. Another look to the left by Milo Taylor there, holding on at the moment and keeping Freddie Baker in sight at the very least, but it's whether they can do this lap on lap, knowing that Baker's going to be ridiculously consistent. Gap is 3/10 still at the end of lap 2.
Freddie Baker coming into the boot there, though, just did have a little bit of oversteer in the braking, and I think that allowed Milo Taylor to just close up also slightly the gap that was forming there. And now these top 3, top 4 in the mix. You've kind of got Jensen Drummond falling back slightly from Jensen Darlow, who gets the fastest lap of the race that time around, about 0.08 of a second quicker than Milo Taylor in front. And it looks like that Freddie Baker was that him throwing forward, pointing forward to say work together? It's a bit strange that he's in the lead because I'm not sure that Milo Taylor will subscribe to that same thought, but maybe he's saying these three break away, let's battle a little bit more in the laps to come because we have a long way to go in this one yet.
Yeah, Baker would have certainly hoped for a bit more of a gap, but Taylor, despite that defending on the opening lap, has had a very compliant, let's say, Jensen Darlow behind, because I think the two of them know that if they start scrapping, it's just going to hand it on a gold platter to Freddie Baker at the front.
Which is what happened in the previous heats as well.
Certainly did. It's they're going to have to sort of work together and have half a chance here of staying with.
Slight as a warning for an instant out on track. You see coming up on your screen there from race control for Lani Eden in the top 10. So got to be mindful of how they are going racing for the rest of this one. And whether that's track limits or contact out there with other drivers racing close, we shall see. But coming into this corner, I'm noticing over the last couple of laps, Freddie Baker going to the boot is struggling, and there's got a lot of time. Finally, Milo Taylor is gaining any time that it gets lost. Oh, and who's this? Anthony Ray is out of this in the LN kart there. Can see making away, who was in 6th position. I think is obviously going to drop down the field there, as you've just seen, right down to the back, unfortunately. But yeah, Freddie Baker, where he loses time maybe in this part of the track, but Jensen Darlow going up the inside for 2nd place ahead of Milo Taylor. So Jensen feels like now is the time to use his pace and work ahead, pointing forward once again to chase after Freddie Baker, who might lose a bit of time in the infield here for the setup and into the boot section, but then makes haste in the first sector of the lap and it all equalises out.
Wouldn't be surprised if they've gone down slightly on tyre pressure, knowing that it's a longer race in much warmer conditions for Freddie Baker, and the second half of the race them tyres will be up to the temperature that the end of the race has been previously, and that will be hopefully for him where he starts to open up a bit of a gap, as trying to go down the inside of Sebastian and Talbot is Munro Wilcox for 6th place.
Beautiful shot that, showing the speed of those sequence of corners. Freddie Baker then, with Jensen Darlow now assumed position as the chaser in 2nd place with Milo Taylor. Jensen Drummond with the fastest lap of the race, a clear sort of 10th and a half quicker than the runners in front of him, particularly of our front runner right now in the RCE of Freddie Baker, but building the gap slightly, still getting some wiggles of oversteer at the back of his Microax machine through a couple of these technical sections at the moment, but doing well to hold on to it, maximise the pace. Who's going up the inside there of Milo Taylor? Looks like Drummond was trying to have a think, but once again, doesn't want to collide, doesn't want to create more of a gap, and look, they're bringing Oakley Howlett into the mix now for P5, so it could be even another dynamic brought into this Microax final.
Gap out slightly because Darlow at Ozier's got slightly squirrely on the rear and then looked over his shoulder, knowing that Milo Taylor could well attack up towards the boot, and had to semi-defend, and goes very deep at Christmas corner as well. And it's all of these little bits that because they're having to sort of battle to hold position as well, but they're not consistent in their lines. But the problem is that Baker at the front is. And even though it's only a 10th here and a 10th there, it's like here, he looks like he loses time on the way in there, Baker, but look how much he gains on the exit. Slow in, fast out, and that's where he gains. So he loses a 10th on the way in, gains 2 on the way out. So the gap was 2 tenths, now it's 3 tenths, and he can afford to take that wide line on the way out, and it could well be out to 4 tenths this time, as he starts, although he wasn't particularly fast around the final corner.
Lost some time there. So yeah, it's all toing and froing the time that they're losing, these 10th of a second in some sections of the track. Coming across the line here, you can see the battle back to P6. Sebastian Talbot in this group got company from Munro Wilcox and Benjamin Finley as well, trying to stay on the chase of these two into Christmas. They're staying line astern as well at the moment, with 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock in this Microax final. Good battles going on right throughout the grid here at the Kart Championship. Always good to pick up these battles right throughout the grid, because all of these points could be so valuable. We don't know how the championship is going to be looking at the end of things here today, but of course, as we go into our final round here at Whilton Mill back in September for the conclusion of this Kart Championship season, but a long way to go between now and then, but every point counts.
2 tenths of a second is the gap between the leaders on the previous lap. It's down even more, it's down to 0.17 as Jensen Darlow draws up onto the back of Freddie Baker. up towards Christmas Corner. Not close enough on this occasion for Jensen Darlow to close up.
And Freddie Baker's had it all his own way, really, in the recent stages on, and getting a bit out of shape there was Sebastian Talbot, because Munro Wilcox has gone ahead in for P6 then in the middle sector of the lap. So Munro Wilcox finding a space on the inside over the curb from Sebastian Talbot. Is going to fall further down the order if he's not careful, with Benjamin Finley then giving him the kiss to the outside, and then also finding his way onto the grass. Sebastian Talbot was there, run out of road, and then had to let through the racers in front. But look at this. This is the closest the gap has been so far in this race. A great chance here for Jensen Darlow to maybe have a move up the inside. Maybe just testing the waters here, putting the pressure on the psychological games as we go throughout this Micromax final, rather, into the first sector, testing how Freddie Baker's going to react. And I would say, as I was saying just before, has not really had this kind of pressure in the superheat so far this weekend. Is now being put right under the
traffic
cosh.
In front as they come up to Anthony Ray, who had that spin earlier on, and look over the shoulder, and that is a very early defence from Freddie Baker as they make their way, and Baker's gone wide in the boot, and through goes Jensen Darlow. And that is, I tell you now, that is not how Darlow expected to take the lead. He did not even have to work for that. The door gleefully left open by Freddie Baker, and now Jensen Darlow leads, and Baker.
He's fierce now, though, isn't he? You can see he's very annoyed with. It looked like just a genuine mistake, losing a lapse of concentration, trying to look over his shoulder. He's got that playing on his mind. Very easy to do when you're racing out there with all of the drivers chasing you behind, soaking up that pressure. It seems the pressure has given in to Freddie Baker for the moment, but he is now charged. He has become the hunter, and that psychology of being the hunted, switching to the hunter, it always kind of twos and
they're going to meet
fro's.
the traffic into the boot, which is very, very one-liney, obviously, unless you're Baker on the previous lap. And this is the problem here now. They're going to follow into this corner. Can they manage to hook it round as they come up onto the back of Anthony Ray, who will continue his race? And Darlow is using Ray for slipstream there.
And try and maybe get out the way. Freddie Baker goes wide there, but gets a great run somehow off that curbing. Is he going to think about using Anthony Ray up the inside as well as Darlow? No, too much to ask there.
Splits
with 2
the
minutes
four, though.
on the clock. Yeah, splits the 4, and maybe these two now can cement their place in the final. And that lap traffic, Anthony Ray adding a different complexion to this Micromax final. And now look at these two. They're all out on their own. They have broken away from Milo Taylor and Jensen Drummond. A minute 40 on the clock. Is Freddie Baker going to leave this to the last lap? Will he want to do it sooner than that? We'll find out in the next couple of minutes here around Whilton Mill.
Still going to have 3 laps to go in this race as they'll cross the timing line with 1 minute and 20 seconds or so on the clock. Jensen Darlow opening the gap out. He is really good in that final corner round the boot. We saw earlier on, I thought the gap had gone out to 4/10 in the corner. He closed it up, but using the slipstream.
This is where it works for him.
Here comes Baker down the inside, wheel to wheel. Nice and clean though. And Freddie Baker retakes the lead.
Showing it how it's done. And we were saying, through the technical sections for Baker, looks like the setup and the pressures maybe get towards the end of the race, but also on those straight sections. He's got great pace off onto the long straights and the fastest part of the track, obviously up into Chris's Corner, up the hill. But Jensen Darlow now will maybe come more back into the fold towards Freddie Baker. And if Freddie Baker gets squirrely out the last corner again or into the boot section, where I think he's been struggling here in the earlier stages of the race, looks a bit more comfortable now. That could open the door once again for Jensen Darlow.
Certainly goes wider than Darlow in the mid part of that corner. That time he held it to the inside and wasn't quite as inviting for the move that lost him the lead 3 or 4 laps ago, but goes a lot wider around there. Jensen Darlow back into the slipstream. Isn't going to be close enough in that run up towards Christmas Corner, and he's only going to get one more opportunity at that corner next time round as the clock begins to tick down towards the 0. They'll not get round before it does. So a lap and a half to go as Freddie Baker and Jensen Darlow battle it out over the lead. Milo Taylor and Jensen Drummond battle it out in the background for the final step on this Micromax podium. Out of Osiers, up towards the boot for the penultimate time. And Darlow, who's been strong in here throughout this race, needs to be strong again to close up that gap, because he went in 3 or 4 kart lengths out. It's here where he does gain, and in fact does a gain on exit. Needs to use all of the slipstream as they trip the timing line. 2 tenths between them. Can Jensen Darlow get the run up the hill?
Has he got the straight line speed to catch up to Freddie Baker? Will there be anything doing around the outside into Christmas Corner? No, nothing there. But between our 3rd and 4th place runners here, you have Jensen Drummond going ahead of Milo Taylor for 3rd place on the podium. So a move there done, but back through goes Milo Taylor into 3rd place, and this is taking them completely out of the complexion of the front 2, ahead of Darlow, ahead of Baker. How are them two getting on between these two here? The final podium position look like it's going to be cemented finally by Milo Taylor, but Freddie Baker looks like he's going really defensive. Has Jensen Darlow got any answer in the final couple of corners here at Whilton Mill in the Microax final? It doesn't look so. Microax final looks like it's going to Freddie Baker. Comes across the line, takes victory for the RCE team, and sitting 3rd in the championship at the moment. Won't do him any harm going to the top of the table. Jensen Darlow sitting 4th in the championship, and a 2nd place will also be pretty good as well, adding to his 2nd place at PF International as well. So consistent for Darlow, just falling short of the win again because of a resurgent and unbreakable Freddie Baker in this case.
Jensen Darlow there threw everything at Freddie Baker. Wheels, steering wheel, he could have got out and thrown the chassis at him. He tried everything to take the victory away from Freddie Baker. Led a few laps as well, had some great pace down in Sector 3. But at the flag, it's Freddie Baker from Jensen Darlow. Milo Taylor joins them on a podium after an epic final lap between himself and Jensen Drummond, where they swapped positions multiple times, with Oakley Howler on debut within 5 seconds of the leader in a comfortable P5 as well. He finishes in front of Munro Wilcox, Sebastian Talbot, Benjamin Finley, Lani Eden, Max Armit, Seth State Mackey and Anthony Ray a lap down after that spin earlier on.
I tell you, the straight line speed that Freddie Baker had there, if the RCE team have been conscious about that's been his strong suit, and that's a key point of the track into Christmas Corner. I mean, it's definitely paid off there. It certainly seemed like he was able to pull away from Jensen Darlow in those key stages, as long as he could keep it hooked up with the rest of the track.
And given that we're on fixed gearing as well for Micro, that just suggests that he gets a really good run out of the corners, and the kart is set up well, particularly round Oblivion and Crook, where you're pretty much flat out, but you're really expecting the tyres to do all of the work for you. And there's Freddie Baker.
Good respect, as always.
Jensen Darlow will be somewhat deflated, I imagine. I think he felt that he could have won that one, certainly having led the race. But Freddie Baker will go to the top step with Jensen Darlow. And there's Freddie Baker's family. Darlow, helmet still on. That says so much about a racing driver.
I was literally just thinking that, literally after races, they'll either be straight off, or in the mood that they've got after this particular races, they'll either have straight off, they'll keep it on, and they just want to have a little bit of that privacy for a bit longer and just calm down a little bit maybe. But he looks like he's in good spirits, going up to his friends, and, you know, we talked about consistency in this championship. That's the key thing in any championship. None different for the Kart Championship, and it'll be valuable points. Another 2nd place, a strong 2nd place to take into the rest of the Microax campaign, considering when drivers also not at some of the rounds for the whole season. That's going to be great news for Darlow and the likes of Freddie Baker.
Certainly will. There is Milo Taylor. Helmet still on for Taylor, but he worked hard on that final lap to hold off Jensen Drummond for the final step on the podium. So tyres will be taken off the karts. There's a limited number of tyres available for our competitors to use throughout the season. That's why they'll be removed and placed on the tyre spike. So this class was previously an amalgamated class between Micro and Might E Cadet, and we split them for the finals. So Micro we've done. It's time to move on to our Might E Cadets for their final.
It's a gorgeous day and afternoon here at Whilton Mill, and it started overcast, and it has got a lot more shiny throughout the day for our drivers, glistening in the Northamptonshire countryside next to the M1, pretty central in the UK, and everyone has descended on Whilton Mill for round 3 of the Kart Championship. Myself, Jake Peach, and David Sullivan alongside you here for the action throughout the afternoon, and we've been sport for choice so far, and I'm looking forward to this epic between, well, all of the drivers, but particularly the usual suspects. Ansel Murray starts on pole. Heath Smith also in the fray as well, with these other runners of Jack Swong, and Harry Stinson has had a couple of heats not going his way, particularly up there with Ansel Murray, but I expect that to change in this mighty cadet final, where we'll have plenty of time to get on board with that 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Junior Wright is in P5 alongside Arthur Thompson down to P6. Freddie Dye as well, who's also been impressing so far this weekend further up the field. Henry Hales, Elliot Hitch, Jaden Bond, Jacob Amos finding his feet in the mighty cadet field and working his way up all the time. Arthur Bath in P12 as well. And your final positions of Frank Pearson, Hadley Jarvis and Emily Christie, who had a pretty nasty off into the barriers in the last race. Hopefully can put that behind her and find a way forward in this mighty cadet final. And here they are on the dummy grid then, getting themselves all in position. They'll switch their batteries on, of course, all electric for our mighties, rather than any engines of Rotaxes or X30s or anything you might have in the karting world. Full electric battery power provided, 100% of them moving from A to B at the end of this race.
The lesser spotted Josh East in the background there on the camera with the most ridiculous hat I think I've ever seen.
I missed it. What was it? What was it look like?
It looked a lot like a 1990s Benetton. Every colour under the sun. I mean, on his head.
I'm here for that. I like a Benetton livery. I don't know about you.
Early 90s F1 is where it's at.
Oh yeah, yeah. But some of these drivers, of course, will have aims of Formula One themselves, I'm sure, but it's important to say as well that karting can be
Formula
a great...
E, of course,
a Formula E for the mighties,
yes.
yeah. Good. And Zach O'Sullivan, who had been doing Formula E testing in Saudi Arabia, was here this weekend doing some coaching with Ashay Agura in one of the other classes.
So they're going to make their way around. Front row of Ansel Murray and Heath Smith, second row of Jack Swong and Harry Stinson. Stinson, who was involved in that incident, they gave him a 5-second penalty for an incorrectly positioned front fairing, and then disqualified him after that because of a non-compliance, because it wasn't attached to the cars at all. So
here we go then for our mighty cadets final here at Whilton Mill, and Ansel Murray is going to comfortably hold the lead into the first corner. Heath Smith is in second. Harry Stinson has gained a place on Jack Swan up into third place, and wasting no time in this 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh, and round goes Arthur Thompson down in P5, and it's not P5 anymore.
Took Jacob Amos with him as well, unfortunately. Amos rejoins. Well, Ansel Murray leads then from Heath Smith. That's Harry Stinson. There's been it's wide.
Getting out of shape there.
Yeah. So Stinson up into second place, and that's Freddie Dye, is it, in fourth? Could well be. It's Freddie Dye in fifth. So trying to figure out who that is in fourth place. Still
I think it's Junior Wright in fourth place.
I think it could be in the 111. It's been a good start, if so, for Junior Wright. Fifth down to sixth, back up to fourth for Junior.
And there you are.
It is.
Confirmed on your left-hand side with our live timing here with Alpha Live, providing fantastic coverage for you throughout the weekend on Alpha Live's YouTube channel, on the Kart Championship as well. And I'm not sure Harry Stinson expected to possibly be up the front and challenging with his good old mate Ansel Murray this quick, but there's a bit of a gap that Ansel Murray's been able to build as a result of those first few skirmishes, about 6/7 of a second between the two of them right now, but plenty of time, plenty of corners to negotiate before we even get close to the battle there. The thing is that Stinson, though, in previous races we've had in 2026, has been up there with Ansel right throughout the race. At the moment, he's doing his best to try and lose this gap behind them with Heath Smith and Junior Wright, both in the RCEs, and Freddie Dye back in P5. That's the challenge he's got to overcome at the moment if he wants to even dream of getting after Ansel Murray.
Gap is out slightly, out to 0.8 of a second. I think Stinson at the time was content, I think, to just sit behind Heath Smith and would have pushed Heath Smith up onto the back of Ansel Murray, but didn't really have a choice but to overtake when Smith got a little bit squirrely coming out of Wilkins a lap or so ago. So Murray, Stinson, Smith, Junior Wright and Freddie Dye with the Lando Norris-esque Nassau panel, but with the Gillard colours on the rest of his kart of black and grey in the fourth in this train, but 5th overall. We've got a gap, I think, is just going out at the front, lap on lap. I think it was 6 tenths, 8 tenths. I think Ansel Murray may well be even further in front this time, and he's 9 tenths of a second, just 100th under 1 second at the front for Ansel Murray. And Harry Stinson, he's going to be hoping that he's got a little bit more to the tail end of this race. We're 3 minutes of the 10 plus 1 lap in already, and Ansel Murray has a gap of a second at the head of this train. Further back, there's a gap back then to Jaden Bond, Jax Wong, Henry Hales, Arthur Bath. They are nose to tail in a train, and this is it as we cut straight to. There's the 3 behind them. There's Frank Pearson in the 175. Henry Hales on the back of this train of 3 as Jax Wong continues to lead it. I think Arthur Bath has moved up a place from P9, running P8 in the black, and I'm going to go with orange, but I think there's anywhere between yellow and brown, and a sticker kit behind for Jaden Bond. Jax Wong then in 6th place, Bond 7th, Hales in 8th, gap back then to Arthur Bath with Frank Pearson just behind.
And we're seeing lots of records pop up this weekend. I'm pretty sure the way that's working is the records within the class around in this championship, particularly at Whilton Mill. So great pace being set out here by our competitors in 2026 compared to other seasons.
Certainly will be for this class. It's the first year that
Mighty
have
that's fair. That's a fair point.
So, yeah. In this championship, they've raced in other championships last season, but the first time that the Kart Championship have run the cadet variant of Mighty.
So finding his place at the moment, gorgeous blue livery of these 3 here. Back to, I believe, is it Jax Wong? Yeah, Jaden Bond and Henry Hales at the back of this group here of 3.
The pendulum is starting to swing back towards Harry Stinson. The last 2 laps, he's took a 10th out of Ansel Murray on each of the 2, and he's managed to drop Smith, Wright and Dye as well. We'll stay with this 3 until, hopefully for us and certainly for the neutral, Harry Stinson closes up on Ansel Murray so we can have a battle for the lead. That's them in front. Gap was just under 8 tenths of a second. We'll track it at the end of this lap, but at the moment it's Smith, Wright and Dye for the final step on the podium. Obviously we're in cadet classes, so we do trophy further than that, but in terms of standing on the steps, the top 3, and it's still fairly equidistant between the top 2.
Yeah, you could see a hand signal there from Junior Wright towards his competitor Freddie Dye behind, wanting to work together to close up not only to Heath Smith, but then hopefully for Heath Smith to also work with his teammate behind in Junior Wright to catch up to Harry Stinson, because they've seen this play out many times already in 2026. They know when these front 2 get away of Stinson and Murray, it is game over for any of our runners here to have any chance of being in contention for victory in this mighty cadet final. It looks like that Heath Smith is having to defend slightly from Junior Wright. Maybe Junior's getting a little bit impatient, wants to go to the front of this group. Maybe feels like he's got more of the pace of his teammate in front of him at the moment. And you can also see Freddie Dye trying to posture, trying to work together, but all these decisions changing all the time of what's happening in front of them out here on this Whilton Mill circuit at the moment. You can see that gap has steadied somewhat between Stinson and Ansel Murray. It's around about 8 tenths of a second, so making steady progress is Stinson. It's paused a little bit on the last couple of laps, but will there be another gain in the laps to come?
Needs to find 3 tenths of a second, I think, per lap now to just give himself enough time to challenge Ansel Murray at the front of this in that 196. Stinson though with the fastest lap, but it's only fractions quicker And on the last lap, there was 300ths between the two of them. This is the quality at the front of this mighty Cadet grid, that there is nothing to choose between the top two, and then very little to choose between those behind as well, as the gap comes down by another 1/10 of a second, 6/10. Still not enough. I don't feel he needs 2 or 3 tenths on this lap to give himself half a chance and to start benefiting somewhat of a little bit of slipstream from the kart in front. This is your battle for third. It's been fairly steady between these three so far, but as the time starts to tick down, and a quick look over the shoulder there from Heath Smith, was it just to see where they were, or was it a little bit of a worry that his RCE teammate Junior Wright is going to come down the inside of him?
He's all up into the back of him. He's just bumping to the rear of Heath Smith, so giving him sort of the feeling from behind, letting him know that teammate is there, and he's got lots more pace in the tank to use. And I don't think in karting you'd see a lot of a driver pulling to one side, but maybe we might see going into the next series of corners into the first sector now that it might start to change, and Junior Wright might be getting a little bit impatient, as you see the little door opening on the inside there, but Heath Smith shuts it subconsciously, I think, coming down towards Christmas Corner, and they're staying as they are for the moment. They know as soon as they start squabbling, as I say, they're not going to be able to be in the fight for our top two. And Stinson has brought the gap across the line last time, down another further, almost 1/10.5, if my memory serves me right, from the lap before on Ansel Murray. The fastest lap now, a 1/10 quicker than Ansel Murray's best. Is it going to be enough, though, that it's so equalised in our all-electric category in these karts underneath them, and in a final like this where the margins are so tight, there is nothing to choose between them at the moment as they hop over the final couple of corners, over that curb there, in the pit bend, and across the line once again with a minute and plus 1 lap on the clock. It's gearing up to be an interesting finale.
3 laps to go, and Stinson takes another 10th out of Murray, but as it stands, he's going to be beaten not only by Murray but by the clock as well. He's running out of time to close in on Ansel Murray. This battle for third is sort of, the bonfire has been built throughout this race, but it's yet to be ignited between these three. It's been a train since pretty much the start, when Heath Smith fell behind Harry Stinson when he clipped that curb on the exit of Wilkins, and he hasn't really had to do a lot, although behind them Junior Wright does defend from Freddie Dye. They all come back together as they take different lines through the braking zone. 0.48 was the gap at the front. It's 0.46 now. Again, it's fractions. 200ths of a second between Murray and Stinson in lap times on the previous lap.
Yeah, there is nothing to choose between them at the moment. But you've started to see Ansel in the back of your pictures of these two in the distance. Ansel started to look over his shoulder. More times, more corners, knowing that Stinson is on the charge. And you can see on the championships down as we're looking at right here, Harry Stinson has taken victory in both the finals in the first couple of rounds. Ansel Murray desperately wants to make pay to the rounds that have gone before. Ansel Murray dropped right outside the top 10 in the previous round, given the final lap battles that were had last time out. And there is not long to go now, because we're coming over the final couple of corners again onto the final lap here with Ansel Murray.
It's down to under 2 tenths. Stinson's found something in the final sector. He's won the final at round 1. He won the final at round 2. Harry Stinson is heading up towards Christmas Corner. Ansel Murray parks the car in the middle of the track. Ansel Murray, who's led this race and had a gap of nearly a second at the early part of the race.
Oh, someone's out.
Oh,
tyre's fallen off.
Yeah, we're missing a tyre off Emily Christie, and there's a waved yellow in the background as well. That may well hamper Harry Stinson's charge. We'll keep an eye out, but it does look clear now up into the boot, and Ansel Murray will defend, park the cart inside, stationary yellow. Stinson can't get through, surely waved yellow at the boot. Game over. Ansel Murray, unless Stinson can get the run out of the final corner. But Ansel Murray takes the victory and doesn't have to defend it because of the waved yellow. Murray from Stinson, who worked so hard to give himself a chance and never got to take it at the end. Murray from Stinson and Heath Smith, your top three. Stinson's stranglehold of the finals is over, And for the first time this season, Ansel Murray goes to the top step.
And much deserved as well. You can see the first 2 rounds playing over in his head as we were talking about and thinking, no, I'm not letting this one. And I bet when he saw that yellow flag, he was like, oh, just what I needed. Thank you.
He defended well enough, I think, on that final lap. I think if the move was coming, it had to be up at Christmas Corner for Stinson, or at the very least down to Ashby. It's very difficult in a Mighty to make the overtake stick, as we saw in Superheat 2, into the boot. So as compared to that, as to where we are with our normally powered, and we'd say normal as in like, you know, what people are used to, a normally aspirated engine. Back to a late 80s F1 reference there from when they were running turbos prior to the end of 1988. So there is Ansel Murray, a deserved winner for RCE. That will make their driver coach, the karting coach, of course, Josh Mercer, very happy. And also congratulations, of course, to Josh and his partner Faye. They welcomed their first child into the world, named Senna, in the week.
Very apt.
So yeah, congratulations to Josh Mercer and Faye Barnes on the welcoming of their first child.
Is there going to be a handshake between Stinson and Murray here? Ansel, very much.
I'm sure there will be. Yeah, Stinson's just got to put his helmet down. That's the most important thing.
That's it.
It's Ansel Murray there, having taken the victory. There's Heath Smith. He'll join them on the podium in 3rd place. Junior Wright as well. Don't leave him hanging, Heath. Come on. He gave his hand down. To be fair to Heath Smith, he didn't know. He'd already put his hand down to take his gloves off.
Ansel Murray's out there. He's like, I'm done. Job done. See you out there. You can see Harry Stinson's proper gutted here, but getting some lovely support from RCE, and that shows that there's that nice atmosphere in the paddock here.
Yeah, tough one for Stinson there. Like I say, didn't get the opportunity because of that waved yellow to attack Ansel Murray. Who's down there? Everyone's favourite faux Belgian, Sam Spinale.
You can see everyone, though, down there being really supportive in the paddock. That's what the Kart Championship is all about here. But our Mighty Cadet finals, we go from one end of the age spectrum right to the other, because we'll go on to next our final for Senior Rotax. So valuable points in the championship for Ansel Murray, who will be looking to try and be up there in the top of the points tally in the Mighty Cadets. Let's see how we get on with our Senior Rotax runners, who I feel like with a lot of our classes, particularly with the Mighties, particularly there at the start, they're pretty steady, they get going. I feel like Senior Rotax, Junior Rotaxes, there isn't as much of that sort of one by one near the start. So I think it's going to be fast-paced, adrenaline-fueled action here around Whilton Mill, and Harrison Crowther, who's dominated in the races so far this weekend, goes off pole. Joshua Smith is on the front row as well. Lewis Sumner alongside Riley Bishop. Melissa Adrian up there in P5, jumping into Guy Cunnington Racing this weekend. Kai Newman is in P6. George Cole and Drew Preisner in P8 is in the Kiddix all-in this weekend. Managed to catch up with Dad in the lunch break and feeling optimistic about this Senior Rotax final. Jamie Perilli, Elliot Dalton Ayres, John Brown and Ross Tyler down to row 6. Benjamin Lee, Jamie Kirkbride, Rory Hinkley, Stephen Napier, the S-plate there, Lewis Holt and Max Sheldon Hayward down to P18. Connor Tubby on row 10 alongside DeJean Bennett, who'll be looking to have a much better time of it than his races so far this weekend. Got to stay out of trouble and out of the stewards' minds as well. Sam Kelbrick, Oliver Lomax in P22 for Craft Motorsport, Eddie King and Jack McGillicuddy down to P24. Thomas Ambler, Scott McDowell, Michael Ambler, 2 Amblers within each other, Dylan Tracy, Zach Kane and Cassidy Sallall in P30. And that is rounding off your Senior Rotax grid in terms of the standings so far in the Senior Rotax grid this year. Harrison Crowther, you might expect at the front of the field, had a podium last time out. 3rd place, Joshua Smith took the win at PF International.
And the only 2 drivers that have won senior races here this weekend, Crowther having won heat number 1 and both super heats. Joshua Smith won the second of the 2 heats yesterday, by a good margin as well, 1.5 seconds. He was clear of Harrison Crowther, so a good run there for Joshua Smith. But the 2 drivers that have won finals so far this season are your 2 drivers that have won races here today. So can either of them add an extra final? Will it be somebody else?
Yeah. Well, if previous races have anything to go by, we've certainly had a mixture of grids. We had one of our races earlier, didn't we? One of the categories where in our, I think it was our Inter, didn't we? Had lots of, or even in the Primo, trying to remember some of the drivers coming up from below the top 10 and finding themselves up there, the likes of Laidler and those in their class. So anything can happen is the run of the games here sometimes in karting, but also in the Kart Championship around circuits like Whilton Mill. It takes one mistake in such a close field and everything can change in the championship, but also out there on the circuit. We know that, we've seen that many times here on Alpha Live, but also in the Kart Championship in the previous seasons as well. So we'll be getting underway shortly, and make sure you get your comments coming into the live chat. Keep them coming right throughout. What's this on the live chat here, David, where your 74 likes are safe and oh yeah.
Yes, it's because I was imploring people to increase the number of likes
from 67.
Beyond 67.
Yeah.
Now, from a personal basis, I have no issue with that number, but we're now on 78, and if I hadn't have asked, it wouldn't be on 78.
This is true.
I know what I'm doing. This isn't my first rodeo. We like likes, and likes puts your drivers and this stream on more people's home pages organically, and then more people come to watch the championship, and everybody gets more exposure. The more you comment, the more we read them out, the more it ends up on people's home pages, and the more people watch karting. We know what we're doing. It is deliberate, but we really appreciate you playing along with us.
And also subscribe as well, because as much great karting action there is here at the Kart Championship, there's so many amazing other championships. I know you're involved with the Super 1 Championship, of course, David, as well.
There's loads of stuff on Alpha Live, so you make sure you subscribe, press the bell notification, then when every stream goes live, it will give you an update, so you'll not miss any action throughout the rest of the Kart Championship season. Crowther's going to have to slow them down. He does like a slow rolling lap, but this is going to have to be
very slow,
snail's pace, and does run the risk then of oiling up. Does like this left and right, doesn't he?
Aggressive warming up. He's quite far away, isn't he, from the second and third place here, but hopefully it's going to all fall into place here.
Everyone's fell nicely in. They were very fragmented round Osiers, but he's now on the left. Look at the smoke from the as the plug. Can everybody get going? We're away and racing at the first time of asking. 12 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. As Crowther, we've got a few on the grass. That looks like
so
one of Melissa Adrian's in the middle of that as well, as she has to take to the grass. So everybody down to Bishop. Who's that in the Ultimate R kart, making good moves down the inside?
Just getting it stopped.
Yeah, everybody, we've got drivers going very, very slowly. And Melissa Adrian's got problems, and that kart is going slowly. Looks like that kart has oiled up at the start and just hasn't been able to get away. And what has been a strong debut weekend for Melissa with Guy Cunnington Racing looks to have come to a premature end for Melissa Adrian. She had a tough opening start to the season in various championships, but looks like the tide had turned this weekend with Guy Cunnington. But looks like she could well be out of this final before the end of lap number 1. Talking of lap number 1, it's Harrison Crowther from Lewis Sumner and Joshua Smith, Riley Bishop and Kai Newman completing your top 5, although the top 4 are down the road at the moment, with Crowther all the way down to Bishop in P4, split by a second, but they've got the same distance back to Newman and Elliot Dalton-Ayres in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, watch out for Elliot Dalton-Ayres. He's up 4 places on that lap, up from 10th, so that's been a good start for him. Also, watch out for the likes of Stephen Napier in P10 as well, running that S-plate in the senior Rotax field. Has been making some good progress on this first lap, coming through once again here around Whilton Mill. 1,200 metres to contend with, and in the middle of the pack here now, jumping on board with our runners further down. That's your number 27 of Oliver Lomax, and that's Stephen Napier.
down the inside of Jamie Kirkbride, and then Kirkbride getting every which way but straight coming out of the corner. And that's going to throw him back into the clutches of those behind, particularly 33 of Benjamin Lee. He's the next one, although he's under pressure as well, losing a place there to Max Sheldon Haywood.
Nice dive down the inside there from one of the Project 1 racing folk. From George Cole, yeah, I believe up the inside of Benjamin Lee up into P13. Yeah, just confirmed as you come across the timing lines there on your screen right now. Flashing through, going through the curbing of Fine Lady down towards Christmas Corner. And look at the speed through there from Sumner, and also chasing after Joshua Smith. I think Joshua Smith has got up into P2 ahead of Sumner there. So you can see Joshua Smith making good progress, looking after Harrison Crowther now and looking to chase into the lead. Fastest lap you can see from Joshua Smith, a 45.69 at the moment. Hardly anything to choose between Smith and Crowther, but a few hundredths of a second. He won't sniff at that.
Fastest lap on the previous lap and moves up into second place this time for Joshua Smith. At the front though, Harrison Crowther turns the screw, finds 0.2 of a second and elongates that gap back to Joshua Smith in second place. Sumner and Riley Bishop will need to push for a lap or two, I think, here on Joshua Smith now. Smith had made the decision that he had more pace in his mind to run in that second place. Felt he could close up onto the back of Harrison Crowther. This will be the first full lap that he spent in that second place. Let's see whether the gap goes out beyond 0.8 of a second, and visually it looks like it has.
Yep, finding that space. Harrison Crowther now cementing his domination even further as they clatter over one of the final curbs and chicanes to take them through pit bend and onto the start-finish straight. Joshua Smith all too aware that he's got two X-carts of Lewis Sumner and Riley Bishop behind. Let's see some great support coming in on the chat as well for Rory Hinkley. Good luck from Kieran Denyer. Rory Hinkley sitting in P14 at the moment in the midfield, wanting to move his way up. The likes of George Cole and Max Sheldon Haywood and Jamie Kirkbride up towards P11. But some moves going on here in the infield. Our number 40 there getting overtaken, Jamie Kirkbride, by Max Sheldon Haywood as well for P11. So P10, P11 scraps going on here in the second sector of the lap as they come through into the final sector, through the boot and over this gorgeous corner here before they make their way onto the start-finish straight. Lots of skill required to keep the kart pointing in the right direction, not lose too much traction when they need it. Going onto the final corner, and a move looks like there we just caught on the inside. That's Elliot Dalton-Ayres on John Brown for 8th place. So Elliot Dalton-Ayres was making some good progress at the start of the race. I think he was up to sort of 6th and has fallen down slightly, but trying to recover now, back up to 8th position.
Driver from the northeast is Elliot Dalton-Ayres. Moves himself up a place, having, as Jake mentioned, started in 10th, ran as high as 6th at the end of the opening lap, but has been shuffled back. He's now trying to find his way forwards again. Harrison Crowther with another lap that puts another 0.2 of a second, and for the first time the gap goes beyond the 1 second mark for Harrison Crowther.
So it looks like that's the case, because the reason why that gap is building all the time is because Sumner has gone up the inside of Joshua Smith. And whilst all of these, as we wax lyrical about David all the time, when you have a leader out front that's got that kind of gap, they are not going to put any dent into Harrison Crowther's credentials for this race win, particularly when you're getting squirrely out of that turn into Ozias down the back straight, and Joshua Smith all over the back of Lewis Sumner here, who has assumed P2 at the moment. And if they want to have any chance of chasing after Harrison Crowther in the Racing Book 101, they need to all work together here to chase him down.
For me, this Harrison Crowther's caused all of this. They've seen him getting further and further away and smaller lap on lap into the distance, and they've now clearly decided that as it stands, he's got a little bit too much pace for them at the front for Harrison Crowther, as we've got a mechanical flag and a penalty. Mechanical for Elliot Dalton-Ayres out of 8th place, as a 5-second penalty as well for Jamie Perilli of Jack's Motorsport in the P50, in the number 50 machine, currently running in 6th place.
Yeah, so not too sure what that is all about there. And just whilst I caught it on my timing
Elliot
screen,
Daltonaire should have come through there, but in fact there he is, just coming through the shot. We'll try and pick that up as they run up towards Christmas for Elliot Daltonaire's. Generally it's either rear bumper or chain guard, so we'll try and keep an eye out. Well, the rear bumper is still firmly attached. And to be fair, the chain guard looks like it is as well. I'm unsure what that is, unless he's missing something on the radiator.
The radiator looks like it's flapping around, doesn't it?
Radiator bracket has broken, and he looks to his right, and that'll be why you have a mechanical, unfortunately. For Elliot Daltonaire's.
Think he knows what's coming there. But just to say, Thomas Ambler as well out of this race, sadly, alongside Melissa Adrian. So Thomas Ambler back in the pits for this one with 4 minutes or so plus 1 lap on the clock. Harrison Crowther further extending his lead at the front of this senior Rotax field and really pushing home his advantage right now. Lewis Sumner, though, out in second place. That's a nice move up the inside there from our number 12 of Rory Hinckley, looking to make some progress finally in this stage of the race. Looks like on the inside of George Cole was that, up into P11. So making his way up into P10, was being the top novice and privateer at Warden Law in the first round, and is looking to try and equalise things, getting back to the front. Knife move up the inside there, yeah, into the boot. Not too sure
I think that was Stephen Napier. I think you might find Rory Hinckley trips the timing line in a few moments in 10th place. Indeed he does. So 2 in half a lap for Rory Hinckley.
Coming down towards Christmas now, hurtling down towards the breaking point and picking the point on the inside there. Beautiful move by our 98 of George Cole, back on the inside of Stephen Napier. So these two trading places all the time in this senior Rotax final here at Whilton Mill. And settling down once again. I'm sure that won't stay the same for very long though. They've been toing and throwing between this third and final sector. Another beautiful shot, catching our important, crucial final corners, making sure you get that curb, you kiss it just enough so you hop over it and then get the kart landed back on the tarmac to get that grip towards the apex and round the final corner.
Just need to get it rotated on that first left-hander. You want to hit it straight. If you hit it while you're still turning, it just launches you up to one side, and we're going to see Benjamin Lee here lose 2 places. As down the inside goes Oliver Lomax and Lewis Holt. At the same time that Connor Tubby has picked up a 5-second penalty in race.
Yeah, so Connor Tubby down in P21 at the moment, so that might look like he'll bring him obviously further down into the back of the grid, so maybe not going to do too much for the progress of his race. But towards the front of the field, Harrison Crowther's a steady gap now, 1.7 seconds. It's hovering around that between Sumner. Joshua Smith has also got about another 3/4 gap between Smith and Sumner, between third and second, and then another 8 tenths back is Riley Bishop from Joshua Smith now. So spreading out at the front of the field even more so. And then Riley Bishop back to Kai Newman. There's almost about 1.5 seconds between them down to 5th. Jamie Perilli as well, sitting in P6 at the moment, remember, has got that 5-second penalty. So that's going to easily bring him out the top 10 at the moment. Also considering the fast-charging Rory Hinckley in P10 right now. Keep an eye on him.
So this is the driver in 11th place, George Cole. And the driver that Jamie Perilli will hope is not too fast, because that's where he's going to sort of slot in, that 10th, 11th at the moment for Perilli. He's currently sitting, when everything is redressed, in 12th place behind Stephen Napier. So he's just got to keep plugging away, try and get some top 10, I think, for Jamie Perilli. This is your battle for second place, though, as down the inside, and unfortunately losing places, is the 23 of Sam Kelbrick. He falls behind Scott McDowell and Dylan Tracy. And Tracy's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Looks left, looks left, looks left, looks through.
Oh, just
and
about.
Is for Dylan Tracy. Good move there, and he makes up 2 places. You don't often see a driver with novice plates on in seniors, so might be late to the game in terms of racing for Dylan Tracy. But if that's a move that he's pulling off in his first 10 races, I'd be quite interested to see the 10 after it, because that is a super move. And one made round the outside and run up towards Wilkins.
A great racecraft from them there, and going to try round the outside there on the brakes though. Not enough stability in the rear of that senior Rotax to go round back past the 71 of Scott McDowell for Sam Kelbrick, so he decides to stick that there. Back down towards P23, P24 and 25 in the field at the moment in this senior Rotax field. Good battles always throughout each group in this field, right throughout our class as well. Important to showcase them, because one weekend might not be feeling like they're doing too well, but in the next couple of weekends you never know, it could all change and they could be right up to the front of the field. So important to follow their progress right throughout the 2026 season. The last time we were on the camera as well for Joshua Smith and Lewis Sumner, the gap had closed down quite a bit, and it's still pretty close between them. It's kind of a couple of tenths, 3 tenths of a second at the moment.
Crowther though is in the boot and is 2 corners from home on this final lap. At the front as down the inside we see a move for position. Harrison Crowther has taken the checkered flag, and victory by 3.1 seconds from Lewis Sumner, who crosses the line side by side with Joshua Smith. Sumner holding on. Smith will join him on the podium in front of Riley Bishop and Kai Newman. Jamie Perilli crosses the line in 6th place and may well just scrape inside the top 10 with that. I think he may well be P9 behind Rory Hinckley, Ross Tyler, Max Sheldon Haywood, who's gone forward all day. He must have had a terrible day yesterday, because every race today we've seen him start well down the order and charge through. Rory Hinckley, John Brown, complete your top 10 in front of George Cole, Stephen Napier, Jamie Kirkbride, Oliver Lomax. The top 15 completed by Lewis Holt.
Yeah, Rory Hinckley doing some good moves out there to get up to where he did in the final position on 9th on the road, seeing how all those penalties affect things from our runners higher up, of like Jamie Perilli and the likes of those. And you see our runner coming in there. Is that Teddy? It was Cooper. It's Cooper suit, but is it Cooper inside?
No,
I didn't think so.
No, but you know, when they need a new suit, it doesn't matter whose name's on the back, does it? They'll just borrow one of somebody. So that was Joshua Smith.
Joshua Smith, yeah.
Yeah, in what I believe was Teddy Cooper's suit.
There's our race winner though, Harrison Crowther, who looks like dejected that he's won a race, but it's just is it too easy for him? Wants more of a challenge? I don't know.
Well, Joshua Smith took it to him in one of the heats, but nobody could get near Harrison Crowther in the final here at Whilton Mill. So off goes the helmet. He sports his on-point motorsport media suit. Yeah.
Couldn't hear them saying that you just got away and there's no catching you.
Don't know why we're here.
Yeah.
No. Just Lewis Sumner just you just got away and then won it. Yeah, job done.
That's how it works.
Yeah, just before we move on to our next final, which will be our mighty Bambinos, news coming out of Intermax. Thomas Laidler, who finished in 3rd place on the podium, picks up a 5-second penalty for an incorrectly positioned front fairing. That drops him down to 7th and promotes Ethan Manzi into a trophy returning position. On the podium in P3, Davidson Fleming and Lewis Kukoldi complete your top 6, with Thomas Laidler dropping down into P7. A good run from P15 up to P3 for Thomas Laidler, but unfortunately a post-race penalty dropping him down the order.
Let's try and listen in for a second on the conversation here between Smith and... So Joshua Smith not happy with certain incident. He's like losing the rear, snapping away. Felt like he was making some progress on Lewis Sumner to your right's picture there. But I think they know that they had absolutely no answer to Harrison Crowther out there today. It's dominant display from Crowther in the senior Rotax field once again, and seeing how that affects the championship, well, it adds another victory to the first round tally of Harrison Crowther's, and will take some nice points going into Rowra for round 4 here at the Kart Championship. But we go from one end of the scale of ages once again, from senior Rotax right back down to mighty Bambinos. So here we are then, we're about 4:30 on this Sunday, watching us live on the Alpha Live and Kart Championship YouTube channels. Myself and David Sullivan walking you through the action today. And we have some of our finalist winners. We now want to crown our mighty Bambino winner, and we're expecting a good battle between, well, a very competitive field, at least a top 6 or 7, definitely in the running, maybe 8 for the victory here today. But one man on top that is looking to keep himself there is Luca P. Starting on pole position, took victory at PF International, was second in the first round. Let's see how Luca gets on in this one. Briella Stevens, look at where she's got to though this weekend. Really found her form here at Whilton Mill, up in second place, and some valuable points in the championship at the moment. Currently sitting 14th in the table. This will do no harm if she can hold on to that there.
Well, that's her dad on the left side of the screen, and he looks to be the happiest person at Whilton Mill at the moment. We'll see whether he is in about 12 minutes' time.
And can you blame him? Oliver Reynolds is on row 2 alongside Teddy Smith for the S plate. EJ Deera on row 3 alongside Aidan Castleman. Eli Parkhouse goes from row 4 on the 7th grid slot alongside Theo Azzopardi. Can Eli Parkhouse stay out of more trouble this time? Stanley Thurston, Jules Nash has been fast in the first couple of races, down in P10, maybe looking to get towards the front of the field. Arthur Everington and Ayrton Ujla down in P12. Jack Rossi Minot in P13 has been very fast but acclimatising to this grid here, jumping into the all-electric for the first time. George Miller, Max Tetlow, Jensen Paris, Emerson Elia and Oscar Alatru down in P18. Ray Furdy, one of the youngest karting drivers it's thought to be in the whole of the UK, here on the Kart Championship grid down in P19. Max West in P20. Sadie Cartmill, Jonah Curtis and Reggie Love down in P23. And that is your grid for our mighty Bambino finalists. And you can see the top 3 of the championship at the moment is Luca Pede, it's Teddy Smith, it's Eli Parkhouse. And Eli Parkhouse sitting 3rd in the championship at the moment, showing the consistency that he's had. He's finished 4th in both of the previous couple of finals. Can he get towards the front today and really make a surmountable challenge to Luca Pede, who, when Luca gets into his stride in this field, we know he's pretty unstoppable.
Certainly is. It's been a day of two halves really for Eli Parkhouse. The first super heat one not to remember. The second one, again, went a little bit better until he stopped then on the outside of the final corners. The pace has been there all day for him. Maybe he's just missing a little bit of luck, and starting a little bit further down the order may well benefit him here a little bit, just to be able to get himself settled in and
stay out of trouble.
Just getting in that rhythm of picking some drivers off. I mean, I'm just admiring the left side of the grid here, which is basically just an RCE train.
Yes.
2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th down to Thurston, all in the RCE colours. Thurston on the right-hand side, actually, he's in a odd-numbered position in P9. It's Jules Nash in P10 on the other side. So green at the back for this mighty Bambino final of 10 minutes plus 1 lap, I think. Although I think it could be 12. I'm sure I saw a bulletin go out yesterday that it would be a 12-minute race.
It is, certainly
and indeed
is.
It is.
12 minutes are underway then. Luca Pede leads us into turn 1. Or does he not?
No,
because
it's Briella Stevens.
Because she is up the inside, taking the lead for the very first time this weekend here at the Kart Championship. And looks like, though, she has a challenge onto the inside immediately. Luca Pede coming right back through. Oh, and puts her to the outside. I'm not sure how that's going to be viewed, but a great start from Briella Stevens. Luca Pede making sure that, well, he reinstates his lead.
Pede down the inside then. Stevens, who led, and at least you can say she's led the race, that's for sure, as they ran up towards Christmas Corner. Hayden Castleman up into 2nd place behind EJ Deera with a good start, having started in 5th place in the start of this race. Is now up into 3rd. Is that Eli Parkhouse in the 24 before. Oliver Reynolds in 5th place, getting a lot of love in the live chat from Kevin Cooper, as is Briella Stevens from Adele Benjamin. And Ronan Imsport as well. So a lot of love coming in for Briella Stevens.
So our mighty Bambino runners coming through the grid and timing lines for the first time, and Briella Stevens, you can see right down to P10 off that lap. So sadly a disastrous lap for Briella Stevens, where Luca Pede made sure he maintained to the front. But in on the inside, Aidan Castleman goes to the lead ahead of Luca Pede, and Luca Pede might have dispatched of Briella Stevens, but Aidan Castleman is the one that wants to be the challenge for Luca in this race so far.
So we've had Nash on the top step at round 1, Pede on the top step at round number 2. Can we have 3 different winners from 3 different finals here in Mighty Bambino in the Kart Championship? I mean, I wouldn't put it beyond that we could have 6 different winners after 6 rounds, given how close this Mighty Bambino field is. Anybody inside that top 10 could stake a claim at a track of their liking for winning races, but it's going to be consistency at the moment as Luca Pede comes into this with the highest gap in terms of championship points at 32, back to his nearest rival heading into this race weekend for Aidan Castleman. Sorry, from Luca Pede back to Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse in the championship. But it's Aidan Castleman who leads this race thus far from Luca Pede, who's going to try and go wide and get a switch back. Eli Parkhouse, Oliver Reynolds, and then EJ Deera, who ran as high as 3rd, has been shuffled back and is now under pressure from Teddy Smith and Stanley Thurston.
Our leader, though, Aidan Castleman, who's the fastest lap of the race at the moment, he's got a 5-second penalty from race control. So was that something in the tram lines maybe that we saw there?
Well, standing start.
Yeah,
So
yeah, of course, yeah.
Did he go a little bit too early? Is the question. Not quite sure.
We'll find out. David will get on the case, see if we can get an idea of what's happening there. But Luca Pede, meanwhile, is pressuring Aidan Castleman, who might not be too aware of the 5-second penalty that's going to be coming his way from race control. So this could be crucial for Luca Pede here, because now Aidan Castleman is effectively in the way of Luca Pede's lead, but could hamper Luca Pede if there's any battles behind, and could see Luca Pede drop down behind the likes of Eli Parkhouse, Oliver Reynolds, as we come through Fine Lady and down towards Christmas Corner, up the hill for this time around, and trying to find their way through there. Eli Parkhouse goes round Christmas Corner, holding on to 3rd position, staving off a challenge from Oliver Reynolds for another lap. And Luca Pede then, all of them using the runoff there as they come through into Inkermans, down towards Ashby now. And Luca Pede's got a nice run there, up the inside, got a fantastic drive off of Osiers and down the back straight. Retakes the lead ahead of Castleman for P1.
See Castleman though now with that 5-second penalty, he wants this field to spread out as much as possible, and potentially too could Luca Pede, who is under investigation. Now I've had a quick look at the start. I don't think it was a start infringement from Aidan Castleman, so maybe it was finding his way through later on in the lap up into position. The move on Pede was clean.
Luca Pede's probably under investigation for Briella Stevens,
Potentially,
what we might have saw at the first lap. So it could all be changed here. You can dominate at the front of the field, but if the race control get involved and the stewards have their say, it could completely change the complexion and the dynamic of your race in the Kart Championship and affect how many points, of course, you take into the end of your weekend. You're on boards right now here, back towards Arthur Everington and Max Tetlow.
Yes, Theo Azzopardi leading the train, although Briella Stevens is on camera as well, but she's managed to clear them in 9th place now. Moved past Azzopardi on the previous lap, and it goes all the way down then to Arton Odula in the Ayrton Senna-esque helmet in P14.
One of the best in the paddock I've seen around. The design's great. There's so many great helmet designs in the paddock, but it's definitely one of my favourites that I've been seeing walking around. As you know, you want to show off your speed, you want to show off your racing style as well, and your certain heroes. And it goes without saying, Ayrton Senna, one of the greats, of course.
These two need to work now at the front.
If they're aware of what's against them.
Well, for me, they've got. I mean, Pede takes a defensive line, but defending Castleman is fruitless at the moment because Castleman has that 5-second penalty, and who knows what will happen with number 4 of Luca Pede. They need to get 5.01 seconds down the road.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tall order in a mighty field that is so close together, although they are pulling a bit of a gap on Eli Parkhouse, although Oliver Reynolds, who's got in front of Eli Parkhouse now, I believe, in third. Yeah, you can see there. So back to third position, Eli Parkhouse sitting behind there. You can see our 24 just coming at the back of your picture there, and there's Oliver Reynolds at the very right-hand side, chasing after then our front two runners of Castleman and Pede. And whatever happens to Castleman and Pede, this could be an interesting battle here between Parkhouse and Reynolds. And who is this going slowly?
Max West.
Max West, oh, unfortunately out of this one for the Cato Motorsport team here this weekend, supporting some of our younger drivers as well. And it will be an early pack-up for Max West at Whilton Mill, which might give him some time to look over the race and the other races, particularly this weekend, and see how they're all unfolded. Look ahead to the next round at Rower, round 4 of the Kart Championship up in Cumbria. But here we are in Northamptonshire at Whilton Mill in the Bambino final. And
yellow for
out,
Max West. Doesn't look like he's managed to make it home. Unfortunately for Max West, that kart was rolling and has rolled to a halt. Can't see exactly where, but under a waved yellow. We'll have to wait then until the next marshal post for the green.
And who's this making a move on the inside?
Max Tetlow.
That's Max Tetlow going for it, ahead of Theo Azzopardi into the top 10 then. Briella Stevens trying to recover, but all the two RCE teammates there getting very close indeed as well. Briella Stevens. Oh no, it's Briella Stevens? No, it was. It's 20 to 20.
It was Tetlow getting past Stevens. Now Stevens under pressure from Azzopardi.
Yeah, both. They were teammates. Yeah, both in the RCEs there, coming down the straight towards Christmas Corner then.
And they're under pressure then from Etherington, Jack Rossi Minot, as down the inside goes Jack Rossi Minot and Arthur Etherington. He makes up a place, moves himself up into P12.
Teddy Smith in the S-plate, sitting in P5 at the moment, who could be very crucial, depending on what happens with our front two runners at the moment. Has got a warning from race control for something out there, maybe track limits or the race conduct and how they're going and overtaking out there on the track at the moment. Let's see how all of that unfolds. You can see leading the way at the moment of this group, Max Tetlow ahead of Stevens in P9 then. A train of sort of about 5-6 karts developing here as our leaders cross the line now. So there's a fair gap between here at the pit bend, and you can see our leaders there in the distance across the start finish line. Here they are coming down the straight, and it's still Luca Pede out front of Aidan Castleman.
So Oliver Reynolds might not need penalties to win this at this rate. He is closing up on Luca Pede and Aidan Castleman at a fair rate of knots. 0.4 of a second quicker than Castleman on the previous lap, but also 0.6 of a second quicker than Luca Pede.
Yeah, and he was third on the podium in round 2 at PF International in Lincolnshire. And as we've made our way here into Northamptonshire at Whilton Mill, he's wanting to go one better, I'm sure, as you see the S-plate of Teddy Smith and Eli Parkhouse chasing after the pack there. This is further back with Briella Stevens back down to P10 now, with Max Tetlow behind, Stanley Thurston ahead of them, Jules Nash and EJ Deera up towards P6.
Teddy Smith on camera in front of Eli Parkhouse. It looks like we've had Jules Nash find a way past EJ Deera for 6th place. Indeed we have. So the one thing I do like is you can hear the support from the sideline without it. Luca Pede is told that it's too early in the race to be blocking, and right on cue, Aidan Castleman goes down the inside, so he will lead at the moment, but there is a penalty incoming for Aidan Castleman. Luca Pede is under investigation. That'll be dealt with, I believe, post-race, which is normally you see under investigation gets picked up post-race. He's going to come back down the inside of Castleman, though, and potentially Oliver Reynolds could catch them both napping. And indeed he does, and Oliver Reynolds is down the inside, and we've got our 4th race leader of this race, and this time it's Oliver Reynolds who goes to the head of the field. We've had Stevens, Pede, Castleman, and now it's Oliver Reynolds' turn to make his way through. We're lapping in the 105s. They're going to cross the timing line now, at a 1:04. For me, 2 laps to go then in Mighty Bambino. Reynolds, Peed and Castleman, 1 under investigation, 1 with a penalty, and 1 who at the moment is leading this race.
And Teddy Smith also under investigation at the moment, sitting in P4. So whatever happens again with our front 2 drivers, we know what happens with Aidan Castleman, whatever happened with Luca Peed as well, it could be an even better result for Oliver Reynolds here. But Teddy Smith's got to be careful if he wants to capitalise to get onto the podium here at Whilton Mill this weekend. With 30 seconds on the clock plus 1 lap. They come through Osiers down the back straight here and into... Oh, no, Osiers now. Here we go. Coming into the back straight now. A bit ahead of myself. They were coming through Wilkins and down towards Osiers. They're at the boot complex now and making their way towards the bend and over the, I would say, infamous hop of a curb now into the pit bend and coming onto the start-finish straight. Got to navigate that so carefully here at the Kart Championship. But all of the championships here, wherever we're racing for Whilton Mill. And Luca Peed looks like he is trying to get into the toe and the slipstream, of course, of Oliver Reynolds. He's gone super defensive on the inside, trying to hug as much as they can here on the final lap now. Can Oliver Reynolds hold on to the lead here on the road ahead of Luca Peed and Aidan Castleman? Are we going to get a good scrap no matter what happens afterwards in the stewards room? The racing is what excites us here on the live stream, brought to you by Alpha Live. Who's going to win this one?
Peed went for half a move there, and it could have been half a move too early because it's lost him a few kart lengths. Back to Oliver Reynolds. Reynolds carries a lot of speed round Osiers, and that allows Peed to close back up again into the wheel tracks as they head up towards the boot for the final time. Is there anything that Luca Peed can do for Oliver Reynolds? Nearly got to the inside there. He's going to have to line this up for a run out of the final corner. Oliver Reynolds, they're going to draw side by side. He was 5th at Warden. He was 3rd at PF. He only does odd numbers. It's a P1. It's Oliver Reynolds who's going to go to the top step of the podium from Luca Peed. Aidan Castleman on track, but that'll be dealt with post-race. We think as well it could be Teddy Smith, but he too is under investigation, as is Luca Peed. Go to the trophy presentation, folks. We've got no idea who it's going to be, except for it's going to be Oliver Reynolds on the top step, winning for the first time at the Kart Championship. And Oliver Reynolds, the novice, is a novice no more in terms of race wins. He takes the victory from Luca Peed, Aidan Castleman, Teddy Smith, Eli Parkhouse, Jules Nash, EJ Deera, Max Tetlow, Stanley Thurston, Theo Azzopardi, and what we can only describe as a very unlucky Briella Stevens.
Yeah, had a fantastic start up onto the inside, and then Luca Peed changed that into Christmas corner, that whatever way you look at it, and unfortunately finding her way down in P11. But as we were just saying there, an incredible weekend for Briella Stevens. The way she's grown into this grid after 3 rounds. Let's see what happens in Rowra, and the only way is up, I think, for Briella Stevens going forward. It's impressive performance.
There'll be disappointment immediately and potentially a bit on the way home, but when they digest the race weekend and consider how much Briella Stevens has progressed in the last couple of rounds at the very least, I think that they can be very, very happy in the Stevens camp, and they'll hold their head high after this race weekend. Peed and Castleman there with a fist pump to each other. Oliver Reynolds as well, taking the adulation as Luca Peed takes the gloves off.
Do you think they're aware yet? Into race control?
Maybe not. I don't know. There's a screen here at Whilton, so they may well have seen it. But at the same time, they're obviously tucked up behind each other as they go through. So there's your top 3 on track. They all congratulate each other. Castleman congratulates Oliver Reynolds, who has that wry little smile at the back of Parc Ferme. It's the same debrief that the seniors have, isn't it?
But just a few years between them.
Yeah.
What did he? I hope he didn't say what I thought he just said.
He said that there was a big gap.
Okay.
I believe.
Right, okay. You never know. Tension's running high. No, our mighty Bambinos. With good racing out there, I do believe maybe she's breaking the bad news to him there, perhaps of the penalty.
Potentially so.
But we'll see. We'll see how that all
Oliver Reynolds,
comes out.
again, just... There's his granddad.
Oh.
For Oliver Reynolds.
That's what it's all about
Moments
right there.
like this are really what makes it on Alpha Live, and you know, for the family, you know, it's been a he's not been racing too long as Oliver Reynolds, but he gets a fist pump from Paul James of Ambition Motorsport in the background, and a great run there for Oliver Reynolds, and congratulations to him. No time to dwell though, we have to move on to our penultimate final of the day. It's time for Junior Rotax.
So here we are then, our penultimate final, as David said. Fastly approaching all of the racing action here for today, and in your previous finals it's been all of our grids, but as is the competitiveness of Rotax and Honda Cadets, which will be our final race today, it's the top 34 drivers that will make it onto the grid here, and here is how they're looking to go into this one. Fletcher Jameson has been supreme all this weekend, been very confident in the awning as well. Starts on pole alongside Harrison Bishop, Charlie Very, who had a great second superheat as far as I remember, Ewan House as well, Ryan Rapini, Adam Churchek as well. All of these names are well in the mix to take victory here today. Arthur Murphy up in P7, jumping up the class into Junior Rotax from Primo, performing really well. Isabella Stansmore Wilson, some great consistency this weekend too. Jackson Lane, Laurie McVeigh, JJ Plowman and Cooper Campbell-Lees down to row 6. Noah Moulton, Teddy Cooper as well. Expect to see him in the mix. He's been up in the top 5 in the last couple of finals. Ellis Dealey, Zach Turner. Here's one to watch in P16. We know he can charge through the field. How is he going to get on from the 8th row of the grid? Sam Flynn, Amy Peacock in row 9. Kevin Ivanov, some great progress as well in the previous heats. Elijah Hazelwood, James Tate, also PFI club champion there. Larry Price, Maximilian Braskov, Leighton Kelly in P24. Jack Bowie, Ronnie Smart a little bit further down than he would like to be. Jamie Richards, Toby Jukes, Toby Farthing and Oliver Barton down to P30. And we finish off with Hugh Hobson, Jake Anders, Noah Clark and Aston Brown in P34.
Final 4 runners there. They progressed out of the first repechage of the day that took place around about 2 hours ago now. Get the feeling that we're going to get 2 rolling laps here because, well, either that or we've started, and I don't think we have. So, field making their way round. So,
yes, yeah, still weaving. Yeah, still false starts.
Yeah. What we may well find as well is because the grid is 34 and it's a full one, and it's we just want to make sure everybody gets enough heat in their tyres that it's a tidy opening lap, and touch wood that it is for all of our runners. We've got 1 or 2 drivers that are, let's say, out of position in terms of where their early day expectations would have been. Cooper in 13th, Turner down in 16th. I think Cooper will start 14th actually. Turner behind him in 16th. They'll be on the even side of the grid on the right. For the driver, left when we see it on the head-on camera, but we've got a few drivers that are, what we say, out of position, a few drivers that have performed superbly as well. Turacek, Murphy, Stansmore Wilson, all drivers that have really stepped up this weekend here in the Kart Championship compared to how they were at the opening 2 rounds. Murphy in a new class effectively, albeit still in the same Rotax that he was in, just stepping up to juniors rather than Primo.
And always watch out for Ewan House as well, because we know he likes to control at the front of the field. As to many of our runners here in this Junior Rotax final, we're underway at Whilton Mill into the tram lines. We are racing, and Fletcher Jameson has held the lead, but back there, Charlie Very has jumped Harrison Bishop into 2nd place, and then Ewan House possibly found a way through as well. Looks like he's down to almost 5th or 6th place now in those first opening laps, and you can see, I think, Adam Churchek coming through, but lots of carnage here.
Further down the order, and got drivers spinning, and we've got one of the Jack's carts, that's Ronnie Smart, facing the wrong way. He'll fall down to P34.
So yellow flags obviously waving in sector 1. Should be all clear, as you've seen the flags put straight away there. And green racing resumes around the rest of the circuit. There's going to be a pretty fast one round here at Whilton Mill. We're going to have 12 minutes plus 1 lap for junior Rotax final. So plenty of time for our drivers to find their way in this one. And Fletcher Jameson leading ahead of Charlie Very. Ryan Rapini up 2 places at the start into 3rd. Harrison Bishop, Ewan House and Arthur Murphy up there in P6. Adam Churchek not as high as he has been in some of the heats. Has had a dive down the inside from the 241 on the place there. I'm trying to find Sam Flynn on Ellis Dealey, yes. So Sam Flynn up into P13 in that part of the field.
Tough start for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She drops outside the top 20, crosses the line in P22 at the end of lap number 1. Was she involved in that incident up at Christmas Corner? Because half the field was, as we've got a 3-second penalty applied early in the race. That'll be for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines at the start for the 2-1-2 of Cooper Campbell-Lees.
Rapini up into 2nd now as well. So Rapini is not wanting to waste any time in this final, and speaking to him around the paddock this weekend, he's happy that some other of his rivals are in a different position here at Whilton Mill, and seeing the success that Fletcher Jameson has had in the superheats, I'm feeling like that he wants to also change the order of where Fletcher Jameson's going to finish today. Plenty of time to do it, 10 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap here around Whilton Mill. On your screen now, dive to the inside, Ewan House trying to make some progress on Charlie Very, and Charlie Very almost seemed like he'd be a bit spooked by Ewan House on the inside there. I don't think there was anything wrong there.
No contact at all as Charlie Very goes down to 5th place. He'd already lost a place to Harrison Bishop, who made a really good move in the first half of the lap. So Bishop then up into 3rd as Ryan Rapini sets the fastest lap of the race. That's eclipsed by Teddy Cooper, but Rapini takes 2 cents of a second out of Fletcher Jameson, and Charlie Very's going backwards at the moment. That's Arthur Murphy down the inside. Very's going to try and stick it out round the outside. He loses another place to Adam Turacek, and I don't think that this is over. There's another one down the inside, and that's Laurie McVeigh. And it's been a
possibly
lap
more
to forget for Charlie Very, and he's got even further.
Goodness me, that is probably the most we've seen places going down the field there. Don't think he's got a problem
now. JJ Plough. No, he just was in the wrong place.
At the wrong time.
Corner on corner. As that looked like Fletcher Jameson coming back down the inside of Ryan Rapini. Did Rapini get past Jameson in the middle of the lap, and then Jameson had to come back at him? But the history books say it never happened. Jameson crosses the line, still leading this race, though the top 4 being hunted down, particularly in that P4, by a driver with the fastest lap of the race now, Ewan House.
Yeah, breaking away a little bit though, these top 4 at the moment. Jameson, Bishop and Rapini and House in the top 4. Ewan House setting the fastest lap of the race now, 4 tenths quicker than Fletcher Jameson out front. So Ewan House showing, as always, in this junior Rotax field, that he has got the pace to be up at the front and winning this. Oh, gets a bit caught on the backside bumper there. Your 278 runner.
It's like Noah Moulton.
Of Noah Moulton, and Leighton Kelly getting a bit caught on Noah Moulton. So Leighton Kelly and Moulton down in P19, P20.
There's
a nice dive up the inside from Zach Turner, making some progress. Is that Charlie Very then?
That's
all the way
JJ
down.
Plowman.
JJ Plowman
behind him. 2 places back behind JJ Plowman now is Charlie Very, currently in 14th place.
So Zach Turner, slowly but surely, finding his way up the field. P11
Bishop and House is going to end up on the grass, and Arthur Murphy with nowhere to go.
Oh, he's lost the grip, of course, out there on the grass. There's no way he was going to keep that straight. There's quite a fast battle there. It looks like he's taken off to the escape. Ewan House, though, now is cemented in P3. Did drop a place.
Who was that in the KX Developments cart peeling off? It's the 258.
Oh, it's Ryan Rapini. He's out of this one. Oh, and you can see the shake of the head. He was looking strong, looking good, like he was chasing after Fletcher Jameson, and it's changed, as we know, in a matter of moments in karting, like it always does. But he caught up in those incidents before.
Clocked it. You don't normally see a Rotax going down the Zulu circuit, so that's Larry Price on the outside, getting shuffled wide and losing a couple of places. Down the inside there is going to come Cooper Campbell-Lees. Oh, and he's tipped into a spin. It's Cooper Campbell-Lees, and on the outside there is at the 271 of Harry Ward. Oh no, 221. 221 of Jamie Riches. Had nowhere to go on the outside.
That's it's all going on here in this junior Rotax field, and it's nothing less than we expected. Zach Turner is also trying to keep progressing through the field. Zach Turner you'll find here just behind Sam Flynn. Let's catch a replay of what was happening on the previous laps, and you can see what happened here.
So this was your first one that we caught. We're going to cut back in a few moments, but this was Arthur Murphy just going up the back, I think, of the kart in front. That tipped him into a spin, so that was one. And I think we might end up having a second replay of what happened further. This is the one in the Cooper Campbell Lees where I thought he was helped into a spin, but in the end I don't think he was. I don't think there was contact from the kart behind. I think he
just lost it all in his own.
He just went in a little bit too hot into Christmas Corner.
And Zach Turner through for another place then.
That's on Jackson Lane. That'll put him up to 7th place.
Into almost into 6th now. Up into 6th. So, no, you're right, into 7th place. You're right.
There's
to
a
Jackson
big gap.
Lane, yeah,
That's
big
Laurie
gap.
McVeigh in the P1 in front. So that might be as far as Zach Turner's ascension goes. Needs 3 seconds to the back of Laurie McVeigh. That's a big ask in 6 minutes with 5.5 plus 1 lap, although he will be very much hoping.
The stranger things have happened.
Yeah, he's hoping for some slow boards. Down the inside goes Kevin Ivanoff, takes Amy Peacock with them as well on a move past Ellis Dealey in the 216. That moves both of them up a place and into the top 10 now for the first time in a while for Amy Peacock.
Let's keep an eye on Zach Turner in that green helmet in the last couple of minutes of this race, because it will be interesting to see what progress he is making. Ivanov, you can see it here in this group. Zach Turner leading the way. There's a 4/10 gap between Jameson and Bishop at the front. Ewan House very much within a second of Fletcher Jameson as well. Not totally insurmountable that he could find his way to the front of the field as well. And here you are. Here's up front to Ewan House. Although he's going to be
inside though.
He's going to be forced backwards by Teddy Cooper as Ewan House going to try to switch back up here into Inkerman's. No space at all, and a nice move secured by Teddy Cooper in the 240 Kiddix kart there on board with Fletcher Jameson. And at the front, this is Jameson and Bishop scrapping with each other. It's a 2/10 of a second gap. Who's going faster than the other? Bishop is setting the timing screens alight in terms of finding another couple of tenths on him. And Zach Turner cannot stay out of the trouble of the stewards for whatever reason that might be, because he's got a 5-second penalty trying to find his way through the field here in P7 at the moment. That's going to drop him down at least in P12, 13th, outside the top 10 easily. A mechanical flag for Elijah Hazelwood down towards the back of the field. It looks like a hook, line and sinker at the moment, just doing the official duties at the moment. Cooper Campbell Lees
out
coming
of the
to
race
the
as well.
pits. So everyone is peeling out of here, not making it out alive of this one. Still alive in the race, very much so at the moment. It's your race leader there, Jameson and Bishop. Bishop pressuring all the time with 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. They've got to be careful with Teddy Cooper on a fast charge as well, the fastest lap of the race. 2/10 of a lap quicker than our race leader at the moment, and then some. Here he is, reining them in all the time.
Well, the top 2 set personal bests on the previous lap, and they were both still slower than Teddy Cooper.
Yep. So
Bishop's got to go. He's got to go now.
He's got to run up the inside.
He's got to, because if not, they're just going to back themselves into Cooper. He's got to put a cart between him and the charging 240, and he's done just that. Change for the lead then with 3 minutes to go. Harrison Bishop down the inside of Fletcher Jameson. Jameson now will have to try and defend Teddy Cooper, but it's to back them all up. And Jameson going back at Harrison Bishop down the inside. Bishop rides that one out, but it's going to back Fletcher Jameson.
There's Teddy Cooper up
Cooper's
into
up into second place. Ewan House is going to try and go round the outside and slot back in. And we go 6 deep now for the lead as we're all the way down to 6th place. Adam Turacek knows the tail. I think there'll be a little over a second, 1.4 between the top 6.
Jackson Lane's got a 5-second penalty in 8th place as well. Might be related to Zach Turner, what happened there. And go up the inside further on your screen though here. Ewan House ahead of Fletcher Jameson now. Look at where Fletcher Jameson has come down from in the lead. So Jameson falling back in this race as well. Laurie McVeigh going up the inside of Jameson down to 5th now. So Jameson not having the best time of it with 2 minutes on the clock, getting hounded from the race lead. And Harrison Bishop, Teddy Cooper running away with this one. Ewan House has got to be careful he doesn't leave the front 2 runners here and have a chance of the race lead.
Jameson looks desperate now. He's going for moves that he wouldn't if he hadn't have just been overtaken 3 or 4 times. There was no way he was going down the inside of Laurie McVeigh there, but he still went for it anyway. As wide goes Bishop onto the rumble strip, and that's left the door open for Teddy Cooper. as Cooper comes down the inside. Started this race in P14, and with a minute and a half to go, he goes to the top of the timing.
Kiddick's liveries both leading the way then, and they've got to be careful, Ewan House. They know what Ewan House is capable of in these latter stages of the race. There's a gap probably of about 7/10 of a second. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, mechanical flag for her. Unfortunately, down in P20, has not had a good run of it in this junior Rotax final. The great progress that's been made. These two, I think, are really starting to back each other up. Bishop and Cooper, they've got to be careful they don't battle too much. They've also got Laurie McVeigh coming into the mix now. Teddy Cooper is in the lead of Harrison Bishop with 50 seconds and a lap on the clock. It's anyone's guess of how this one's going to finish here at the junior Rotax final, particularly down to, well, 5th place. Anything could happen.
3 laps to go for Cooper, Bishop at the front of this race. Can Cooper hold on? Can Bishop come back at him for the last step on the podium? Ewan House is under a lot of pressure from Laurie McVeigh in the 233 Project 1 kart. Then they've got Jameson and Turacek ready to pick up the pieces behind them. Zach Turner is closing in, but he's also dealing with a 5-second penalty, so what he needs to do is pull away from those behind him.
Where has he come from?
Well, he set the fastest lap on the previous.
Amazing pace.
Kart set up for the end of the race, but he's got to start trying now to come through and make sure he can put as much time, and it is time, not places, between him. Jackson Lane's got a penalty. He needs 5 seconds to Adam Turacek as he goes down the inside of, to Kevin Ivanov, as down the inside of Adam Turacek he goes. Ewan House defending that 3rd step on the podium with everything he's got at the moment.
He's probably thinking, yeah, that 1st and 2nd are a bit out of reach now with Cooper and Bishop. And Ewan House, you know, plenty of points in the Kart Championship so far in the junior Rotax stand. As Ewan House sitting 3rd at the moment.
Turner down the inside of Laurie McVeigh, and McVeigh's got shuffled back, so that's allowed Jameson through and Turacek as well.
Coming after his teammate.
Yeah, onto the final lap, and Turner is putting the time between himself and Kevin Ivanov. It's still only 3 seconds, but he's got more than Noah Moulton. Again, a mechanical flag for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. We're on the last lap, but that may well... She'll be out of the race anyway, but if she's seen 3 of them, the stewards will take a dim light of that, I'm sure.
Up the inside.
There goes Turner down the inside of Ewan House. They want to be careful, the 2 teammates, not to take each other out, particularly with Turner on that penalty, but he needs to try and put as much daylight between him and the rest of the field. It won't be Laurie McVeigh. There's 2 behind further down. Can he get clear of Kevin Ivanov and Noah Moulton? Black flag for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And who is that with a rear bumper completely detached? It's Hugh Hobson.
Hugh Hobson is going to be out of this one, but Teddy Cooper and Harrison Bishop take the race victory and onto the podium. Zach Turner gets onto the podium through fighting for the field, but he's obviously got that 5-second penalty to come. Black flag for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. That's not going to go down very well with the stewards.
They take a dim light to not coming in after being shown a mechanical flag.
So, Junior Rotax proving to be as exciting as it always is. Unfortunately for Zach Turner, he's getting caught up in some of the on-track action at the moment. It just seems to be hampering race control, throwing things his way, and it's just unfortunate for Zach at the moment after a great start to the season.
I think you hit the nail on the head throughout, really. That is an exciting race, but it always is in Junior Rotax. They say that ways of inducing labour is to go for a long walk or have a curry, or watch Junior Rotax.
A curry sounds good, though, to be fair.
Yeah,
have you got dinner sorted tonight?
No. Well, I probably have at home. I just don't know what it is yet.
Might sound good, indeed.
So there's Ewan House coming in. He will re-inherit 3rd place, despite the fact that Zach Turner got his way through. So Cooper, Bishop, and we think it'll be Ewan House will take the 3rd step of the podium. Zach Turner, we need 871. I think we'll drop him down to 10th place. It will be in front, I think, maybe behind. I think he could well be P10, I think, when penalties are applied for Zach Turner and for, who else was it? Jackson Lane got a 5-second, didn't he, inside the top 10. So I think Zach Turner may well just hold on to a top 10 in P10. He'll fall though behind Charlie Vary and slot in, I think, just before Larry Price.
Our director, Emma, was just reminding me last night that we had a curry yesterday for dinner. It's gone a complete mess. So I don't have a double curry.
You're not in labour, are you?
No, I'm not. No,
okay,
we're
safe. We're safe for Honda
You
Cadet.
don't have to call 999. It's all fine for me.
We're all good.
Unless I know otherwise. I'm not too sure of all of that. But Junior Rotax once again proving amazing at the front. Ewan House is yet to get on the podium this season, and to me, from what you've seen in the action so far in the Junior Rotax class, but he probably will get to the podium with Zach Turner, but on the road, yet to finish on the podium in points positions.
But again, it's always been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, he's been consistent.
With Ryan Rapini's retirement from this final, you're going to see Ewan House probably come out of this, and with Zach Turner's tribulations as well, I think Ewan House could be a championship leader going into the second half of the season.
Because of Rapini going out as well, so taking a good haul of points as Ewan House into this one, and if he's got that mindset as he's driving round and is aware of the permutations, then
it's very Alain Prost, isn't it?
It is very much so,
just pick up the points.
Yep.
You know, everybody can win, but they'll fall off, and if he sticks around in thirds and fourth all season for Ewan House, it's going to be a strong one when we return here in a few months' time for the final round of the season.
Going into Raura, particularly, is that a great place for Ewan House to be in of a circuit that's very tricky equally?
I imagine he's probably been there before. Being a Scotsman, it's his nearest UK circuit, so I imagine he's been there once or twice. I'd have hoped anyway. Okay, well, it's time then for the final race of the day with a bumper grid, a full 34 for Honda Cadet. I'm gutted that that'll be the last time we hear that bit of music as well. I'm really enjoying it.
You've been vibing to it today, haven't you? Yeah. Been like raving behind the scenes.
We need more of that.
We can have a Alpha Live Kart Championship Rave Edition remix for the fourth round. Although I like it anyway. It's nice. It gets us into the spirits, the adrenaline pumping here for the Kart Championship. It's our final of Honda Cadets. We know this is an incredibly close field, and I'm sure that won't change here. You can see the drivers coming out from Parc Fermé, out of the paddock, onto the start grid. Archie Cannon is going to lead this one away with teammate Luca Bicocchi behind. Sawyer Henderson's going to be a challenge, though, as we've seen in the superheats of MGR Racing starting off in third. Mason Becker in fourth as well. Freddie Drury and Oliver Ratton down to row 3. Joshua Bailey, who has picked up some wins today in the Honda Cadets. Henry Colborne made some good progress as well on row 4. Jensen Culler, Ben Bowers, Alistair Saunders and Bradley Sutton on row 6. Archie Loveridge, how far can he get with the mystic predictions from David Sullivan once again in this one? Seth Wright, Finley Fursfield, Sebastian McCarthy in P16 wants to maybe improve a little bit from there. Marcus Cooper and Reggie Jafissi, who said in the lunch break he'd hurt his hand slightly from a collision. Hopefully it's going to ham him too much in this final for Honda Cadets. Phoebe Shelton, Archie Edgar, Ralph Ryder Birch, Jensen Drummond, James Murphy and Keen Delaney down to P24. Followed by Aubrey Harrington Evans, Eric Grisbeck, Luke Hamill, Finn Hollis, Ethan Pearson and Chris Doshi further down the order than in the superheats today. Tommy Burgoyne in P31, Alfie Keeling, Austin Dow and Oliver Bullock. Of course, these are our 4 that came through from the other repechage in Honda Cadets.
It was a jump start for Aidan Castle, and that's what he picked his 5-second penalty up for. It states it in the... So nothing else out of that, and it looks like we've...
Luca Peters escaped.
It would appear so at present. So we'll keep an eye on it. One final race to go, though, as the start grid marshal makes his way to the tail end of the field with his green flag in hand. Wait for him to turn and raise that green flag.
There he is.
12 minutes already on the clock to the left-hand side. Keep an eye on the 2 red lights on the outside as Oliver Bullock just gets his kart repositioned. Alfie Keeling in front is a little bit skew-whiff in the 78, but I don't think that's going to cause any problems. Green is up at the back. We're not going to see the lights, but we're going to see the front row move very shortly. They're going to see the get ready board on the left-hand side of your screen, right for the drivers. Bicocchi on the left, Cannon on the right. It's been a good start by Cannon. I think he'll hold on this time from the pole position berth. Indeed he does. Luca Bicocchi's in the slot. Sawyer Henderson gets a little bit of contact and spat out, and there's the who's a little bit slow moving further down the order. The train though gets to the inside, looks a bit tidier than the last time where we had Air Sutton getting launched up and over the top of Marcus Cooper and landing on top of Sebastian McCarthy. on the opening lap. It looks like we've got a yellow, though. Is that Phoebe Shelton potentially off circuit? And I think that could have been Sutton as well, as we've got Ethan Pearson hooked up with Jensen Drummond.
So that is going to possibly cause a bit of... nice...
That's Freddie Drury.
Over the curb there, Freddie Drury doesn't want to be getting too much air. We're not at Alton Towers. We are at Whilton Mill for the Kart Championship. Looks like just a yellow flag temporarily with Drummond caught up. It looks like they've got going again. In the background!
We've got 1 round, 2 round. It's the 33 of Eric Grisbeck. There was another driver involved in that but didn't quite catch who it was. We might get a replay in a few moments, but at the don't really want to cut away from this at the moment because you don't know what's going to happen in Honda Cadet.
And that has run true very much on these first few laps. Mason Becker was a beneficiary of all the action at the start of things there, up into third. Finn Hollis there, get on the grass though, as he's trying to make sure, is his car all okay? Looks like it's behaving well, just finding his feet once again. And here we are at the front of the Honda Cadet field then. We've got a group of 6 leading the way. Cannon, Bocky, Becker, Ratton, Colborne, Joshua Bailey. And now to the inside.
Loves it. Loves that move.
Luca Bocky up the inside into the boot and makes that same move count again. Mason Becker in second place as well. Looks like we have lost out behind for Archie Cannon. Yeah, down to P3 now. And look at these two breaking away.
And I think this is the
replay.
These are the boot, yes. We got 2 or 3 wide, and everybody just sort of concertinaed together behind the kart in front, and nowhere really for them all to go. 6 karts want to go in the space of 3.
Doesn't work.
No, didn't work, unfortunately.
Who's wide there?
That's Bradley Sutton trying to find a way through. And by through, I do mean literally the kart in front, unfortunately, for Sutton. He's had a tough day of things since that launch earlier on. Took him pretty much out of it. Bocky leads, though, with the move that he made up into this corner. I'm going to start a petition to rename this corner Bocky rather than Boots, because every time he's wanted to overtake, he's just waited, gone round the left, gone down the inside into the right-hander, and that has been the staple of his day. He leads then as 1/4 of this race consigned to the history books. Bocky, Beckett, Cannon, Colborne, then a gap back to Joshua Bailey now, who's now in front of Oliver Ratton. But we go all the way down to Archie Loveridge in 10th place.
I was just saying about Joshua Bailey earlier on, I feel like, he's all down the inside there. Cannon goes in for second place on Mason Becker, so fantastic move into the second sector of the track, and getting challenged more is Mason Becker round the outside, but no space there for Henry Colborne to get round the outside, and Colborne's really lost out there out of all of that.
Certainly has. It was Joshua Bailey who took a place and then got squeezed out as well. It looks like Freddie Drury may well have worked his way back up into 4th place as Bailey and Colborne go
into
side by
now.
side into the boot.
So, yeah, looks like Colborne, holding on to... Oh, no, Colborne's dropped right down, though. Look, into P9.
Yeah, P9, it was him and Bailey who were trying to go side by side. Drury's taken full advantage and moved back up into 4th. He's going to need to be pushed along by Sawyer Henderson. Jensen Culler in 6th place, going well. Probably the best performance we've seen of him so far in this Kart Championship season here at round number 3. He's in front of Oliver Ratton, and then this battle on screen, which now sees Henry Colborne up into 8th, Joshua Bailey down into 9th, Archie Loveridge lurking and hoping something opens up in front of him.
I was about to say that Joshua Bailey has been the kind of driver this weekend who sat back, didn't want to get involved in too much of the action that might drop him back further down the field. Unfortunately, has got a bit caught up with Henry Colborne. Maybe Joshua Bailey and Colborne could put that behind them, work together to get themselves back up to the likes of Ratton, Rotax of Culler and Sawyer Henderson.
They're going to have to, but these 4 in front, or 3 actually, are battling from Henderson, because I think Drury's managing to break away slightly. He's found half a second on that previous lap. The problem you've got at the moment is these 2 at the front being very, very compliant with each other at the moment. Mason Becker is trying his hardest to stay with them. He's got to stay within 1.5 seconds, I think. 2 seconds at worst, because they will start scrapping at the end, I can assure you of that.
Of course, both teammates for Apollo Karts, Bocky and Archie Cannon, out front, setting almost equal lap times. 5-second penalties popping up from race control for Phoebe Shelton, down in P15 at the moment, so that's going to bring her right out of the picture here, almost down to P25, P26 with the likes of Chris Doshi and Bradley Sutton are at the moment. But at the front of the field, beautiful shot, as I've said all day. I love this. My favourite shot here at Whilton Mill Mill, showing the skill on show from our drivers right up and down the grid as fine lady on the curbing and working well together here.
Looked like Jensen Cooler was thinking about a move, and we'll try and pick up whether it's the green helmet in front of the pink one when they come through on Sawyer Henderson. But I get a feeling he's up into 5th place now. We'll confirm at the end of the lap as we've got one driver walking away. That looked like it could well have been Oliver Bullock, who I think has fallen down the order on timing. Indeed,
that would make sense, yeah.
Oliver Bullock out of this race.
Here's our 2 Apollo drivers then, and will Archie Cannon have a little bit of a think about returning to sender, but putting the same move as Luca Bocky up into the boot? There's 5 minutes and 40 seconds to do that, but look at Mason Becker reading them back in now, almost kind of bringing Freddie Drury along with him as well. Freddie Drury, the fastest lap of the race at the moment in the 52s.
It was Jensen Cooler making the move down the inside. He's took Oliver Ratton with him as Sawyer Henderson goes down to 7th place. Your return to sender line, was that an Elvis reference?
No. But I'll take it.
Yeah.
I like a bit of Elvis.
There goes Oliver Ratton trying to send the move down the inside on Jensen Cooler, and looks like he could well see Sawyer Henderson on the outside. But see, there we go. Henry Colborne's going to do them all. Yes, he is. Lovely little move into Osiers. Joshua Bailey's going to try and take advantage as well. And Jensen Cooler's going to get shoved back, and Sawyer Henderson he's going to say, well, you stay back there, let me come back through. But
he's not having a great time of it, is he? Sawyer Henderson, he's fallen all the way down to almost, what is it, P8, 9 now?
I think he'll cross the line now in front of Archie Loveridge. So it'll be all changed from 5th down to P9. Colborne finding his way up. But this is your top 4 with 3 Apollos and the lonely Project 1 of Mason Becker. Although, to be fair, the sticker kit and the race suit will not matter one bit in 2.5 minutes' time. As soon as that time goes down below the 2-minute mark, it will be every man for himself.
James Murfitt down in P11, 5-second penalty whilst we're on screen with our top 4. That's going to bring him down way towards P21, P22. Again, in the likes of Reggie Jafisi and Bradley Sutton, similar for Phoebe Shelton, who's had her 5-second penalty at the moment. 4 minutes on the clock for our front runners here. Coming through the final corner once again, and across the start-finish line, they'll have cheers from the crowd and friends and family and team from Apollo Karts and Project 1, and also for Freddie Drury in Apollo Karts. He's stuck in a bit of a sandwich, is Mason Becker, in an Apollo Kart sandwich. Is it going to be one that he will be able to navigate through towards the end of this race? And then the group back there to our runners of Oliver Ratton in P5 in the 22 car at the moment. Colborne down to 10th.
Down the inside goes Archie Cannon into Ashby. Change for the lead. It's still an Apollo, but this time it's the 5 in front of the 10 as Archie Cannon finds his way past Luca Bicocci. They didn't really lose any time, which is the most important thing. And nice clean overtake, slots himself in. Bicocci not close enough, and I get the feeling Cannon's got that scouted now. You saw him to go a little bit further to the right
across,
rather than opening up. I don't think we're going to see anywhere near fastest laps from now on, just because of how they're going to be parking the karts to make themselves as wide as possible. As Cannon makes the run up now towards Christmas Corner. No defensive line. In the background, it's still Ratton from Bailey and Jensen Cooler. Gap back then to Sawyer Henderson. He's a little bit lonely in front of Henry Colborne, and a struggling so far this weekend, Archie Loveridge.
Yeah, Archie Loveridge was making progress in some of the first superheats, sitting there in 10th at the moment. On your screen right now is the 22 of Oliver Ratton at P5 in that chase group, chasing after our front runners here. Archie Cannon then to the lead, Luca Bocky in his newly named corner, as David has given him, to the Bocky turn there.
Yeah, that right-hander.
That right-hander, yeah.
That little right-hander in the middle. I don't think it actually has a proper name, but I've just named it now.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the left was always the boot, and everything else was just...
Start a petition.
Was also just the boot as well.
Cannon then leading our runners down towards Christmas Corner. Luca Bocky then, he's probably thinking, well, I want to surprise my teammate at the right time here to take the race victory, because, as you said, Cannon is very wise to that move down into the boot section, as you can see a possible move being shaping up the inside there. Joshua Bailey trying to find his way past Oliver Ratton now. Joshua Bailey's progress that we've seen earlier in the weekend being hampered slightly at the moment here in P6. So not looking like he's going to be making any progress at the
close enough
moment. But
this
closing
time.
up this time, yeah. And Luca Bocky, can he switch?
Just look how much Cannon, though, is to that right-hand side. He's, you know, not only is he closing the door, but he's putting the safety bolts on it as well to make sure that Luca Bicocci doesn't come back down the inside. 3 laps to go then in this Honda Cadet final here at round 3. The championship leader leads this race from Luca Bicocci, Mason Becker and Freddie Drury. And here goes Drury down the inside. It's an Apollo 1-2-3 as it stands.
Yeah, they'll be very happy about that at the front of the Honda Cadet field, and as you said, working their way into this class nationally. Very happy to see some talented drivers out there on show, proving why the Apollo kart team is a force to be reckoned with here in the Kart Championship paddock, particularly at Whilton Mill this weekend. Our race leader, Archie Cannon, hasn't taken victory so far in the Kart Championship. He got second place at round 1 in Warden Law, but didn't quite clinch victory at PF for round 2. He finished 6th place, so he'll be looking to correct those errors and put those wrongs right here at Whilton Mill. Luca Bicocchi, on the other hand, has got a race victory from the first round in his hand, but also finished 5th ahead of Archie Cannon in the last round too. Super defensive now. You can see Archie Cannon, he senses Luca Bicocchi and the challenge coming his way with 5 seconds on the clock plus 1 lap remaining. As we cross the line for the next time, we're going to be on to our final lap here for Honda Cadets, and it looks like Freddie Drury's trying to go into second now. He pushes.
Finds a
Luca Bicocchi onto the grass, finds a way through. So now it changes in an instant, just like that. Luca Bicocchi is down into 3rd place. Mason Becker, meanwhile, in the Project 1 Racing outfit, trying to watch all this behind and see how it plays out in the final course. But look at this again, Luca Bicocchi on the inside of his favourite place again. He does it this time to Freddie Drury, who's not as aware, as his teammate Archie Cannon back up into second. How is this race going to finish? We go on to the final lap here for Honda Cadets as we come through the first couple of corners, through Crook, through Oblivion, out through Fine Lady. He's gone super defensive again on the inside. He's got a little bit of a gap behind to his teammate Luca Bicocchi, but he'll sweep in and take a more of a momentum of a run into the final bit of the first sector, with Freddie Drury sitting right behind now. Oh, they get a bit caught up on the bumpers there, but it looks like Cannon is staying in front here.
Becker's took advantage though, because Drury got balked by the 2 karts in front, as Bicocchi had to go to the inside, because when he took the normal racing line on the previous lap, he's on the outside.
Will he do it this time?
Cannon. Becker looking to pick up the pieces.
Oh,
he is going to do
it!
He's going to send it down the inside. Becker's going to take advantage. Becker's done the boat. Bicocchi into Becker.
Whoa, that's all coming out.
Cannon's going to win it. Cannon's going to take it from Drury. Cannon from Drury. Who's going to be 3rd?
It's Henry Colborne!
Colborne's going to be 3rd from Joshua Bailey, Oliver Ratton, Mason Becker, Archie Loveridge, Sawyer Henderson, Jensen Cooler, and James Murphy. Come and see that again, please.
We are going to have to see that action once again at the final corner, and everything out on the line there. The kitchen sink thrown at that final corner, and that's got to be the most exciting end to the race this week, and they've left it to the final race.
And breathe, and let's play the replay button all over again, because there was so much to digest there. Going into the final corner, Archie Cannon will take the victory from Freddie Drury, and Henry Colborne, with the unlikeliest of podiums going on to the final lap, inherits 3rd place from Joshua Bailey, Oliver Ratton. Mason Becker recovered to P6, but you've got to feel for Luca Bicocchi. Crosses the line in P11 on that one.
Sebastian McCarthy, as well, we're seeing, down in P28, a 5-second penalty. It's not going to make much difference, but here we are then. Archie Cannon, I bet he can't believe his luck. Freddie Drury came in behind. Henry Colborne, your 75 runner. Henry Colborne made some really crucial moves in the middle of that race, didn't he? The 2 or 3 places in one go.
We always say, put yourself in a position to pick up the pieces, and he put himself in a position to pick up the pieces, and maybe being that sort of 2 seconds back helped him, because it gave him time to react, put the car where the gaps were going to be, with the kart facing the wrong way in that final complex of corners. So we're going to have a quick look again at that final complex of corners. Luca Bicocchi made the move down the inside on Archie Cannon. That's Cannon on the left, Drury on the right.
Here we go then.
And here it is. So we're going to watch the final few corners, and here, keep an eye out on the 10. There was a little bit of contact there as they came
the
together,
door.
but nothing wrong with that. Bicocci went into the gap, and it was all good to hear. Really good move by Luca Bicocci. Mason Becker down the inside.
Got out wide.
And that was comfortable there. And Bicocci just kept his foot in there into a gap that, let's be honest, and I'm no steward, but he had no real right to go into, given where Mason Becker was. But to be fair, it's the final lap, as two of them had to go round the outside. It was the driver that was further back that had more time to react in Henry Colborne, and he slides through. In the background, there's the team boss, Adam Nichols, two-time British champion, now running Apollo Karts, with a fair few of his drivers from the pro karting days. And
He can't
Archie
believe
Cannon,
it.
who's he looking for? I wonder if it's his dad he's looking for. His dad's won a British as well. No, it's another one of his colleagues. It's Luca Bicocci. He's gone to... No, it's not. It's the 12, actually, of Luke Hamill. I thought he'd gone to see Bicocci after that one.
What it means for the championship is that Archie Cannon picks up his first race victory of 2026, and it's definitely been coming. It's been unlucky when he finished P6 in the previous round. He was up in that mix, and there was a similar kind of finish at PF International to the line in the final couple of corners.
That's his dad in the background in the dark blue dryro, and that is a very happy Freddie Drury, who goes to the Kart Championship podium inside the top 3 for the first time for Freddie Drury, and that will do his championship no harm at all. In fact, no, he didn't. He was on the podium at PF as well.
Yeah, so following
Making
up
a
with
habit
another
of
podium.
this, isn't he?
Yeah, so they were doing very well, seeing P8 in the championship of Honda Cadets at the moment.
Well, he's had a third, he's had a second. He might go and win at Rowra.
Well,
Complete the set.
you've called it now. Commentator's charm there. And, well, look, David, that's it. For all the action. There's no more racing.
No more racing. I demand a rematch. Get Honda back on again.
I'd love to see that again. Close racing throughout here today at the Kart Championship for round 3 here at Whilton Mill. It's been a pleasure to be alongside yourself, David Sullivan, once again, bringing all of the action here with myself, Jake Peach. We'll be on to round 4 at Rowra very, very soon for the next round of the Kart Championship. Until then, take care of yourself, and goodbye for now.